new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With
Welcome back to the RES Unchained. It is the Southeast Asian qualifier, and today it comes to a close. 4 teams remain, and remember, this is single elimination, so we've said goodbyes very, very quickly. I'm T-Time, I'm joined by Teltris, as we're going to be taking you through all of today's action. Teltris, of course, yesterday we managed to catch a couple of teams that maybe we were less than impressed by, maybe some of them we were more than impressed by. Why don't we take a look at the bracket and see how yesterday went overall?
To be honest, it was a bit disappointing. Of course, expected that Nemesis and Trailer Park Boys would defeat Yanko Galacticos and Veroja, just not in the way that it happened. Veroja did not manage to make it past the 18 minutes for that second game, while YG did have a much better showing. Neither of them were able to take a game away from the Tier 1 organizations. Meanwhile, Reconyx versus Kukuis, that one was a surprising matchup because I do recall Kukuis making it pretty far in the previous RES Unchained close qualifiers. This time around, Reconyx improved to the point where they were able to take the series away. They had to fight tooth and nail for it. It wasn't as easy as the rest of the clean sweeps we had, but they still managed to get the job done. Execution versus Ivory, meanwhile, 40+ minute matches, so it does go to show that Ivory did improve. But in the end, I believe these the 3 out of the 4 are pretty much expected results.
Well, as far as today's schedule is concerned, obviously we've got the 2 semi-finals and the grand finals. We're going to be starting things off with Nemesis versus the Trailer Park Boys. Later on, we will have, of course, Execration versus Reconyx, and then we'll have our grand finals coming out later on in the day. Now, this is where, Teltris, you have to remember, it's kind of funny. Every single team that is in the top 4, except for the Trailer Park Boys, is a predominantly Filipino team. That's just a state of, sort of Southeast Asian Dota. It does feel like the Philippines are just, not only are they back on top, but they're here to stay. Even when you look out towards the teams that made it competitive, right? Ivory versus Execration. Ivory ends up looking pretty good overall. Same over there and whatnot. Kuko is obviously putting up a pretty good fight as well yesterday. Not every team. Reconyx is going to be Indonesian, but even the fact that there's 2 teams that are, Filipino, the amount of teams that are here, it just feels like Southeast Asia has continually been spurred on by the Philippines.
It most definitely has. I remember for the last TI, you had 38 out of the 50 players in the close qualifiers, all from the Philippine region. And there is some growth in the other the other spheres, right? You have the Mongolian side rising up, not only with the 4 players in Trailer Park Boys, but also the former Mongol squad. They're also improving. I believe they were one of the invited teams. It was for the Blast Slam 4 close qualifier. And then you have the Malaysian coaches who are currently, you have 343 with OG, you have Arthur with Execration currently as well. So there is a mix and match, there is a rise, but you're right, it is predominantly by the Philippine region. I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon. There is, Philippine players have always had that dual nature with Dota, where it's not just the professional career in competing, it's also just being overwhelmingly present in the streaming sphere as well. So irrespective of where Philippine Dota ends up, I presume it is going to have a dominance in the Southeast Asian region.
Well, listen, that's all to say that we have 2 clear favorites coming into it. And it is, again, the Filipino majority teams. It is Nemesis, it is Execration. And when you're looking out towards, Reconyx and Trailer Park Boys, Reconyx showing off they can really put up a show. But I think today, we're starting off with Nemesis versus Trailer Park Boys, and this is the more interesting matchup for me. Nemesis, obviously, you know him, you love him. 23 Savage might not be the focus anymore. We saw yesterday Mac had an incredible performance, was really just superpowering the entire team through. Joko and Johnwell were assisting him massively. The entire draft was focused on Mac. And of course, on the other side, we have Trailer Park Boys, who yesterday they themselves were able to have Sanctity show off his skills in one of the games on the Queen of Pain, and then afterwards also doing pretty good job on a Void Spirit that fell behind. This matchup is really interesting to me. Trailer Park Boys feel like they're the only team outside of the Philippines that could maybe actually win a Southeast Asian qualifier. Reckonix, no disrespect to them, but I think everyone would agree with me if they made it to the last slam, this would be a huge upset.
I think both of these two teams are a lot similar in regards to some of the star power that you were naming. Mac, for example, on the mid lane has been looking really consistent, but so has Sanctity. In yesterday's game, Sanctity, you remember his performance on the mid lane, right? He went undefeated on the Queen of Pain. The carry-to-carry matchup, Jackie versus 23 Savage, this is a matchup that we have seen in the Southeast Asian region. Sure, they are now representing different colors as they have in the previous years, but it's still, I would say, they're pretty much similar in skill, with 23 Savage obviously having better results to show for it. I don't think Jackie's that far behind. I think this matchup is going to come down to the other cores and to the other supports.
Yeah, I think the conversation about comparing sort of 11 and Raven is very interesting to me, right? Because 11, obviously, he's less talked about at the Trailer Park Boys. I do think that the conversation is largely dominated between Jackie, Sanctity, and Norman. 11 and Say maybe don't get as much shine, and you compare that out obviously towards Nemesis, where Raven is just such a fantastic piece. He's been given so much credit as well for the success that they have found. So we're gonna have to wait to see how the draft goes now. As far as the draft is concerned, are we going to see maybe more of the same as yesterday? Are we going to see more in the realm of, we're going to first pick our mid laners, we're going to go for early mid lane picks, we're going to go for early counters to that. Nemesis, obviously, yesterday with the Huskar was able to do that as well. Or are we going to maybe have a safer approach to it?
Well, the ban phase is certainly not going to be off meta, because YG and Veroja were the only two teams to be playing off meta heroes. We saw Meepo bans coming out. I think the bans here should be similar, but we may see an interesting mid lane matchup, because Nemesis may just play a mid lane starter. Trailer Park Boys may just play a mid lane Centaur. Is it going to happen? Probably not. I know your feelings of the mid lane Centaur and mid lane Mars are pretty clear, T-Time. But
I love it.
Yet to see what the meta shifts into. That's what you have to consider. I think qualifiers and smaller tournaments, just for the build-up to tier 1 tournaments, are always going to have an evolving meta. Tier 1 tournaments are where you have a consolidated meta, or rather the main stage. This is at the end of the day a qualifier for the tier 1.
I do think this is going to be interesting over here, though, because, frankly, neither one of these heroes goes into the mid lane anymore, especially since the nerfs to Slardar have come through. It feels like the viability that it maybe was exploring is just completely gone and dead. But Slardar and Centaur are very often seen as very similar heroes, but the damage output from a Centaur just feels so much more in the early game. Obviously with the Stampede and everything as well, it gives your entire team a more coordinated effort, and that's why it can lead into push lineups more effectively as well. So the Shadow Shaman coming in, if the Pugna is picked up as well from Trailer Park Boys, if they want to go for double push supports, that's going to be an option for them. And with the Centaur, who nowadays isn't even going for like an early blink dagger, is predominantly being worked around his ultimate. Trailer Park Boys could start things off with a pretty clear intention being stated.
Well, it's obvious what they're trying to do. I think Nemesis should be able to read into it fairly easily. Shadow Shaman, great for pushing. Centaur's actually pretty good at pushing as well, because you have that Stampede for that disengagement tool. When you see mass teleports coming in, you can just pop that Stampede and disengage, or rather reposition if you want to. This pick, though, Tree and Protector coming out from Nemesis, and again, they tried the Clinks yesterday for 23 Savage. I would still say Mac is the, that flashy playmaker for them, but Clinks is a pretty solid hero overall. Although, against Jackie, who is probably going to be playing a meta carry, I'm not sure how this Klinks is going to fare. I get the
5
idea
seconds remaining.
behind the Treant Protector plus Klinks synergy, the overgrowth to hold heroes in, root them down, and then the Klinks can come in with that overwhelming amount of damage. But something like an Ursa Warrior for Trailer Park Boys would actually be pretty good.
I mean, to be honest, even Nemesis versus Veroja yesterday, the Gyrocopter was really good versus this. Initially, the laning phase, they made some great decisions about rotations and whatnot. This exact lane from Nemesis ended up losing out the lane pretty handily to a Shadow Shaman and a Tide Hunter, if I'm not wrong, as well, right? So obviously, Shadow Shaman and Centaur, I would argue, is even a stronger lane with more damage output potential over here as well.
10 seconds
I know what the theory is. I'm just not very fond of it into what is to me a reasonably strong lane. And with the Gen coming out from Trailer Park Boys as well, obviously it's a hero that they like Say likes to play quite a bit. We could just see heavy rotational ganks coming out towards the top lane, but the Shadow Fiend is always an interesting pick.
Well, the Shadow Fiend's interesting because I believe they were researching into what Mac is playing these days. You can't go for the Ember right now because the Ember is going to get dumpstered in the lane against the Shadow Fiend, and then you have the Shadow Shaman to play against. So a Spirit pick isn't really all that viable for Nemesis. You can go for a Puck, you can go for some other hero like that,
Huskar?
but well, I mean, yeah, you have the option for a Huskar, but then you create a kind of very unidirectional lineup where if you don't have a good early game start, then you might not be able to transition on forward. Huskar, just the Chen creeps coming in, the Shadow Shaman with a Hex and a Shackle. Huskar does not like to be controlled. Nemesis, they'll go for the Tiny. This is a pretty good pick. You can deal a lot of damage to the Chen creeps in one fell swoop, and not to mention, all you really need is someone to rotate in to be able to take out that Shadow Fiend. An Avalanche toss combination, more than 1,000 damage by that level 8, level 9 mark. They don't have the heroes to rotate though that T-time. That's the thing. This Treant Protector isn't going to be the one coming to the mid lane to gank the Shadow Fiend or making space around the map. Sure, he can do that, but you need a more effective support for it.
I'm kind of shocked to see the Bounty Hunter ban coming out, funnily enough, from the Trailer Park Boys. Just feels like Nemesis need a support that can help them set up more effectively. Going for a Bounty Hunter, having a 4 melee lineup would be kind of absurd, but whatever, that's just a ban, I suppose. Nemesis over here, though, they are looking for a highly mobile support that wants to go around and make plays happen with the Tiny, with the Slardar. Treant Protector isn't that at all.
Yeah.
What do you think they go for? Honestly, I was even thinking of a support Wind Ranger, but they banned that out themselves.
Well, it can be a multitude of heroes, right? Skywrath, Mace, just Disruptor, even the Lion, they all fit the bill.
Yeah,
Well, I
think
mean,
a
one of the
Lion would be
requirements
good.
I would imagine is that they pick up a support that can create a natural Blink Dagger that has synergy with that
Yeah.
item so that they can jump in and initiate on the Shadow Fiend. With the Slardar and the Tiny's eventual Blink, I think a support with the Blink could be the right way to go about it. Trailer Park Boys, though, they have yet to pick up their carry hero. I do think that the Shadow Fiend is going to be on the mid lane, even when you have the Tiny against it. And regarding the carry, quite honestly, you need to be able to survive against the magical damage and the physical damage, which isn't going to be so easy. I think the auras are a critical build-up for Trailer Park Boys in order to keep their carry alive. But apart from that, I'm not
could
entirely
still see an
sure about the
Ursa.
Ursa. The problem is the Avalanche is now an AoE spell, right? So you can't activate the Enrage if you get hit by the Avalanche. So
Yes,
then you're going to be
the
getting hit by
Tiny
the
is
1,000,
definitely-
1,500 damage.
Look, Tiny's definitely better versus the Ursa than it was before, but it's not like the Ursa still isn't very strong, especially, when it comes to needing a Blink Dagger to be able to close the distance. I like the Murtha pick, by the way. We'll get into that later on, but, needing a Blink Dagger to close the distance onto the Klinks, actually being able to fight up versus Slardar in the lane as well. Murtha's a very good pick over here, in my opinion. I think Murtha just gives you so much in terms of early game damage as well as just lane pressure. Plus, she's a great rotator when it comes to, that long range dead shot ricochet off the trees. It can do so much versus a hero like the Centaur, versus a hero like the Shaman, especially if there's pressure on the Twin Gates.
It may have just been a deny pick as well, because quite honestly, Murtha seemed like a pretty good carry for Trailer Park Boys against the Slardar and against the Klinks. If you can't hit the Murtha, you can't take the Murtha out. Tiny would have been the only problem, but quite frankly, Tiny is going to be a problem for any carry that Trailer Park Boys pick up right now. Apart from the Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Knight's already been banned out. So it's a hard decision to make because Chen, Shadow Fiend, Shadow Shaman, all very squishy heroes. So you can't exactly go for a strength-based carry because traditionally those carries don't, or rather lack a bit of damage. It will be the Gyrocopter that they will pick up. They need to find a way to make this work. And it can't be through the Manta style. We saw Verosia try to go for the Manta style despite having a great Gyrocopter game. And it's not just Verosia. A lot of teams are trying this out. But the problem with the Manta style Gyrocopter is that you lack the damage. And when you take a look at Trailer Park Boys' lineup, one person is going to get blown up in the fight immediately when you have a Tiny and a Starter that are going to blink on top of you. So then you need to fight back 4v5 or hope that your Centaur is in position to be able to pop the auras before a hero gets taken out. It is a hard requirement for Trailer Park Boys because I do see Nemesis being the ones to dictate the tempo and being able to shut down the Gyrocopter and the Shadow Fiend.
I think Jokum and Raven are largely going to be the deciding factors for this game. Mac is obviously always going to be really important, but Mac's on a Tiny. Tiny doesn't do that much in terms of rotations unless he gets a haste rune until, like you said, that level 7, level 8 mark. So for me, a lot more of this will come down to whether Jokum and Raven can actually do well in their lane versus Chen, which is a relatively weaker laner, and keep the pressure onto Gyrocopter, stop twin gate play from happening, because Trailer Park Boys are making the itemization problems that Verojas did yesterday, right? And if Verojas got this start, in the first 10 minutes where they're getting multiple kills onto the enemy safe lane, where they're actually pressuring the Clinks, where Mac is fully reliant on comeback farming because he fell behind as well, you're not coming back versus the Trailer Park Boys. I think this is a team of a different caliber, and even if Nemesis are the favorites, this should be a much tighter matchup.
I wouldn't actually picture Nemesis as the favorites. I know that they have more star power, that's definitely, and that's not to give a comparison of 23 Savage versus Jackie. I just mean more star power in the form of their off cores, right? The supports. Jokum is a much bigger support, or rather a much bigger name in the support scene as well. I just think that Nemesis, I'm trying to imagine how Trailer Park Boys initiate here, and it's so hard. Even with the Centaur, as you mentioned, nowadays Centaurs do not go for that early Blink Dagger. So who's really going to be the one initiating? And if you're giving Nemesis the initiation, it's hard to actually counter-initiate. I think we come down to the same problem that YG faced. They need Sanctity to have a good game. They need their Shadow Fiend online and fight ready. Dust?
That was specifically for Jean-Noel. Of course, if they watched yesterday's game, Veroz did lose Gyrocopter in a very similar position over here, who's just standing around.
Park Boys who got that kill on the Gyrocopter, right? At this exact same position. So it's interesting. A bit of deja vu, or rather, no. What do you call deja
Nemesis.
vu when it doesn't work out?
Oh. Deja why? I don't think this has anything to do with working out. Wasn't it Nemesis who got that kill yesterday?
It was Nemesis. Yeah, you're right. It was Nemesis.
Yeah.
This is a massive concentration of heroes here.
Jean-Noel knows that they don't have a dust this time, but I don't know if that matters. 23 Savage. Oh, the body block's coming in. It is 11 to guarantee first blood, and with the Shadow Shaman having the extension on life, courtesy of his innate, that is going to be looking very good. Jokum, you're not winning this battle. It is 2 versus 1, even if there's just one here on the other side.
We can't help but wonder if 23 Savage never tried to run in the first place. Just, held his ground and started hitting. He would have died for sure, guaranteed. But maybe they'd have a shot at taking first blood before giving it away. Overall, not too bad though. The thing with losing your carry at the very start is that it really doesn't hurt you. It just gives a bit of gold away to the other side because of the extra bonus of the first blood, right? But it's not as if at the level 1 mark you have any gold in your backpack to give away, so yeah, or to lose.
Centaur getting the kill in particular is a little bit annoying. Obviously gets you that ring of health earlier on as well and whatnot. I think maybe even more importantly is the fact that Sei has been able to do this much damage to Jokum, but he has to be careful this time. It isn't 2 versus 1, and the blood grenade is enough to finish off the Chen. He overextends, remembering his earlier trade to be favoring him, and what I thought was going to be a great... What is going on in the mid lane? Sanctity.
Well, it's Sanctity doing Sanctity things. He's completely zoned Mac back all the way to his tier 2. And no one from Nemesis is actually coming to help. Well, level 1 mark, probably no one's going to be coming to help. It's up to a mid laner to actually survive right now. And because of the earlier exchange with the Chen and Mortha, Jokum couldn't go.
I'm telling you, man, Sanctity has a spirit of Mushi living inside him or something.
I think a lot of Southeast Asian mid lane players have the spirit of Mushi.
I mean, I think a lot of them wish they had the spirit of Mushi, but the way he plays to dominate lane, the way he tries to push every advantage he gets and everything. And look, I do think, you know, still leaves something to be desired sometimes in the mid game, but early game, Sanctity is so good.
And that's a contrast with Mac, right? Because Mac really seems to shine in deciding when to rotate. Mac seems to shine in those team fights, knowing his limits and playing around being able to play around his team. So I wouldn't say Mac is the most clinically efficient player on the mid lane in the laning phase, but he knows how to make it work past the laning phase. Sanctity, meanwhile, kind of feels like
right
the new and improved Bob, right? With the contrast between last time, the Coast Qualifiers for 4 and 5, Bob wasn't playing good in 4, but played amazing in 5.
When was Sanctity not playing good?
No, I meant. Oh, that's actually the fair comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, Sanctity has consistently been a top level mid laner, and in the laning phase at the very least, right? But again, I have to put emphasis on this. Touches, what you're talking about Mac being a rotating player, this is going to be so instrumental in the game because Mac being this far behind on a hero that frankly doesn't do that well in rotations. You know, Tiny is a great ganker at some point in the game, and very often it could even be like that 14-minute marker. So if you want to go for an earlier Blink play, but it's still hard until that comes out.
The thing is, though, you're not necessarily pressed to be able to take the Shadow Fiend down this early because of the kind of heroes Nemesis are playing with. They can take Sanctity out even if he has a great time on the mid lane. The first few items for the Shadow Fiend are, you know, going to be farming items. He's going to go for the Yasha, and then like Yasha and Kaya is going to leave plenty of time for the Starter to rotate, for the Mortar to rotate, even maybe for 23 Savage to rotate. But you're right, losing the mid lane is of course never going to be good.
I speak from experience.
Sanctity's doing the thing again.
TP coming in over here though. Is Mac going to be able to make his way over to get a double combo on him? I don't even know if Mac has enough mana to be able to do that. Doesn't matter. Sanctity's gonna have to worry about another TP coming over. Magic Wand is still there. Sanctity wants to fight. Tossed up, denied on the second raise, and he can't get the kill before he goes down. Still, a lot of rotations having to come through to enable that, and Mac is going back for the bottle on the bounty rune because he needs to regen back up as well, so he's not going to be getting all of the experience in the world from this either.
That was an inevitability, right? You pushed it, you pushed the opposing mid lane behind his tier 2 tower once and no rotation comes in, that's okay. But you do it again and again, and sooner or later someone is going to come and help. And for Trailer Park Boys, for Sanctity, maybe that was a calculated play, maybe that was just to make space, but I just think he got a bit too overconfident with, you know, just having a great time.
Speaking of having a great time, both the offlaners actually having a very good time. Maybe 11 more than Raven, but even so, Raven's doing all right, and Raven might be doing more than all right. Great bash to come through, but because of the bash, they end up missing the dead shot. Otherwise, that would have been a guaranteed dead gyrocopter.
It's hard to predict, right? Because you're not going to be looking at Raven and how many charges on the bash the DP actually has. But Raven knows when he's going to hit the bash. So perhaps the idea should be to wait for the Slardar's bash before you get the dead shot in. Just because it's a guaranteed, you know, sequence.
You know, this reminds me of like John Wick and all of those action movies where they're like, "Ha, I counted the bullets in your magazine. I know you don't have them."
Yeah, they have to play it like Matrix, you know. They have to wait for the bullets, stop the bullets, send them back.
Keanu Reeves was a Dota player. I knew it all along. Mac has managed to at least stay relevant in this, but I think what the real question is going to be is whether Chen's been able to get any stacks going on for the Shadow Fiend to help him snowball or not. I don't think there's been any. Doesn't look like it from the map, at least.
There are multiple heroes that could benefit from those stacks, even the gyrocopter. So I would be surprised if Trailer Park Boys didn't set up for those stacks. The only reason I can think of why they wouldn't do that is because they're afraid Nemesis can then go and try and steal stacks away. Because they do have a fair enough lineup to be able to do that. Tiny plus a Slaughter. Right now it is a Slaughter in trouble.
Caught out by the shackle shot. Jackie trying to finish off all the creeps before he comes in for a bit more damage with the rocket barrage, but right now it feels more like it's pressure onto Raven rather than actually an attempt to fully commit and kill. 7-minute Wisdom Rune is what they're really going in for, and as Narman will make his way over, they'll give it up, but also the Radiant side might not get their own Wisdom Rune. There's a fight happening on the top lane. It's 11 who's trying to stay alive underneath the Shrine of Wisdom, and Sanctity comes through not to actually help him get the Wisdom, but to salvage the situation. 23 Savage managing to fully heal back up, and with the use of the Requiem of Souls, they will be able to secure both the Wisdom and maybe even more. No, 23 Savage doesn't want to commit to trying to contest. I'm surprised they didn't finish off the Wisdom Rune with the Treant Protector and they went back over to try and right-click Sanctity.
Well, he always had the Requiem, right? And they knew that. 23 Savage played that perfect. Or rather, Sanctity played that perfect, coming in for the rotation. And getting both Shrines of Wisdom at the end of the day is... You can never go wrong with that amount of risk. It's always going to be worth it unless you blunder several of your heroes.
Isn't it the best when you have the perfect all-chat wheel for that? 23 Savage almost getting caught out underneath the sentry right before he fogs the Shadow Shaman. But over here, it's a two-man avalanche to try and contest for a rune that's just not going to go the way of Sanctity. Knack picks up the illusion.
This is really going to hurt Nemesis, them losing both Shrines of Wisdom. I mean, they needed their heroes to be leveled up because at the end of the day, they need those levels to build up the tempo against a lineup like Trailer Park Boys. You cannot play passive, you have to play active. There's only one way to play active. You get items and you get that experience.
Well, maybe you can get experience and items by killing Norman over here. He's very high leveled. This is a level 5 Shadow Shaman, 8.5 minutes into the game, and Jean-Noel gets a kill on it, but again, like I said, maybe experience is more relevant than the gold itself.
Well, I mean, that's one way to be active. You know, you have a chicken running at you. "23 Savage is at the top of the network chart, though.
Here? So,
you know,
Jackie is... I hate to break it to you, but Jackie is going in for that Manta style.
I'm not even sure what he wants to dispel. Sure, there's that Corrosive Haze, but the Corrosive Haze is a lot more spammable than your Manta is. You know, you're not going to be able to pop the Manta within the Avalanche. The Avalanche is not just super good now against spells that you can disengage with, but also with items. You can't force stuff out of the Avalanche. You can't use yourself. You can't Manta yourself. If you pop the Manta after your Avalanche and there's a toss incoming, your Manta illusions just die anyway. I'm not sure if this is more of a Southeast Asian thing in Dota, because I've been seeing a lot of gyrocopters go for it in this region. Perhaps it's just spectator bias, right? Because I have been covering this region the most. But I gotta tell you, man, I feel like I can draw up a clear comparison between the gyrocopters who go for the Manta versus gyrocopters who don't. In competitive play in Southeast Asia, and it does not look favorable for the Manta style builders.
They really want to make a play around these runes again and again. The idea is that if you get a haste or an amplified damage, then maybe the Tiny can make a play and Mac can actually come back into it. But so far, Rune Luck hasn't actually been the best. They've got an illusion, they've got a regen rune, and then I think the first one was a shield rune, in fact. So you haven't actually gotten any playmaking runes, and you know, Luck isn't really favoring the Tiny in that way. He's going for a first item Blink Dagger. He realizes how far behind he's gotten, but again, without having the ability to make a play, without having the heroes in your side lanes to make a play either, a Slarthar Tiny matchup, it starts to fall behind.
They'll still have their timings. Sure, it is a late Blink Dagger, but I think it was always going to be a bit late, just not as late as he was expecting. He was expecting Sanctity played really well on that mid lane. But at the end of the day, if you can get the blink at that 13, 14 minute mark, or even synergize the blink timing with your Slardar, it's not all that bad.
Both teams are going in over here for a play. The Sentry Ward D-Ward is good, but 23 Savage can't prevent that from happening. Mac is spotted out now as well, and it feels like a rotation that isn't going to be giving them much for his troubles at all. Well, in the meanwhile, they have put a priority on Murtha's farm out towards the mid-side of the map, helping her get some of those levels that they missed because of the Wisdom Rune. And now the pushing lineup will start to, do what it does best, and that's push. Top lane tier 1 is going to be forfeit. There's really no way to prevent that from happening.
They already tried to prevent it, right, with max rotation. If they got a kill there, they could have dissuaded the push for another minute, but with Mac not being able to find an opening, it's an easy and an early tower for Trailer Park Boys, and it's going to happen consistently again and again until the blinks come up. So for Nemesis, the next few minutes are incredibly crucial. They need to optimize farm for Raven to get as close to his blink as he can, for the Tiny to get as close to the blink as he can. And if you don't have it by the next tower push, you're going to be in danger.
This might be in danger over here because of the Blade Mail. Regardless, 11 does so much damage with the Blade Mail and the return damage.
Yeah, going for the level 4 Retaliate, certainly a good decision against the Klinks in particular. Klinks 23 Savage doesn't actually have too much HP. So trading hits is really not worth it against 11. Even if the Blade Mail is not there, by the way. It's still hard for the Klinks.
What do you mean? He has a full, 1100 HP when he doesn't have the Death Pact. Oh, they might go again over here, though.
Need to be careful because Sanctity is in the vicinity with an invisibility rune. So they won't actually know he's there.
There's 4 players coming in for this, and because of the Invis rune, Sanctity could actually just ruin all of their days. Invis rune now runs out though, and with the Blink Dagger being debuted from Mac, they will be able to finish off a high value target. The death of the Centaur will matter, but it doesn't transition into anything more.
And the Blink Dagger was revealed as well by Mac. So they know that's there. The second round of Serpent Wards have been planted down, but this one doesn't feel as strong. It just to damage the tower a bit. I don't think it's going to fall, especially with Jokum there. There's going to be a bit of chip damage to the tower. Overall, not too bad for both sides. I think losing your Centaur there isn't that bad. By forcing out these rotations, you got an information out from Mac too that he now has a blink. The tower, the wave was already so pushed for so far out that your gyrocopter was farming. Of course, it's not an ideal case scenario, but someone had to tank that blink.
To be honest, I think just wasting that Serpent Wards is maybe even the bigger victory of the two at this point. You're not going to have your mid lane tower go down for a little while. That's another 2 minutes for your... Slardar will have his blink because of this for the next fight.
I don't agree with that Serpent Ward usage. I think the idea may have just been it's a 50-50 whether you maybe have been able to take the tower down, you may have not, so who knows.
Max got the AD. He does a ridiculous amount of damage if he pops a rune first. Basically guaranteed kill onto anyone that he goes for.
They see the AD rune though. Max revealed himself to the creep wave. Norman is nearby. And the interesting thing about the Shadow Shaman is that you can't pop him with the Avalanche Toss, irrespective of how much damage Tiny comes in. Shadow Shaman's innate will prevent that kill enough so that he can potentially get the Hex out.
Blink Dagger is now purchased up by the Slardar. It's being delivered to him.
2 blinks now up. This is Nemesis prime time. And they need to maximize the hell out of these 2 blinks and just enable 23 Savage to continue farming up. Maybe even play with 23 Savage, because at the end of the day, he has gotten his Desolator. So you may want to start snowballing with this Klinks, start building up charges on that Deso. Just play around with the rest of your team. And 23 Savage, it seems like he has a similar idea. They're going to be making a move on Jackie through the gate too.
And they go, they start off with the Overgrowth. They've got the Blink, Avalanche, Toss combination as well. Hand of God is there, but with Raven coming through, debuting that secondary Blink, it's still going to be enough to get the kill. Still, the fight back comes through. They've got the Ward Trap, and that's going to be keeping Raven held down for just a little while. Not too long, though. Toss back on the Chen, and that will be kill number 3. Guaranteed with Raven's Blink in. Fantastic stuff. coming out from Nemesis, and all without needing to rotate away their Clinks.
Great set of moves being made by them. 1500 gold, 2400 experience, not to mention they take out the biggest target. They take out the gyrocopter. Sure, you can argue that Shadow Fiend may be a more important target at this stage of the game, but you have to consider the fact that, again, I hate to harp on the same Manta style point. The Clinks, every time he gets a kill, he infuses a bit more damage. Every single item he's going to be going for is going to be adding in that damage. And while through all of that, you can delay the damage that's going to be incoming from Trailer Park Boys in the future. Or rather, in the near future.
I really like this decision from 23 Savage as well. He changed up his itemization course from what he had yesterday, where he went for the Dragon Lance first and then he went for this shard. Now he's actually gone for the Agnum shard first on the Clinks. And obviously the Agnum shard gives you the Burning Barrage ability, which pairs really nicely with the double blink initiation that's going to be coming through. The damage this Clinks deals is unreal right now.
And the overgrowth, as well as the calling. It really seems like all 4 of their heroes are built around the Clinks in one way or the other. So it's hard to for anyone to survive, and this was one of the weaknesses that we identified in the draft. The aura is there from 11. He does have the Crimson Guard, but he needs to be close by enough because the Centaur will not make a blink. Either he's in position already for when Nemesis initiates, or he's not getting there in time. It's just as simple as that.
Skeletons are going to be ripping apart anyone who wants to go for this push, and with a blink forward, it's a toss back onto the Centaur. Getting the silence on it means that your main stunner is gone. Follow-up stun as well comes through from the Slaughter, and then overgrowth to boot. It's going to guarantee this team fight to be one where the Radiant have to disengage. They might have gotten the tier 1 tower, but that doesn't mean the fight is over. Blink in, and it's a Hex onto Mac. Mac's not able to get the stun in time. Requiem onto 3. The Fear is enough to keep Jokum in a difficult spot. Jackie can finish him off with the Rocket Barrage as well, and with this being an overextension from Nemesis, it might now turn out to be an overextension from the other side. Sanctity takes so much damage from 23 Savage.
And that was the Shadow Shaman. That was Norman through and through. There was no Observer Ward, by the way, to spot out Mac. He did not precast that Hex. He hexed up Mac when he blinked in, and to have a reaction time like that is truly impressive. All Sanctity had to do from that point onwards was unleash his Requiem, and they were able to turn it around. So it is a bit of breathing room for Trailer Park Boys. More so, actually. They actually have the advantage because of the fact that they took the tower down. As 23 Savage, there's that innate, man. It is annoying because I was talking about the Tiny not being able to burst the Shadow Shaman. Clinks can't do it too. No one can actually do it. You need an extra poke, which is sometimes feels like a luxury in these positions.
Oh, you know what is a luxury? Being able to take down Roshan like he's made of paper. Desolator, Corrosive Haze, they've got the works.
The Radiant Scan is going to come out, but the question is, there's no Requiem, there's no Serpent Ward, so are you really going to fight into this? And the answer is no. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't have been able to come out here in time. 23 Savage will now have that Aegis.
We're not going to have a Blink Dagger on the Trailer Park Boys for quite a while for the Centaur, by the way. If he's going for a full Lotus before he goes for that. Norman is a player with a Blink Dagger, and they really want to put him to good use. Their idea is simple. Hey, they've just got the Aegis. They might be splitting up to farm, or maybe we can pick off a couple of players in behind and still win out this team fight based off of our Requiem more than anything else.
They might be able to find a wraparound, though. This could be amazing for them. It's going to happen at the 20-minute mark. The Tormentor is going to spawn. And Norman, this is where the dire team enters. Jokum, though, he's going to break the smokes.
They've got the blink in. Morta's the only kill that they're going to be able to find initially. And look, it's enough right now. If they want to make this a Tormentor fight, though, that is still going to be very troublesome. Dust has clipped 23 Savage. He realizes he has to fight it. He's more than happy to commit to it. Immediately blowing up 11. Another fight where 11 can't do anything. Knack using the Yule Scepter to dodge out the Requiem damage, and he stays alive because of it. Gyrocopter ultimate also not really doing very much at all. It feels like they're missing all of their critical spells. That Manta style comes in to dispel the overgrowth. Jackie might have just been given a longer lease on life because of it, but remember, TP from the Mortha is going to be coming in soon. to that tier 2 to continue this fight on as well. 23 Savage still has that Aegis. They're still going to be able to fight around this. Jean-Noel just needs to stay alive. Mac trying to come over and just offer any support that he can with his avalanches and his tosses. But the real differentiating factor is going to be after this Aegis has already been used. Mortha comes in. Jokum, can he get the dead shot onto Jackie? That's going to be the difference maker. Jean-Noel going back ahead one more time, just looking for the slows, and he's going to be able to enable the kill on Gyrocopter. Jean-Noel was hidden away in the tree line for so long, and now that he's revealed himself, he can pursue up on the Chen as well. Say is never going to stay alive without the help of the Crimson Guard, and even with that help, it's going to be a blink forward toss back from Mac. He's controlling this fight so effectively, and Sanctity, who didn't even land his ultimate, just feels like he can't get anything done. Finally coming through, getting a kill with the help of those raises, but it's going to be a straight disengagement from Nemesis. They're happy to let Jean-Noel be the sacrificial lamb.
Jean-Noel might just be safe here. He has a TP, might just be able to exit as long as he doesn't walk into the sentry. But it's a great team fight overall for Nemesis. I mean, 23 Savage, he had the Aegis, so they had the buffer of the extra life. In the end, he got so many charges on his Desolator. He's now half maxed. 14 Desolator charges, not to mention, they don't even give up the Tormentor. Trailer Park Boys had used all the fuel, all the gas in the tank, and could not go for this one objective. That is going to result in an advantage for Nemesis as Jokum picks up the shard. Sure, it's not a particularly great shard for the Mortha, but you do take it away from the other side, and that's sometimes also important.
Yeah, I mean,
the Eels,
that team fight just felt like
plays.
Top lane. We'll get a quick kill on a genre. Honestly, that team fight just felt like it was completely turned around by Mac and his Eul Scepter. Yeah. And that's the only reason why he's gone for the Euls. He's just decided, I am going to be a spellcaster this game. That's all I need to be. I just dodge the Requiem and I'm fine.
It's going to be harder and harder to dodge the Requiem, though.
It's really hard to land that Requiem.
I mean, with the Yasha and Kaya, it becomes easier. And the only difficulty with the Requiem there was because the Shadow Fiend had to go inside of the trees. Without the trees being present there, without that fog,
without the Shadow Fiend being present here, because Sanctity's in some trouble, Eul Scepter up to disable the Stampede from really stopping anything, and, well, he will be able to blink away. Sanctity has a chance of staying alive because Norman is just trying to prevent these Blink Dagger users from going forward, but he doesn't get the right click on in time onto Raven, so even if the Hex was there, that doesn't disable the Blink again.
Norman, I get the idea. He was 2 steps ahead. He needed to be 3 steps ahead. It was a very difficult sacrifice to be made in the first place.
Oh no, Mac is just all over the map right now. He is getting so much value out of this Eul Scepter as a setup piece as well. Klinks though being caught out inside the call down. This is going to be a lot of damage. Jackie is delivering with the Rocket Barrage, finishing off 23 Savage is going to be a guarantee even if he's stunned up. But now comes in the comeback, or rather the callback. 4 dead, all of which has been enabled by Mac. Now going to be 5 is saved, will join the afterlife. Nemesis are just once again going to be patting Mac on the back again and again and again.
It's just the initiations, man. It's the fact that this avalanche toss, this crush from the Slardar, it does so much damage. And the fact is, the matter is, Trailer Park Boys, they need time for damage. The only source of burst damage they have is that Shadow Fiend that comes in with the Requiem. All of their other sources of damage are a slow burn. That Gyrocopter, we saw just how much time he needed to take out 23 Savage. Because of the fact there is no side gunner. He does not have the Aghanim Scepter. He was playing for, he may have the Chrysalis right now, but that Mantis Style, once the illusions came out, the toss after the fact took out the illusions. Jackie used all of his time to take out that Klinks, and afterwards, he was defenseless. And this is, I think, a key requirement, or rather, a key weakness that Nemesis are exploiting really well. It's the fact that they're playing around the Requiem. Sanctity uses the Requiem to get a kill, great. But now, we're going to make a move, and we know that you don't have anything to counter us with.
There's also the elephant in the room, which is that there's supposed to be a horse in the room. Centaur has done nothing, and we talked about how the 11 versus Raven matchup is going to be really critical to the state of this game. So far, Raven has been winning hands down. Centaur, sure, he's got his auras, and yes, it's definitely helped out in keeping them alive for a while in a few of these team fights, but without that extra blink dagger, without that extra presence in a team fight, it doesn't feel like he can really offer much at all.
He does need a blink, but you have to keep in mind that without these auras, his team would be paper. The only reason they're able to stay alive for as long as they do is because of that Crimson Guard. But it's not... It does feel like the Blade Mail isn't helping him though, which sucks to say.
Well, it sucks to say, hey. Say's not going to be taken out of a hair. Once again, those auras keep them alive, but it's only temporary. It's Gyrocopter who actually saves their life, but the call down forces back the Slardar and company. But they're going to be hard-pressed to stop this tier 2 tower from being sieged and taken down.
If this Gyrocopter, if Jackie can get to that BKB and Daedalus, then I think Trailer Park Boys will come in with enough physical damage to be able to counter out the damage from coming in from the Clinks. It's still a long way from now. They'll still need to play around the instant initiation, but I think with the BKB, things could be different.
Well, things aren't going to be too different of a hair. Oh no, never mind. BKB up from Raven might be able to continue this fight much longer than they have any right to be able to. Hand of God will keep the Radiant side alive, and the Trailer Park Boys want to turn around onto Mac. Mac is going to be brought down as he's chased up. All he's trying to do is make sure that he can run away and keep his team from being put underneath heavy fire, so he will trade his life to try and help his others, but that isn't a guaranteed safety net either. 23 Savage laying down the line of Skeleton Warriors from his Aghanims, but again, it feels more defensive than not.
Just so much sustain, so many heals coming out for Trailer Park Boys. That Shadow Shaman should not have stayed alive for that long. That was a bit of a nightmare scenario for Nemesis. But now they do fight back.
Yeah, the heals and the auras don't really have the... Engagements can happen, and now Nemesis want to show it what they look like without a Crimson Guard to worry about.
They need to be careful though, because the Requiem was not used in that fight, and right now Sanctity still has that, but it doesn't seem like 23 Savage is afraid. 2600 HP on the Clink is not bad. Sure, I know that there's, you know, it's being buffed up artificially, but still, he should have it most of the time. Mac needs to be more careful though. This utility-based Tiny does start to fall off. Sanctity's damage output is only going to increase, while the Tiny is only going to increase in utility and not the damage. So at some point, the clock is, you know, going to start turning backwards.
Well, that utility-based Tiny is going to have the clock stopped for a little while. But Raven, once again, blinking back in, looking to fight back. He has no follow-up. That's surprising that he still wants to initiate it like this. 11 just makes his way over. That's the freest skill they've had all game long.
It's the freest set of kills they've had all game long, Tea Time. Initiating without any kind of a follow-up is, well, you don't need me to analyze too much into that.
What is Jean-Well up to here?
It's surely not to try and steal. He has a blink dagger, so he could go for it, technically.
Yeah.
But isn't going to be going for it anytime soon. A second Aegis for Jackie, and this, quite simply put, was just due to the fact that Nemesis chose to brute force that fight. They could have, you know, let their losses go by.
Yeah, first Aegis out of here for Jackie, second Aegis up for the game. And Jackie will be given that space, you know, like he said, the Daedalus is going to be a critical point in the game. Top lane, they're going to be sniping out another support. And it does feel like if you look at the entirety of Trailer Park Boys' skills, you know, these 15 kills that they have, at least 9 or 10 of them have just been very good pickoffs, finding people alone in the dire side jungle again and again. And that all comes down to the fact that Sanctity has consistently been farming, has consistently been getting, you know, watchers out, making sure that vision is disabled from Nemesis and whatnot as well. Trailer Park Boys have done a good job of fighting in from behind, and now they're finally able to take a lead. And not just that, they're threatening the high ground.
This might just be a bit too early for them. I think they still need their gyrocopter to be strong and big. I know he is strong, but they need to get him to the late game timings.
And now the initiation comes in from Raven. He's not scared off the Aegis. They want to try and finish off the Shadow Fiend, but it's a harder job to do than to say. Blink backwards from Sanctity. Reinitiation is always in the cards with that BKB Requiem of Souls, but if Say ends up going down earlier on than they'd like to, that would be a problem. If they trade Tiny's life for the Chen, though, that's something they're more than happy to do, and Say even stays alive. He's so incredibly tanky on this Chen. It's kind of ridiculous.
Gyrocopter may be a bit vulnerable, though.
Gyrocopter. I mean, Johnwell is once again going to be the first person to go down on the Dire side, but it's a 1-for-1 overall, and everyone will disengage. No big ultimates being used either. The Requiem is still very much alive and well.
A Solar Guardian, Guardian Greaves, as well as the Hand of God. Say just isn't going down anytime soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I'm afraid the damage... Sorry, Solar Crest. The damage the damage output from Nemesis is going to start scaling down. And it's only going to increase for Trailer Park. Yeah, it's only going to increase for Trailer Park Boys, though.
They're able to stop the initial wards from being planted. Doesn't really matter too much. Joker basically is good at clearing the wards over here, but the problem is he does expose himself. Nice save from Mac. He exposes himself to initiation from 11, and now Raven wants to fight back. If they can take 11 down earlier on off the back of that save on Mac as well, that is massive. Mac ends up going down to the flat cannon, don't get me wrong, but even the fact that you had Gyrocopter commit that deep into the tier 3 and take so much damage from the Skeleton Warriors, Aegis or not, you don't want to give up your first life for free.
I find it really surprising that the Centaur is not able to stay alive for as long as Say is. Even when he does pop the Crimson Guard as well as the Blade. Well, the Blade doesn't do anything at this point, but the Crimson Guard, I would imagine, it does give him that fair bit of survivability, but...
Centaur is just a horse with a head. Chen's a hand of God.
He has 4 legs.
Chen's got the hand of God and 4 legs. 6 legs, actually.
That is true, and he has that weird thing he wears on his head. I don't know what to call it. It's not a hat.
It's a headdress. Right now, this cosmetic, it is kind of a hat, though. Looks like Raiden from Mortal Kombat.
Second Tormentor also going to go the way of Nemesis. They upgrade the 3-throw a fair bit. You know, some nice damage going there, but it's not enough. I feel like Nemesis now need to land the perfect set of abilities to be able to take Trailer Park Boys down. And I think they need to disable that Hand of God from ever coming out.
Another problem is that Slardar is always a hero that kind of falls off a little bit as you scale into that 35-minute mark or so. More people have, you know, armor items, assault cuirasses start to come through, Vladimir's and the like obviously already there for the Radiant side.
He does have a nullifier though. This could help him. This could help them. He is going to start scaling off the Slaughter himself, but with this nullifier, perhaps he can enable the rest of his team to get the job done.
The only damage source, though, realistically, is 23 Savage, and he's got a lot of damage. He does have his Daedalus ready, right? So he can just absolutely blow up someone that he goes on, but again, the Chen saves are a real problem.
Daedalus is up for 23 Savage though, you know, so the damage output, like you mentioned, is exponentially higher. 1 or 2 critical strikes, that is something I don't think the Chen can survive from.
Okay, he's fine.
He was in danger, a lot of it, but I guess Trailer Park Boys didn't see him there. Jean-Noel will see the Shadow Fiend though. Or does he? Well, he doesn't.
Well, I'm glad we put that to bed.
Yeah. It was a bit of a conundrum.
Amplified damage Nemesis, on the Clinks.
Yeah, this is a scary time right now. Trailer Park Boys should just go back. Although they didn't know that amplified damage was picked up. I don't think anyone had
saw
vision.
It being picked up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No one will be found, and you can see Trailer Park Boys are sitting inside their base. Their high ground is the only thing that can defend them from this double damage Clinks.
They might go for a reverse smoke though. if I'm being honest, right? Amplified damage wears off. You know where Nemesis were likely to move, so why not go for a smoke of your own?
Well, they don't have the best vision, to be fair. And yes, their top lane is pushed in, but they actually have two observer wards all across the map. One of them is obviously on the top lane, one of them is on the bot twin gate.
It's a guessing game at the end of the day. Bot rune was picked up, so Nemesis were likely to have gone towards that bot lane.
So why did they go top?
Because eventually Nemesis would have ended up top.
There
They
you
didn't.
go.
They chose
There
to
you
farm the
go.
jungle. But Trailer Park boys, they're in the top lane. Perhaps it's just to keep this top lane pushed out, right?
Yeah.
Just keep Nemesis away from pushing in your base. Keep them on their toes. Maybe force out a TP or two back to the top side. Mac with the Octarine core, multiple avalanche tosses are going to start coming out. Although he doesn't actually have a BKB. So, you know, the Octarine core is only useful for as long as you can survive in the fight. Not too useful if you're dead.
He's pretty tanky with the Shivas and the Yule Scepter, of course, but right now losing out John Well early on is just not a good way to start things. Fortunately, he's deep enough that it shouldn't matter as far as the high ground defense is concerned, and Jackie realizes that as well, goes down to the bot lane. Will continue to farm up towards that Satanic that he now does purchase up fully.
The issue is for both of these two teams is that the high ground siege is so risky. If TPB go towards the high ground, there's an avalanche toss, there's a slaughter initiation, there's even a potential overgrowth. As I mentioned, you give a second to 23 Savage, he will burst you down. And the same thing can be said for Nemesis. They go for a high ground siege, a Requiem comes out on top of them, and that is a Scepter Requiem. So you will end up falling. So I think it's both of these two teams are looking for openings outside of the base before they transition it into the high ground, and it has to be core heroes to take down.
Who scales better into the late game between both carries?
That's a really tough comparison. Gyrocopter versus the Clinks, it really depends on which team is able to enable their carry better. I don't think it's about the carry as much as it is for the rest of the players.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Incredibly fast Roshan pickup. Someone needs to get that banner.
They will.
The Refresher Shard is also there, so you can have the double BKB, I suppose. I mean, maybe just the overgrowth, honestly, is the only thing that I look at for the Refresher Shard. They don't have many good Refresher users.
They could go for a double avalanche toss.
Ah, yes. The classic combo that we all think about.
Or you can give it to 23 Savage too. For, you know, a double barrage. But I would imagine a double overgrowth is the best way to go about it.
Can you use two burning armies?
Radiant's middle tower
I don't
is
think they...
under attack.
Well, actually, they might just stack. It
Pretty
depends.
wild if you have
I'm not
two burning
sure
armies.
about it. But
Like, that's one way to
Normally-
guarantee a high ground push.
yeah, I suppose it's still difficult. I mean, the only way either of these teams push the high ground is by achieving a team fight win. There is no standard way to push into the high ground. You can tell the way that Nemesis are playing as well, right? They have the Aegis, but still they don't feel as safe just to be able to push out a lane and go for a high ground siege. It's just not going to happen. Not against this kind of a lineup. A Daedalus Satanic for the Gyrocopter. This is you need good positioning and you need your team to enable you. That's the carry comparison. No
And right
Scepter,
now,
though.
when it comes to team enablement, I mean, Shen and Centaur are doing work for the Trailer Park boys.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
If you actually click on any of the Radiant side heroes when they're next to the Shen creeps, the auras are insane. Like, they've got the... They've gone for... obviously, this is what you do later on in the game, but they've got the magical resistance aura, they've got the backleader aura, they've got the frost armor coming in as well. They've got basically every single extra buff that you can have from the neutral camps. it's just a reminder about how strong Say becomes in the late game.
I actually really like that play from Trailer Park Boys, planting the Serpent Ward down towards that top lane, sending out a few illusions as well through the Manta, forcing out the TPs. Because if you think about it, the living armor is there for Nemesis, so that tower will be back up to full HP, right? But it's deceptively good for Trailer Park Boys because what they're doing by forcing out those TPs is wasting that Aegis' time. A bit of a bait and switch method.
And there's nothing you can do about it if you're on the dire side, right? Because if you don't come back, then the wards are more than capable of just taking down the entirety of the tower on their own. The dire side are realizing that they need to make a play. When the Sages runs out, they are definitely the weaker team overall, even if their Clinks has been doing very well as far as just, pure right-click damage is concerned. Tiny is still without the BKB. Slardar, I mean, he's got his Action Scepter, but
do they make the play though? Because Trailer Park Boys have huddled up together for, I think it's been 7 minutes now. They're just playing as 5. Nemesis though, they're farming while hunting around the map with, in packs, and that's not going to work out if you run into a full lineup.
I do think that this Boots of Travel actually helps them a lot. Just in terms of making sure that the split push can be maintained properly, because this is going to eventually become a game very much so about the split push.
Are they going to siege here? This would be interesting to see. 23 Savage is also coming in. While the rest of Trailer Park Boys, they look mighty ready, even with the Frost Armor coming in from one of the Shen's creeps.
Jackie has himself the butterfly, but the initiation comes in. They've got the Requiem onto 2. Can they finish off the Tiny? They can't even finish off the Shadow Shaman right now over here on the other side. Both teams end up exchanging blows, but not exchanging kills. 23 Savage hopes to change that though, and with a quick kill onto the Centaur, they're able to get first blood in this engagement. Gems on the ground that can be recovered, but it's actually picked up by the Shadow Shaman courier instead.
There's the opening they're looking for. This will be a high ground siege, and these towers, they will melt.
I mean, the blink forward from Mac as he's trying to toss them back. It's a Requiem to come through from Sanctity's Refresher. They're able to fight on. The buyback from the Centaur, they want more. They want to take down 23 Savage. His Aegis is forfeit, that's a guarantee. He'll have his BKB by the time he respawns. But no, the Aegis runs out right on the nick of time, a second. That's all it takes. What timing? There is no buyback on the Clinks over here either. He needs 400 more gold for it.
It was the timing that Trailer Park Boys played with. Initially in that entire fight, the Shadow Fiends used the Refresher. Sanctity didn't go for the second Requiem though. He held it, they went back and lost the Centaur as a consequence. I thought that may have been a mistake, but I was proven wrong. Because when Nemesis went for that high ground, when Mac blinked in, that second Requiem from the Shadow Fiend sealed the deal for Mac. And as soon as you lose your Tiny, as soon as your Slardar is pushed all the way back, your Treant Protector has no recourse. 23 Savage is a vulnerable target. And it went from bad to worse when his Aegis was on a 1-second timer, but he had 20 HP remaining. And Trailer Park Boys, all they had to do was press the S hotkey and just hold off on taking 23 Savage down.
You remember all of that damage that we were talking about the Clinks having, and only the Clinks having? Well, Nemesis don't have it right now. They will be losing 2 lanes of barracks, that's a guarantee. Glyph being used at the very last second over here, but
they have the living armor. If I was Trailer Park Boys, I would sacrifice someone to take this range barracks down, because at the end of the day, the living armor will be healing it back up.
It's a melee Rax, which is even more important.
Okay, I suppose it's only one Rax, if you think about it like that.
Yeah. Look, at the very least, the lanes will continue to be pushed in all the time, right? And over here, one of the big factors that we have to consider is Gyrocopter with the Butterfly is just so hard to take down for the Clinks, who, sure, he's got an MKB, but the Slardar doesn't. His Slardar is not going to be getting extra bashes out on him too easily. Tiny's not going to be able to get any extra right clicks. So, that extra bit of damage that you need when you're up against a Chen, when you're up against a Centaur, that's what's going to be absent. Clinks can go through the Butterfly. Everyone else can't.
Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. There's no way to itemize a starter at the 45-minute mark to be able to start fighting. You can itemize the Morta, but you're playing a support. It's so difficult. Morta, they went for a Scepter, right? It's a utility-based build.
Sanctity goes forward, and again with the blink from Norman, they're able to catch out the Morta. Morta does have a buyback and might be forced to use it, but they will be giving up the melee barracks. They know that they don't really have much of a choice of defending it at all.
Trailer Park Boys are certainly playing extremely well here. Nemesis, unfortunately, I think I know it's just a 3,000 net worth advantage or disadvantage that they're faced up against, but the game looks so hard for them. They initiate or they don't initiate, the result seems to be the same. It's this refresher Requiem, T-Time. I'm telling you, we spoke about it yesterday. Once the Shadow Fiend hits that refresher mark and has the Aghanim Scepter, he crosses the point of no return. But not in a good way for Nemesis.
Yeah, level 25 for the Gyrocopter as well. It's just going from bad to worse.
30% cost speed on that Shadow Fiend with his level 25. So, at that Requiem, there's no way to use the Eels. There's no way to see that Requiem coming.
Aegis will be picked up by Jackie over here as well. And that should be game deciding. You need such a massive play to come out on top if you're Nemesis. You need to be able to just obliterate the back line somehow. But how do you do that with the Chen on the other side? How do you do that with the Centaur there? Centaurs going to even have a refresher shard, so you've got the double stampede if you want to try and disengage twice over.
And they can even give this refresher shard to the Shadow Shaman. You only have one barracks remaining, so you can use the double wards on the Lost Barracks.
Well, they will start off with the back lines, and Jackie is relatively isolated. The problem is always going to be that Blink Refresher Requiem that is going to come true, and there you see it, immediately sending back Mac, but the overgrowth will prevent them from getting anything out of the first Requiem. This could be what they were looking for. They're going to take down Norman as well, and Jackie has to go past the entire line of Skeleton Warriors. He can't stay alive. The Satanic is used. He's found his targets, but they're trying to man-fight. They'll take him down. There's so much damage coming in. The Cliques will buy back. The Treant does the same, and as Sanctity is channeling up the second Requiem, he will finish off Mac. But remember, those buyback heroes, they're coming back with vengeance. 23 Savage decides so that he doesn't want any of this secondary smoke. They need to re-engage and fight again, but that might be later on.
Force the issue. They need to fight. The buybacks have been used by Trailer Park Boys, and 23 Savage, he's the only core to have the only damage dealing core to have used the buyback. So they need to go in. They need to take a hero out. They need a few barracks of their own. But if they decide to play it passive right now, I'm afraid that it's going to end up being a mistake.
It's a great way to start off the fight over there.
Yeah, the fight start was amazing. Even in the midst of that fight, it was still amazing because that Requiem came out, it pushed Nemesis back, but somehow Nemesis were still able to stay in it, keep 23 Savage at a distance, allow him to dish out the damage while they provided him with a buffer to be able to do so.
I mean, Gyrocopter had to walk past the entire Skeleton Soldier line while he's getting lower and lower. He almost gets burst down without even using a Satanic. It's, again, best case scenario for Nemesis over there. The overgrowth is really what saves them, right? Just making sure that the first Requiem cannot have any follow-up done on the Fear, which is really what you're using the Requiem for over here.
You need the... I'm surprised that Sanctity didn't choose to dish out the second Requiem, if I'm being honest, in the same fight. Chose to go back instead of following it up. Gyrocopter doesn't have too much range, which is the reason he had to walk in. Now, there's an argument to be made that you can go for the Hurricane Pike in place of the Power Thrust, but at this point, you may want to look for that Aghanim's Blessing, where that late already into the game.
He already has Aghanim's Blessing.
He does? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's going for the Swiftling next.
Yeah, I don't know when he made it. That is impressive.
He's at his axe for a bit. He has 38,000 net worth. You have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's a pretty, you know, decked out helicopter there.
Yeah, this is like the full Apache.
He's still not it's still not difficult to take him down is the thing. If you chain lock the gyrocopter,
I mean,
satanic or no satanic,
if you don't have the Chen creeps, that's when it becomes a little bit easier. But if you have the Chen creeps and the hand god and everything, then then it becomes doable. That's the big buff up which has been making this gyrocopter feel so tanky.
Raven is going for a swift blink.
Radiant are scanning.
At this point, the Starter's items don't really matter all that much. It's just the initiation. I think both teams have critical mass. I think it just will come down to who initiates. This Treant Scepter, though, that's providing them the vision around this map. This is one of the most, or rather, if you remember several years ago, back when Treant was previously in the meta, these eyes in the forest, they used to determine the shard. Sorry, these shards used to determine, the
entire
success,
games,
entire games.
Yeah, I mean, it always felt like such an overpowered thing back then, but at least it was 4,200 gold once upon a time. Now it's just 14, but now Raven goes in. They're being expected. The Hex is there. Sanctity initiates. They've got themselves Requiem #1. The heal is enough to keep the Shadow Fiend alive. Buyback from back. Raven's trying to escape. Jackie with the BKB that has now been expended means that the Dire side can look to reinitiate. They know that Centaurs shouldn't have a buyback, but they decide against it. They're not going in. They're 5 versus 4.
T-Time, the problem is, Klinx has no buyback. Now Mac has no buyback either, so if you go in and if you die, that is the two strongest scores on your team not being able to come back into the game for about 100 to 120 seconds. And that simply will just be game over.
That might have been their best opportunity, though, because there was no refresher on the Shadow Fiend for another 10 to 12 seconds. I know that Norman gets his great counter initiation, which is why they're able to fight on and force out the buyback, but there wasn't the double Requiem.
These kinds of decisions, the more the game goes on, the more these decisions seem to lay a lot of pressure in their minds, or would lay pressure on anyone's mind, really. There's no easy way to figure it out. It becomes less and less binary as the game goes on. And I'm afraid at the 15-minute mark, there are no easy choices to be made. It's always just a risk. And the longer a game goes on, the risk of we lose the game just continues to increase.
It does feel like we have to see some farm priority maybe even be put on Jokum at this point. You need a little bit more damage to come through.
I mean, we have seen it in a few pro games, of course. The game goes so late that Jokum, or rather, a support Morta eventually becomes a carry. I would actually imagine this is a pretty good Morta game. Gyrocopter can't lay a finger on you if you have the wheel up, but the Shadow Fiend can still burst you down. Has enough gold for the Hex, by the way, but Sanctity wants the buyback as well as the Hex. A double life to guarantee those Requiems.
Not to mention a double Hex potentially afterwards.
Yeah. And he has the boost of travel, right? If he dies here, buyback, boost of travel, back into the fight, unleash your Requiem.
Jackie is genuinely considering of going for a Rapier, by the way.
This is the better timing to go for the Rapier than when, OG did.
I mean, well, to be fair, his buyback is really expensive. So, he does have quick buy and buyback, actually. He's got the gold for being able to go for the Swift Link over here.
I'm just thinking if there is a better item for it. I mean, Swift Link is definitely the go-to late game item for a gyrocopter. Just Swift Link inside, you forego all of the skeletons from the Clinks by jumping in towards that backline. You have the safety net of the BKB and the Satanic, so it's a great item.
Can I be honest? I think a refresher is just so much better when you're sieging high ground on a gyrocopter.
It's the fact that there is only one barracks remaining that makes me think a Swift Blink. There might be better alternatives. Because there's only one barracks, you can just have to walk up to the high ground and you know, target it.
Yeah.
Refresher.
That's why I just think refresher. I mean, you know, the double BKB, double flat cannon just feels so strong with the gyrocopter.
I think at this point you just swap out the Manta.
Well, you know, he'll have his chances to farm clearly.
Butterfly also kind of feels, you know, kind of meh at this point. You have an MKB.
Yeah, just tell him to get a rapier, man. Just tell him to get a rapier. I know where you're going.
That's where we're heading. That's where we're heading. I don't need to tell him anything. He knows it.
Are scanning.
It's Southeast Asia tea time. You think
That's
we're gonna?
true.
You think you're not gonna get a rapier this game? The crowd will get what they want.
We just see a Dagon 5 coming because of a Twitch chat vote.
Now, by Trailer Park Boys not going for this siege, they are giving a bit of an opening. 23 Savage will have his buyback soon. He doesn't have enough gold for it, but farming 1,000 gold shouldn't be that hard for the Clinks.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, 3 minutes for Mac to have his buyback. At the same time, Trailer Park Boys are about to have 2 buybacks come off of cooldown, one on the Centaur, one on the Chen. So, despite of them not having the gold either, we're coming to that equalizer again.
Trailer Park Boys are also just waiting for the next Aegis, and Aegises haven't felt like they've been a real deciding factor in this game.
The barracks aren't either anymore, right? 55 minutes
Yeah.
into the game, barracks don't actually feel like barracks.
There is a window to initiate here for the Trailer Park Boys. They want to go in. They've got very good positions in the dire side jungle. They decide to stop and wait. Roshan will be back soon, and they know it as well.
And they've
even
set
if
up
I'm saying
nicely
that-
for Roshan. I think that's
even
why
if-
they didn't actually make a move.
Even if I'm saying that Roshan doesn't matter that much or hasn't mattered that much, I think a Clink's Aegis might be the difference maker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Depending
top
if he
tower
can
is
actually
under
acquire
attack.
the Aegis, right? I think that Trailer Park Boys are much stronger in a Roshan fight. You have the Requiem, you have the Hand of God, Stampede, Serpent Wards. Well, Serpent Wards not so much, they've just been used, but a lot of AoE spells for
Radiant's middle
this
tower
Roshan.
is under attack.
This is awkward. They have vision on Roshan being attempted over here, and Starther and the Treant Protector are going to be just walking around. They want to go in. Raven gets a stun, but there's no follow-up damage. Clinks isn't anywhere nearby. He's still out towards the mid lane. All they're trying to do is delay tactics, and smokes are being popped right now. Blink back as well from Jean-Noel, as he's going to be able to spot them out with the eyes in the forest. He's playing this Treant Protector to perfection right now. He is such a nuisance.
This is
Another initiate. Blink in. They've tossed back the center. Can they finish him off without any of the, auras being used? No, they can't. Cheese is used as well. Sanctity comes in with the first Requiem. Already a buyback coming out from the Clinks as he was buffed by Jackie. And now as the Clinks comes back to fight into this, he's going to be late. There's nowhere to TP to nearby. So I'm surprised the Trailer Park Boys don't want to continue committing.
and 23
They're happy
Savage is
to
going to
force out the
disengage.
buyback.
They're going to give up the Roshan. Sooner or later, 23 Savage is, he's clearly revealed his position. That will give the green light for Trailer Park Boys to make their play towards Roshan if they want to. But Nemesis are still hanging on with the rest of their lineup, so I'm not sure what their plan is. And remember, only one of the Requiems was used. Sanctity still has that refresher to be able to come out with a second Requiem. Serpent
And
Wards are now back online. Stampede in about 20 seconds. Hand of God in 22. So if Nemesis want to go, they need to go now.
Well, they do start off onto Jackie, but Jackie is such a hard target to eliminate. Roshan will not be taken down. This is still going to be a hotly contested zone.
Stampede's up. Hand of
So
God's
is a
now out.
double. So is a double Requiem, by the way. Requiem's come off of cooldown.
It's not ideal for Nemesis. I don't know, it's a difficult decision, but I think they should just give up this Aegis.
They need to have a fight at some point. Even defending their high ground doesn't feel like it's going to be any better than what we see over here, though. They're not going to have buyback by the time the high ground defense comes into play. Trailer Park Boys, their main advantage is having lanes continually pushing in, but they go in. They're going to be losing Raven immediately on Nemesis. He has to use his buyback soon if they want to continue contesting this Aegis. Slardar is going to be coming forward. 3-man Avalanche, a Hex onto the Shadow Fiend. They can't finish off Sanctity though. There's just too much damage coming out from Jackie on top of it all. Jackie's BKB running out though might be a room for them to fight in. The skeleton wall is just doing so much damage. Will finally finish off Norman as well. But remember that Norman has buyback. He'll be coming back over with the help of this outpost as well. They have so much control near this Roshan. Neither team is giving up an inch.
I'm afraid one team is giving up more heroes, though Raven has had to come in with a buyback. Norman's buyback doesn't matter as much. Trailer Park Boys, they're holding on towards the buybacks on every single one of their core heroes. And Aegis is going to fall. Jackie will have it.
And if they want to fight, it has to be soon while there's still no BKB on the gyrocopter, but he has a refresher shard now, and the fight comes from Jackie. Uses his satanic defensively instead. He's been forced back by the fear. The dead shot will be enough to keep him away, but now the toss back is the real problem. Jackie's in the middle of all of the dire side. Nemesis still can't actually lock him down. Stampede now used.
And they're going to have to TP back because the creeps are pushing into their base. It's a massive force of creeps there. In the end, Aegis will go in the way of Jackie after it all. And I don't know if to call it stubbornness, but Nemesis may have actually been in a better position if they never contested Roshan. Right now, they would still have the Aegis for 23 Savage and Raven, but it's a difficult decision either way. It's kind of a position of, you know, damned if you do and damned if you don't. And we saw that standoff between both of those two sides. Nemesis have tried initiating. They've tried to take a fight. The only problem is it's so difficult to force TPB to group up together. It's so difficult to play against the Shadow Fiend's Requiem when it does come out.
60-minute items are here now as well. I believe that the Shadow Fiend can go for the Divine Regalia if he wants to. Yep, that's a decision he's gone for. Shadow Fiend has a Divine Regalia now.
Meanwhile, I think the Stygian Desolator for the Clinkz should be pretty good. I don't know if he's going, or rather, he did go for the Stygian Desolator. Has the cost range, the boundless enchantment on him. Divine Regalia on the Shadow Fiend, you're right, 20% of increased outgoing damage. And also, by the way, he went for the Feverish enchantment, so he has 15% cooldown reduction. So the Requiem you were talking about that comes off of cooldown is now on a 60-second cooldown. So it's one Requiem a minute.
Slardar goes for the Minotaur Horn over the Dezun. Now, 2 seconds more of a BKB is nice, but I'm surprised he doesn't prioritize the AoE.
I mean, he wasn't even able to activate the BKB last fight with how quickly he got bursted out. The first time around, he died. I'm surprised that no one has gone for the Meteor Hammer-esque neutral item. It really seemed like it would have been a great one this game.
They've gone for a double Stygian. Jokum also has the Stygian.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Jokum has an MKB and a Hurricane Pike too. This is a carry in the making. A few more minutes and Jokum will be able to hit as hard as 23 Savage.
Oh no, well he might not be able to hit at all. The initiations come true. The entirety of the Trailer Park Boys have found exactly what they're looking for. Mac is trying to run away with the spider legs. The refreshers are all coming in, but it has to be 23 Savage to deal the damage, and he's barely managing to stay alive. Mac goes in to keep John well back in the fray. The refresher now used from Sanctity as they want to take down this Morta the second time. They know that the anti-buyback with the Aegis will be a huge advantage, but they're not able to do so. The Pierce of Ale comes out, and there's already so much damage being dealt, but it's just not enough. Mac will fall. Buyback is there, but so is it for the Shadow Fiend.
buyback comes out from Mac. They're able to find Raven, though, on the main wall for Trailer Park Boys. Jadafin still isn't using his buyback, so if they're able to take down this gyrocopter as well, it's a huge team fight victory from Nemesis, even if buybacks are available on the Radiant cores. 11 could be the one hero who doesn't have buyback here, though. He's been building into an Aghanim Scepter. He didn't complete it in time, and because of that, and because of the timer, there is now going to be a 4 versus 3 for at least a minute over here. Can they close the distance fast enough, though? There are glyphs available for the Radiant side.
The thing is, they have to go for the barracks because it's so hard to directly go for the tier 4s. They have added armor because of the most recent patch. But what a great team fight for Nemesis, all in all, being able to take out the Centaur. 23 Savage kept his distance. It was the Murtha who basically baited TPB in and was able to activate the whale to essentially absorb the second Requiem. After the Requiem fear was dissipated, the Murtha still had the whale up. He could essentially push Sanctity back all by himself while the rest of his team dealt with the gyrocopter. This is a new lease on life. I actually think this is a pretty big advantage, but again, you have to go for the barracks. The tier 4s have too much armor.
Yeah, even with the Desolators and the Stygian Desolators and the like, it's asking for trouble. Look, one more lane of racks going your way, especially the mid lane, is a really big deal. We kept seeing how often Nemesis felt like they had to just go back down to the bot lane to push out the wave again and again when the Roshan standoff was happening as well, right? So this is significant, but it's not the biggest deal. Buybacks have been saved from Trailer Park Boys on their main 2 cores. They haven't been forced to use them on either Jackie or Sanctity.
They do have the advantage there for sure in regards to the buyback. But 23 Savage's buyback is actually about to come off of cooldown because remember, his buyback was actually used in that Roshan fight and not in the last fight that just happened. Raven will have his buyback up soon too. And there's going to be a window where your cores have a buyback, maybe not for the Tiny, but the Centaur won't have it either. So right now, Nemesis may have a disadvantage in the buyback department, but that disadvantage is going to be equalized in a few minutes. Smoke from
Tiny
Trailer Park
is
Boys.
going for the overwhelming blink.
Again, critical mass tea time. It's you know, both teams have had what they have needed for these fights for the past 10 minutes. Right now is just you know, minor adjustments.
There's also a BKB from the Murtha. Jean-Noel is going to be initiated on, man. Poor Jean-Noel. The punching bag right now.
But luckily for Nemesis, he's the one hero with buyback. I mean, 23 Savage has it now too.
To fight?
It's not a bad position to fight from because Nemesis are all on the low ground, and right now TPB have that high ground position. The Watcher though is in their possession.
Raven could have played forward. He has his playing cancelled. And now it's up onto the high ground they go. The Shadow Shaman will be taken down. He stays alive because of the foul play, and Sanctity gives him even more time. Refresher now used. Sanctity, with the help of the Horse Guard, will be able to keep himself alive, but no, 11 doesn't pick him up in time. There's too much damage. There's too much damage from Nemesis. They're ripping apart everyone. Raven stayed alive. He's kited away the gyrocopter. Mac is just tossing gyro back and forth. These mid and off laners are doing so much for Nemesis, and now with the BKB running out, they're going to be able to get the Hex as well.
Trailer Park Boys flinched. They went towards that triangle, decided not to take that Watcher because they saw that as an opportune moment for Nemesis to engage, and they decided to go back from that position while Nemesis continued to go forward. And from there, it was just the initiations. I mean, Mac with these avalanche tosses, 23 Savage finding great positions from that high ground to just dish out a damage with. Gyrocopter was isolated. Sanctity had a good Requiem, but did not have any follow-up coming in. So we saw just how little Trailer Park Boys were able to do in that fight as a consequence of, one, their own actions, and two, just how well Nemesis played it by dividing the front or dividing the battle into many fronts.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm going to be honest,
There's
T-Time, I
pressure
think
on the
Trailer Park
flanks as
Boys are
well.
in danger. They're in big, serious trouble right now.
The pressure on the clinch just feels like such a game changer as well. You know, the double BKB and the like just keeps them alive for so much longer. 23 Savage was having so many survivability issues before.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And look, Mega Creeps aren't the end of the world, but they will be coming through over here. Good initiation, and with the buybacks, they're hoping to finish this fight before it starts. But Sanctity won't be here for another 5 seconds. Jackie will have his BKB already running out by then. And with Mortha doing so much damage from the Pierce to the Veil, she doesn't care about the flat cannon. Mortha alone is enough to force him to disengage.
But it's Mega Creeps, and it's Nemesis with the ultimate advantage. Sure, 60 plus minutes does not matter because TPB can hold for as long as they want.
Dire
However,
are scanning.
no buybacks on most of their heroes apart from Sanctity. So all Nemesis have to do is walk in through any one of these lanes, and they will see someone or the other, and they can burst him down easily enough to secure the game win.
Trailer Park Boys still have a 30% win probability.
I mean, that's fair, because
Yeah, I can
honestly,
see it happening.
at the end of the day, both teams have the damage, both teams have the initiation capacity, the counter initiation capacity. It's just harder for one, right? It's one side that's boxed in.
Oh no, Sanctity, he's trying to go back in over here. The Requiem will force Mac onto the lower ground because he uses the BKB and Spider Legs in time. I don't know how he manages to get those off.
That would have gotten quite hairy, but I'm afraid, T-Time, that the problem with Mega Creeps, the real problem with Mega Creeps, is that these plays are not going to stop. They're going to consistently happen again and again because Nemesis, they can walk in from any one of the lanes and attack TPB like that.
Ultra, something we actually didn't address as well is that with the double Divine Regalia picked up between Jackie and Sanctity, they now have just non-existent neutral creeps. I mean, neutral items, rather. They both have disgraced Regalias.
I mean, they can re-roll those, but they'll need to actually farm those up.
And it takes time.
Takes a lot of time, right? You need 10 neutral tokens every single time you re-roll, so...
No, you need 20, I think, for the rerolls.
No, it's 10 every time, right? So it starts off with 10 for the first set, 20 for the second,
right,
30 for
right.
the...
Yes, of course. It's rough when you've got Mega Creeps banging at your door as well.
Radiant are scanning.
There's the Divine Rapier, though, for Jackie.
Yeah, it's going to be the only thing that really offers him any damage at this point.
But this is the second move now from Nemesis. They want to poke a hole in TPB right now.
Well, that'll start off with a quick death onto Sanctity, and as the Centaur tries to run off into the distance as well, Jackie's in the middle of it all. He knows he cannot win this fight. There's just too much coming out from the Skeleton Warriors. He's got no buyback either. With the Rapier on the ground, this is basically GG. You might as well call it here and now. Trailer Park Boys, they fight long, they fight hard. They find an advantage, they lose the advantage, and in the end, Nemesis will prevail. The fight continues, the Ancient is falling. They will not call GG until the Ancient itself is guaranteed to go down. Trailer Park Boys, that's just game one. And how close was it until it wasn't?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I would have begged TPB to have taken that game. It did seem like Nemesis, they had the advantage in the early to mid game, but they let that advantage slip, and TPB were getting everything they had going for them. Unfortunately, Nemesis, just at the back of those last few team fights, underneath their cliff where they had that observer, they took an amazing fight, and then they seemed like they never really lost grasp of the situation right after that fact. I suppose it was a bit of a mix of experience and a fair bit of luck going their way that enabled their game win here.
I mean, what a game coming out from Mac as well. In the beginning, he looked like he was dominating whenever he got that blink dagger. In the middle of the game, felt like he fell off a little bit, but again, that repositioning ability from the toss, the amount of times he was saving his allies in team fights, the amount of time he was staying alive because of that Yule Scepter that he upgraded into a Wind Waker later on. Raven as well, just coming in with multiple Slithering Crushes again and again. Just fantastic performance coming out from the two of them as well. But again, I did say it. it's only just game 1, and that was so tight. Who knows how game 2 is going to go? I don't think anyone can predict it, but you have to stick around to find out. We're going to a break. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes or so. Game number 2 will be just as good.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to Unchained, the Southeast Asian qualifier for the Blast Slam No. 6 MT Town with Ultras. We're heading into game 2 of our semi-finals. Nemesis find themselves up a game, and it wasn't easy. 71 minutes or so, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The Trailer Park boys just not able to close out what honestly at one point was looking like a pretty good lead for them.
It was a phenomenal lead. I do think that, you know, it followed a bell curve, the Nemesis strength with their draft. Early game was strong, mid game was strong, late game they fell down with the gyrocopter being so strong. But then in the ultra late game did feel like they found their stride once again. At the back of, you know, just taking had the advantage with that information. And I have to say, in the end, we do have to give credit out to the Morta, the support from Nemesis, who did end up scaling up the damage when 23 Savage's damage output was not enough to carry those team fights. It was entirely a group effort. Before, where we saw 23 Savage as that flashy playmaker who would carry his teams on his back, this is a version of Nemesis that is now playing together, and I think that they're going to be better off for it in the international scene.
Remaining.
What I do really enjoy though over here from Trailer Park Boys was Say on the Chan. I think he was just ridiculously good, and honestly, you need to ban that Chen out. I think if not for Say being on a Chen, even if he wasn't on an Enchantress or a similar hero, there's so few heroes that are able to add that kind of tank ability if they're given a good start to the game. Say was farming like crazy. His ability to buff up his team for the, you know, sort of 15 to 20 minutes marks between sort of 10 and 35 basically was what gave them the opportunity to have Sanctity on the refresher, is to have the gyrocopter hit critical mass, to even be given that lead in the first place when we entered into the quote-unquote late game territory. So yeah, I'd be surprised if we don't see that being given this respect ban, to be honest. And if it's not banned out, Nemesis should snag that up first pick for me.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they do show the respect, they do ban out the Chen. Trailer Park Boys, though, they banned the gyrocopter themselves despite picking it up. So
they could go for a Slardar over here if they want to. Yeah, they got the Slardar pick out, and Raven was very strong on this. I'll be honest, Ultras, I know you were talking about how the Centaur was giving auras and this and that. I couldn't care less. I think an aura build is something you can go for on so many heroes. That Centaur was largely useless to me for the first 25, maybe even 30 minutes. Even towards the end of the game, I think he ended on like 3 and 12 or so. And I don't really look at scorelines as being defining factors, especially for offlaners. But it did just feel like he was never able to meaningfully contribute to any major team fight. And when you compare that to what Raven was giving, completely different situation. And this was actually what I was thinking in the break as well, is that I would have loved to see a Tidehunter instead of the Centaur. You can build a lot of the same auras, you can go for a lot of the same survivability, but it feels like you have more impact in the early game.
I don't think this Tidehunter will be building up the auras, though. It is a great aura game, don't get me wrong. Tidehunter is one of those heroes that does build up the auras, but I think nowadays Tidehunters are playing for the Aghanim Scepter, or rather just straight up rushing the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see how he decides to go about it. I will say that these are two offlaners that come in with a lot of damage output. Even the Tidehunter these days comes in with that damage output. It's also very difficult to take down. So Nemesis certainly seem to, or rather, Nemesis, yes, they certainly seem to be sticking to their strategy, but adding in some AoE damage. That was something that they lacked last time around. They had that very individualized poke with this avalanche toss, with the Slardar jumping in on towards someone. Now they have the build up for that AoE stun, and Trailer Park Boys are in fact going to go the Nemesis route by picking up by using the Slardar for that individualized poke. Although I don't expect them to be so unidirectional, because I don't think Jackie will be playing the Clinks. I think Jackie plays team fight oriented carries a lot more. And it's surprising to see neither one go for the Ursa, right? This is that and the reason I'm bringing up the Ursa again, I brought it up in the last game, and in this one, Jackie plus 23 Savage, they're both phenomenal Ursa players. I believe that the Ursa is one of their favorite heroes to actually play in a pro game, so one of them has to go for it.
Nemesis go for an early Wind Ranger pick. I'm kind of surprised about this, but I actually really like this hero, and I do think it doesn't get the credit it deserves for, you know, sort of the strength that it can offer, especially if you go for the kill shot as a position 4. There's so much you can do. To be honest, even the other facet where you get the buffed up Shackle feels like it's incredibly strong in the mid to late game sometimes. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm all for the Wind Ranger. The only problem obviously is that she's a little bit level reliant, and you know, you do actually need to get a lot done in the mid game in terms of actually winning fights, because there aren't many natural items you want to build on the Wind Ranger. There isn't like a, you know, like a clear mechanism or a Garden Greaves or something like this. Wind's item build is kind of awkward as a support, if this is a support.
I would say that it is a pretty good core pick against the Slardar. Don't really care about the Corrosive Haze all that much, because you have the Wind Run. As long as you can dodge out the hits, you're going to be forcing someone to create an MKB with the Slardar, which is not an ideal scenario. Because Slardar gives it a natural damage output, you're not necessarily pressed to scale up in terms of damage building items. So forcing them to go for an MKB on top of a Slardar pick might just be good. We'll see if the Wind Ranger is a core. Of course, as far as I know, OG is the only Southeast Asian team that runs it as frequently as they do. Trailer Park Boys, the Warlock, Shadow Shaman, great supports. We saw the impact of that Shadow Shaman in the team fights a lot more than the Serpent Wards. I think the only real Serpent Ward usage was that first tier 1 tower towards the top side it took down. But apart from that, it was pretty much a standard support pick. But
we got some great hexes coming out from Norman on the Shadow Shaman at the very least, right? Maybe not the wards as much, but in terms of, you know, a classic Shadow Shaman, hey, just crazy good hexes, great reactions and everything. We saw some good stuff from him on that. I like to see him on it again.
The reactions were next level. The reactions were, you know, inhumane reaction timings in a good way, where he would manage to hex Mac up when he's coming in for the avalanche toss. That was masterclass on that Shadow Shaman. But with the Warlock coming out, the Fatal Bonds, they are most likely going to be investing into a Glass Cannon type carry for TPP. It can be the Ursa, Swen. We saw a Phantom Assassin come out yesterday, right? I think YG picked up the Phantom Assassin. That's certainly a possibility for TPP too. But let's see. Bane plus the Tidehunter is difficult to play into, because the Bane is actually pretty good with the Wind Ranger too. Focus Fire, even if it's a support Wind Ranger, Focus Fire plus the Fiend's Grip, this is a very potent support duo.
Mac will have his Tiny again, so unless this is a position 1 Wind Ranger, we basically have a guaranteed position 4 on the Wind,
10 seconds
which, you know, like I said, I'm quite happy with it regardless.
5 seconds remaining.
What can Trailer Park Boys go for over here? Because honestly, Dutch, I'm going to be real with you. I just want to see a Queen of Pain pick. Just give Sanctity a squap, get that magical damage out. They go for the Ember instead. Obviously, it's another hero he's comfortable on, but I just think you've got a Wind Ranger against you. You've got a Tiny who you can dominate in the lane as well. Quap is a very good hero, even if, you know, on paper there is the Bane on the other side as well.
Ember's not that bad, honestly. I think Queen of Pain and Ember Spirit will fulfill the same kind of thing in this game. The Slide of Face is actually pretty good with the Corrosive Haze. You don't need to build up the damage on the magic damage at Ember Spirit to be able to deal physical damage when you have a Slardar on your side. You can set up for the Shackle, you can set up for the Chaotic Offering, or even set up for the Slardar Blink into stun. The one thing is, though, that the Ember cannot Remnant out of that Avalanche, so Nemesis can actually set up for the Fiend's Grip too from their Tiny if they want to. So we'll see. But I think for TPB, they were posturing towards an Ursa until it got banned out. Now they have to think of a different carry. Gyrocopter's banned, Abbott, TA, all banned out. I'm not
10
sure who they go
seconds
for.
remaining.
Terrorblade is an option, I suppose, but against a Tidehunter,
5
it's
seconds
awkward.
remaining.
And the Bane too.
Medusa? Or is that too greedy?
I mean, Fiend's Grip also saps your mana, so it's
Fiend's
not, it's
Grip
not
is there,
ideal.
sure, but Fiend's
And the
Grip
Wind
is there,
Ranger
but it does feel
can
like...
build up a Diffusal, right? It's
I think the Diffusal Blade Wind Ranger thing is a bit overblown. It doesn't do as much as people make it out to. Especially ever since the nerfs to the Diffusal Blade.
Medusa. I mean, it could be an option. The only Medusa isn't a glass cannon type of carry. Medusa is a very sustained carry. You want something to work with the fatal bonds. You want something to work with the shackle and the searing chains and this
That's
you know
true.
the crush. The first few seconds of the
Do
stuns
we
that
just
you
go
have.
back to the Phantom Assassin?
That or the Swen doesn't look
Because
too
I'll
bad.
be honest, I think PA is literally bad against every single hero on Nemesis right now.
Yeah. You know, most carries
you
are
know-
bad against Nemesis, if we're being honest. The Tidehunter is a carry killer. Titani now is also really strong against physical
Yeah.
damage carries that don't have
There's
a lot
the
of HP.
Bane.
You have a BKB piercing stun, and Nemesis have covered their bases. They banned out that Abaddon, so you won't
Muerta?
have that borrowed
Team
time or that
Nemesis
strong
turn
dispel.
to picks.
Oh, we get our first Slark of the tournament. Now, this is still... Like, you are going up against an Avalanche, which you know, it's an Avalanche. It's always bad as a Slark versus an Avalanche, and you're
Although
going up against...
I will say that the
10
Slark's
seconds
Dark
remaining.
Pact is now a good
don't
counter
think that's
against
how
the
it works.
Avalanche.
I don't think so.
if
I don't
you
think you can
use-
dispel the aura.
If
Because
it's
the
true-
aura
if,
is
if the
sustained.
Chinese avalanche is
not-
like one singular stun,
No,
then
it's
the
not
dark
one
pact-
stun. It's a sustained aura over time.
We'll see. I haven't actually never seen this.
I'm like
conversion.
99% sure that's going to be how it works, even though I have also not seen it, and I just speak from how I imagine the mechanic to work. Ravage is pretty good versus Slark. You obviously have Mortha does get picked up and just from the other team. Bane's obviously very good against the Slark if you can get the ultimate out onto him. It's hard
Wind
to do
Ranger's
so, though.
good. Tidehunter's good. This is a pretty bad Slark game.
This is a genuinely awful Slark game. Jackie's playing up against the clock in this one, and with Jokum now picking up the Mortha, this is a position 1 Wind Ranger.
And the Slark doesn't have the healing in the laning phase, right? You only get the healing because the ultimate is, the healing is now back to the ultimate, the Shadow Dance. So against a Tidehunter, you're going to really have to work hard to survive. Sure, you have the Shadow Word coming in from Sabe, but it's hard, man. Even in the team fights, how is the Slark supposed to bounce and take down the Wind Ranger? I think most of the heavy lifting has to come from the Ember Spirit, has to come from the Slardar. And that's the only way they can get it done.
At the very least, he does have the saltwater shiv, so I think he does do better versus the Tidehunter in the lane than he would have once upon a time. Jackie, at least can trade pretty well against the Tide, I suppose.
With the stick and the fact that the Essence Shift is massively buffed up on the Slark, I can see it working out against a Tidehunter. You're right. Honestly, it's a rough game. I love the Slark.
It's pretty bad.
Slark is, my first hero in which I achieved Grandmaster level, like level 30. But I do not like the Slark in this particular game. Just so many counters to the hero, man. It's honestly going to be a rough time. I think, again, the onus has to be on Sanctity and the Slardar at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm concerned. Just put it that way. I like the fact that, by the way, just a small thing. I like the fact that Valve has removed so many facets, but they still give them like cool names and little like icons and everything. It's like, oh, fugitive. It's like, well, we don't actually have something, but it sounds good.
Yeah,
this facet doesn't do anything.
They went through the thought process of naming the facet which does not have a facet.
You can tell
That's creativity, That's creativity at its finest.
that's called giving an intern something to do.
There are quite a few facets which don't actually do anything right now.
Yeah. Korean Protector, which we've obviously seen in this game as well.
30 seconds.
It's kind of an awkward position to be in over here. Narman's going to be spotted out. There's no way to catch anyone over here. So even though they are quite eager to get this fight going,
Yeah, don't really. I don't
place.
think I've ever seen that kill pattern from the river, right? Smoke
Yeah, the
inside of the
bothing.
river, and you just go in the river to try and get a kill. That was very interesting. No high ground approach. Just
you know how in bowling, if there's a pin on either side and you're just trying to get them both, it's basically impossible. That's kind of what it felt like.
even in
Still,
that shark
either
movie,
way-
the sharks fell from the sky. You know, they weren't there in the ocean as you would think.
Either way, though, over here, Trailer Park Boys are coming through with a bit of a tougher time in the draft. I think it's safe to say because of the Slark pick towards the end. Nemesis have a very good anti-carry, but is there like a timing or something where Trailer Park Boys say, okay, this is where we come alive and this is where we're just better?
I think if the Slark has a good game and over a good laning phase, I think if the Slaughter hits a good, reasonable enough Blink Dagger timing, I think if Sanctity has that vessel up and ready by the time you have that Blink, those are the key things that TPB need to look for. But it's still going to be hard, even if they can get that. Blink Dagger initiation of the Slaughter doesn't mean that the Nightmare is going to be disabled. The save mechanism will still be there. Wind Ranger is still going to be a difficult target to hit if you can't burst her down because of the Wind Run. The Tidehunter's Ravage is always going to be a factor, and the Avalanche Toss. So, to answer to your question, T-Time, is even in the ideal scenario, TPB is not going to have it easy. I wonder, this lane can go either way though. If I really think about it, because I'm assuming Jackie will play aggressive and active on the Slark rather than passive. I think he's going to be trying to steal Essence Shift stacks as much as he can every single time Tidehunter comes near, and the Warlock is going to prioritize using the healing on the Slark to maximize that trade. So it's not that bad. At the same time, Tidehunter Gosh plus the Murta that is present there, the Calling Slow, the Dead Shot, this Warlock could end up going down. So it can go either way, but I think the cores will be the big winners in that lane. And I actually think the cores are the big winners in all three of these lanes here.
Jokum just going to end up giving over a little bit of extra regen and whatnot to Jackie. Jackie just wants to make sure he can come out on top over here. But now, actually with a Blood Grenade, they've got a lot more damage than maybe I thought they did. Raven will still stay alive, barely just. Jackie puts that trading to good use.
You only have about 2 or 3 hits of a trade against a Slark in the lane. After that, it's impossible to calculate how many hits before you're overwhelmed, and you're losing your own stats against the Slark as well. You know, he takes out one of each of your attributes. He gains agility, but you're still losing your strength and your intelligence.
Yeah, to be clear, the Saltwater Shiv has not actually been skilled up yet, so the regen wouldn't have mattered over there regardless. He just had the Shadow Word to help him out anyway. The Slark getting a kill or two in lane does feel like it's strange to say, but it feels almost mandatory.
Yeah,
for him to be able to get off to a decent start. What does he build over here though in this game?
Well, I mean, to be honest, the Silver Edge is not a bad item if he wants to build it up some point or the other. But I think first few items will be the same. Diffusal Blade into the Aghanim Scepter, or maybe even Diffusal Blade into the Sanjin Yasha is not that bad. But what I'm looking at is a potential break mechanism against that Tidehunter and against that Tiny may not be that bad. Silver Edge is also buffed up. You have to keep that in mind. You also reduce the movement speed, bring a hero down to a halt after you come out of invisibility.
Yeah, it's a good way to be able to help replace the Diffusal Blade in some small ways at least. Obviously much more expensive, but at least it slows down the enemy.
It's a natural item for the Slark though, attack speed, damage, invisibility.
Invisibility, yep. What lane? Early Wind Rain is good, but 23 Savage is going to be hexed up soon afterwards. It's the sleep that actually make sure that he's going to be A-okay. Shackle shot onto Norman was never going to be doing too much there. No one to latch with. Ooh, first blood goes the way of Raven. In fact, they end up killing Jackie as he's got underneath the ghosts.
Yeah, that calling is something that Slark really does not want to play inside of. Don't have a way to bounce out. That shot can actually cancel the bounce too, as Sanctity seems to be having a good time against Mac, even if Sanctity is low on CS. But Jackie going down is a big loss. The first blood came at that 4 to 5 minute mark, and the thing about the first blood is the later it happens, the bigger of an advantage it gives away.
Rotation from Norman. Another rotation from Say. It's not going to be leading to anything at all. What's the biggest shackle shot you've actually seen with the new Tangled facet? I mean, it's not new, but yeah.
Not sure. All I know is it's probably, you know, the top 5 of your question would probably all be OG. Just because of how much they play the Wind Ranger. And
true.
it's not just one player that plays the Wind Ranger there. It's both Yopaj as well as Natsumi. $32 CS for the Slark though, so Jackie, despite him going down, he's still at the top of the CS game.
Radiant are scanning.
I think what's a little bit concerning for me more than anything else is that Mac is going to be a much bigger threat over here on the Tiny than he was in the last game. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, he still got so much done, but there isn't a Shadow Fiend on the other side. There's an Ember Spirit who is slower to farm, who has much less, you know, burst damage coming out either.
Norman is here. We're probably going to see a fight come out.
I mean, underneath the tower, they are able to stop the shackles from coming through over here, but John L will need to use the Nightmare. That Nightmare keeps him alive, but they're still rotating in the Mortha. What is the play going to be with the Mortha over here? They want to make a go for the Wisdom Rune.
And
They have the
only
haste on
about
Mac.
A 25% HP slaughter to defend this position. Sure, you have Norman. One of the remnants have been used. They need to bring in the numbers, and they do.
Haste Rune from Max is going to be used now, though, as well as the Shackle Shot onto Slardar to keep him away. There's a calling. The calling will not be able to get the silence onto 11, but 11 still gets headshotted back. Now comes in the Ember Spirit. Sanctity trying to close the distance and get to the Wisdom Rune in time to get it as well. But as 23 Savage wants to continue on fighting, Max Haste Rune will come into play as well. Sanctity is now suddenly in a whole world of trouble. He's only got one remnant, and that's not going to be enough when you're faced up with a Haste Rune on Mac. Haste Rune runs out though, so if he's able to magic one, maybe he can still remnant away. He gets tossed back into 23 Savage, gets a kill because of that, and he'll say thank you very much to Mac as he fights on and out. Trailer Park Boys will miss out on the Wisdom Rune, but they get more than enough in response.
Yeah, it's the fact that Jokum was actually denied away, so Trailer Park Boys, the kill exchange was entirely even, and I'm afraid that Jackie teleported a bit too late there. I think he should have come in a lot earlier on. Perhaps they could have held on to their Shrine of Wisdom. Perhaps they wouldn't have bled so many losses. That exchange was probably even as far as the kills go, but securing both Shrines of Wisdom is always going to be a win.
Yeah, but getting the kill onto 23 Savage feels very valuable, and now if you can get another one over here, Trailer Park Boys, however, are going to overcommit, and despite the amplified damage rune onto Sanctity, he is not going to be using it. Top lane, Jackie just trying to make sure that he continues on getting his farm up. He's obviously on top of the net worth chart by some margin, to be fair. But
It's a big margin.
Slark always needs to get a lot done.
It always, these heroes like the Slark, like, you know, single point targeted heroes, they always need to be an item ahead of the Wind Ranger, or at least half an item ahead of the Wind Ranger. Because of that Wind Run, he's going to be a difficult target for the Slark to actually hit. 100% evasion once he has that. And not to mention, he'll have an Aghanim Scepter after a while with that damage reduction. So Wind Ranger scales up the damage nicely, naturally so, because of that Shackle Shot facet he's gone for. And with the Focus Fire. The Slark, meanwhile, will need to scale up some damage in terms of the sustain item he'll build. And the thing with the Slark is, the first item is going to be your slow, right, is going to be your Diffusal Blade that will enable you to slow someone down and take them out. The second item will be a stat-based item like the Aghanim Scepter or the Sanjin Yasha.
Yeah. If you're having a good game, can you go straight for the Ags?
Probably not. Although in this game it's not that bad, because you do have a lot of lockdown coming in from your team.
There's also a lot of save on the Radiant side, right? You know, Raven just obviously naturally tanky. Oh. Threatens out the Ravage, doesn't use it in the end. But Raven naturally tanky, you've got the Morta with the Pierce Veil, you've obviously got Wind Ranger as well as the Bane both having natural saves as well to some extent. 23 Savage gets a full solo kill in the bot lane, but all in the meanwhile the Rock is dropped and the Fiend's Grip comes through. That double Shrine of Wisdom, oh, they're tossed back into the Ravage as well. Raven will be tanking the Mac for the setup. Beautifully done as they will get 3 quick kills. Nemesis accelerate on.
It went from bad to worse. 23 Savage getting a solo kill on that Slardar. Mid lane, they are not respecting the kind of counterplay that Nemesis have. The Avalanche Toss does too much damage. Your mid laner doesn't have a functioning way to secure something in the team fights. He does not have that vessel. At this point in time, the Flame Guard doesn't actually last very long against that toss. So this will probably be a good kill if they can find it. Raven should end up going down here. One more Remnant will secure the kill and will secure an Essence Shift stack for Jackie. But is it enough to counter out what Nemesis have been able to achieve? No, they need to do more. And with the Diffusal Blade up for Jackie, I think that is going to be the go-to timing. 11 may not have a Blink Dagger yet. Sure, you may not have a vessel on Sanctity, but the Diffusal Blade slow can allow you to dish out your disables and secure some kills while the Ravage is down. And key point, key time, the Ravage is down, but won't be for too long.
Yeah, if they don't get something done with this Diffusal Blade and the Ravage timing, then you could just see Slardar fall way too far behind in his farm. Right now, he's 3,200, the lowest in all of the cores. He's, you know, a full 1,200 behind the Tidehunter, who's building in for that Aghanim Scepter of his own. So making something happen soon would be the way to sort of make sure you've got some momentum going back in your favor. But who do you even make a play on?
23 Savage. It has to be on him. Everyone else is just going to enable the Wind Ranger. Everyone else is just going to build up utility-based items for the team fight. 23 Savage is going to be building up some heavy damage. Maelstrom almost at the ready. And it is easier said than done, T-Time, but they want to play in Malta. They want to play in the Blast Slam, so, you know. You think it's going to get any easier for them there?
Never. Absolutely not. Smoke from 2 of the Nemesis members. It is going to be between Mac and Joachim. Mac is going to be looking to get some Blink Dagger action in. If they can have a Ravage from inside the tree line and follow up with an Avalanche Toss combination, Jackie is almost certainly going to die.
He's going to sense something though, and he will go to the other side.
They have the stun, they have the silence, and Mac with a toss-up will guarantee the kill. Very nicely done.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
I think the Avalanche Toss does more damage than the Slark has HP at this point. Only 923 to play with.
Now they do end up using their small window to try and fight back versus 23 Savage. He doesn't have a shackle shot, but with a dead shot, Sanctity is going to be falling regardless. 23 Savage can walk away and farm up these wards as well, so he's just going to get more and more farm despite being the one who's ganked.
No backup Remnant for the Ember Spirit there. TPB, certainly, that was their move. And even if you consider that they had the Wind Ranger locked down, that save was always going to be there to relocate the Wind Ranger out of the Serpent wards. So there was no way 23 Savage was getting caught right in front of his tier 1 tower. That was an arrogant play coming out by TPB.
Especially after they get the kill onto a Slark who they see is TPing down with the Twin Gates, right? That's sort of a telegraph. Okay, they're probably making a play for our Wind Ranger situation. Stun out from Mac. He's looking for the toss back as well, but Raven is unable to receive. Wasn't quite in range, and then Hex will be keeping the Tiny from getting more out of the situation.
It's a 3,000 net worth advantage right now, and the team, the Shadow Shaman, is actually losing a lot more of these towers. All 3 towers still standing for Nemesis. In fact, when I take a look at these towers, they're still very healthy. All of them more than 80% HP. Apart from that top one, it's still 1,000 plus HP there though. And even if you drop the Serpent Wards down, it's only the Serpent Ward damage, because the rest of your lineup does not take towers down very well. The Slark is horrible at dishing out damage to towers. Ember Spirit, Stardar are not really heroes known for their tower taking ability.
Slardar is known for his blink daggers, and that's something he's just purchased up. So this is going to be the window where if they don't make a play, frankly, they might just be booted out of the game because of it. They've had a few, small power spikes to look forward to, things like the Serpent Wards, things like the Rock and whatnot. But Trailer Park Boys have not been able to use any of those small power spikes to get an advantage. Nemesis, if it's not now, it might very soon be a conversation of never. Blink in, they've got the stun, it's onto the Murta, very hard to kill. The Pierce the Veil is activated. Ravage from the high ground will catch out 3 players. Do they have the follow-up silence? No, they don't. Jackie can use his ultimate, but it's going to be the damage onto the Ember Spirit that is too much to deal with. Jackie was even shackled up inside the ulti, so he can't keep on right-clicking back. He has to disengage, they know it as well. That's so much use for only a kill onto the Murta, and even then it's traded out with the Ember Spirit because of that great Ravage.
A support for an Ember, not worth it for Trailer Park Boys, but they did force out the Ravage, so now perhaps they can continue fighting in a position where Nemesis may not want to ideally fight. No Fiend's Grip, no Whale, no Ravage. This is the ideal time for TBB. Even if they were faced up with a bigger loss, they can turn it around. But again, I'm not seeing them play around those timings, T-Time. The last Ravage just came off of cooldown. Right now, TPB do end up going back. Jackie goes back to farm. Sure, the Stark can, but the rest of your lineup, it's time to go.
What do you mean? They're playing the timings perfectly. They waited for the Ravage to come off of cooldown and immediately fought.
And 11 has a Blink Dagger. I mean, it's not gonna get any blinkier,
Maybe they can get a good initiation of a hit. 23 Savage is getting greedy about this one. If they blink forward, get the stun, this should be a kill. 23 Savage is trying to fight back. He does have the shackle shot as well to be able to enable it. And Mac's already here. He blinks in, but again, the lack of the wind run is what is going to cause them to regret their decisions. Silence isn't there on time from the calling, and Mac is going to get the kill with the help of Jokum, but he's still in trouble. He will end up falling. Jokum fighting back. Remember, this is a very strong Murta. She's level 9, but eventually she is going to fall. Pierce the Veil used just to extend her lease on life, but there's no more help coming in. They have sacrificed her and doomed her to death.
A very coincidental and lucky play for TPB, considering that 23 Savage was greedy enough to use the wind run to get back to the lane. Otherwise, he would have had the wind run for when TPB wanted to initiate, and that fight would have gone completely different because he would have survived for a whole lot longer. But it is, at the end of the day, nice exchange for Trailer Park Boys, in particular for the Slark who was involved in that fight. This is more of what they need to do. With Jackie now in possession of a scepter, this is his time to shine.
And as he looks to shine, he is going to have the Nightmare just taking more and more time away from him. Ravage is used, it's on to 3, but where's the follow-up? That's a useless Ravage. Raven is still going to be in heavy risk of going down. 11 can blink forward, he gets a stun on it too. He wasn't even looking for Mac, but he'll be happy to find him. Jackie now turns around onto the Tiny and said, you'll scepter this Tiny more time, and that gives Jokum space to come back in. Stark has fallen, they've overextended massively so. Mac blinks back in for the toss forward, and they're going to get 3 kills in response. Every single core on Trailer Park Boys will die.
Not great. Particular, they were baited in. Nemesis used their Ravage, sure it was defensive, but Trailer Park Boys thought, hey, the Fiend's Grip was dispelled away by our Slark, the Ravage was used, and it's just time to go, 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 because 23 Savage was on that top lane. So Nemesis should never have actually won that fight the way that they did by taking out all 3 cores. TPB, I'm afraid, just got a bit too hasty. They should have played it slow.
Sleep down to the low ground.
Raven with a gush to follow through. Mac tosses back the Warlock, and again the calling, the stuns. There's too much to deal with. Slark will get off the Shadow Dance, but he can't take off these stuns. It's just so much control.
Radiant's courier.
I mean, look at what Jokum is doing to him.
Yeah, it's just rough. The calling, again, these are all heroes that are great against the Slark. Even when the Slark jumps in, 23 Savage pops the Focus Fire instantly. Slark has no choice because you can't trade against a Wind Ranger. It's impossible. No one can trade against a Wind Ranger with unless you have an MKB, and they just have to Focus Fire you down. Jokum plants the calling down, and that creates an impossible scenario. That goes from being safe to being unsafe very quickly for Slark. And you have to pop the Shadow Dance in an awkward spot just to be able to try to get away. Even then, T-Time, it's not easy. Getting away is difficult because you have Mac always ready to prowl. You have the Nightmare from the Bane that can hold you back. The Deadshot that is going to drag you further back into Nemesis as you try to leave.
I mean, speaking of dragging back, the tossers, which is just consistently being used to reposition more than anything else.
Dire are scanning.
Well, that's a Shadow Word use.
There you go.
That was interesting.
It was very shadowy.
Radiant
It was.
are scanning.
Speaking of shadowy, I see some pretty big old shadows walking across underneath the guise of a smoke, looking for a fight for that 21-minute Wisdom Rune, and Trailer Park boys decide they don't want to contest it. And I don't blame them, but I do think it's going to be a problem. Mac blinks forward, he cannot find the Avalanche in time. The travel distance is a bit too much.
Amplified damage on Mac meant that anyone that got grabbed up would have fallen instantly. But now with the Shrine of Wisdom advantage,
Dire's structures are
well,
fortified.
and the fact that they have a massive advantage overall, 8,000 net worth. They can look to take some of these towers down. Nemesis don't need to actually take a fight. I will say that Jackie is doing well. He has 10,000 in terms of net
Radiant's
worth. He
middle tower
is
is
pretty
under
farmed
attack.
up. Is it enough though? It doesn't feel like it. I still think he needs more. I think he needs his team to step up. Slaughter has barely the same amount of net worth as the Bane does from Nemesis.
Yikes. Never a good stat to hear.
Radiant's middle
Going back for Norman, and it's the
Chased
Bane
by a
using the
courier.
courier micros it forward to get the Nightmare and 23 Savage's hair to make sure they can secure the kill as well. Nice small plays, but it's all adding up. Nemesis are up 20-9 and 7,000 net worth.
I'll take that.
For a lineup which has a Slark, if you can't make any moves,
is under attack.
you're in a predicament. Because the ideal use case of the Slark is to be, you know, that predator fish, that piranha, that wants to taste blood every time you smell blood. But TPB, even when the Ravage is down, don't seem to find the right entries.
Silence again, followed up with the Atos. There's a Ravage as well. He needs a BKB so badly, and he knows it as well. Now with the follow-up Fiend's Grip onto the Ember Spirit, it is going to be a guaranteed kill onto both position 1 and 2. And why stop there when you can still go for more? Jokum is farming up the kills, and he certainly deserves them. The dead shot from range. 4 more down. Trailer Park boys are not even in this game.
They found the Slark, used the Ravage on him, a great Ravage use if you can find the most farmed carry, and Mac has been spectacular with its usage. That Fiend's Grip on the Ember Spirit, we saw the Warlock, we saw Sage trying to use his Chaotic Offering to break that Fiend's Grip, but Mac used his use on him. So that was a full duration Fiend's Grip on the other core that is farmed up for Trailer Park boys, and the Starter can't do anything on his own, he just has a Blink Dagger. So for Nemesis, this is pretty much the grand final slot almost guaranteed, because it is very difficult for a comeback to be possible for Trailer Park boys. They need so many more items, and the Ember Spirit is one of those
Dire's top
spirits that
tower is
doesn't
under
like to
attack.
play from behind. I think if
That's
this
not
was
very good comeback farmer.
yeah, if this was a Storm, you could flash farm, you could, you know, have your zaps are a lot more reliable than the Remnants are. If this was the Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, maybe it would have been different, but
mean, they're hunting for a fight instead. Slaughter isn't leading the charge though. Jackie comes in from the side so he can get vision. Now that he has that, at least they know that the Wind Ranger isn't far off. But Mac will find the Shadow Shaman first.
The power
It's a
shot
smoke
got
that uses up a full minute, and Say he's next on the menu. Mac with a toss up on the sidelines. We do have the Bane trying to keep himself alive with a Nightmare. Jackie's still looking for the fight, but underneath the guys with the Shadow Dance who will even just look to back out. 23 Savage still has the Shackle Shot, and with that, it's just so much damage. Say, fortunately, though, got out a good Fatal Bond onto every single hero, so suddenly this is becoming a losing battle for the Nemesis side, and with the buyback from John Well being expended and then completely made useless, Trailer Park Boys get far more than I thought they would.
Radiant's bottom
Amazing
tower
team
has
fight.
fallen.
Because of the fact that Ravage was down, the Bane was the first point of contact, so essentially Trailer Park Boys were able to fight without the threat of a Ravage or a Fiend's Grip. And not to mention, the Ember Spirit came with the Blade Mail. And unfortunately for 23 Savage, he used the Focus Fire on the Ember. And the Wind Ranger can't fight against the Blade Mail with the Focus Fire. You just fall way too quickly because you take in all of the damage that you're dishing out. So quite literally, everything went wrong for Nemesis there, and everything went right for TPB.
And maybe it can go right a little bit more. Good saying chains to come through, but there's no follow-up damage here. And level 15 mark for the Shadow Shaman is where the Tidehunter feels like he's maybe a little bit more vulnerable when you have the break. But blink in, they've got the Hex. At the same time, there's an initiation on the Sanctity as well. Jackie's there, Ravage onto all 5 heroes, but where is the follow-up? You need the calling, you need the damage, you need 23 Savage to be nearby, but instead you've lost out. Max Sanctity dodges a dead shot, wants to go further ahead, will have the Searing Chains plus the Sleight of Fist combination back up, and he simply can't land them. Still, that is, again, surprisingly good for the Trailer Park Boys.
It is. Their Nemesis are trying to take fights while not bringing in the numbers, right? So all of these fights, they're starting off 2v5. Nemesis eventually bring in 1 or 2 more heroes, but 23 Savage never arrives. So every single one of these engagements, they're fighting against a squad that is bringing everything they have to the table.
Jackie with the BKB knows that he can fight into this, especially without any Ravage or Fiend's Grip being present. They want to continue this fight. Say has gone into the Glimmer Cave, so he'll stay alive. 23 Savage, you can't say the same for him. His win run is inevitably going to be running out. He will fall. Trailer Park Boys are just out-maneuvering, out-playing again and again. They don't lose a single player.
They had, quite honestly, the Tidehunter, the Bane, they were too busy focused up on Say, while no one was focusing on the fact that their Wind Ranger was in between of 4 heroes. And you can't simply do that. You can't abandon your carry like that in that kind of a position. Cliff Ward or no ward, it does not matter if your carry, you know, wind run or no wind run. It doesn't matter what spells he has, what hero he's playing. Against 4 heroes, he is never going to survive. And they are being outmaneuvered, right? Nemesis...
Yeah.
TPP are just deciding to divide and conquer. The Strikes pouncing, Slaughter's initiating on a different target. Ember Spirit is making sure that he's not sticking to the Slark. And that's what Nemesis had going for them in the early game. They found Trailer Park Boys consolidate together in those team fights, which made it really easy for Mac to come out with the Avalanche and the Toss, group people up.
Yeah.
But with Trailer Park Boys separating themselves, they're actually making it super difficult for Nemesis.
Can we take a look at the net worth charts while we've got a pause going on over here as well? Because I do think we've had a 10,000 swing. Nemesis was 14k ahead at one point, now just 4k. That's really not very much at all. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that swing difference coming through over here, Touches. Even for the win probability, it has dipped so much.
The experience advantage, which was 32% in favor, or rather, Nemesis were up 32% in experience. It's now down to 10% experience gain for Trailer Park Boys. You know, so it's a complete shift.
And I don't know what the next item is going to be, right? Wind Ranger's obviously picked up the Mjolnir. I don't think the Mjolnir particularly helps you over here. Coming up next is going to be the full 4 stuff and Hurricane Pike, which is obviously very good versus the Slark. But at the same time, I mean, what's your next big thing that gives you that oomph? Tiny's Shivas? I mean, that's good, but you don't have that much magic damage this game to be able to actually finish someone off with that.
Not to mention, Tiny Shivas does not work against a Slark. It works so for the first half a second, but Slark is going to dispel that away. Sure, it's still good against the other two, and you have to keep in mind that Trailer Park Boys are playing with 3 melee heroes at the end of the day, so the Shivas is one of the best items to have against a melee core, or against several melee cores. But overall, this could, again, be anyone's game. Nemesis, though, this is... kind of feels like deja vu. This time for real, T-time. You know, early game goes in their favor, mid to late game, it's kind of start botching it. But eventually they bring it back. I don't know if the same pattern will follow. Because Trailer Park Boys,
they don't want to let that same pattern follow. Jackie, the scout with the extra vision, they've got the blink in, they've got the evaporation of Jokum. And why stop with Jokum when you've got Raven nearby as well? Couple of extra essence shift stacks, a few bits and bobs of regen stole away from Raven, and that next team fight is going to be looking just that slightly weaker for him.
Tidehunter is a very tanky target to take down, and I think they should position themselves so that the Tidehunter is the first point of contact rather than a support, because a support is going to get blown up. And it's going to be very interesting to see Nemesis not contest Roshan, because I think they do have a great Roshan fight with the Ravage in particular.
But without the Morta, do they still have that? Raven goes in, BKBs have been used, there's already the Blade Mail out as well. 11's got his own BKB, what is the Ravage even looking to accomplish?
Well,
they're going to lose
use
heroes
it.
and the Roshan. I mean, even if he uses it, there were 2 BKBs up.
There were, but you still have the Focus Fire and the Maelstrom, right? You can still use the Focus Fire, even if it's on a BKB target, the lightning procs will still damage the people that don't have the BKB. It's a very niche thing, but it's at least something to fight back with, you know? If you don't plan to use your Ravage, don't go in. Just give the Roshan up. But if you do go in, then you need to really go in, right? You can't just die without using a spell.
Can't half commit.
Dire are scanning.
And Trailer Park Boys are putting themselves into a fantastic position to just bring this game back entirely. Playing forward, Mac is going to be the target for them. The calling is good. It keeps everyone nicely locked down and unable to use their spells. But remember, there is no BKB this time over. So Ravage or not, this is still going to be a tough time. Shackle Shot is good onto Jackie, but Sanctity can still finish off 23 with the help of that Remnant and the Searing Chains from it. Once again, losing out 23 Savage. That's going to be now his 4th death of the game. It feels like all 4 of those have been in the past like 7-8 minutes at most.
It's also just another 2v5 engagement or 3v5 engagement. Nemesis, they're simply not bringing in the numbers against the Trailer Park Boys. And again, they went in towards the enemy triangle, an enemy that is apparently stronger, and did not participate with their Ravage. And that's an absurd way to take a team fight. I don't think anyone does it like
Desperation
that.
central for Nemesis over here. And I don't know why that desperation is there. Their lineup is not bad. Their lineup does not scare less effectively or anything of the sort.
It is a pretty good lineup, but they're just... I feel like the pressure might be getting to them at this point. I think they think that Trailer Park Boys are much further ahead, or rather, maybe they think that they're much further ahead than they actually are. Perhaps they don't know that they don't have the lead. With Jackie in possession of an Orchid, once you get to that Bloodthorn, it's going to be game over for 23 Savage.
Even before the Bloodthorn, it feels like the game for 23 Savage has just been so restricted and limited in what he can offer. Morta's going for the Gleipnir next.
Might just be another one of those games where Jokum has to, you know, be the pseudo carry.
Do that thing.
Radiant's top tower.
But it's a lot harder this game, because this game can end quickly without the potential of a late game comeback.
I also just need to see this Tiny getting more done over here as well, and it just feels like all of these guys have not been able to fight together at any real given point. Jokum dodges out the Slithering Crush and backs off from what 11 has to offer.
Aghanim Scepter almost up for the Sordor. Norman has so much utility. It really does feel like Nemesis missed the plot here in this game number 2. It's still not over by any means, but
Dire's bottom tower is
now playing into a Slark is quite difficult when he has a Bloodthorn, when he has this item that can counter the Wind Ranger. Bloodthorn, bonus damage with the, the Soul Burn, I think it's called, and the Slaughter's Corrosive Haze armor reduction, that is just too much for anyone to survive from.
They might be able to find more of it here. Norman will be spotted out. If they can take down Norman with the help of the Anchor, that's good. But the Hex onto the Tidehunter. Tidehunter can still turn things around. This BKB is going to be running out eventually. 23 Savage Windrun is the only thing keeping him alive. And now the Montestyle as well. Ravage comes through. Do they have a follow-up stun they desperately needed? Murtha buys back and Raven is saying, I've given you the Ravage, but I need you to give me the damage instead. Shackles shot onto the Ember Spirit. Mac is there for the follow-up, disables, and it's going to be long enough to just barely take him down. No, the Shadow Word keeps him alive. He'll dodge out the Gush as well with the help of the Remnant, and with his silence onto the Bane, Bane will not be able to re-engage into the team fight. Jackie just keeps on going in and out of the fight, and now with 23 Savage using that Focus Fire, they will take down the Aegis, but that's only life number 1. 11 is still alive nearby. Jokum trying to zone him away. It's going to be right back up to full HP for the Ember Spirit as he's TP'd back home, remnanted back in, they bought back and then remnanted back in. Trailer Park Boys, they have to expend a lot for that, but it still feels like they come out ahead because that Slark stays alive after the Aegis.
Radiant's bottom
They do
tower
come out
is
ahead,
under
but that was the biggest sign of life that I've seen from Nemesis so far in the game. This time around, they brought 23 Savage in, they used their Ravage, they used their spells, and at least got something done other than just fall helplessly. Again, advantage may have gone towards the Trailer Park Boys, but you still do lose the Aegis. You still do buyback on the Ember Spirit. You still did lose a few more heroes. So at the end of the day, it's not actually that bad for Nemesis. They brought in the buyback from essentially their support hero, even if it is a pseudo core at this point. The Immortal buyback doesn't hurt them as much. If you take this Ember Spirit down in, when you eventually respawn, perhaps you go for a Smoke or Deceit play, you can potentially completely even out this game. I do think the game is even out already, but
Radiant's
you can
bottom
completely
tower
even it out.
is
You can
falling.
guarantee the
Are
evenness.
scanning.
Yeah. Thanos will be very happy with it then.
High ground seed is so risky here. I think Jackie,
Jackie's level
with
21.
two heroes down,
Radiant structures
it's probably
are
possible.
fortified.
You can't touch him. When there's a Serpent Ward and whatnot down as well, and he has 2 pounces, you really can't do anything to make Jackie feel like he's really being threatened.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also, their lineup is actually really bad at taking Serpent Wards down. I mean, Tiny's not going to hit them. Bane's not going to hit them. Has to be the Wind Ranger. But 23
Or the
Savage is
Murtha,
farming
yeah.
away for his BKB. He's very close to his BKB, so that's why he's not coming back. But now he does need to be careful because Trailer Park Boys, they're done with the objectives and they are on the move. 11 looking for someone. Won't be able to find him though.
There's still a rock as well available for the 23 Savage BKB if they really want to just deploy it on her.
Well, I think the BKB is just a guarantee against, or rather, it's a guarantee against a lot of the disables, but it's really good against the Bloodthorn because BKB plus the Wind Run means you're not taking any magical, you're 70% magical damage reduction, debuff immunity, as well as physical evasion. It's like, you're unkillable for those 6 to 7 seconds.
Slark is also going for an early disperser rather than the MKB, so that's not going to be changing for at least the next 10 minutes or so.
Well, I mean, the Wind Run can be dispelled. You have to consider that. Slark Disperser will take away the Wind Run. Until, of course, the level 25. Which is when the Wind Run becomes undispellable. But that's, it's a long
That might be
road.
kind of far away.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. It's not that far. He is level 21. But it is at least 42, 43 minutes.
Yeah. Once again, it's just
looking like Nemesis can't cross a river. They can't find any real farm about this either.
They have
As
to
much as
huddle
we
up.
say that, 23 Savage isn't the player who the game plan is built around to the same extent as it was once upon a time before, he is still clearly the man for this team right now.
Yeah, that is perhaps the most true for this game in specific, because there's no one else that can lead them out of the mess they're in. And they actually have to do what Trailer Park Boys did in Game 1. They have to constantly huddle up together. Forget farm. Play around each other so that you're always ready for a fight when it comes to you. Because Stork
they
can
don't
bounce
have-
in from anywhere.
But they don't have a Clink this time. They don't have this one hero that can solo just do all the damage you need for the team.
I think they're gonna have to make do with what they have at this point. Because 23 Savage is not gonna be making damage items, regardless, right? If he's playing the Wind Ranger or not, or if he's playing the Clinks. He's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter, damage reduction, pretty good for him, but these are survival items. They need an extended team fight. Which is strange because they have a Ravage. One would imagine that you go for a burst oriented kind of team fight, but no. They will go for an extended team fight, which is where their strength truly lies. If you can get to 2 focus fires in one single team fight, I think you can win.
The Wens.
Well, I'm not playing T-Time. I can't hit you with the when. I can only hit you with the if because I'm costing with you, man.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you not playing. I think everyone appreciates you not playing.
But if I was, I'd hit you with the when.
Okay. The win for Trailer Park Boys is here and now as they've smoked up towards the bot side of the map. They're expecting to be able to find 23 Savage, and again, it's that win run, man. It feels like every time I hear it being used for the sake of a farm, I know he's just going to die. They've got the Blink in and the Hex as well, but with the help of the Nightmare, he can BKB and fight back. Who's he fighting back against? Sanctity. He's going to be able to keep himself alive as well with the help of the Blade Mill BKB. They've lost out 2 players, even if 23 Savage stays alive.
No damage output coming out from Sanctity. So just about a flurry of 30 hits probably on the Ember Spirit, but 23 Savage was not able to do a single thing. It's just not enough. And they have, unless,
Radiant's
this is the problem, this is the conundrum Nemesis are in. They need to use every single ability they have, including the very long cooldown Ravage, to be able to make a dent or have a possibility to take out Sanctity.
Yeah.
Or even the Sloric. And the problem with that is, if the Ravage is used and you can't secure the kill, then Trailer Park Boys are going to come back for you. And you're not going to have a Ravage in that scenario. And that is a guaranteed loss of a team fight.
And it all just goes back to those sort of 7-8 minutes where Trailer Park Boys were able to continually outposition and fight from behind even when they're like 14,000 net worth behind. Now they're 12k ahead. Ever since then, it felt like Trailer Park Boys have never really lost a team fight even once. There's not been any hope whatsoever.
It's hard for them to lose a fight. Like, how do you lose the Sloric? How do you lose the Ember Spirit? They're so maneuverable. And now they have a lot of HP, they have a lot of sustain. So unless they make a massive error in judgment, they shouldn't ever be going down. It's your Warlock, your Shadow Shaman, and your Slaughter that are going to be in trouble. But even then, not by too much, because the Slaughter has the Aghanim Scepter. 11 has 4,000 HP. So taking him down is a near impossibility. Warlock has a Solar Crest, Guardian Greaves. He's even carrying a Greater Healing Lotus, for goodness sake. I mean, Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape.
You know how we were talking about the Chen survivability? Say said, you know what, I might not be Chen, but...
He even has the Idol of Skriok.
Of Skriok.
Oh, man. It's, this is one tanky boy. This is one tanky Warlock.
How does Say do this? Every time Say's on a position 5, he just comes out and is like, yeah, I can figure this out, actually. I mean, just across these two supports, be it the BKB Shadow Shaman or the Warlock with 1,000,000 HP, just how do you kill anyone?
I'm taking a look at the total amount of heal the Warlock currently possesses. He can create a physical barrier for 350 physical damage. He has the Glimmer Cape, so 5 seconds of magic damage barrier. A 375 magic damage barrier. 375 heal with Guardian Greaves. 900 HP heal with the Greater Healing Lotus. Shadow Word gives 450 HP heal. It's like, I think that's the total amount of damage 23 Savage did in the last team fight.
It looked like it. It did look like it.
Dire's top tower is under
And it's a smoke, but we all know it. This is one that is tinged with desperation. They will blink forward, but they'll only find Sanctity. An Avalanche onto 2, but they don't realize it, so they can't follow up with the Ravage. Also, 23 Savage is sitting in the base. What is going on with this team right now?
Dire's top tower.
He doesn't want to truly commit until a fight has, until his team has truly committed. And again, it's the problem of the Ravage. As soon as you reveal it, if you cannot guarantee the team fight win, you're going to guarantee the team fight loss. But now they might just be in a position where they have to use their trump card. Roshan will roar.
And right now, Raven is roaring for help. We'll have some delivered. Over and out they go. Chaotic Offering has been dropped, and they still want to commit heavily onto the Tidehunter. Jackie knows it with the BKB. This is his best chance to finish them off without having the Ravage being used. Ravage does nothing. Absolutely nothing. It only catches out the Chaotic Offering. And while 23 Savage chases down 11, that's a kill that no one cares about. They've already used the buyback of the Tidehunter as well. Raven comes back in with nothing to offer. 23 Savage finds a follow-up onto the second support, but now with the help of the Windrun, he's hoping invisibility will be enough to get away. They do have the Corrosive Haze still coming out on him, so he can't stay alive here.
That might have just been it. The Ravage, he held it on for far too long. There was a Fiend's Grip on Sanctity, and there was a potential window where you could have used the Ravage as a follow-up stun, but they allowed the BKBs to be popped because the Ravage did not come out. 23 Savage was late to the fight too. Nemesis, they have bungled it. I think that this game is more than likely to go the way of Trailer Park Boys with an 18,000 lead, the Slark nearly uncontestable, the Ember and the Slaughter are stronger than everyone else on Nemesis, and 23 Savage with no chance of actually being able to dish out the damage. It's even just the value of the net worth in what kind of items it's going towards, and Nemesis don't actually have the advantage there either.
Hey, they could have used that dead shot a little bit earlier on.
bottom barracks are under attack.
This is going to be 2 lanes of barracks at the minimum. Even then, there's no guarantee that Trailer Park Boys will go back because they know that the Ravage is going to be down for at least the next minute.
Jackie also just has crazy stats right now.
Tower is under attack.
He's feeling good about himself.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, there's nothing they can do to defend right now. They are hugging their tier 4s, and as Mac tries to push forward, they get Searing chained up. Sanctity continues to zone them away. He might even get a kill onto the Murtha. Murtha has to use the Pierce Veil to be able to keep herself alive, and you're just getting nothing from this all. Raven will continue to try and move forward with the help of the Gush, but they're watching their barracks crumble and die, and they can't do anything about it.
It's not as if they don't have an option. What do they even do? It feels like both teams are just, or rather Nemesis are just waiting for that inevitable result where, they're going to try until the very end, but most likely this game is going to end up with, the series is going to end up going to a game number 3.
I mean, the way this is going, if Nemesis brings it back, I don't know what kind of demonic sacrifice they would have had to make to do it.
Hey, why a demonic sacrifice?
You think an angel's gonna save them in this one? Also, would you rather sacrifice a demon or an angel? I mean, I feel like, you're probably better off sacrificing a demon.
I'm going to maintain plausible deniability and not answer that question.
All right. Okay.
But you guys know where to find me.
We're going to have some words about this afterwards. And words are all the Nemesis have right now. The words, I think I can hear them. It's like, what's that? Help us? Sorry, man.
There's no help coming.
There really isn't.
There's no real way to split the creeps either. It is one Hail Mary defense that it comes down to. They will fight outside of their high ground against an Aegis into several buybacks while not having buybacks on their own lineup. So this is desperation at its peak.
God, Sanctity is just so eager to go in, and you can see why there's so much follow-up. It doesn't matter if you've got the BKB, there's the ward trap to stop you from going forward. BKB is going to end up being used, as Raven does use his double Ravage. He catches out the Shadow Shaman and the Warlock. Can they finish the Warlock up before the Chaotic Offering drops? That's the big question. Yes, they can. He ends up going down. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Slardar up next for grab, but he has the Aegis. Remember, they're going to be able to fight back in again. Buyback from the Warlock. He's keeping into the outpost, but all things said and done, this is the best team fight Nemesis has had in 30 minutes.
It's great, but what makes you think Trailer Park Boys will go back? Because Nemesis have revealed their cards. They've used both of the Ravages. Refresher is on cooldown. Everything is on cooldown, including the Fiend's Grip and the Whale. So Trailer Park Boys, quite literally, they can just go again. And it's time for round 2.
You're going to wait for their BKBs at the very least, but you're right. The cooldown for the BKBs is obviously much less than it is for the Refresher. And the smoke from the Warlock as well. Now look, Nemesis, the problem is also you have no way of pushing out the lanes. Otherwise, maybe you could have gone for a smoke play to look for a fight here and now as well. 23 Savage now at the very least does have the undispellable win run, so the nullifier doesn't feel as bad for him. The level 25 is actually the items the Trailer Park Boys have gone for.
And he also has a Chrysalis, so he has a lot of damage coming in. We saw the damage he dealt in that Focus Fire. It's good. If you can find the lockdown, the chain lock on Jackie, perhaps you can focus your efforts on him. But taking out the Ember or the Slardar is also a valuable trade. You need to take at least one of these cores with your Focus Fire.
Yeah, because you're not killing Jackie. Jackie's got 3,000 HP.
Well, everyone else has 3,000 too. I mean, Ember has 3,000.
Alright, fair enough. Slardar has 4,000. Deadshot is good to keep Norman away. They do have the Lotus Orb as well, but Sanctity just goes in deeper and deeper. What he's hunting for is Jean-Well. He wants to keep the Bane away from the fight, and even if the Fiend's going to be used on him, he doesn't care. What's going on for 23 Savage? He zones out Jack Boys with the Focus Fire, goes back to right-click down the Ember. Ember does not have buyback, and Sanctity's overcommitted. In his attempt to zone out the Bane, he ends up giving the Bane the perfect Fiend script.
They do have 120 seconds, but what I'm wondering is if they can actually push. Now that was a huge kill they found, but they have to first deal with these Serpent Wars. They have to push out all of these lanes, including that mid lane, which has super creeps that is inside of their own base. So I'm not sure if they can get to Trailer Park Boys in time. I'm not even sure if they're going to attempt it.
The Aghanim Scepter now here for the Warlock as well. Double Golem drop, if you can get it off.
He's also
but to be honest,
he's also very close to his level 25. He's gonna hit the level 24 with that Shrine of Wisdom pickup. So that Golem on that, he's gonna have 3 Golems in the fight.
But to be honest,
Also, one other thing that I forgot to mention.
Go ahead.
This was a few team fights ago. The reason why Silver Edge isn't a necessary item is because you do have a Shaman. So you do have a break against the Tidehunter. That's why he's melting in these fights.
Well, Teltras, I know you forgot to mention it, but I didn't, so it's okay. I mentioned it.
Oh, that's
'Cause I'm
nice.
just a better analyst than you.
No, you're not. But that's still nice. I'm
just
proud of
I'm
you.
just built different, dude.
That
That's what I
agree
am. Yeah. Look, we are getting to the point now, because of the double ravage and the low cooldowns of the BKBs, or rather the low duration of the BKBs. This is almost a favored team fight for the Radiant side because the 23 Savage is level 25. If
Not
they're on their own high ground.
Not for the next 60 seconds, though, because right now, Jackie has an Octarine score and an Arcane Rune. And you don't want to play against that combination. His Shadow Dance is probably what on...
It's a 17-second cooldown.
Yeah.
That is
You don't want to play
insane.
against that. It's a 4-second... It's...
Oh my god, they want to play against it! They want to play against it! They want to take him down, but where is the damage? Who's going to be bringing it? They don't have it! With the Fiend Script, they do! Arcane Rune this, Octarine Core that, I don't care! They've got the kills! And now 2 minutes without the Warlock, they know there's no buyback on that support either.
Great pickup. Once again, managing to prove me wrong quite heavily. Warlock also down. Surprising that they were able to take down 3,000+ HP without any window where the Slark could have used his Shadow Dance or even his Depth Shroud.
I mean, they
Perfect
do have
chain
like
lock.
11 seconds of stun between the
Yeah.
two Ravages and the Fiend Script, right? So if you
Two
can't kill him in
Ravages, Fiend
11
Script.
seconds...
It's plenty of lockdown, but Nemesis, this is the window where they need to mount up their advantage, or rather, just some kind of pressure. They have pushed out the mid lane and that bot lane. It's time to go to the high ground and at least, taste the tier 3 a bit. At least
Also,
to get
you
ahead.
also have to remember, this is now 2 team fights for Trailer Park Boys have arguably lost because of, well, this wasn't a team fight, but 2 engagements where they've arguably lost because of sort of overzealousness or overconfidence. The Stark farming out towards the Radiant jungle consistently like that. You obviously had in the previous one Sanctity going deep into tier 4s and getting caught by the Fiend Script too. They're being hand-delivered Fiend Script targets, and we are going to get to a point where Trailer Park Boys might overcorrect and overcompensate. And if they start to play defensive, that's going to be a problem.
Are you saying deja vu? Because quite honestly, that's how game 1 ended up.
I'm not saying it until I see it, but I do see it, so I might say it. 23 Savage as well is building in now towards a Nullifier and Hurricane Pike of his own.
To be fair to you, Time, this is a fair bit of a problem in the Southeast Asian scene in specific. Closing a game out feels really difficult for any team apart from OG. Execration has had a lot of issues with that, something that they've been trying to fix up. Seems like Trailer Park Boys also have that issue. I saw this
7
issue,
seconds.
it'd be a potential issue with Nemesis in their Dream League run. Of course, the lineup was really different, so don't know how much it's affecting them here.
Roshan is a risky play to go for right now, as it will start to move up in 40 seconds or so. I would be surprised if Trailer Park Boys want to commit to it, even if they do have a Slar there.
It's again a standoff between both of these two sides, despite the Trailer Park Boys being up 11,000 lead. I wonder if they know they're up 11,000. And right now, Nemesis, they have another full second Ravage. That Refresher Orb is now off of cooldown. So Nemesis are all good to go. with the
It
Daedalus.
all comes down to Slardar and how many stuns he can get, how he can weave in and out of the fight. It's what Sanctity was trying to do, but he's realized now that there's just too many disables.
He does have a refresher of his own, but I think you're right. I think the first point of contact has to come from the Stardart. And for Nemesis, they're looking for a good Ravage. And they've adjusted, right? Where Raymond was previously very hesitant on using the Ravage, in the last few fights, he has not shown that hesitance. He has gone for that full double Ravage against that Slark, against the Ember, found them both times, and that's what he needs to do.
Second smoke has been used for this one. Nemesis is trying to wrap around from behind and find the angle advantage and just rely on the idea that, hey, maybe they haven't put down... They spot out the Slardar. They see 11. Can they get the initiate? Raven's had his smoke popped as well, but he's not been seen. There's no Slark here, remember. They're threatening, but do they dare initiate? Jackboys is under vision and he knows it as well, but it doesn't matter. He's been caught. They have the refresher, but it's a Wind Waker to save Jackboys. That's going to be what turns around the team fight. Jackboys starts to fight back. Where is 23 Savage going? He can't find a target, and instead he is the target. Goes back inside his invisibility. They don't have detection for him. Jokum's going to be caught on the low ground, but as he was trying to hunt down this Shadow Shaman blinks away. Nullifier on Mac. Mac can't do anything over here either. 23 Savage has just run away. He's not going to be looking to participate in this fight at all. What a clutch play from the Slardar.
That Wind Waker, man, completely saved them. That was a dead fish. That was going to be Jackie falling. And that entire team fight was going to be different. He took a page out of Mac's playbook. We saw Mac coming out with the Eul's saves in the previous game. This time around, it was 11 all the way through. Trailer Park Boys, one single decision to win the team fight. That's what it came down to. Everything else was just background noise. It was just that Wind Waker.
If they'd initiated on 11 earlier on when they saw him, that's the worst part. They saw him underneath that
would have been a much
board.
better way. That would have been...
They would have won the team fight.
Yeah, everyone else was on the low ground. For a moment there, even the Slark hugged the Slardar. So if they initiated then, that would have been even better. But at that point, they didn't have the vision.
Is under attack.
But it's still not over. Mac does have a buyback. He will commit to it, and Trailer Park Boys will go back. But I'm afraid if Mac dies now, that's going to be 150 seconds of a boost on timer.
It's always 125. It can't go over that.
Actually, oh wow. I did not know that.
Other than the Necrophos days. Back in the bad old days of the Necrophos Reaper side.
Yeah, when I would alt-tab and go start watching a movie, you know, or finish my degree.
Well, maybe it's time to go finish a degree for Murtha over here. She's not going to be sticking around for too long. They do have a buyback on her if she wants to use it, but she'll wait it out, try and threaten.
Again, lucky for them, it's the hero that has a buyback.
Might be by design, but the design they'd really like over here is a refresher to come off of cooldown for this Tidehunter. 60 seconds still on it. And you could do have the Avalanche. Of course, you can't initiate onto the Slark any longer. Wind Waker consistently from 11 is being used to just be a nuisance. Serpent Ward's getting good damage, but it's going to be the Shackle shot onto, the Shackles on the Wind Ranger. Shackle shot onto Sanctity is not going to connect. We haven't seen too many great Shackles over here. Nice dead shot as well as the silence back on the Ember Spirit. It's only just annoyance. So Roshan's banner means that they need to actually commit to a fight to clear out these creeps. Otherwise, it is going to be impossible to rely on backdoor protection to help them out in the slightest. 23 Savage going over and out. The rocks have been dropped as well. Sanctity uses BKB number 1. Refresher can be used very soon over here as well. But as 23 Savage is going to be found, Jackie reinitiates on him. 11 can finish him off. Buyback used from the Wind Ranger. And 11 is just causing chaos in the middle of it all. They will find their mega creeps as well. It feels like you're fighting a game of desperation that you simply cannot win. Aegis is all they've expended from the Slark right now. Jackie can just reinitiate into the fight. And as 11 goes in for the 2-man stuns, Jackie sees his opportunity. Refresher from the Warlock. He's still fighting on. It's going to be a dead Murtha. You might as well call it. You might as well call the GG. Nemesis have got nothing else to offer. They start off strong, but in an exact opposite situation of what happened in game number 1, they will end up faltering. Trailer Park Boys showed that they too can win it out in the late game.
Fantastic comeback coming in from Trailer Park Boys. They had nothing going for them, quite honestly. Nemesis were rolling all over them across all 3 lanes. The only one that was doing well, I will say that, Jackie was up there in the network chart with the rest of Nemesis scores every single point in the game. I did not think that it would have been enough, but Trailer Park Boys, for a lot of those team fights in the mid game, did outplay Nemesis, and even in singular decisions like that lost Wind Waker use, I think that sealed the deal. I think that was the team fight that decided the course of the game, because Nemesis quite honestly could have won that fight, but that single decision by 11 coming in with the Wind Waker to save the Slark there changed the narrative. It enabled them to secure the game win.
I mean, that was definitely what gave them the win, but what even put them in the position to be doing that in the first place is, I just think this was a carry difference coming through. I think 23 Savage was given all the resources, and when it came to outperforming and repositioning, I mean, Wind Ranger and Slark are both pretty positional heavy and, you know, sort of skill expression heroes. We had opportunities for 23 Savage to be able to showcase that off about himself. We never really got it, unfortunately. So, you know, when all is said and done, Slark versus Wind Ranger, Slark ends up winning out somehow. 3 team fights in a row in the mid game, and after that, Nemesis never looked back for a second. Fantastic performance coming out from them overall, though you have to really give out credits to the fact that they're, you know, sort of, rather to the Trailer Park Boys for the fact that they were being able to bring it back to a game number 3. And game 1 was 71 minutes. Game 2 is exactly 60 minutes. Game 3 probably isn't going to be a short one or a snooze fest either. Make sure you're coming back in for that one. Who makes it to the finals of the RES Unchained? We're going to find out after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to the RES Unchained. We continue on with the first semi-finals on the road to Malta. The Blast Slam 6 qualifier for the Southeast Asian region is going to be coming down to a game 3 where 1 and 2 were pretty damn good games. 71 minutes coming out on game number 1 between Trailer Park Boys and Nemesis. Trailer Park Boys ending up losing that one out, then coming back in game 2 in another 60-minute affair. Fantastic back and forth. Honestly, coming to game 3, all I know is we're probably in for another long one, Dultrus.
Yeah, we're definitely in for a treat. The only reason the last game didn't go even longer was because of the draft. I think if there was a different carry for Nemesis, it might have just been a 70-minute game again. But let's see, it's an entirely fresh draft. Trailer Park Boys go for the exact same bans, the Gyrocopter and the Centaur. So it seems like they really don't want the Gyrocopter strategy going for them. I wonder if Nemesis will go for a mid-game oriented carry, you know, and honestly, I keep coming back to the Ursa. I think one of these two teams should just pick up the Ursa. I mean, it's their specialty, right? Why hold back?
Because I got a Slark the last game who ripped everyone to shreds. I'm okay with not getting a Ursa if I got a Slark instead. That's way more exciting. I've seen Fuzzy Wuzzy all year long, dude. 2025 was the year of the bear and the Dawnbreaker.
2026 is going to be the year of the fish. I can feel it. Yeah. Stardar being banned out, certainly. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was the Wind Waker, not the Stardar in that previous game.
I mean, you had some great plays coming out from 11 though in the Stardar in general, right? Like we talked about how important it is going to be for him to initiate in the mid game and whatnot. It felt like 11 was a serious contributing factor. And Sanctity is just a constant. You can't really ban out Sanctity. He offers so much no matter what hero he's going to be on. And you know what? I guess we know what hero he's going to be on from the very beginning. Tiny picked up to start things off. Max Tiny was a problem for Trailer Park Boys both in game 1 and game 2. But in game 3, they want to be providing the problem rather than searching for a solution.
Dire team back.
Wonder if we'll see a Puck come out. Nemesis, though, they'll go for that Keeper of the Light. It's a pretty good hero against a Tiny because of that Solar Bind. But as long as you don't get caught, because Keeper of the Light is one of those heroes that is very squishy. One avalanche toss, Keeper of the Light will immediately just die. So positioning will be the key for the Keeper of the Light. I think positioning has been the theme for this entire series, right? The team with the better positioning in the team fights has been the team that has won the game so far.
Shocker.
Dire team back.
Listen, it's not as straightforward as that, okay? Like, to be fair, there are other elements in a team fight tea time. You know, it's a chemical concoction, it's a formula.
The team that was better at pressing buttons won. No, but you know, you're right. I do think that positioning has been a very key factor, and it's not just, you know, micro positioning in terms of how team fights are played, because you know, you looked at 23 Savage and his decisions on how to position in the lead up to a team fight in terms of how long it took him to get to a fight on the Wind Ranger, how many times he'd already used the Wind Run, you know, just to get to a farming camp earlier on and everything. 23 Savage played a very greedy game in game number 2, and it's not often that I feel comfortable putting the blame on one player's shoulders, but it did feel like a lot of the responsibility fell onto him when his team had already enabled him to be in a position to, you know, sort of carry out the game. He did counter out the enemy carry to a large extent and everything as well. You know, I want to see more coming out from 23 Savage in this game. That is for sure. Jackie, though, you just keep doing what you were doing in game 2, man.
Yeah, or game 1. I mean, Jackie had a pretty good series overall. He did his job there in game 1 too. He did find the farm. Itemization was, well,
It was all right. It's okay, Tom. So you don't like the Monster style of the gyrocopter. We get it. You know what was very good, though, in game number 1 was also 23 Savage. The Clinks was fantastic, and you can see why Trailer Park Boys have banned it out again. Both the Clinks and the Ember Spirit have been taken away. Max Ember Spirit, obviously a huge threat, something you cannot understate.
I'm wondering
Nemesis
if Mac can go for a Razor. This was something that Nemesis brought to TI, and Mac had a phenomenal run with the Razor. The reason I'm mentioning it is it's because it's so good against that Tiny, but no, Nemesis will bring this Earth Spirit back. Massively buffed up, or well, decently buffed up in the recent patch. I will say that the Earth Spirit was non-viable before the patch, but now he is right up there with the rest of the Spirit heroes. And with the high amount of HP the Earth Spirit naturally brings, as well as being a natural vessel builder, should have a decent time against the Tiny. Not to mention, a Chakra Magic cooldown reduction should help with Earth Spirit regardless of what ability he, chooses to play with. I think the Boulder Smash with the Chakra Magic is pretty good.
Yeah. And we also saw Nemesis pulling out the Keeper of the Light support and showing us a very effective performance on it for, comeback farming more than anything else, right? Mac on the Ember Spirit with the Keeper of the Light support was this really, really good flash farming capability where Mac loses the lane but still managed to bring it back, which when you're playing against Sanctity, I'll be honest, I kind of assume that your lane isn't going to go that well. It's always the mid and the late game where it feels like you have to come out ahead when it's against Sanctity in a domestic matchup. Timbersaw is a hero that I was thinking about over here as well. The problem with the Timbersaw is Gorilla is actually quite mobile, and sure, it's a squishy hero, but it's a very high movement speed hero, and you kind of want to have stuns to take it down. You're relying now purely on the Tiny Blink and the Disruptor Glimpse to be able to actually catch up to some of these heroes. Timber's good, he's obviously great burst damage, but Nemesis have two hyper-mobile heroes that aren't the most susceptible to Timbersaw, just quite so far.
Well, I mean, the Timbersaw and the Disruptor are great heroes against the Earth Spirit. I think the Earth Spirit, Mac is going to have a rough time here. But the Keeper of the Light is great against the Timber, especially with that Blinding Light, right? That knockback that can cancel your chain as well, the Solar Bind that will slow the Timber down. And now they add in some decent bit of damage with the Templar Assassin and also pick up a Crystal Maiden. Again, another hero that can disrupt that chain from the Timbersaw. But I will add that this Disruptor prick from TPB is so good against both the Earth Spirit as well as the Templar. You can't do anything against that Glimpse. If you get Glimpse back into the Static Storm, you no longer have the Refraction, you no longer have the Melt Strike. And one of the things about the Templar Assassin is that if you silence the Templar Assassin, then most of her damage output is not effective because she relies on the Refraction, she relies on the Melt Strike to come out with that damage output.
I actually think Crystal Maiden is one of the more slept-on supports for me. I was looking at her kit again yesterday, and I was just, kind of trying to figure out why it hasn't been used. I think she's got one of the best shards upgrades in the game, and with how much priority Tormentors have gotten, I think Crystal Maiden's like one of those supports where, to be honest, that little clone of herself that you pop out for more Frostbite, it's really, really good versus heroes like the Timbersaw, heroes like the Tiny, heroes that are highly mobile, and you might have a hard time locking down because you want to go for more of that AoE play. I think CM's been, very slept on. I'm looking forward to seeing how she does. It's also just a good, it's always just good to have any sort of slowing support coming through with the TA if you want to put her on position 5. More likely than not, she is going to be position 4 though, and reasonably strong later. There aren't that many offlane options still open for Nemesis though, so I'm kind of curious what they have in mind for that.
I would have ideally liked to see a Centaur from Nemesis, but that's already banned out. So maybe just go for the Tidehunter again.
With the CM?
Yeah, I mean, Chris, and the Magnetize, right? It's a really good auras, AoE abilities you have. The Freezing Field, Magnetize, plus the Ravage. Could see it working out, but the problem is Trailer Park Boys have picked up the Abaddon, and that should put a stop to whatever Nemesis are trying to do. Frostbite dispelled away, even the Magnetize can be dispelled away, the Solar Bind from the Keeper of the Light, that can be dispelled away. So this Abaddon pick is really clutch by Trailer Park Boys. I do think they are coming out with quite a significant outdraft.
Yeah, I think the problem for me is also not just the Abaddon versus, obviously all the dispellables. DA doesn't have the best time versus Avalanche because even though the Avalanche has been changed to be an aura stun, the damage is still multiple instances, right? The damage has not been changed, so refraction will melt for the DA underneath the Chakram, the Static Storm, the Avalanche. There's a lot of ways to actually just dispel refraction in the first 30 minutes or so. So it is a little bit concerning, and it forces her to go for a BKB much earlier than she would like to. So yeah, that's where I'm more concerned for Nemesis than anything else. And Visage comes through for Trailer Park Boys. I was actually thinking Visage might have been good for Nemesis as well. Just, get sort of that really mana-hungry offlane duo where you can put the Keeper of the Light plus a Visage on or something like that. Trailer Park Boys, this is even kind of a deny pick coming out. Does this mean it's going to be a support Visage or a support Tiny, though, is my question.
I think it's an... Oh, that's actually a pretty good... But I mean, yesterday... Trailer Park Boys did play the Visage against the Yangon Galacticos in that game number 2, and that was an offlane Visage. So I have yet to see what they plan on it. I would prefer the offlane Timbersaw. Oh no, but they're actually going to go for a mid lane Timbersaw and have an offlane Visage. And then Nemesis are going to go for a Doom. This is interesting. I still do very much think the Trailer Park Boys have the better draft, even if Nemesis do go for the Doom versus the Abaddon. It's a good ability. It's okay, but it doesn't break the Abaddon's borrowed time. It only disables the healing. So there's still no way for Nemesis to kill the Abaddon inside of his borrowed time. Not to mention, Visage is a great aura builder. You can come out with heroes like the Boots of Bearing or even the Guardian Greaves. Maybe you can even go for the Holy Locket, the Solar Crest. It's lots of great items. I think that Trailer Park Boys have a lot more options with their draft, while Nemesis draft seems like it has options, but really all of the options available for Nemesis funnel into a unipolar playstyle. And again, it's very highly dependent on what 23 Savage can get done, because sure, early game, Mac has the magical damage and the Doom, has the Doom. And you have the Keeper of the Light and the Crystal Maiden, some decent supports to be able to follow up with your setups. But at the end of the day, those are just going to be setups. Those are just going to be pickoffs, not enough to take the entire team down from Trailer Park Boys. So you will need 23 Savage online sooner or later. And it's a rough one for the Templar Assassin. Even Jackie, who's going to be going for a Radiance 30% evasion for himself, Refraction is not going to be a viable option this game. You're not going to have it up for too long. Disruptor is going to counter out your TA or your Ember Spirit. So honestly, let's see. I would favor TPB in this.
Yeah, I mean, I would too, absolutely. But the only place where I get worried is this is really greedy, right? Like the Visage in the offlane, mid lane, Sanctities, Timbersaw, and then Jack Boys needs a Radiance as well to function. You've got a position 4 that doesn't do much till like 19 minutes when it comes to, sort of mid-team fight positioning, because he needs that Blink Dagger desperately. This is asking for a lot from a little bit. So yeah, we're going to be heading into the game in just a second or so, but overall looking at the draft, I'm with you. I think Nemesis have a weaker draft predominantly because of the Templar Assassin. But there is a chance of potentially using that 10 to 17 minute mark to have the Crystal Maiden plus Earth Spirit plus Doom snowballed into, maybe more success than 23 Savage would deserve on the basis of his hero pick rather than, on his skill.
As far as the Doom is concerned, one of the things that we do have to note is that Tiny is one of those underrated supports against the Doom. While he doesn't offer any...
toss back is pretty good.
Yeah, exactly, right? You either
especially with the
toss back
Aphotic
the
Shield.
Doom and the Aphotic Shield. And you may... Well, I mean, you can't go for the Coil because it won't do anything. But you have a Glimpse back on the Doom too, right? Tiny toss back or the Disruptor Glimpse back. Either one works out great for you.
I mean, you're talking about tossing back the Doom. I'm talking about tossing back your ally towards the Abaddon just to Aphotic Shield him up or
You can
something.
do both. Glimpse back the Doom, toss back your ally.
You're just juggling people at this point.
Create the 7 degrees of separation.
Speaking of 7 degrees, Max got 7 stones that he's going to be using in this matchup versus the Timbersaw. I want to hear your thoughts about this matchup because I've literally never seen it.
There's a very simple and basic formula. Timbersaw comes in with pure damage and attribute steal, so he is quite literally really strong against all strength-based cores.
Oh my god, Shokum's dead. The Visage Special.
It's a tri lane, you know, is a Visage tri lane to be specific. This is deceptively strong for as long as it does last. He does teleport towards that bot lane now. Normally we see a support stay for a kill, but this time around it was an off lane, right?
It's kind of baller to just have it like, I'll take this 300 gold. You can have level 2 with the support actually to start things off. Norman, go get some XP. But bottom lane, 23 Savage is going to be looking to trade out hits pretty heavily as well.
Norman should have an early level 2, but no, he didn't. I don't think he secured as many creeps there. I think this is still the first creep wave. Avalanche Toss is going to be a decent factor in this lane, particularly for the Crystal Maiden, because the Avalanche Toss means that you're going to guarantee at least 2 or 3 charges for the Soul Assumption, and then you will have another Soul Assumption because you have been tossed back.
Raven, speaking of toss backs, is being glimpsed back of, hey, it is going to be Shokum to try and save him. And look, it's nice to have the blinding light, but I don't know if Jackie is going to be dissuaded from this attempt. Photic Shield is going to be running out pretty soon as well, and even with just that damage, it's going to be enough to get the kill. So Raven will fall, Jackie prioritizing kills as well. And look, it's important to keep that Doom down and out where he deserves to be.
Nice blinding light coming up by Jokum. Was able to dish out a bit of damage towards Jackie by forcing him inside of the tier 1 tower. Still though, not as big of a loss for Nemesis as the Doom's death there. Offlane effectively, rather safe lanes effectively secured by TPB. Still too early to say, but there's nothing that they can do against Jackie is a big problem. Even if you do rotate, by the time your Earth Spirit is ready to come in this lane, Jackie will probably be level 6.
What do you think about, because I've not actually heard your thoughts about this, what do you think about both the new Doom in general, but, you know, the viability of Doom now because of the Midas changes?
I think even outside of the Midas, Doom with the Devour can farm up pretty good, and the Aghanim Scepter on the Doom actually makes him, you know, a really strong hero. I believe 1200 or 1300 damage at that level 18 mark with the Aghanim just planted on someone. Disruptor's not going to have that much HP. Or even just planted down towards the Timbersaw. I think Doom has always been, ever since the advent of Dota, right? You remember the loading screen back in Dota 1 which had the Doom on the picture? That was a foreshadowing of the fact that the Doom is going to be the same throughout. Just a very high value ability for... you know, the entirety of Dota in its past and present and future.
I mean, I've got a funny story actually. Back before I was allowed to play like online matches in Dota 1, all we used to do was 1 versus 1, myself and my brother. And my brother was much better than me. Like, he'd be the equivalent of being like Immortal Top 1000 these days. Hold the point. 23 Savage, are you going to be brought down over here? You don't have mana. You will have the Lotus Orb to be able to regen back up, so you should be fine. And dodges out the Soul Assumption damage as well. But yeah, we used to play 1v1s, and I could never ever beat him. And this is like when he just started, and we just started playing. So we didn't know every hero. So I went through every single hero till I found Doom, and I was like, I found the one hero I can 1v1 you with. And I'd just wait till I get my ulti, just doom him up, and he'd just get angry about how stupid I'm playing. Good days, man. 2005, I think.
Good days, back when we weren't allowed to play online.
Yeah.
Because then it
internet just wasn't good enough. It did go downhill, that's true. Well, top lane. Raven is having a pretty downhill trajectory over here as well. Say is going to finish him off with that last bit of Thunderstrike and Glimpse damage.
This doesn't seem like a lane where you should be able to shut down a Doom. It's an Abaddon and a Disruptor. Sure, you have the Glimpse back, but the Scorcher should provide you with enough of a buffer.
And maybe a different creep to help out.
The Frost Armor creep might be pretty good. I mean, he's gone for a very aggressive build, right? He has the Chain Lightning, the Mana Burn and the Mana Aura.
Point, bottom lane, we've had a toss forward for 11. 11 wants to keep on fighting. One more Soul Assumption will give him another kill. He'll trade his life for it, though, that's a guarantee. But with the amount of rotations that have come through, you don't feel too bad about that.
And let's not
You
forget,
get a
11
kill.
gets extra gold as well with the soul assumption kills.
Mac did get the return kill though, and Mac is playing an Earth Spirit, so he can essentially just roll back to the mid lane. It's not exactly too much space being created by Trailer Park Boys, as they do give up the first kill, or rather Nemesis do achieve the first kill of the game. But still, you're right, it is just the fact that their top lane is going so well for Trailer Park Boys that is the concern here.
Draws forward, Jean-Noel has been found out, Chakram and Chakram action, and Sanctity is happy to introduce the Crystal Maiden to a watery grave.
Six-minute power. Sanctity does grab up the Arcane Rune as well, so I wonder if he'll come in for a rotation, perhaps on this Templar Assassin. That does seem to be the, you know, the one hero that Trailer Park Boys should focus on.
But they're going to focus on her regardless. Disruptor's been rotated in. They know they've got the damage and the lockdown to keep her in place. 23 Savage has no chance of living over here. Maybe he does. The TP is enough. They've used the glimpse preemptively. And Trailer Park Boys are feeling a little bit silly right now.
Yeah, I was looking at Norman and he had no mana regen items, so he used the Avalanche. They already had used the Glimpse, so I was thinking, hey, why doesn't the Templar just teleport out?
Well, you thought it, he did it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they
23
could have
Savage,
teleported
so-
Sanctity in because of the fact that the Templar Assassin 23 Savage was so close to that tower. Wasn't a bad position for Trailer Park Boys. Sanctity is having a wonderful time on that mid lane. 3,300 net worth, as opposed
Dude,
to
it's
the Earth
crazy.
Spirit, who's only on 20. I mean, sure, no, it's not only on 2,900. Mac is doing pretty well too, especially with the kill that he got earlier, but it's still not good enough. And the reason I say that is because rotating on towards the Abaddon is probably a no-go. Rotating towards the Visage is also going to be hard once you have the familiars. There's just too much disruption with the familiar stuns coming out to the Earth Spirit in order for him to do what he wants. So, and Saturday has a Timber Chain, so there's no ideal target.
Can you kill Mac over here? Mac is just trying to finish things off. No. That's actually, funnily enough, doesn't go quite as well as it could have because of the blinding light. Say gets pushed away, so Mac doesn't get the roller sun on him that he was looking for.
A Vortex Shield, though, will keep him safe. Although I think he would have stayed alive regardless, but...
Listen, man, Say finds a way, okay? On the Chen, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, he's got the heals. On the Warlock, he gets the heals, and now he's... Look, I just believe in Say's ability to survive. Norman, toss backwards. Mac is not going to be able to back off this time over. Doesn't have the Magnetize over here either to give the extra damage they think they might need.
And that
Sanctity
is going to create a difference. The Timbersaw will have 1,000 net worth advantage over the Earth Spirit by the time that Mac respawns. And this is not a good look for this early game.
Radiant's middle
Sanctity in
tower
every
is
single
under attack.
game so far has like, pretty significantly won his lane. And now he's going to be going forward to pick up the comeback form as well. Say, Fairy Fire, this and that, the other, but he does finally fall.
It's a good return kill, and the biggest thing is that they manage to protect their stacks in the triangle. I suppose that's worth it more than anything else. They'll also create a few more stacks for the Templar Assassin. I do hope that they're in a position where they can clear the stacks a bit earlier, because over on Trailer Park Boys, you have a Timbersaw, you have the Visage, you have the Tiny heroes that can clear stacks on their own too. But 23 Savage, despite playing alone on this lane for most of the time, or most of the duration, he's been able to take out the tier 1 tower. So this is, Visage is supposed to be a lane dominator, but they haven't achieved that objective. Despite of bringing in the numbers.
Well, the punching bag off the game so far has been the Doom, and Raven has decided he'd like to punch back. He lifts his arms up and finds out they're made of jelly. You ever have those dreams where you have that happen? Well, he's living it. Speaking of jelly, Jokum is looking kind of juicy. Sanctity wants to come through over here and get another quick kill for himself, and well, he won't be able to pick up the last hit, but at least he assists Jack Boys in getting some A nice return for him. And Jackboy's, with all the kills he's managed to get, he's participated in 5 kills, having received 3 of them so far. He's kept up with the Templar Assassin pretty effectively, even though he's 20 last hits behind her.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good run. It's all of these kills that Jackie has been able to get. And Mac has been playing passive in this third game, which is surprising. I mean, he did make a rotation towards that bot lane, but now that he has the amplified damage, I would like to see him get more involved. Perhaps take Jackie out, or try to do so, because you do have the Doom online now. And if you get a kill on the Abaddon, that can propel 23 Savage ahead of every other core in the game. But Mac, where did he roll off to? Where is he? Okay, no, he's in the jungle.
The roly-poly boy.
Yeah, he's going for the Blade Mail. It's a good item. I think, especially against all of that AoE damage coming in from Trailer Park Boys. Just dish out the AoE damage right back.
I just wonder... I just don't know what you're supposed to do on the Earth Spirit in this game.
You're supposed to get killed T-time. You're supposed to
Theoretically,
go on the Abaddon.
yes. Yeah, yes, that is true. You're supposed to get kills, but on who?
The Abaddon.
Exactly.
The Abaddon. I keep saying it.
I don't... I know you're saying it, but you saying it doesn't make it happen.
Dire are scanning.
I wish it did, because they should get a kill on the Abaddon, man. They have the Doom online. And this is important, because this feels reminiscent of that previous game, and I hope that Nemesis doesn't fall into the same trap, or into the same pit, one of their own making, because they had the Ravage in the previous game, and we saw so many opportunities where the Ravage was simply not used. This time they have the Doom, but they're not using it.
Well, at the very least, they're making an attempt onto the Timber Saw. Doom can now come out if they want to, but no, Sanctity manages to get away. Fantastic stun from Norman. He might even not need to give his own life for this. Mac is being turned around upon. There's going to be another Soul Assumption that is chasing him down. 11 gets another kill. And where they attempt to engage without the Doom, they can't finish off Sanctity.
I'm not sure about this, but I think there was a point in that fight where you could have used the Doom on Sanctity before the responses came in. I'm not sure about it, because the Static Storm was also placed down, so it may have been a scenario where they didn't use the Doom. But I get the idea of not using the Doom. Sanctity was so low on his HP that there was no way he should have survived, but the response from TPB just came in way too quick. They're playing a few steps ahead right now, and can't let them do that for too long.
And Nemesis are trying to make plays happen, but the problem is that at the end of the day, it is still a 4 protect 1 strategy that they're going for. So the pickups that you're ideally looking for is, maybe on some supports here or there. I know you keep talking about the Abaddon, but it feels like an impossible kill because of how good the TP support is to come through from Trailer Park Boys. But none of these supports are being caught out. You feel like you have to target one of the cores. Every core is so beefy.
And one of the supports from Trailer Park Boys is a defensive support. Disruptor is never going to be on the front line. Tiny is going to be defensive for now, aggressive later on when he has the blink. So, and he's also a very tanky target himself.
I mean, Tiny's also just doing
1400 HP, man. Like,
Norman's doing a really, really good job of just making sure that he's in position to interrupt these, sort of ganks as well. Like that previous fight, he gets an avalanche onto 2 people so that they can't follow up onto the Timber Saw. Right? It's also not a place where he's steeping into. Norman's just positioning himself consistently.
14-minute Shrine of Wisdom.
And he's also going to have a 17-minute Blink Dagger because he didn't go for the Arcane early on. He has 1700 gold right now.
Yeah, they'll have an Arcane too for Say. So he won't be pressed for, mana problems. As long as they play together. Tiny is one of those supports that will play together with your other support, or will be playing around with your core. Tiny's not going to be, doing its own thing.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm surprised to see Mac not go for a vessel. I wonder who's actually creating that vessel for Nemesis.
They're
Doesn't
not
seem
making
like...
a vessel.
Okay, I guess we're not going to have a vessel. This is... I would like to see a vessel though, T-time, just for the record. Just so
you want to
have it
expand
clear.
on that, just so that the people back home were thinking, what does this guy know? You want to expand on that for them?
It's great
It's just a
follow-up
good item.
damage.
It is
You know?
very good follow-up damage. I think especially when you're playing up against a Timbersaw who's just naturally... Any naturally regen-based and very tanky heroes, it's just good to have against them.
And it's always great to have against Say, regardless of what hero he's playing.
Yeah, it's true. We always have the regen. They're making the initiation you've been asking for. The Doom is there as well. And as the Abaddon is trying to run away, there's Norman again in position. They do not interrupt the boulder roll, and they will get the kill onto the Abaddon via the Doom. There's no denies, but have they overcommitted? They might have. Mac is going to fall. Sanctity on a killing spree, but he's lost a lot of his life for this as well. 11 is low, but with Solar Assumption charges being racked up, he could turn around and maybe toss out a few more just in case, but it's not going to be enough damage. Keeper of the Light dies elsewhere. Norman cut him off, so it's a 2 for 2, but with the kill onto both cores coming through to Nemesis, hey man, that Doom finally got the Abaddon kill you've been asking for all this time.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna say it came a bit too late, because it is a great timing. You get 23 Savage involved too, you take the tier 1 tower, and they made it look pretty convincing. Nemesis finally fight back, something that I'm sure a lot of people were waiting for, because their lineup is designed to fight. At the end of the day, they're playing an Earth Spirit, they're playing a Doom, and now with, finally getting these good exchanges, the kill feed right now does not matter. 4 to 11 does not matter a single bit. 23 Savage has the Desolator. They can continue the tempo. They don't need to stop right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare out the farms, I think Doom is, it's whatever. He also has a Midas, right? So his net worth is slightly inflated in terms of effective net worth. That Midas becomes more relevant later on. But Timbersaw's got himself a Kaya and Sanj. It does feel like, maybe needs like a Veil and a BKB before his damage becomes uncontrollable. You obviously need that Radiance to come in for Jackie, which wasn't there for the previous team fight. He's purchased it up, so he has it in his inventory now, but he didn't have it in the previous fight, if I'm not wrong.
They also have the Lotus for the Visage. So they have 2 dispels. One from the Abaddon. Oh man. Oh.
No, it's Mac actually, but yeah, common mistake. Mac is going to be taken down with Sanctity to be the one to do the honors.
Tiny plus Timbersaw combination, just a pure damage. Timbersaw is just great against heroes like the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, pure damage and stat reduction. Oh,
that was so deep into Nemesis territory too. And you see the hesitation. And there's a contrast here where when Nemesis make a move, Trailer Park Boys don't hesitate to show up to support. Even if it's a lost team fight, they still show up. Nemesis though, only the Keeper of the Light came in to help out their Tiny. Where, they need to deward, otherwise Trailer Park Boys are going to park themselves in the jungle.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And now having dealt, or rather taken out both tier 1 tower towards the mid side as well as that bot lane, Trailer Park Boys are now going to move towards that top lane. Ideally should. Nemesis though, they're still farming up. 23 Savage, again, has the Desolator, should be close to his Blink Dagger. And anytime now, I mean, he needs about 200 gold for it. Once you have that Blink, maybe you fight or maybe you continue farming up for your BKB. It's really a decision making, like individual decision making, what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with. Different teams do it differently.
Under attack. Dire are scanning.
It's around 640 pure damage on the Doom right now. It's not too high, but not too low either. Disruptor has about 1000 HP, so as long as you can start it off with 400 damage on the Disruptor, just instantly do the Disruptor, and then your Earth Spirit is free to roam around that team fight. But I'm not sure if they'll prioritize the Doom on the Disruptor, right? Because you may want to use it on that Timbersaw. And again, he has a Sanj and Kaya. He has the healing coming in, so he is
that's the ideal situation. But also, at the same time, if you Doom the Timbersaw, Abaddon, I don't want to understate how
difficult it's going to be to get this kill onto the Timbersaw, right? Because on one end you've got the toss back and everything that we're talking about, but on the other end, the familiars are so annoying. The familiars with their flying vision, with their flying stuns coming through, are going to stop you from actually closing the distance and doing more damage. TA doesn't have her BKB yet, so there's a huge amount of just, you know, repulsion, be it the familiars or anything else.
Upgraded short for
It
save.
just feels
I
like
get
you
what you're
can't
saying.
kill the Timbersaw with the Aphotic Shield nearby.
The thing is, it feels like regardless of who you use the Doom on, it's going to be a hard fight because the rest
I
of
just
the
think
lineup
Abaddon is the only like viable
Radiant's
target.
middle tower is under attack.
But even the Abaddon is so hard to take down. I mean, he's not going to be so easy. The borrowed time
least it-
essentially gives you
least it
invulnerability
gives you-
for, you know, the 5 seconds that he has. So
Like,
that's 5
at least
seconds
it gives
away
you
from the
14 seconds. It's 14 seconds where you can try and take, you know, down the supports. You can try and make sure the static storm has been used without more effectiveness. You can maybe, you know, try and take down Tiny and whatnot. Until the TA has her BKB, it's very hard to actually ignore all the hullabaloo that Trailer Park Boys have to throw at you.
And they're not even going to give Nemesis a position that will enable Nemesis to ignore it, right? They have the glimpse back. They have the toss as well as that blink dagger to enable that toss. They have the slows coming in from the chakram. They have the visage familiars you can chase after you. They have a radiance on the Abaddon. So they're not going to allow an easy disengagement. And I think in this game in specific, it's even a riskier engagement than the Ravage because at least the Ravage is an AoE stun. This is a singular ability in the form of the Doom that you're going to be using to be able to take TPB down. And that creates a risk because the rest of TPB's lineup, the players, the heroes that are not doomed, will still be able to fight back. They'll be able to toss you. They'll be able to glimpse you. They'll be able to come at you with the familiars, and Abaddon will be able to charge you. Timbersaw's going to chain at you.
The hunt for the Templar Assassin is on right now, and with the Observer Ward down, they won't see her. She's behind the tree line, but now they blink forward. They'll get the stun, they'll get the toss, they have the follow-ups as well. Static Storm already down. Tia has been able to move out of the kinetic field. She's been healed up as well, but it's not going to be enough. Will still fall. Where is the Doom? Still not used yet. Now it'll go down onto the Abaddon. They want to make sure he will fall. They will be able to do so. 3 kills in response to just the death of the TA. They take that any day.
TA stayed alive for so long, and that electromagnetic repulsion, I don't know if 23 Savage estimated that, but it was a pretty good play by him, even if he didn't survive. He attacked the Disruptor, so that electromagnetic repulsion actually pushed him out of that static storm. I don't know if he got the refraction charge
That
or the
has
mouse
to be
strike
a
after
glitch.
that, but if that was a calculated play, then that was
That's
some
insane.
200 IQ move by him.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out if he had a Hurricane Pike or not, because this is like, but you can't Hurricane Pike out of the kinetic field either. It feels like that should be different. Like, electromagnetic repulsion should not push you out of the kinetic field.
I don't think the kinetic field lasted that long, though. I think
True. It's only level 2.
Yeah, it's still tier 2 tower approach from Trailer Park Boys. They don't have the burst damage, apart from that soul assumption. They took their sweet time trying to get that kill. Maybe with the Bloodthorn eventually, or the Orchid eventually, when it does come out from the Abaddon, that's going to be
It's
different.
also just, I mean, look at the amount of heal there. It's a 25 charge Holy Locket plus a mechanism from the Keeper of the Light is crazy. This is a very slow Roshan. You are not going to be able to find it before Nemesis at least have a chance to contest, and in they go. They want to get that magnetized. No, Max actually rolled behind the pit and he finds the back lines. The silence on the 2. Say it's not going to be relevant in this fight at all. He dodges out the Keeper of the Light. Illuminate, though, will still end up dying to the magnetized, and they're running away. Even Sanctity doesn't feel like he can do anything. It is so frustrating against Mac right now. He's getting healed up. He's getting refreshed up. All of his abilities feel like they've got no cooldowns because of the chakra magic. What can you do? You've been zoned out. Static Storm has been dropped down. Say actually died to a neutral creep after buying back, so his death time is going to be even longer. And all in the meanwhile, 23 Savage picks up the Aegis.
One Mac to rule them all, T-Time. That Earth Spirit player Oh man, zoning out the Disruptor, nothing that the Disruptor could do. He died, bought back, but Mac was already in the triangle, pushing back at nearly everyone from Trailer Park Boys. Even the Timbersaw couldn't actually fight back in that scenario. It's the
Mac wasn't even trying. Mac wasn't even trying to get to the back lines. He just went through Roshan Pit with no one there.
At the end of the day, I mean, I think he may have just opened up the entire game for his team.
Yeah.
23 Savage, he essentially rolled over the red carpet for 23 Savage. All 23 Savage really did was come back in the aftermath to pick up that Aegis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's like he rolled out the red carpet and 23 Savage walked around it.
9,000 to lead right now. Even though the kill feed is in favor of Trailer Park Boys, it's a hard game. I think. And even in this scenario, their fallback mechanism is to farm up on the Abaddon.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, Sanctity is supposed to be the big bad. And right now, Doom using the Tiny, they know they're fine with not having that for a couple of minutes. Just, getting another kill out for their troubles isn't terrible.
Using the Doom on the... Well, it's okay, I suppose. I think the idea is that Trailer Park Boys won't fight a full-on team fight regardless, because as long as the 23 Savage has the Aegis, it's not a good fight. Well, this will enable Nemesis to be able to take down all of those tier 2 towers. That should be their next priority. A very big swing in terms of win probability here. Just,
something that I've obviously been crediting a lot is the Aphotic Shield, and we haven't seen it used that much. And to be fair, I am a little bit wrong about this, because with the Abaddon being on the front line consistently, if the Disruptor and these defensive heroes or these high mobility heroes like the Timbersaw are caught out in these slightly awkward positions, which is Nemesis has the heroes to do that, like we saw in the previous team fight, you just can't get the Aphotic Shield out onto the Disruptor.
Yeah.
Like, to be in range of your supports, and to be in range of your supports to help them, to be in range of even sometimes, like your Visage or something to help them, you lose all your positioning as Jackie. So as much as I've been talking about how, oh my god, Aphotic Shield, do not underestimate it, maybe I've been overestimating it.
I think that's the idea behind the Lotus pickup by the Visage, right? It's to have those multiple dispels from the fight. The only issue is, even that is not doing enough, because Sanctity isn't coming in with the damage. He has the BKB, but he needs the Shivas, he needs the Aghanims, he needs stuff like that to be able to fight back against Nemesis. Right now, all he's really doing with this kind of a build is surviving. Crystal Maiden. Blink Dagger on the CM. This is an interesting pickup. It's similar, the Glimpse is similar to the Doom, where if you give enough heroes to Glimpse to the other side, then Disruptor is going to be at a loss. Because if you think about it, if Januel blinks on forward, Disruptor is going to be forced to use the Glimpse on the Crystal Maiden. That will enable Mac to then come in, or even the Doom to go in, or 23 Savage to go in.
Also, even if you use the Glimpse on the Crystal Maiden, if CM gets her Crystal Clone on, I'm telling you, man, that ability is kind of broken. It's good. Just having a 450 AoE Frostbite when there's not that many BKBs on the other side. I mean, it's only Timbersaw with a BKB. 450 AoE Frostbite, that's like a full 3-second stun in a huge radius.
Certainly, I do agree that the Crystal Maiden is a undervalued support in all metas. And I say that because Crystal Maiden hasn't really changed all that much in between patches.
Yeah. Now, 23 Savage does have his BKB. He's been putting it in his backpack because of the Aegis.
He has a Daedalus, or rather, he has a Chrysalis.
Chrysalis, yes.
He didn't go for the
if he had
Daedalus.
He will later on, perhaps.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Because he's got 2 Demon Edges queued up, and I'm not sure what that's about.
Well, one for the MKB, one for the Daedalus, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine. Like, but... Hasn't got the
And the thing
Daedalus
is, the
recipe.
BKB pickup does not reduce the missed jaunts, because there is no more missed jaunts from the Radiance. The Radiance only gives evasion now and not that missed jaunts. So
Yeah, that's true.
you can't use the BKB to counter out the burn missed jaunts because it no longer exists. Now the only way to counter out the evasion from the Radiance is to get the MKB or the Bloodthorn, but Templar Assassin will obviously go for the MKB.
Bloodthorn's pretty good on MT as well, to be fair. But yeah, it's just a little bit more subjective about when you want to go for that. Very specific games, maybe.
And unfortunately for Jackie, he's not playing a Flash Farmer. After the 35-minute mark, Abaddon starts to scale off. And because, unfortunately, they took a very off team fight towards that bot lane, they're no longer in a position to continue farming as effectively. They will go for a play. This could be great because 23 Savage isn't here. Neither is the Doom or the Keeper of the Light. If they can find and take out Mac, this could be big.
There's a lot of ifs in that, and I don't think they've managed to really accomplish any of them. Mac realizes he's got the Radiance Burn on him, goes in onto the Abaddon. Abaddon's blinked away, so he's going to be A-okay. Otherwise, had he been doomed up, this would have been another disastrous team fight for the Dire side.
23 Savage forced a BKB and TP out. Perhaps now they go in for a fight. It's round 2. On towards Mac.
And in they go. Jackie is able to interrupt the rolling boulder. BKB for Mac. There's nothing to stop this from materializing. Crystal Maiden as well should be able to TP back to the fountain. Blink daggers, BKBs, just too much mobility to deal with.
Well, there are no stuns available from TPP against these BKBs, right? In fact, the only stun, even outside of that BKB, is the Avalanche. Sure, you still have the Glimpse and the Familiar stun, but the Familiars are going to be chasing at you, so they're not as reliable of a stun. And I'm glad that Nemesis, Mac teleported away instantly rather than waiting to TP out. I think the game plan should be clear from the get-go. You should already have an idea about the contingency where the enemy initiates on you and your carry isn't available. You need to decide whether you're going to take a fight or disengage from the very start. And I'm glad that Mac didn't hesitate. I'm glad that 23 Savage didn't hesitate. As TPB, they are huddled up together, but this will hurt their farming capacity. It will slow down massively. And right now, there's already a big difference between the net worth of the Templar Assassin and the net worth of that Abaddon. 5,000 of a difference here, a full, upgraded late game item of a difference. Disruptor is going for that Aghanim Scepter, and I think that Aghanim Scepter could actually be massive. It's one of those late game items that really works out well for you. Say will go down to about 3 or 4 hits from that TA though, so needs to be careful about that positioning. Towards the top lane, they're going to be able to take down a Tormentor. It was a Thunder Strike, or rather TPB to claim the first Tormentor. It is going to be Nemesis to claim the second, and it's Raven to actually get the shard.
Well, always nice to have a little bit more heal from the Scorch Earth at the very least.
And Dinam, I think if you can get to Say's Aghanims, you can potentially win a fight. Because if you're able to disable the BKBs and then throw out your Chakram, all of your Avalanche shots, everything you have inside of that Static Storm, and it disables the TA as well as Mac, you win the fight there.
Look, man, if there's one thing I've learned across the series, it's don't underestimate what Say can do. So yeah, that Aghanims, he's going to be able to materialize it one way or another. Worst case scenario, they lose a barracks before it, right? So there is that as well. Yep, the extra GPM coming in. It's also the tier 3 greedy enchantment, so plus 100 on that. What's the play over here? They're looking for Sanctity. Sanctity, is there any follow-up? Yes, there is. Doom, though, comes out onto the Tiny just to make sure that Sanctity can't be tossed back or anything like that. So they're going to be going for 2 kills off this. Sanctity is just... He feels like he's not a Timbersaw. He doesn't get to use his BKB. I'm not sure why he held off on that one. Maybe could have lived if he'd had that.
And that's the difference, right? Previously, where 23 Savage or Mac were gone on, they instantly use the BKB, disengage from that position, teleport back, despite of being massively ahead. TPB, though, they did not do the same thing.
I think he's looking for Disruptor. Januel, if he finds Say over here and they can actually get a kill, that would be massive. Now, Do they have follow-up with the TPs out to the outposts? They're hoping that they do, and yes, they do. So it's going to be a dead say. So where he was, again, just trying to split push out, keep the lanes pushed forward, and find a little bit of extra farm. Instead, he finds a depth.
3 heroes overall across the board. The Aegis also picked up. Banner left inside of the pit because you don't really need a banner. No one wants a banner.
Definitely doesn't affect the game.
Yeah, not at all. Seriously, are they not going to go for the banner?
It's kind of insane. You'd wonder if they realize it eventually.
Okay, then.
When they're sieging the high ground, someone's going to say, guys, put down the banner. And they all look around.
18,000 of a lead. Oh, it's tricky. The best chance for TPB is to finish that Disruptor's Aghanim's, go for a high ground defense, wait for Nemesis to overextend or make a mistake, drop down a Static Storm, and take them out. And that's best case. Yeah. Particularly because you see Raven showing, throwing all of his early game frustration onto Norman. It's a tiny, he just dooms him completely. No avalanche toss. And that's one of the major stuns they have. In fact, that's the only guaranteed stun TPB have.
If I was to say right now, I'd be thinking about selling my Magic Wand to finish this Aghanim Scepter. He needs 100 more gold for it, and it's very tempting to just wait. He'll get it, so it's fine. If I was to say right now, I would have probably lost the game, to be fair. So maybe don't listen to me. All right, Aghanim Scepter on this Disruptor will be present for the next team fight. For the actual high ground defense, for the actual, base defense, they will have that. And they also have an initiation onto Raven. Raven BKB's up, they will evaporate the Tiny. No chance to use the Doom on him. So, with the glimpse back onto the Templar Assassin, they will now go in. They don't use the Static Storm just quite yet. They're going to be waiting for the Aegis to be used, but now they have to commit to it because the Doom is looking to use his own ulti too. And with the Doom now going out onto both the Doom and the Abaddon, they're going to be able to get a follow-up kill on it as well. Doom is now down on the ground. 23 Savage cannot find targets. He's being stunned up, being brought back to the Fountain. Doesn't quite get into Fountain range though, and with the BKB he feels safe. TPing away back to base though. This has been a very successful defense off the high ground coming out from the Dire side, even though eventually the banner was even planted.
It's still an expensive hold though. Jackie, Norman, both of them had to buy back in order to come out with that kind of a defense. Nemesis, they did end up losing the Aegis, so overall it can be considered a bit even, but I feel like TPB can't make too many moves like that.
I mean, they did also get the perfect Lotus Orb, right? So there's also that to consider.
They got a lot of perfect things in that fight. They got multiple tossbacks. I'm sure the Tiny got obliterated at the very start of the fight by tossing the Doom back, but that is his objective. That is what he needs to do. You toss into the Static Storm. And
look,
if you can find 23 Savage and toss him back into the Static Storm, that is a guaranteed way to take the Templar Assassin out.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That was supposed to be a toss back into the Static Storm for the Doom. Not for the TA. TA was a secondary target that they end up going in on. Because the BKB is used by the Doom one time because the Static Storm isn't in place.
The problem is you can't have the TA be a secondary target. He does too much damage.
I fully agree, but if you can take down the Doom, they think that they can win that fight. That's what the initiation was all about. Right now, though, Mac wants to go back in. Chiva's guard will not be clipping Norman, so he won't have that option.
And 23 Savage did not have a BKB. That was perhaps a great time for Trailer Park Boys to have found a fight. They'll plant down an Observer Ward, but Mac, he wants to roll in.
This isn't bad at all if you can keep Norman away, but no, he moves out off the kinetic field, gets the BKB up, is going to be able to take down the Visit soon afterwards. 23 Savage is doing too much damage. They don't have buybacks on the Tiny. Mac's gone all the way into the base, and Sanctity will even have his Timber Chain interrupted. Mac is toying with him. Sanctity finally uses that BKB. Doom will not be doing damage to him, but it doesn't matter. Now the Doom will be doing damage to him, and Say will just call GG.
That was
finally.
the doom to spell the end for the game there. Trailer Park Boys will be eliminated from the RES Unchained Blast Slam 6 close qualifiers. Nemesis will proceed on further to play in the grand finals against the winner of the next series, of course. But that was a very exciting series. 70-minute first game, 60-minute second game, the third game. Unfortunately, Trailer Park Boys kind of lost the plot there. I will say that there was, despite of Sanctity playing out of his mind in that first game, that second game also yesterday, this game did very much feel like he was always on the back foot to max dominance.
I mean, we had a Visage who felt like he wasn't actually able to get the burst damage out consistently. We had Sanctity who, even though he actually gets gone on once initially with the Doom, which doesn't get the kill and they get good responses. Trailer Park Boys put themselves in winning ways after the laning phase. But, from that point onwards, Nemesis just outplays him. When Nemesis figures out that, hey, maybe we just Doom the Abaddon and start focusing on him, delay his Radiance, delay his ability to be effective. 23 Savage eventually just ends up out carrying him in every single capacity. And man, oh man, Mac on that Earth Spirit, what a playmaker he turned out to be. So many fights felt like they were turned around by him and whatnot. Nemesis, though, are going to be feeling good about the fact that they are in the grand finals. The question is, who will they be going up against? It'll be between Execration and Reconyx. We're going to be going to that game very soon, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a very heated series.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Alright, good morning ladies and gentlemen, welcome back onto the stream after that short break from Game 1. Well, long series to start off there, mad games, but we are here and we're going to see the next semi-final matchup, see who can put themselves in the grand final and be the one and only team to make it through to the actual tournament for the Res Unchained tournament. Obviously, I am Bluescale, joined by my good friend Atomo, and what are we expecting to see today, Atomo? Use that big brain of yours.
Oh, big brain! Thank you for that. I do believe that we're going to start off with Execration versus Reconyx, and I think Execration is going to be taking that relatively like 2-0. I would be somewhat surprised if Reconyx wins it in any way. Maybe they could manage one game, but even then, I would put my money on it. Execration looked very dominant yesterday. The only problem was at the early game, not super good. Reconyx, that's where they're strongest, but still, I just feel like it's Execration's game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, the game we watched, what was it? Reconyx versus Cuckoos was the last series we cast yesterday, and it was 3 games of very dominant performances, just kind of, weird stuff going on in between. Sort of like, wasn't super stable, basically, is what I'm getting at. And Execration obviously did take their one down 2-0 against Ivory at the first round of the quarterfinals. I think they were like, 40 to 50 minute games in that series either way. So it wasn't like Execration completely destroyed them or dismantled them in like 20 minutes or whatever. True. So hopefully we will be able to see a bit of contest here. And obviously it is Dota. You can never rule out any team. Small things can happen which change the balance of power, and we could potentially see Reconyx, take a game or two and even make themselves to the grand finals, but only time will tell, guys. As obviously we had a look at the schedule there, or the bracket, and let's have a look at the rosters right now. Reconyx.
That's Jikroy, In Your Dream, FBZ, Delol, and Varesh. Yesterday, we could kind of see like some of maybe not the issues of the team, but some of the ways that they play. For example, In Your Dream was playing very gung-ho, like with his Tiny, which was very impressive to watch. But in game, I believe 1, FBZ was kind of very not super with the team on his Primal Beast. Jikroy, I think he had a Morphling performance that didn't go super well. So they can be a little hot and cold with some of their members, but obviously very talented group. And I like what you were saying. Like, it wouldn't be a surprise. Like, it's not out of the realm of reality that Reconyx can win this series. It's very possible. It's just not super likely. So that's really my thoughts on this team right now.
Yeah, we'll see what we're able to do. I think their most successful hero yesterday was actually the Wind Ranger. I think they picked that up twice, and those were the 2 games that they did win. So wouldn't be too surprised if we see that hero come back on into their hands. But to be honest, Wind Ranger has just been a very contested hero for basically every team so far. Like, everyone's been very willing to pick it up. It's just super strong right now. So it could just be like a fight to see who kind of gets her first. Like, she's sort of becoming a top priority hero in the meta. But that is Reconyx. Have a quick look at Execration right now. Palos, Bob, Tino, Shanks, CML. These guys did look pretty damn good in their first series against Ivory. And I'm assuming we're going to see another dominating performance. But you never know. Every day is different. Maybe these guys just they've woken up the wrong side of the bed, Tomo. Maybe it's not the day. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they showcase some interesting stuff, right? Like that position for Coddle yesterday, going with the Holy Locket. For Shanks, I like that very much. They also brought in that position 5 Mirana, which is not super unusual. We've seen it from like Falcons before, but it's like kind of a Falcon flavor. Then game 2, they brought the off-lane Earth Spirit, the mid-Ember. A lot of their success came down from the Palos Clinks. That is going to be something that, if Reconyx was paying attention, I think you just banned it out. It's like, let's not fool around. It beat Ivory twice. It was the main reason Execration won both of their games yesterday. And when you see someone kind of playing like not a signature but very comfortable here, you say, all right, let's just get rid of it. It's too much of a risk factor for us.
Yeah, like there's no point trying to say like, oh, you know, we know how to play against, we can beat it. Don't worry about it. Just yeah, like you said, get rid of it. Make the game as easy as possible for yourselves. That's what they should do. And the way he built it as well, he kind of went for like zero survivability. I don't think he built a BKB or anything like that in either one of those games. He just went pure damage, and he was like, don't worry, my teammates have got my back. They're gonna save me every single time. And sure enough, they were able to keep him alive and keep the damage flowing. So, you know, if that's the strategy that works for them, they're going to keep playing with that one. But obviously, game number 1 is here, guys. The draft is underway. Let's see if it happens. And there it is. The Bone Boy is gone. Reconics, they take it out.
I also get rid of the clanks from coming out from, sorry, not clanks, the call from Shanks, which I like as well, because you're talking about saves, but call gives you such a great deep push. You can go with the Holy Locket build and for mass sustain. The Aghanim Scepter, he's a hard hero to catch, so I just like Reconics recognizing that he's a threat. For Execration, they start off with the Palos Gyrocopter. All right. Okay. Now here that kind of doesn't mind anything that Shadow Demon does, right? You get disrupted, it's like, whatever. The illusions are weak. If you get hit by the ultimate, it doesn't really bother you too much because you have more like super high attack range with the flak. Not a bad start for Execration.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there is the chance we could see it also move to a 5 if somehow the other 4 picks end up being absolutely terrible for it. But I mean, I feel like Gyro 5 has had its day. Don't really see it too often. But you never know, Tomo. People like to bring out old stinky meta every now and then just to be like, yeah, we can just wash the dirt off of this. It'll work, don't worry. But yeah, we'll see if it does end up in that role and how well it is able to perform. One thing I want to say is that I've not been able, like in all the games I've cast, I've still not had the time to cast Kez. He gets banned every game, man. I want to see him.
Yes.
I want to cast him. Like, entertaining. A little bird boy going, you know, all this stuff. Come on, it's great.
I'm very fortunate that I don't have to do that. Like I think I've seen him. I cast a few games with him, but in general, it's like he's got invis, stun, silence, move, run fast, like he's got a lot of abilities. And you're like, I'm not quite sure what their names are. How many of his abilities do you think you can name?
Zero.
I'm
I'm not even gonna lie to you and like make some stuff up. I ain't got a clue, man. I don't know what they're called.
I think I've got like Falcon's Rush. I think that's one of them. There's like Raven's Veil, Kazurai Katana.
You know, quite a few.
Something. Yeah, but he's got like 10, so I'm less than half there.
Raptor Dance, yeah, Falcon Rush, Talon Toss.
It's all bird something, Bird plus blade name is how it works.
It works. It works. Yeah. That's that's the Dota 2 sort of lore department. They're like, what should we call it? I don't know. Ravenclaw. That's Harry Potter.
Yeah. Talon attack. You're like, that's pretty good stuff. Keep going, brother. But back to this draft. Execration, they do take a Skywrath Mage, and we mentioned before that the best combo with Skywrath is often the Axe. So Reconics say we're just going to take the Axe for ourselves. And I think, I don't know if this was Reconics or Tino, but yesterday we were seeing a lot of offlaners just go Axe into Crimson Guard, like not taking the Blink Dagger, going for. So one of the games we saw Axe going Crimson into Pipe, then Blink. So and against Gyro, it works pretty well getting Crimson Guard first.
Yeah, it does help out the team a heck of a lot. As long as if they do get somebody else that can kind of fill in for that initiation, because I think that game where we did see the Axe, like you said, go for the Crimson, go for the Pipe, and then the Blink, that was the game they had the Tiny as the mid, and he kind of filled in the gap as the initiator in a way, like he was the one being able to make the space. As long as if Reconics do have someone like that as well, it could definitely work. Disruptor picked up though, so support duo already secured. They got catch, they got save, they got control. I'm liking it. These guys balance each other out quite well.
I'm not sure if a sneeze is coming or not. I'm very sorry about that. Your point, yeah, it feels like it's coming and then goes away. That's gonna be Varesh on the Disruptor. It's his most played hero last season, as we mentioned. Last patch, something like 22 or 23 wins out of 30 games picked. So very high win rate, very strong on it. And both Tino and FBZ played Axe yesterday. Both of them went the exact same build of getting Crimson Guard first. I believe FBZ was able to get a faster Blink Dagger though after that. But it seems like that's how you played. Look at that.
Ooh, the Broga. The Broga. I'm loving it. That's a bit of spice.
That is. It's going to be the 5 Ogre, by the way, because it's very likely that Shanks will take the Skywrath Mage, CML takes Ogre. It's going to be Tino or Bob on the Earth Spirit. To be fair, by the way, I used to play with the coach of Execration, and I would play offlane Ogre Magi with him a lot. And
5
sometimes I play
seconds
support, and I take the Ogre, and he's like, I like the Ogre core much more than the Ogre support. So I'm like, okay.
I did have it in the back of my mind that it could be a 3 right now. Like, it's still open. They've got that flex. They have the last pick of the draft as well. So if it looks like it'll work, whatever lane matchup they're going to have, they could definitely roll with that one. I'm always excited to see it. You know, it's always a gamble when you go for the Ogre. If you just don't multicast the entire game, then the hero is utter trash. But who doesn't like getting hand of Midas on an Ogre? Oh, it feels so good.
Picking Ogre is a gamble, I agree. Alright, mechanics. They the next pick, either a mid or a carry. With Ranger's gone, they take the Abaddon there. Well, since we have Axe already, it's very you can't really flex the Abaddon to the off lane. So it's going to be Jikroy picking the Abaddon or Abaddon, and it's going to be their mid lane next for Iconics. Execration a little bit more open, just because we saw Earth Spirit off. It's very feasible here.
Yeah, definitely feels like they have a lot more flex in that department coming up from them. But yeah, it feels pretty click. I'm pretty sure when Reconics played it yesterday, it was an Abba carry as well in Jikroy. And that did break my personal curse of the Abba carry. Before yesterday, it had failed like 9 or 8 times in a row every single time I saw it, and I lost all faith in Abba carry, I'm not going to lie. But it was restored, it finally got a win again. So we'll see if that is able to do it 2 times in a row for me, but obviously, like I was saying, it's going to be a hard one for sure. But yeah, last pick for Reconics, pretty obvious. It's a mid laner, like we're saying, not much flex in their department. Could go either way for Execration, but let's see what Reconics get. Quap and Lesharak were banned.
Puck is in the pool. I like that they picked the Abaddon because you can take something a bit risky. A lot of the elusive mids are bad against Skywrath Mage because the silence is instant, very easy to catch. I'm not bad, at least for like the first 15-20 mids. Quap, Puck, Storm. You can't really pick them against the Skywrath Mage, or at least you struggle early. But Abaddon's like, shield, remove the silence, you're fine. So, what do they want though? Because they're not sure of their matchup in the mid lane here. I kind of like the idea of like something like a Beastmaster. You know, just big tanky front line, have him go forward.
Yeah. It could work for sure. I was thinking like, I don't know, if it might be like an Earth Spirit mid, do you think a Monkey King could be alright?
Monkey King is something in your dream plays a decent amount. They go for the Ember. Alright, not quite either way, but still a very good poker. And now Execration. They could just take Huskar right now for Bob. Put the offlane Earth Spirit. It's not a bad pick. It's good against all the like other heroes coming out from Reconics, so it doesn't get dispelled for the Burning Spears. Huskar's there.
I think Huskar works quite well. Yeah, against 3 melee cores as well. It's pretty annoying. I say you don't really care about disruption either that much. Like it's annoying, sure, but it's not as debilitating as it is for a lot of other heroes.
True.
So I quite like it.
If they want, of course. But yeah, generally I don't mind seeing a Huskar right now. If it's not a Huskar, it's just the Earth Spirit is throwing me off. You know, is it mid? Is it off lane? Like, come on, why you guys gotta do this to us? Because then they could just put. Viper comes out. Okay.
I always feel like when Huskar's good, most of the time Viper is also good. Like they kind of like the same situations most of the time. So yeah, I feel like this In Your Dream's going to struggle in this lane. This is not going to be an easy one whatsoever for the Ember. Obviously, it does mean we have a support Ogre. Very sad, you know, very, very sad. But regardless, it'd be a very interesting watch. All right, draft in then, Tomo. How you feeling?
Mid should go very well for Execration. Viper versus Ember. And Viper in general also is playing this new style. I mean, I say this new, it's just like it's been a few months going, where you go Ags and you have the facet where you get bonus corrosive skin as long as the longer you're on Nether Toxin. It's very strong. Damage shouldn't be too bad for Execration. I like the Execration draft quite a bit. I don't like the lack of stuns on the other side too much. You know, there's like Disruption and Glimpse and stuff, but they're not really stuns in the same way, right? I think they only have the only stun is Berserker's Call. Everything else you can just sort of play around in some way. So I'm going with Execration. I'm going with Execration.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like Syrian Chains you can get rid of. Glimpses, you can see it coming, obviously. Disruption as well. Yeah, it does kind of limit them a little bit. But I mean, that being said, the stun department isn't too great on Execration side either. Like, they have Fire Blast, which potentially is one of the best stuns you can have. Or potentially it's one of the worst stuns you can have. All depends on how much they have paid Gaben. But we will see. You know, it depends how good friends you are with him. If he absolutely hates you, you're just going to single cast all day, every day. But we'll find out. I'm always excited to watch Noga.
I mean, that's a fair point. Like, the Execration stuns isn't a whole lot, but they do have the Skywrath Silent Slow, the Rocket, Earth Spirit's a lot of control, you know? And that is the Caustic Bath, which is that corrosive skin. I think its effects go up to 75%. While you're in the Nether Toxin. Yeah, it's scales up. Let me make sure. It used to be 100, now it's 75%. Boy. Shield of the Scion. Yeah, we see him. No, the only interesting choice of fastest right now is the Gyrocopter. He does take Afterburner. He's like, I'm probably going up against Axe plus, you know, Shadow Demon. I want to be able to run him down.
Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. For the Ogre, obviously, learning curve is just the standard to go for. And I haven't seen an Ogre support pro play in ages. Is it still you go for 2 points Ignite, 1 Fire Blast, or has the meta subtly changed?
No, it's like you said, Ignite is... The scaling of Ignite is insane, you know? It gets more damage and longer duration, you know? It's just so much better to keep scaling it up. And in the meantime, let me guess, were you thinking about what is the other Ogre Magi facet? Do you know what that one is?
I did, because I was an Ogre Magi player, but then learning curve is too good. Why the fuck would you ever take the other one? Isn't it like strength does something? I can't remember what.
Yeah, every 1 point in strength gives you 0.06% extra chance to multicast. Now, to put that in perspective, every 100 strength you get is 6% extra chance to multicast. And that's really bad.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible. Not gonna lie. What you need to do is just ability draft, have Ogre as your base hero, and then just get Decay off of Undying or something, you know?
Yes. There you go. But what if it's like random decay, like Kuka's Torrent when you get Aghanims, the old one, you know? Just like, oh, why am I decaying behind me? What's going on?
Well, that would just be a meme, to be fair. Looks like it will be 2 for 2 on the bounties. Lots of trades going around, but a poke and prod on towards Palos. Good DPS, actually. Forced to TP back to his lane, down to like a quarter HP. That's some easy free harassment coming out there from Reconix's off lane.
I know that they should have spotted the ward being planted in the mid lane. Reconix had their ops first, so I'm surprised they haven't dewarded that, you know, observer by now. Especially because Inyo could really benefit from the solo EXP. Like, he desperately needs it because he's up against a pretty brutal matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like in nearly all the games we watched yesterday, one player like handedly won mid. We never really saw a trade. It was, one person got beat down, and unfortunately for In Your Dream, it looks like it's his turn to have a very annoying lane. That being said, now we've cursed him, he's probably going to solo kill Bob, just so you know.
Oh, definitely. He's going to walk away with like 80% health, and you're like, what the hell just happened? How does that work? And you're like, no, it's just a mystery. Because right now, he is ahead.
In terms of damage, for sure. What's up, Prodo, man? Very aggressive at this bottom lane. I feel like this could be where we're going to see the first one. Just so much going on, actually.
Here we go.
CML, obviously, 2 points into the Ignite already. FBZ, not going to burn down to it, but just so hard to deal with. Basically up against a level 3 hero at just a minute into the game. It's hard.
Yeah, that's always the sort of the trade-off, right? If you're Ogre Magi, you take Learning Curve, is that for the first 2 minutes, you know, before the Horn and 1 minute after, you're kind of weak, and then for the rest of the game, you're basically a level ahead of everyone else, of all the supports at least.
Yeah.
Decent amount of body block from Delol, but it's not enough. CML is going to be fine.
So when you do get a core Ogre Magi, even though, you know, it doesn't happen, do you actually go for the other facet, or is it still just letting go?
I feel like you still go for the same thing, right?
Yeah.
It never seems like. I believe it's called Fat Chance, by the way, the other facet. I never feel like it's ever worth it.
No. Was
Oh,
asking for
Shanks.
himself. Shanks,
Oh,
taking a lot of damage.
Shanks.
Glimpse, pull back, in danger. Is there anything Tino can do? He's kind of watching, and his support does die. His Boulder Smash was on cooldown. Maybe he could have rolled in and kicked his teammate out of there if it wasn't, but as it stands, first blood picked up for Jikroy. Carry of Reconics getting that extra boost of money is always a very nice start.
In general, though, this has always been kind of like Execration's problem. I say always. It's been their term with this problem, which is that they're get off to pretty slow starts. Like even mid, it's not quite as dominant as we thought, right? 40-7 to the 10-1,
Nope.
as they also get a kill on CML.
Yeah, CML run down. Shanks has actually moved down to the bot lane instead. Just running at Delol right now. Is doing a lot of damage. Should be able to get this kill on towards the Shadow Shaman. He does go down. Going to be able to push the axe back to his tower as well. And FBZ
Yeah.
he hasn't got any regen here at all. He's going to have to wait for his support to be a nice little courier. Bring him some items.
Get me my salve, my mango, my clarity. All right. It's just ping, 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 ping.
In pub games, that's how it goes for sure.
In pro games, he buys it for you. He's like, here you go. Even though I've been hearing like people saying, oh, the regen is going to be like lane regen and healing supports are a bit more. Oh dear. We'll get back to that in a second. Will be a little bit more popular just because tangos are now half as valuable as they used to be when they're shared.
Yeah, Gaben didn't like teamwork. Either that or he started playing support and he's like, I don't want to have to keep buying people tangos. Screw this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how about I make it so inefficient that no one will ask me for it? They're like, now you're thinking about it, Gaben.
Yeah, he knows.
Bob?
Bob in danger right now. Trying to hide in his Nevertoxin, getting that damage barrier buffed up, but the damage from Delol is there. 2 stacks Shadow Poison, probably needs a third to get the kill.
More.
Does Bob dodge it? He does.
Yes.
There's time for one more stack. It lands. Oh, it's still not enough. Lives with 20 HP. He's not going to give up though, Delol. Will force him all the way back to the base. Bob all chats, but I don't know. I feel like the damage is done. You force him all the way back to base. You give a bit of free time for In Your Dream. They don't mind.
But you did force a rotation and you didn't die. So it's not like the worst thing in the world for Execration. And he's got 12 denies on this Viper. So overall, mid lane successful, just slightly less than we thought would be.
Yeah, like In Your Dream hasn't been completely shut out. He's still fighting CS 20-3. He is also level 5. Yeah, I feel like all things considered, the Ember's probably happy with the outcome here.
Yes. And meanwhile, Skywrath Mage, only level 2. We'll start putting points to the Ancient Seal. The general build for Skywrath Mage in games like this is to go 1-1-4 so you can silence the Spirit as well. Okay.
There you go. They pop the
So
shield,
the
they just
damage
run him. Glimpse back, Shanks. Shield explodes. Jikroy not going to go for that dive, very wise. Oh, if his phase boots got delivered like a couple of seconds sooner, he probably could have gone for that kill. The damn couriers, man, they're so lazy nowadays. So slow.
Everyone needs a Marcy on their team, right? Buff it up from the beginning, they move faster. But it's fine. They're still pretty happy in the top lane as... Tino does seem a bit... He's also struggling a little bit. Oh, Shanks.
Back Shanks. In Your Dream is nearby, but Bob walking on over. This is too scary for the Ember Spirit to stick around.
I'm a little surprised he didn't just, slide a fist, Searing Chains him just right then and there and kill him. Like, he was kind of close. Maybe In Your Dream felt like it was worth it. Maybe he didn't actually see it. But either way, a very lucky, reprieve for Shanks over there. Oh dear.
Bob chucking down the ulti. There's going to be disruption to Lol. Definitely delaying some of this damage, but still no ulti for the Ember Spirits. He's probably going to drop here. Glimpse back. Actually, Bob's going to be the one to die first instead. In Your Dream eventually dropping, of course, but even still, successful rotations from the support and Reconics, keeping their mid lane alive just long enough to get something out of that trade. Very dicey.
I think
very close.
I think you're fairly happy with your Reconics on that, right? Like, you lost the Viper first in a lane that you should be winning. Overall, yeah, Bob won the lane, but it's a very slim margin. As top lane, they're thinking of going for Jikroy here. Jikroy, a decent chunk away from level 6, so quite killable.
Yeah, Bob's should be able to easily find this kill. Oh, Jiggery gets it! The creep dies just in time. He's like, guys, someone TP. That doesn't even need it. Just walks around a tree, ends up wasting the time of Bob, and now he's going to flap his little wings back to his mid lane. Definitely things not going the way they wanted for this Viper. Not at all.
I think the RES Unchained was blocking a little bit because it looked like it was half EXP. Like you look at the Ember Spirit right now, it looks like he's half EXP, right? But I think some of the yellow line is actually blocked by that, so I thought he was a little bit further away.
That's all right. We forgive your mistake, Atomo. It happens.
I mean, Execration made the same mistake. They're like, he doesn't seem like he's close to leveling up. I mean, they can't see the bar, but they're like, we've been counting his EXP from the start of the game. He's about 5.5. He's like, nah, I'm almost 6, baby.
Jeez. That'd be some Rain Man stuff right there. Every time the enemy gets a creep near them, you're like, oh, that's another 30 XP. Oh, that one's 25.
He's got
That'd
an
be too
ally.
much.
It's 15.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if someone's doing those calculations, they just deserve to be paid if they win or lose. Screw that. Too much work.
That's how. I mean, that's how we used to do it with Roshan, right? Roshan's did now. We have to time it as Jikroy.
Rolls off a little bit there. No problem. Barish is also here. Glips back on towards the Spirit, but not really any follow-up. Going for the TP out. Just straight up bails. I think he was expecting more people to be there, to be honest. So ends up bailing all the way back to base as well. By the way, Atomo, he just got the hell out of there.
I was like, better to be safe than sorry. So far, the biggest loser of the laning stage has been FBZ. Even though I think for most of it, he was 1 versus 1 against Palos, but Palos, after Burner, Rocket Barrage, just chases him down. FBZ, not a big fan of that at all.
Yeah, Palos has had a completely free lane. 66 and 23 on this Gyro. Just been completely left to his own devices. A lot of the time, CML's been rotating around as well, so not even sapping a lot of the XP. Even though CML was also halfway to his level 6, by the way. But technically already has it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And look at
That's
this.
irrelevant, right? Oh, that's the good stuff.
Juicy money.
That is a lot of green on the ground. And there you go.
I like how it's
You know,
kind of like a contest between who gets the money. Is it Bob? Is it the Shaker? Like, or the Spirit, sorry?
I was like, I know you got. He's like, I got the Earth part right. I'm gonna put him as a Shaker for now. Yeah.
Their initials are both ES as well, right?
So is Ember, right? There's like 3 of them.
Yeah, but he's not earthy. He's flamey. Leave me alone.
But he's spirity, so he has that combination with his brother, right?
My brain
Speaking
works in
of
mysterious ways.
At least your brain works. You know, some of us we're not that fortunate.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, Bob TP's mid, gets glimpsed all the way back to base. Ah, God, I hate Disruptor sometimes.
Probably that's one of the nicest things about it. Like, one of the best feelings you can have in Dota is when you glimpse someone all the way back to base. You're like, yes, I've annoyed him for 20 seconds. It is more than annoyance, right? Especially for Viper who walks slow. By the time he gets to farming, you've wasted a bit of time. You've wasted some gold on the scroll as well. It's on cooldown. It's a lot.
Yeah, a real thorn in their side. But still,
However,
10.5 minutes in, only a 1k gold advantage right now, 2 to 3. Like, feels super even, but actually when you have a look at the actual graph itself, the win probability, 65% chance into the favor of Connix already.
What? Talal?
Trees
He's like, I can smell him, but I can't find him.
Okay,
well,
CML.
CML.
Oh, does get the multicast off. Just trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. In comes FBC as well. He wants first coat of blood charge. Needs a spin to be able to get the decap. Not going to find it though. Eventually, no, blows up, dies either way. Shanks drops towards the north side as well. So both supports do die. Every single member of Reconics getting involved in that little engagement. Just trying to share the support gold around. Actually, FBC hasn't even leveled Culling Blade. Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, that's our observer pointed out, by the way. Shout out to them. Yeah, no.
It's goodness.
But I guess he didn't feel like it was going to be helping him. He was maxing out the spin to farm up the jungle faster. So yeah, it makes sense. If you think you're not getting any kills, why level it up? I wouldn't say it doesn't feel 65% for Reconics right now. Execration in a decent spot, but Jikroy is farming fast. And I would say that Gyrocopter is one of the few carry matchups late game for the Abaddon that he does okay against. Most other carry matchups, I'd say the Abaddon loses late game. But Gyro is one of the few where he's like, yeah, I'm okay with this one.
And why is that? Fill me in.
Okay, well, firstly, Gyrocopter's single target damage is not super high compared to other carries, right? He's like mostly threatening because he attacks multiple people with a decent amount of damage. Which, and Abaddon's like, yeah, that's okay. That means you're not threatening me. You're not bursting me down like, say, a Troll, Warlord, or a Juggernaut, or whatever could, or a Kez. So I can man-to-man fight with you. And a lot of things about Gyrocopter is that he goes Satanic with Ags and life steals. You have Withering Mists to reduce his life steal like 40% when he's late, which is also very nice. So I generally feel like it's a pretty good matchup for the Abaddon. Oh, we don't see MKB Gyro much, which is bad against the Radiants.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
You know.
Yeah.
So it's like you want it against the Radiants, but it's like, you know, you don't really want it so much on the Gyro. It's usually BKB, Ags, Daedalus, Satanic, Sanjanyasha. So fitting in an MKB feels awkward because Gyro is usually half tank, half damage kind of guy. All love.
All love. I doubt that, but, you know. Whatever you say.
I mean, he seems like he'd be a fun guy to hang out with. You know?
You think? And he's mad. He's just some crazy dwarf in a plane.
I mean, I didn't say he was a good guy. I was saying he's a nice guy to hang out with, like fun. You know, he was like, yeah, we had fun being Gyrocopter. Okay. We blew up some cars or something. That was his hobby.
Fair enough. I don't know what you got up to as a kid. Blowing up cars. I think I went out with my friends. Oh, but there you go. Radiant is now online for Jikroy, so he's definitely hitting his timings very well. 14 minutes. Starting to see him accelerate even more. Palos, on the other hand, he's got his Chrysalis, and how close is he to this Ag? 1700 gold. Not a million miles away, but yeah, I feel like both of them are kind of progressing at the rate they want. But we do have this smoke move here coming out from Reconics. They're heading in the right direction to hunt down Palos, and if they can slow him down, it's going to be a huge win. And he's not going to see this coming at Tomo. He is doomed.
Ooh, unfortunate. Walks a little bit to the left as well. If he had gone a bit north or a bit to the right, might have been able to, you know, be like, oh, team, you know, TP's in time. But going left, further away from the tower. Still, it's not the worst case scenario right now, losing your carry like that. Not good, but not too bad.
Yeah, you can find ways to forgive it. Sports though, actually lots of people TPing down to this bottom lane. Wanted to defend the tower. CML just charging after FBZ. Kind of showcasing there's lots of heroes nearby. Concussive shot does land on towards the lull, so they just skip past the axe, go straight on towards the support. The Mystic Flare. The lull is the dead. And they'll be able to bring him down. Obviously defending the tower as well. It's very good to give a bit of extra space with the Gyro.
CML is going for the Guardian Greaves, just a really good item overall. And we'll see what he gets. If he gets that greedy neutral, you know, tier 2, you start thinking, hey guys, I'm getting a kill, I have greedy, got some stacks, you see 800 gold in your back. You start thinking about certain golden items.
Yeah. How much do you want to grief your team there? That's the question.
Not too much. There's nothing wrong with it. By the way, it is FBZ. He's going for Vanguard into Pipe. So just feels like he wants to keep his team alive as much as possible. As top lane.
On the hump. We managed to find Tino in the trees. Silence. Stops any chance for any chains. So he does get away.
Tino's also going for Pipe, by the way. Makes sense for both teams, right? A decent amount of magic damage on both sides, whether it's like the Radiance, the Aphotic Shield, you know, blow up, Ember Spirit's a lot of magic damage as FBZ. It's gonna be fine.
It dodges all of it. So you think, like, FBZ, where he's just gone for the Vanguard and not bothering to fully complete Crimson, like, I guess it is going to be a fair bit of time before the Gyro's right clicks are actually scary, so I guess it does make sense why you would skip it for now, but
sure,
he's guaranteed to come back to it.
Yeah, it's like the Ignite, the damage from the Earth Spirit, a lot of Viper's damage is magical. Skywrath is all magic, so Pipe first makes sense, to be fair. And Vanguard's just to help him jungle, and Crimson's good later, as you mentioned. Overall, this has been a very quiet game considering, like, you know, Southeast Asia. You expect a little bit more gung-ho from these guys.
Yeah. It was a fair bit of like fighting in the laning phase. Still not too many people died. Only 9 kills, 17 minutes in. Terrible. You know, terrible.
That's fine. I like that Execration at least feels like, you know, they're adjusting, they're learning, they're making it so that they don't. You know, a lot of teams in South Asia are very mechanically skilled, but if games go badly and when they go up against like other regions, they struggle a little bit. But you know, they're learning. Okay, let's just take it a bit easy. Let's wait for our timings. Let's not rush at them. And Execration is out farming Reconics overall.
They are, yeah.
Look at Shanks' net worth. Where is he finding all this farm on the Skywrath Mage?
I think it's stack money, isn't it? Like he just keeps on making stacks of these triangles. Like he's got another quad stack coming on this Ancients.
True.
Like, it's just passive gold everywhere.
He's also got 37 last hits. All the other supports are under 20, so that also adds up to quite a bit. Yeah, look at that.
For sure. So Tino, he's completed his pipe now. Palos just picked up an Ags as well. Is that kind of a moment for Execration to make a play, or do they kind of just stick to the status quo and carry on farming? Like even a Meteor Hammer now completed on Shanks.
I'm wondering what they're going to be doing as well, if they're going to try to make a move soon. Because whenever they make an item, Reconics gets an item as well, right? Like you're looking at it, Pipe is about only 700 gold away for FBZ. We have the Vessel finished on In Your Dream. Like items come up on the other side as well. But Execration, they think, okay, let's at least do a 3-man smoke, see who we can find, see if we can get a pick off.
Yeah, I mean I didn't even mention, but Bob also just picked up an Ag, so
yeah.
Like, just a huge timing for everybody on Execration, it feels. They all get their next one pretty much the same time. Just leaving Bob out of this, the rest of the squad going for a 4-man hunt. They do see In Your Dream mids, but the Gyro leading the charge, not exactly the one you want to start things off, having 0 stuns, basically. They're all kind of splitting in different directions. I mean, it takes like 2 years to actually stun anybody. Very useful.
You can force staff the rockets, it moves faster. Oh, In Your Dream? Good.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Good connection, Sackstorm. Tried to buy space for In Your Dream. The silence will be wearing off, and it looks like he has been able to make it out of there. Pretty damn slow. Okay, the rocket does land, immediately gets rid of. The perfect, super useful. Roll in. Just go straight in there, Tito. Now, maybe a little bit too deep, taking a lot of damage here from Jikroy. He is actually forced to turn around right now. The Earth Spirit is going to be the first casualty. Jikroy locked in place. The ultimate has run out. Taking a lot of damage with disruption, just trying to delay as long as possible. FBZ just walks in there, trying to buy some more time for his teammates. They managed to take out CML. Palos standing his ground, but he can't live long. 2 heads taken away there from FBZ. Down drops the Meteor Hammer. Jikroy will actually fall to this one. Shanks gets the credit for that. Bob once again standing his ground. FBC, he can't get close to this damn Viper. But it doesn't matter. In Your Dream does the work for him. The only survivor is Shanks. He's trying to TP out. Is there any cancel? No, there is not. Ooh. He lives, but it's a 4-for-2 exchange. A big win for Reconics.
I wonder, Versh, that was interesting smoke at the end, right? He's like thinking, I don't have glimpse. Maybe if I smoke, somehow I'll catch him. But a huge win from Reconics. Jikroy goes in, kind of takes a lot of their punishment in the end, gets his ultimate off, survives. What they need to do is break him with Viper's ultimate and use the Ancient Seal. But Ancient Seal was on cooldown because it was used on In Your Dream. Despite the fantastic rocket from Palos, Reconics comes out on top.
Yeah, super good. Super damn good. I didn't even get to look at the fight recap there. It was a shame I wanted to see how much damage everybody actually did, but even still, just a great victory comes on out. Glimpse back on towards Tino, dragged back. FBC didn't go for the call. Spidey senses were tingling, and sure enough, mass reinforcements there were coming in from Execration. So don't fall into this trap.
Yeah, both teams thinking about the Tormentor right now. It's kind of a nice objective right there. Shanks can't afford to lose him like this.
Yeah, looks pretty dead to me here. Tomo drops the Mystic Flare onto absolutely nothing. But that is going to be a free kill, and like you said, that opens up the Tormentor. So this will be a free shard going the way of Reconics. Who do you want to get it?
Shadow Demon probably is a little bit better for sure. I like the Structure's Thunder Strike. You know, people take the talent for it, but it's definitely better. Or wow, and he already has it on Shadow Demon, so it goes to In Your Dream. Okay.
Yeah, take that one. Freebie.
Nice bit of damage. Why
Let's
not?
try to catch the stragglers here after the Tormentor falls. Barish getting caught, go for the TP out. And managed to find the kill either way.
However,
Zig it.
the
Okay.
Radiant's
You first?
bottom tower is under attack.
I was going to say absolute rubbish, so you may as well say something useful.
no, just the damage mitigation coming out for Conix is pretty good. Crimson Pipe as well as the shield coming out from the Abaddon makes it kind of hard to go against this group. I wonder if there anyone will, the supports don't build. The problem with these two supports, none of them builds like aura items like a Vlad's or a Guardian Greaves. But the cores are as durable as they get for Iconics. Not a good match for Palos' Gyrocopter.
Yeah, it's going to take a few items before this Gyro really feels like he's a scary threat in terms of DPS. Obviously, the flat cannons are still going to tear apart the supports on the back line, so that's the nature of the hero. But yeah, like you're saying, the cores should be able to shrug most of it off.
Yeah, he's going for B. I believe it's BKB. He's got a Mithril Hammer. I imagine, is the BKB coming out flying for him? There you go. Palos finishes the BKB. Apart from Berserker's Call, nothing on the enemy side really bothers him. The ultimate from the Shadow Demon.
But no BKB anymore. That's delayed by another 2 minutes. That's actually very nice timing there for Jikroy to get into that spot. Like this, unless he actually looked at the items on the curve before he killed it, they would know this is a perfect time to make a fight.
To be fair, you could always look at the Mithril Hammer on the Gyrocopter and be like, he's probably... What else would he make with the Mithril Hammer? CML?
Not willing to
It's no
dive
damage
to tier
here?
1. Yeah, very cautious here on the side of Reconics.
Radiant's top tower
If
is under
Reconics... Yeah, I like what they're doing. They see that the courier's down, he only has a Mithril Hammer, that means that, he probably has a BKB coming up the moment the courier's ready. Let's try and make a move.
attack. Radiant
It's gonna
are
be
scanning.
top tower, maybe? Oh, the odds. Very nice.
Very even, damn.
Radiant's top tower
50-50.
is falling.
Palos. Oh, he just walked straight in towards Jikroy. I guess he wasn't expecting the entire enemy squad to just come out of his own triangle. And he looks dead. FBZ gets another charge on towards the Coat of Blood. Extra 4.8 permanent armor is always nice. And maybe they're going to get an extra one to see him out now been found as well. Glimpse very short range. He actually dies before the animation completes, so FBZ doesn't even get another one there. Rip.
Dire's
But 2
bottom
free
tower
kills.
is under attack.
Probably going to be able to do a bit of damage to this tower as well. Oh no.
Dire's
Surprising
bottom
move by
tower
Palos to be in the area, right? You already lost the courier there, as CML is going to be able... Sorry, Shank's able to make it out. He already lost the courier in that area, so you'd expect him to be like, yeah, there's some people here. Maybe they're going to come and kill me, but he reveals himself on the lane as Tino. And he's going to be just fine. So, Palos, very costly mistake over there.
Varish on the Disruptor as well. 2.2k in his back pocket. He has a Blink and an Ags queued up. Does he just
Why was
go
the
for the
Blink
Ags first, or he will be going
No,
for
no,
the
he,
Blink first?
he has the gold thing. Yeah, he has that gold button. When you auto buy something, the moment you have the money for it. So he definitely wanted it first. The blink dagger.
And wants his mobility. Extra bit of grab is always nice.
I love that feature, by the way, that you can click on items at the moment. How many times have you died? And oh, if only I had pressed that button to buy the item just before I died. It feels horrible, but no, the Valve keeps adding more and more nice features to Dota to make it a little bit easier to play the way you want and focus less on these sort of small micro things.
Far more user-friendly than this game used to be.
I agree. You know what's also very user-friendly? CML. Look what he has queued up, baby. There you go. Look at those two things at the bottom.
Well, unfortunately, they don't have the gold symbol on, so he's waiting after his Guardian Greaves, which is very depressing. But eventually, we will see him maybe get 1 times 2 cast on it.
Alright, here's what's
Maybe.
gonna happen. If he dies, he's gonna go back to the mech. Like, if they lose a big team fight. But if they don't, if this is gonna be the state of the game, he's gonna go straight up for the Hand of Midas. He's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not getting anything. Might as well just go straight up Hand of Midas. Our dreams have been, answered. Our wishes, our prayers.
Our prayers, eh? Okay, well, we will find out. But yeah, 3k gold leads for Reconics. 27 minutes in, pretty much. So basically, the lead is hardly anything at all. Gaben still favoring them in terms of the win probabilities. Not really budged this entire game despite the outcome.
Gotta say though, it's not looking. I mean, it's looking very good for Reconics for sure. This is a type of draft that's very strong from ahead with all these defensive items. As Bob, oh dear,
just gets stuck, controlled, killed. Down he goes. Gonna get the plus one to CML on the high ground as well. And even got the Yule's grab here on towards the Earth Spirit. Just continue to go for plus one, plus one, plus one. Cool control, off goes his head. Double kill there for FBC. And Jackray just dives into the base of Tomo. They just do not care. Pedal to the metal coming out from Reconics, diving the base and finding an extra kill. They are really on a roll now.
Jackray is like, what are towers? I'll just dive into nearly tier 4s for a kill. And this has been we saw this yesterday with Execration. Slow starters. But they had enough time against Ivory to recover. It doesn't seem like Reconics is giving them that window. TML probably thinking, man, I should have gotten that Hand of Mice way earlier. And he's going to stick to it, by the way. He does have the greedy neutral item. But Reconics, Roshan, very dominant position in the game right now.
Yeah, this is hard for Execration to recover. There is a lot of weight on the shoulders of Palos now in this game. He has his Daedalus, sure, that's nice. Going for the Satanic next, but doesn't even have a single component for that just yet, so it's a long ways away. Don't know if the team's going to buy him enough time, because you can see that in terms of net worth, poor Altino is pretty damn poor compared to all the other cores. He's definitely lacking behind. Does have a 9-second BKB yet to use though, which is nice, but will it make all the difference?
It'll certainly help, but it usually will be like you might use it when you get hit by Searing Chain to sort of run away. As CML, he ain't running anywhere.
Nah. Damn, that spell, cool glimpse.
It's beautiful. It's such a nice spell. I love the design of Glimpse.
Yeah. And it's like these really like deep aggressive wards just find these free kills. Like he got found because there was an observer ward just on the hill by the Wisdom Shrine, which is the only reason he died there. They got this like little small high ground ward in the Radiant Jungle as well. Just tiny slivers of vision, which just allow them to get these free Glimpse kills.
In the past, Glimpse didn't even used to do damage, so one of the ways you could counter it was that you could blink instantly after getting Glimpse, but now it does damage, so that's cancelled. So, you know, you get glimpsed, you're dead most of the time.
Yeah.
As in the meantime, CML continues the hunt for the Hand of Midas.
Oh, making a turn to your dream. Yules. Need to have a drop, followed by another silence, Mystic Flare. And they bring down the Ember Spirit. That's a huge target to find. It is a step in the right direction. Still obviously a lead for Reconics with the Aegis in tow for Jikroy, but taking out that mid laner for a full minute, it definitely makes this sting a little bit less.
For sure. But yeah, it's like the Aegis timer. You're not going to be pushing too aggressive without it. They do need the Ember for the poke. Because Axe doesn't want to blink in first. Says, oh, Axe!
Oh, okay, kick back into the weighted arms of 4 heroes. Look how fast he dies, Atomo. He got off all of his spells. He got off Crimson Guard, got off the pipe, but it didn't seem to matter. He just disintegrated under damage from Palos. That's another 6 kill streak as well. Just a lot of money from these 2 kills. Really is like getting close to balancing out the score sheet.
And about like 30 seconds or so, Torment will be up again. So Execration in a mounting quite a comeback. It was 7,000 gold, you know, 3 blinks ago basically for Reconics. Now it's evened out to almost nothing.
And there it is. The Midas. It's on for the Ogre.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, let's follow him. I'm going to watch him like a hawk. Like, the first multicast on the Midas just sets the pace for the entire use of this item, so...
Exactly.
Let's find out.
It's like, basically, the first time you use it, if you get one, you're like, this is one of those rip-off Midases, not real. You know, it's like a bad one. You get a double, triple, as he can get a triple at this point. You're like, alright, this is the authentic, genuine, you know, branded Hand of Midas, the good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of...
died. Glimpse
Observer.
for the kill secured.
Observer, yeah, thank you.
He's going for it. He's going for it. Here we go.
Here we go. Alright.
There's only...
What the hell is that, buddy?
Single!
Oh!
Single! GG. Go next. It has been confirmed Reconics winning game 1. I don't make up the rules. Like that's just depressing.
If your first hand minus, is faulty, like I'm sorry, that's just it. The game's over for you. I'm sorry. That's why he's gonna die right now. It's because of
Yeah,
hand
immediately
minus.
punished. Try to TP out. Oh, he does make it actually. Looks like Tino should be able to escape as well, so they are able to evade death. But at the same time, they were still able to secure the Tormentor, so that was a free shard over towards Varish.
By the way, I did read the rule book. It says that if your first TP on Ogre after you can Hand of Midas is successful, it cancels out the bad Hand of Midas use. So it's like it's still even right now.
Okay. I feel like you're making up rules right now, but that's fine. Copium.
Compared to your rule making of the, which is legit.
Yeah, I'd say it's a rule of the universe, isn't it? Meanwhile, Bob getting collapsed on by multiple heroes, disruption used. Lots of people just charging on top of him right now. Locked inside, can't survive long enough. He will fall. Mystic Flare as well. Bettina with the BKB standing his ground. Jigboy just right clicking away. First life of the Abba has been stripped. He's respawning. Do they just jump on him immediately afterwards? Silence controlled. Meteor Hammer stun. Will not land on towards anybody. Just going to try and chase down Shanks right now. Jigboy's after him. Really wants this kill. Looks like he will eventually go down. Meanwhile, Tino just rolling into the back lines, trying to buy space. The CMR will just tick out there. Varish gets that one. Tino's going to fall as well. It's just Palos left. Trying to TP out. Not going to work, my friend. Every single person dies on Execration. A huge win there for Reconyx, and let's see what kind of damage they can do.
I mean, plenty. With the enemy carry out for over 70 seconds right now, Reconyx could make a very successful attempt at the high ground if they want to go for it. They're just going for tier 2s right now. Pals is out. And they bring Bob down. Bob is one of their few tools that can kill Jikroy, not proc his ultimate. With his ultimate, with the Viper Strike. But unfortunately, he's just dead first. I'm also somewhat surprised that the Viper went for the Lotus Orb rather than the BKB. I don't think there's a whole lot you reflect with the Lotus Orb.
Yeah. Wait, what is there? There's Glimpse, but that doesn't really matter. Disruption.
It's fine. It's like you can remove Thunder Strike from you can remove the Searing Chains, which are fine, but in general, I don't think those have been the reasons you're dying so far.
I see Tino's also got one queued up. But I was thinking, do you think this is a good game for an Ag Scepter on him? Because, like, multiple times, like, the Gyro or the Viper's been caught in the Static Storm and he just dies. But if Tino rolls in, turn him into the Stone Remnant, you just evade all the damage. Like, it's the perfect save mechanic against that spell. Because even if the Disruptor gets Ags, it doesn't matter.
True. As long as you BKB before you go in, you should be fine. So that's how I see it as well. However, he seems to disagree. He's like, the Lotus Orb. Again, I'm wondering if like there's something I'm missing, because I just don't see Lotus Orb against Reconyx being that amazing of an ability of an item in this game. There's not like some sort of like Doom, Roar, Omni Slash, Soul Bind, any sort of crazy thing where you're like, oh yeah, if I reflect this, the game is over. At least compared to a BKB. Either way, CML, his Hand of Midas continues to be putting in work. Should be up to the Guardian Greaves in just a little bit right now.
Well, Roshan as well, potentially up in 15 seconds. So we'll see how fast that's just going to be. As that, Ags for the Disruptor is now alive. So whoever does get caught Disruption is guaranteed dead, pretty much.
Yep. Flayer's Bota on the Gyrocopter. Insane amount of extra damage. Although very long cooldown on that item as well.
That's a fast Roche respawn, by the way. Already up in 15 seconds. Don't know who's going to scout it out that quickly, but could be a freebie for Reconyx if they just pop their head inside the pit. Or it could be a free kill onto Bob, perhaps. He stepped out. He's got pretty much the whole team behind him, though.
Does have the Guardian Greaves as well available now from the Ogre. Nice bit of healing. Although at 36 minutes in, the healing amount is not very... it's nice, but it's not super substantial like if you had gotten it, say, 20 minutes ago. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Jump on towards the Gyro. And he's just dead. 90 seconds, the carry is gone for Tino well, because he rolled on in there to try and help out, doesn't do anything, they lose the +1. And look at this, they just get dove into the base with absolute ease. Shank dies. There's a buyback on Tino, but I don't think that really makes any difference in this situation at all. They can just keep going, look at this. They turn around straight away, go on towards the Viper's face, he's dead, a buyback on towards Shanks. Disruption denying the retreat here from Tino. Pops his BKB. Santa's ground against Jikroy, blocks another roll. Shanks is just going to die in the backline, die back from him. Tino as well, gets caught, and they just call it. Absolute beatdown, really, coming out from this game number 1.
Very bold move by Palos. He flies Blink Dagger, blinks in, can't activate his BKB or his Satanic because he's caught in the Static Storm, and that's it. The game is just over. We've been seeing it like yesterday in both games against Ivory. Execration not fully like heated up. I don't know, pedal to the metal is not quite there, so they're play a bit slow. Ivory punished them early, but at some point Execration was able to get a big team fight. Here, not so much against Reconyx.
Yeah, and that does seem to be just how their games always go. They start off slow, eventually they want to try and recover, but yeah, Reconyx did not make the same mistakes as Ivory, and yeah, just did not allow them to get back into this game whatsoever. So a very scary start there for Execration. Now only one loss away from being taken out of the runners to try and make their way through to the actual Res Unchained tournament. A very, very dicey spot to be in. And is there like any kind of draft problems that they need to address going into game 2, or was it literally just, I don't know, getting outplayed?
I feel like they got outplayed more than anything. And reminder, that first hand of Midas use was not a multicast for the Ogre. And you know, we told you guys that was the rules. You see it, you get bad one, you're like, it's game over, GG. You should call it just then. So in general, I think that was the factors, right? Like you look at draft was fine. Maybe the matchup for the Gyro wasn't so great, but it's overall they got outplayed by Reconyx.
Yeah, that was definitely the story for game number 1, guys. But game number 2, we'll find out what's going to happen. We're going to jump over to a short break, and we shall return to see if we're going to get a game 3 or if it's going to be a 2-0 for Reconyx. We'll see you guys very soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The second game will be starting up just in a moment's time, and we're going to find out if it is going to be a 2-0 going the way of Execration. Not what we thought was going to happen before this series began, but it will be quite an exciting surprise. But we will find out. What are you raising them eyebrows for? Put them down.
Did you say 2-0 in favor of Execration? Because it's 0-1 for Reconics. Yeah, I was like,
sorry.
okay.
I had a 50-50 chance, okay?
True. You have the same problem I have, where sometimes the words are exact opposite of what you mean.
Yeah. It's like when you're left and right, you put both your hands up. It's like, oh, okay.
I was like, no, I don't love you, honey. What? No, I bet I do. That just came out. Sorry. Oh, well. Back to the draft. Execration getting rid of kind of the same heroes that we expected them. The same as game one, as Reconics, saying that Coddle, Centaur, as well as Klink's combo, so exact same bans from Reconics. I believe that this is also the exact same pick order and same side, right? No, they switched sides. Yeah. Or did they, right? Reconics was dire in game one.
Yeah, it's literally the exact same. That's the same opener. Do they respond with Gyro? No, they don't. They go for a different direction of an Ember Spirit this time round. Okay.
Oh. I'm not surprised, because usually we switch sides in order, but maybe teams can decide on this one. They're like, we don't want it. We want to stick to it. We want to run it back exactly the same. We'll show you guys how it can be done.
Yeah, but this time round it is going to be the Ember Spirit on the complete opposite side. First picked as well. I mean, it's quite interesting to see him just snap that one up straight away, but I guess Bob, just after playing against the Ember Spirit, really wants to play it this time round. Sometimes players just get that hankering atomic, get that I just really want to play this hero now.
It's like when you watch a pro game and you see Monkey King support, then you're like, let me do it in my rank. Then you go and you're like, wait, what did he build? What was the item? A Helm of Dominator. Oh shit, I know how to do that. And then you just lose the game and go 0-10.
Classic. And then you don't do it for a week, and then you try it again because you forget, and rinse repeat. That's DOTA2.
No, a week later, you see someone's like, hey, Slark support, let me try that. And also, by the way, both of these heroes by 9 class, and both of them he buys the Helm of Dominator to farm while he just runs around the map, and you're like, I don't like that Helm of the Dominator part. That's the part that sucks.
Yeah. It's either the item looks really good, or you kind of forget you have it, and your creep's just sat in the corner of the map, and it's just useless. It happens. But Gyro and Enchantress were the two follow-up bans there for Reconics going into the second phase, so Palos will be forced onto a different carry in this game number 2. And Execration, what do they potentially fear from that last game that they want to get rid of? The Axe was kind of annoying, to be honest. Even though FBC kind of had a rough lane, the Gyro had just a free time, kind of destroyed it. He was still able to be super effective later on.
I feel like it's less about the picks, honestly. Again, I mean, sure, you can say FBZ, but he got shut down the lane. The Ember Spirit got shut down the lane. It was Jukroy had a good time. To be fair, I would say the Abaddon would be your biggest fear, but I don't know. I don't think it was anything like that. I don't think it was some sort of if we move out that piece of the puzzle, the whole thing crumbles. Execration last game they did take the Skywrath Mage for Shanks. Reconics instantly said, all right, we'll take the Axe. You guys, you want that, we'll take the Axe. Make sure you don't get that combination. And we did see the Axe Skywrath combo on Execration yesterday.
Yep. Let's find out if Reconics are going to repeat the same thing. Steal the Axe. I mean, it worked out fantastically in the last game, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they just decide to run it back again. Why the hell not? In which case then, they could just grab the Disruptor as well, because it's still fantastic against the Ember Spirit. It's a great catch for him. It's fine against the Skywrath. I literally see no problem with Reconics just doing the exact same thing.
I agree. And as I mentioned, this is Varesh's favorite hero competitively. Or I don't know if it's favorite, but certainly his most used. And you generally like the things you win with. You know, you're like, this is fun. I'm winning. It's good.
I mean, the classic example of the opposite of that is Samael, right? Absolutely, you know, he hated playing Storm Spirit. He's like, to stop giving me this goddamn hero. But they're like, you win with it, bro. Like, it's not our fault. Stop playing well with this hero. We'll stop giving it to you. But very rare does that happen.
Very. Unless maybe Viper. It's kind of like, you know, you play Viper, you win. You're like, all I did was press Q and occasionally R, but I don't know. Even Venomancer, who's considered boring, when I play Venomancer, I have tons of fun with him. I'm like, yeah, this is a fun hero.
What's not fun about Venom, honestly? Man. Alright, so they decide to just bail on the axe. Slardar is actually the hero of choice. Interesting.
Okay, Axe is there if you want it. However, blinking in with Axe and this kind of against these two supports is pretty risky. You can blink into a static storm. You can blink and catch one. You get disrupted. The person who's like being called gets disrupted, and suddenly you just standing there like, oh well, that's not great. So it's not super easy for Axe to jump and catch. And Disruptor and Shadow Demon, and also the Skylight Mage, are very long range supports. Now it's not like a Jakiro where you're like, I can catch him sometimes. Disruptor in particular is very hard to catch.
For sure. Yeah, it's definitely makes it a bit more awkward. I feel that's probably what's giving Execration pause for thought right now about what they want to grab before they're off. I feel like the Ogre Magi has probably been thrown out of their minds. Like, it did not work at all in the last game, unless they're going to be able to put it as the offlaner this time round. Maybe.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. I keep expecting to see a little bit more Witch Doctor, but no, they take the Templar Assassin. That's going to be Palos' hero, since we have Bob on the Ember. And what are we going to take? Is it going to be CML or Tina? Probably CML right now. Yeah. Witch Doctor did get one pretty big buff this patch. At level 15, your Maledict gets an extra 4 seconds duration, which means it gets an extra burst. And Maledict, reminder, you can't block it by BKB, as in like you still get affected by it. Its duration is 16 seconds. You can't purge it off. You can only out heal it. That's all you can do. So I'm quite a big fan of the Maledict and on Witch Doctor. I mean, that talent.
I've seen quite a few clips of people just going like, max Maledict and then Spirit Vessel, and you just like chuck them both on somebody, run away, and they just still end up dying when they're basically full HP. It's like, what the hell is this? Like, that's just broken as hell.
It's balanced, all right. Ice Frog will be like, all right, let me just add 2 seconds of Maledict, and it's like, no. Well, but we get Shadow Demon. Not a hero I love in this particular game. He is generally quite a bad against the Disruptor because you can glimpse him from a mile away. So it's like, he gets the shackle off, he still gets glimpsed. Shadow Demon is also like, you shackle someone, we can still save them with Disruption. So, gives us a good push, but not feeling him in the other ways.
Yeah. Even the Slardar has stuns abound to just be able to, bash him off if he's shackling anybody nearby. Like,
True.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does seem to just, like, they've grabbed it purely for this push. I guess it does work quite well with the Skywrath Mage. Like, the 2 supports alone can form that kind of kill squad, just wander around the map. Mystic Flare, Shackles, more often than not, somebody's going to die.
For sure.
So maybe that is just the whole idea behind it.
Reconics, I wouldn't mind if they go back for the Abaddon for Jikroy in a game like this. You can remove the silences, the hex, the shackles, the chains, the slow from the TA trap. Like, there is a lot of value to the Abaddon. And you have sort of supports that can help you move people around or slow them down. No, they go for Lycan. Okay. Most likely FBZ is going to be playing this Lycan, though.
Yeah, so then mid Slardar or some kind of carry Slardar? Carry Slardar and then Lycan goes for early Ags.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Right, they have Lycan. I know FBZ plays Lycan, so I'm guessing it's gonna be mid Slardar, I think. Mid Slardar, it's not bad against Ember Spirit in the lane. You do a lot of physical damage, which Ember Spirit can't really defend against. You're in the river, remember? Water.
Yep.
Shape of Water. It's pretty good.
Water's good, yeah. Shape of Water. Isn't that a film about somebody loving a fish person?
You'd know more about it than me. I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it either.
Well, love story. Then people are like, you know what, human to human relationship is boring. How about human to fish? You're like, there you go. Now that's a screenplay right there.
Oh yeah, people are crazy. It's like 2020, but even still.
Execution, they banned out the Abaddon. We were talking about it, saying it would be a good pick for Reconics, and they're thinking, yeah, we don't want to face up against it. And I like it because Abaddon is a very unique carry. There's no other carry that is quite sort of defensively oriented like him, where he can save allies and it's very hard to kill. Wraith King's kind of the closest, but that's only for himself. As Execration, they're going to be, I believe that's going to be the next pick. No, the next pick is going to be for Reconics.
Yeah.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
Reconics looking for a carry, unless they're going to do something crazy, but you know, we'll just have to wait and see. They do have a small amount of flex there. Execration, on the other hand, looking like an offlaner. How would you feel about Underlord for Execration?
It's banned by Reconics.
Oh, never mind.
Right. Bunch of options I feel like for Reconics. They could go for Razor to take the damage from the TA. That kind of works. DK's high armor could work. The ban of the Enchantress tells me Terrorblade could be an option, right? Because then it's like your illusions aren't taken by the Enchantress. So I think Terrorblade, Razor, DK. We saw Morphling yesterday. I know that's one of Jikroi's favorite heroes, but high risk, high reward if you go for that.
Juggernaut.
All right.
Only 4 seconds of reserve time here for Reconics, so we don't have a lot of thinking time.
Again, I mean, I want Morphling, Razor, Dragon Knight,
10
Terrorblade.
seconds remaining.
All seem all right.
5 seconds.
Unless they put the
Medusa?
Lycan as a... Medusa, they're still last pick from Execration. They could get someone with a decent amount of mana burn. That would be
Yeah,
my
that's
worry,
true.
right?
Radiant
But-
team pick.
They go for the Huskard. So it's going to be some sort of Lycan or Slardar carry then, in that case. You're right, you know? Or they could put the Huskar for Jikroy. We've also seen that work. But either way, now Execration, they need an offlaner who deals well with this group of heroes for Tino.
10 seconds remaining.
That's quite
Not
hard,
Legion.
really.
5 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander is not so great against Shadow Demon. I think, okay.
Okay,
I
I
like
like
it.
that. I like this a lot.
Me too.
Yeah, perfect. Three strength furies going up against your tanky. Just become a disgusting, immovable object in the team fight as long as you can get it going fast enough. It's a very interesting little turnaround. I still feel like I'm preferring the draft of Reconics, but I do like this Undying.
I like the Undying too. Unfortunately, he's going to go up against a Huskar in the lane. That is not ideal for him, you know.
No. Like he's gonna get punished either way. He's gonna get harassed
True.
out. Even if he decides to chuck down a tombstone, Huskar can easily deal with the tombstone because you just have that passively very good attack speed because he'll most likely be low HP. Yeah, that is not a fun lane at all. So we're most likely, if the Undying becomes a scary hero at all, it's not going to be for a long time.
Another thing is that if you're Undying, like let's say you take 3 or 4 Burning Spears, you're like, oh, it's time for me to go back. You start walking, then guess what? The best spell in the game, Glimpse, catches you, and you're like, oh, 5 more Burning Spears to my face. That's funny. It was very nice. I think Reconics won the draft in this one. But does that mean they're going to win the game?
I mean, again, it's the same thing we were saying earlier, same thing we were saying yesterday, Execration. They take time to come online, and like, they're very slow. And this is a draft where it looks like Reconics could easily just run away with the early game. Like, their lanes are going to go quite well. Everyone's going to struggle. Like, Slardar's probably going to win mid. The Huskar's going to win his lane. Question is, does the Lycan beat up against the TA? I don't know. I feel like
Probably
the TA might
not.
have an alright time, but the other 2 lanes are going to struggle.
I think it's going to be 2-0 for Reconics, which is quite shocking to me. I entered this thinking Execration is going to be coming out ahead, but Reconics' draft looks good. They played much better in game 1, so I'm going to go with Reconics in game 2 here.
Yeah,
Definitely
definitely a surprising turn of events, like you were saying. But this is why I love Dota 2. You can never really know what's going to happen. There's no guarantees in this game at all.
There's the Cauterize. Facet for Huskar. One of the nicest things about playing against Huskar was you can buy a Spirit Vessel. You wait for him to use his ultimate, then you Spirit Vessel him. Then Cauterize came and you're like, oh, come on. He's got 2 Dispels now? You're like, yes, he has 2 Dispels. So you can never Spirit Vessel the guy anymore. It's just useless.
Yeah. Pretty strong hero.
Yep. You are way better off, honestly, getting like one of those Orb of Frosts with 13% heal reduction. And you're like, there. He went from 20 health regeneration to 17. Woohoo!
Valley. Absolute value. Worth an inventory slot for sure.
What does Gaben say? Gaben is giving it 60% from the start for Reconics. I think that's very fair. Because I'm looking at the 2 drafts and I'm thinking, man, Reconics draft looks so much better at like almost all stages of the game.
Yeah. Oh, fight for the top rune. It looks like Tino loses the fight for the rune, and he's going to lose the fight for his life as he will get ran down. First blood going towards the lull. Not the person they would want to get the first blood, but they don't really care. Kill is a kill in that regard. They still get the bounty rune as well. So already we were saying it was going to be a dicey game for Reconics. The Undying was going to have a hard time in his lane, and then he dies before the game even begins. Eesh. Hey, at least, what was it, Ceaseless Dirge? He's straight back in there, no time wasted.
No, that's because he died so early. Ceaseless Dirge doesn't activate. It begins the game on cooldown.
Oh. Good job he's level 1, so he just respawns fast anyway.
That's true. It is good thing they didn't farm before he died in the first bounty ruin spawn.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know, I'm smart.
I mean, I know that Valve's tooltips in Dota are sometimes lacking, but it literally says begins the game on cooldown, like in the second line of Ceaseless Dirge. So.
Hey, I just remembered the skill, right? I didn't actually look at it. I can't remember these nuances.
To be fair, I was impressed that you know the name of it, right? Like sometimes,
Thank you.
so many abilities, names, stuff. Ceaseless Dirge is pretty unique. It's not, you can't just guess it, like, you know, Raven's Veil or something.
That's it. I always remember it
Talon
because
Strike.
a lot of the time it feels kind of naff.
Is Naf like bad?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, I think it's also shitty.
That works as well,
My biggest problem with the Ceaseless Dirge was that when you respawn, it doesn't pan to you that you've respawned and used it. So a lot of times you die, you tap out, you're like, well, I'm dead, I'll be back in 20 seconds, and then you're just standing there the whole time doing nothing, and you go, oh
Yeah.
shit, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I guess for cores it's nice. It's basically a free buyback you get every 8 minutes. So late game it's kind of useful, but yeah, it's okay.
No, yeah, I mean, it does feel like a lot better once that happens, but overall, still, I'd rather something that prevents me from dying rather than something that speeds up my feeding.
That's valid. That's a
It's like,
wise point.
I just died, I come back, TP in, die again, buy back, TP in again. You're like, how did I just give this guy a triple kill by myself? No one else can do that except Undying.
That is true.
No.
What a year to
In the
play
mean-
Dota.
In the meantime, so far Execration, better laning stage than we expected overall. Mid, even, top actually favoring Tino. Bottom lane, FBZ is being shut down, but I think that was kind of expected. FBZ would suffer a little bit in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Yeah, this was the one lane that we were kind of saying Execration would probably have a decent time in. All the rest, they might struggle. I mean, that being said, the mid isn't too bad. 15-4 to In Your Dream, 13-1 to Bob. So it's not that far behind in terms
No,
of
it's good.
CS. But I mean, imagine as the levels start applying onto Slardar, might make it a little bit more difficult.
I mean, we think so, right? But so far, the Ember Spirits have been surprising us today. Game 1, doing well against Viper. Game 2, doing decently against Aslada. You're like, should we nerf him? Is it one armor? Let's just take one of his armor and he'll be fine.
It's funny, sometimes
start-
that's the change that can make all the difference.
He does have like 5 starting armor. That's a bit too much, if you ask me.
Oh, one thing to note, Jinkroy still has level 0 Burning Spears, by the way.
That is surprising, but I think it's because he's feeling like the amount of harass coming out from Tino is too much, so he's prioritizing Berserker's blood for more regen, which is nice, but it is surprising because he can't actually harass Tino now. Tino's the one who's bullying him. Tino is ahead in net worth of Jikroy, if you look at net worth.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's beating him by a lot. 400 gold. Undying beating the Huskar. Okay.
Yeah, there's only like 5 CS in it as well. That's crazy amount for that. I mean, Tino lives with 20 HP as well. 1 point in bonus spear might have got that kill. Just saying. But it's the small things in life.
I wonder what's up with the sort of mentality. We don't really have interviews with these players, and sometimes by the time you interview them, you're like, you forgot what happened a month ago. But when you go like, how come you wouldn't take it? You're like, I don't know, I made a mistake. Maybe I should have.
Sometimes you don't know. Oh, bomb, Dalal. Taking a lot of damage. These actually does go down. Palos managed to find that kill. So Execration getting themselves on the board with their first kill there. And they'll take that one quite gladly. And now FBZ. He's just going to get run out. Concussive shots, slowing him down. Talos with the right clicks alone. Should be enough to get the kill. Takes some time and eventually does go down. Dalal TP's back in. The disruption. Can they get the kill here with the Wolves? They're going to try the absolute best. He just straight up TPs. Wolves a lot of damage though. He does survive, but just barely. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, Varish does die at the top lane there from Tino.
How is Undying beating Huskar in the laning phase? He does have a 1 point in Burning Spears now, by the way, so at least that's going to be there, but it kind of gets delayed by a lot. And it doesn't like fix it. You know, let's say you end up with the same skill build at level 7, but you don't take Burning Spear till 4. You're still... Like, those first early levels of harass are gone. You know that Tino has recovered, or he's ahead because of that.
Yeah, like you said, with the you know, going Berserker's Blood for the regen and that makes sense to sustain, but it does cost him long run. Meanwhile, glimpse back, Palos. Refraction charges run out. One more hit there with the poison, and they do manage to bring him down, so kill on towards the TA, and that is the top farm core as well of the game. So taking him out is very useful.
I do think that Palos is...
top. Jikroy getting dove onto the tower. Tino going for this one. Oh, a TP actually gets cancelled there. So no assistance for Jikroy. He still just happens to actually live. Gets to the high ground. Gonna turn around as there's now a TP coming in. Get the kill towards Shanks, but Tino's just barely enough damage there to finish off with the decay. Dalal, can he get the solo kill? Oh, he doesn't! And now Tino's just gonna turn around and gets a double for himself! Oh my lord, the hero which should have had the worst time in this game is somehow having the best time at some point.
He had, by the way, he also knew that they had vision there. He's like, there's no way he's seeing me as Bob. And FBZ can throw a remnant and just go back in if he wants to for Bob.
Yeah, well, he's
Tino
gonna reconnect.
Did anyone have that in their bingo card that Tino would be doing this well? I know someone in chat was like, I hope Tino can snowball. I'm like, that guy's getting his wishes. You know, that is unusual. What's he going to go for? He hasn't actually showcased what item abilities he has, just Soul Ring as well as the Null Talisman to spam his decay, and that's it so far.
I mean... I just don't know, Tomo. It's just not how I'm expecting this lane to go. I mean, when we saw the Undying, we were quite excited for it because it made sense in the draft, but we thought it was going to struggle, it could take a long time to come online. But somehow, Tino's actually going to be a hero a lot sooner than we were expecting in this game, which is, yeah, definitely surprising.
Does not bode well for Reconyx. As reminder, I mean, not reminder, sorry, but probably the TA late game is the scariest core in this match. I don't think like Huskar kind of alright, but usually you're susceptible to like strong physical damage. You walk around with half health. That's fine with TA. She can bring you down. Lycans can play like a lot of utility. Slardar is durable, but usually goes like Blink BKB, not a whole lot of damage there. So TA can kind of shred all three of them.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Win percentage is 65, by the way, in favor of Reconyx. It has actually increased since the start of the game. Gaben's looking at Jikroy being massacred, and he's like, yes, this is good for them, actually.
His brain works in mysterious ways. Either that or he's still thinking about Half-Life 3. Can't think of anything else.
When did Half-Life 2 come out, by the way?
Oh, God. Too long ago, mate. I was
like.
I was like 12, I think. So
Okay.
long time. I'm gonna say like 18 years ago, Half-Life 2 came out.
Alright. I mean, I feel like it's in the 2000s, like second half. I'm not quite sure when.
2004. Wow.
Jeez, 22 years ago since Half-Life 2. And people are still talking about Half-Life 3. They're like, yeah, Half-Life 3 would be good.
That's mad. Come on, Gaben, release it. Everyone wants it.
Well, we'll see if we're ever gonna get it. As so far, Execration top 2 farmed on their side. We'll see if they want to play aggressive or not, though. As it seems like Rakonix trying to find someone. Scan comes out, don't know if it spots anyone, but Palos feels it. He's like, I died here last game. I'm not sticking around.
Yeah, very wise. He decides to back on out. So most likely going to see a trade of safe lane towers here. Execration taking the top down one at the exact same time FBC do theirs. FBC gets his first, actually. There you go. That's an omen for you. You are mid. Glimpse back. 2 people trapped inside the kinetic fields. But Bob and Shanks not really being aggressed just yet. Turns around the shackles. Shanks knows he's dead. He's just trying to buy time for his mid laner to get the hell out of there. And it looks like Bob will be able to survive. He actually just kills the courier as well on the way out. So that's a little bonus, I suppose. But even still, it does end up being a free kill going over towards the Slardar.
They do get a nice D-ward off on Rakonix as well. So still, a kill and a D-ward for the price of a courier. You're fine with that for Rakonix. Says, oh, Bob. Will it be here? Where's the rune gonna be? There you go. One of the best ones as well. The shield rune. It's insanely good.
Yeah, sort of allows you to just go for some dives or farm up a bit more, and it looks like he's going to go for the farming option as he's taking down a triple stack in the triangle. Meanwhile, Jikroy farming up his own parts of the jungle now. Oh, it looks like everybody's just defaulting to go into triangle time. Apparently 10 minutes is farm the triangle somewhere.
That's why fight each other when we can fight things that don't really hit us back that hard. As this is an elimination match, it is single bracket here at the RES Blast Unchained. So if you lose this one, you're out, and there's only one slot for Southeast Asia to go to the Blast Slam. So, you know, it makes sense that people are like, I don't want to throw this by being too aggressive.
Yeah, just play a very cool card.
Oh,
Missing for that. Disruption save comes on through. Already Delol showcasing why the Shadow Demon is so damn good against the Skywrath Mage. Completely negates everything there. But a few items coming through. Blink picked up for the Slardar, Armlet for Huskar, Vanguard was picked up for Tino. I definitely feel like a few more aggressive items here for Rakonix. Are those 2 items enough to now, go for a smoke, go for a play?
I think the Blink Dagger from the Slaughter does a lot for your team. But FBZ may not be very interested in fighting, and Huskar, Jikroy is definitely shut down a little bit, so he wants to recover. Slaughter and these 2, not the highest damage supports. I wouldn't want to fight if I was Rakonix with just, these 3 people. Man, I say that, they smoke up. I mean, so if you find like a Skywrath Ember and you get, maybe you can kill them easily, but everyone else is just, it feels quite risky. Same time, they're smoking up on an Execration.
Oh. He actually just drops the shield and chains. They just want to kill FBC's creep right now, but in comes the gank of their own. Dream off towards the sides. Goes to the blink, wants to go for a Palos, locking him down. Shanks is nearby, but unfortunately can't do anything. He's going to watch their carry die, try to TP out. Is there a stun? Ooh. Disruption is there just in time as well. Shanks will just be the cherry on top of the cake. 2 people dead. They do not lose FBZ. So definitely going to help further the rift between the 2 carries, or at least close it. As there is still 800 gold separating them just now.
They do get the mid tower though. Tino is having a phenomenal game at the moment on this Undying. And one thing is interesting to note is that... Oh, wait, Tino. Going in. This big boy.
He's going to try and solo up Jikroy right now. Does have an amplified damage. Help coming in from CML. Mr. Fled not doing a whole lot. With help of Bob, locking him down. Even drops the tombstone. Will be a nice kill, taking down the carry, and Tino furthering his lead in this game. So the build order, he's going for Crimson. Does he go for an early Ags, or does he, I don't know, build a bit more traditional off lane?
I wouldn't mind if he goes for after the Crimson. He's going for Octarine Core. Okay, that's fine. It's CML is gonna lose his life. It's not quite as much strength as say an Acceptor, but you are able to throw out the Tombstone, the ultimate, a lot more. Octarine Core is fine. I like it for the Undying.
It's expensive item though, so I'm gonna have it anytime soon.
It certainly is expensive, you know. And the Axe Strength Steel, maybe he feels like, who am I really gonna catch? Mostly just the Slardar. Huskar isn't fighting. FBZ is gonna be too fast with on the Lycan. Doubling 1 decay, it's not worth it. I say that and he'll switch and I'll be like, wow, what a good item. Of course, you get double value from decay. It's so good.
You just you deal with what they deal with you, eh?
Yeah, you know,
Sometimes you can't predict it.
They're like, here, and then they switch like 3 times, and you're like, how do I justify this switch so many times? This is a tough one. It's like in your dream. I don't know. I think he dodged a concussive shot.
Radiant are
Drops the
scanning.
heart.
Uh,
No idea.
in the meantime,
farm's going on. Palos. He's 260 gold away from Desolator for the TA. Generally, you know, TAs don't start getting involved until they have Deso, probably a Blink as well, and then we might start to see him joining the rest of the team. By that point, Tino might be close to his Octarine, and Bob. What's Bob actually building here? Just going straight
Bob?
for Shivas.
Vessel to Shiva. Just focusing on reducing the heal coming out from the Huskars. Oh, that's gonna be, I think, a dead Varesh. There you go. CML, Searing Chains into the Mystic Flare. Very nice bit of damage right there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. So we'll see that this game, this has been a bit of a more, let's say, tactical series, you know? Two teams being careful, not throwing at anything. FBZ takes what I think is one of the best ancient creeps, the Mud Golem. Sorry, the ancient Granite Golem. Huge amount of health for the whole squad. What was it, 18%? 18%, baby.
It is a lot. But then obviously, you know, the longer you live, it's more decay stacks the Tino can get there. Swings around about Tomo.
But I'd still rather be alive than dead. You know, it's
Yeah.
like it's a choice. Like, well, if you live, the enemy, one of them will benefit. Like, that's fine. I'll bother the other 4. As Radiant actually get Roche there. Oh, mystification.
Yeah. Looks
fine,
like probably
fine.
thinking about to find the kill either way. Does buy some time for these TPs to come on through, but it's only Tino that actually completes his. Everybody else already realizing that the mid laner was dead. As they just abandoned this tier 2 in a way here, Tomo, so FBC will be able to bring this one down.
They're playing quite fast here on Reconics, and I wonder if Execration are ready to sort of fend off this assault. That Aegis steal was really good. I don't know if it's steal, but they go for it. They get it, preventing Jikroy from getting his hands on the Aegis and becoming a bit of a threat. As Jikroy, he's AFK farming, but you rarely pick Huskar to go 1, 2, and 1. You know, you're hoping this guy becomes a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has, I think, Sanjin Yasha completed?
Yeah.
Or is he still missing one item?
And he's got the thing queued up. You can see the gold icon on it, right? Next to the BKB.
Oh, it's just
The
weird that it
coins.
was behind the BKB. That threw me
Yeah.
off. The order was all wrong.
No, see, it's
Dire's top
got
tower is
it
under
clicked.
attack.
You know, that's what he's gonna
He's
get.
got it clicked. He knows. 200 gold. Meanwhile, Execration invaded the Radiant jungle, get some D-wards down. So they do take over the area, but obviously the information was there from Reconics. They know that this area is no longer theirs, but to be honest, FBC kind of has the Radiant jungle, so it's just a trade of maps.
Palos doing well, and he's way ahead of Jikroy, which is nice. Oh, just Snake's being dropped by Shanks. Lower cooldown of that ability at level 2 and 3, which is very nice. He's still level 1, but you know, it's nice that it slightly scales better now.
Palos needs to be careful. It's like, he's just taking a lot of tower hits there.
He's trying to keep the snakes alive, but it's not worth it in the end.
Definitely not. Still another 2 minutes before the Tormentor spawns, but look at this. 2 people, or 3, go through the Twin Gate, and they try to go for a backstab, but the scan actually got dropped. They knew it was coming. FBZ is able to TP out, but unfortunately Dalal a little bit too late on his TP, so he does die, but Losing the support for that is not the worst thing in the world at all.
No, not at all. CML has a different item build for the Skywrath than Shanks, as Palos has the Aegis. Whoa! That is well played.
Very nicely done. Manages to find the kill. Ulti gone as well. That's not nice, and obviously keeping the Aegis intact is very good. They are all grouped up. Maybe they might try and go for like a tier 2 or something.
Palos kind of recognized that he might get glimpsed if he goes back, tries to walk away. So he says, all right, I'll just blink forward, gets on top of Varesh and kills him. Very nice move there by Palos. We're looking at for the Lycan here. Different kind of offlaner than the sort of aura builders we've been seeing. He is going for Salt Cuirass, but no Crimson and Pipe just yet.
Yeah, it's taking its time.
I
In your
think this is
dream, very close to his BKB.
I think this is a bit of a scary time for Reconyx right now. You know, your Slaughter is working towards BKB and has a Blink Dagger, so as we mentioned, not a whole lot of damage there. Your Lycan only has the Helm of the Overlord. Jikroy is still recovering. It does seem like Execration's got their hands on the wheel right now.
Yeah, maybe that's about to change. Then your dream jumps immediately on towards Shanks. Fairfield locks him in, stuck in the trees right now as FBC's creep army coming forwards. There's literally nothing you can do to survive that situation. So he does die 30 seconds in the ground, but on the flip side of this, though, after a much more high priority kill, Jikroy in danger and Palos there with the right clicks. He's able to find the kill, and Dalal unfortunately comes in a little bit too late to help him out. Can he get away from this though? The answer is no, as Palos just blinks in front of his face, denies any chance of retreat. So 2 kills for 1. Probably going to be able to take down the top tier 2 tower on top of that. So yeah, it definitely feels like Execration. They got their way eventually here in game number 2.
Now it's a scary moment for Reconyx to take an engagement. You know, your carry to carry matchup is bad and getting worse by the minute, as Palos is like 4,000 gold ahead of Jikroy. You can take a 5 versus 5, but you can't take small skirmishes, basically.
Mm-hmm. It definitely feels like, you know, the delay of the Burning Spear levels in the lane has paid them, you know, cost them dearly in the long run.
Oh yeah.
Like Jikroy didn't have an easier time, Tino had way too easy of a time, and it's just really changed the whole balance of power of this game.
I agree. I think if you go back and you watch and you discuss and, like, again, they're pros, maybe there's like more logic to it than we think, but between us, you think, if I have one skill that can completely shut down the guy laning against me, I don't take it in the first few levels, that seems like a big mistake. But Tino also adjusted very well, getting the Soul Ring, getting the Null Talisman, keeping his distance, spamming these decay stacks all the time. Like, he played it very well, but it's still on Jikroy that he gave him the opportunity to do so.
Yeah. But now, 6k gold advantage for Execration this game. The Octarine core just completed as well for Tino, so he feels ready to make a move, and sure enough, they're going for a smoke play here. Still 50-50 though on the win percentage though. Even with a 5k gold lead, that's mad.
They have some items got finished. Sanjay is already done, and they also have the Blink BKB on Slardar now. In your dream, should be able to get it off. Fresh?
Well,
okay.
BKB for In Your Dream does deny the Shackle, charges forwards immediately, wants to get the retaliation kill on towards the Shadow Shaman. Heals up basically to full from one use, good lord. Disruption, holds back his own teammate right now, missing Flare on top. Just gets torn to pieces. FBC trying to do what he can. There's so many heals coming out from everyone on the side of Execration though, Tomo. Nobody bloody dies!
Yep,
Apart
it's
from the Shadow
Soul
Shaman, he
Rip.
does.
Yeah, well, it's Soul Rip plus Guardian, sorry, not Guardian Goose, plus the mech. Well, what are you gonna do about that?
Yeah, that was mad. Like, the Shadow Shaman the first time turned to the chicken, one Soul Rip, and he was basically back up to 3/4 HP again. It was mad.
He's also got the Aghanim's Shard, so his foul play doesn't last like 0.1 or 0.2 seconds, it lasts a second and a half, which makes it much harder to chase him afterwards as Jikroy!
Oh no, this is a horrible target to lose. Jikroy trying to armlet toggle his way out of this one, but unfortunately can't do it. Burns to death as he tried to get an extra bit of HP though. Yeah, they're just hemorrhaging kills and positions left, right and center right now here from Reconyx. 8k gold lead. And it's looking dicey as hell. They need something to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out what Reconix' game plan is going to be right now because, as we mentioned, Palos is the strongest core late game in this match, and so you don't want to really go ultra late against him, but you can if you have a net worth advantage. But net worth deficit of 8,000. I wouldn't expect the Reconix to make a comeback.
Yeah. Felt like a draft to try and excel in the early game and close it out as fast as possible, but obviously as soon as that fails, everything else gets thrown into disarray. Especially with a Daedalus now in the hands of Palos, so the ability just to tear this Huskar apart is even easier.
For Reconix, you might be thinking, hey, can we use FBZ to split push? That could be an option. Do you have Assault Cuirass? Smoke on 5? Or at least 4. Who's there you go, 4 of them.
Trying to bait out
Tino.
Jikro right now. Yeah, Tino breaks most of the smoke, so going to jump immediately on towards this Undying. They want to get him out. He's an extremely hard kill. But even still, persistence is key there, Tom, and they managed to bring him down, and now they taste blood and they want to get an extra one.
He's instantly back.
It looks like they're going to turn a fight with the Mystic Flare. Immediately, FBZ just gets torn to pieces, running up into the high ground area, gets punished hard. I mean, the Tombstone is still alive at the back. It's doing some serious work, and they managed to take out Delol, now just charging for extra kills. Shanks has managed to get this grab on towards the Huskar right now, but they turned around and Jupe there with the BKB, buying space for his carry. But still, the heal's keeping Shanks alive for longer than he should. They still kill Jikroy. In your dream eventually does die, and Varish TP's out, but it is still a 4-for-2 exchange. Obviously, Undying had the Ceaseless Dirge, so he came back straight away either way, but once again, it's just a win for Execration.
That Tombstone was very annoying for Reconix because they're trying to go for more, and only FBZ is actually fast enough to do anything because he doesn't get slowed down. Everyone else is like, could you wait? We have all these zombies and stuff. Very unfortunate, as again, Execration come out on top. Reconix, a full 5-on-5, too risky. You're gonna have to be like, all right, let's split push. Let's have FBZ in one lane, the other 4 in something else.
I feel like that whole situation though would have been entirely different if the outpost wasn't on the Radiant.
Yes.
Like that, just having that and the instant respawn from the Undying, he just TP'd straight back into the fight. It's like he never left. So it was basically the Undying had an Aegis. That's just what that was. It's kind of hard to predict there from the side of Reconix, and ultimately, yeah, that does what spells their doom in the end.
I mean, it's like you said, it is an Aegis. You know, you basically have a 1 second respawn time, then you can. That's basically it. As Roshan, he is being roared. Radiant going for it again. Reconix, not a whole lot of time. This is a TA. She takes it quite fast.
Yeah.
And,
half HP.
Well,
yeah, they're not even making the move at all.
It's really FBZ. It's gotta be FBZ if we can sort of split push and try to do something for the squad.
Yeah. I think you gamble and you go for Ags. And just hope that the Slardar maybe turns into a pseudo carry.
No, when you said Ags, I thought you meant maybe like the Ags shard. You know, it could be like, I get an extra wolf. That's useful.
Nah, full Ags. Wolf bite up the Slardar. Watch him become a critting, bashing wolf. Run at people in the back lines.
I just doubt that that's really gonna work out. No. Maybe if you can get the shard, you can at least apply some passive pushing to the to the lanes. That's kind of nice. But at the same time, yeah, Reconix, what's Gaben saying? Gaben is giving them a 35% chance. Not bad. 1 out of 3. That's pretty good. That's pretty okay. Now 30. Okay.
But still, basically 1 out of 3.
That
seems bad. It definitely. I don't know. I feel like it's in the 80% territory, in my opinion, in this current state. But we'll see. As it looks like Reconix, they're trying to hold this triangle area. They got the high ground wards. So this is the perfect spot if Execution run into a trap. Palos is in the front, but obviously has the Aegis. He's not really the target they want to go for.
Yep.
To be honest, who is it they want to go? I guess Ember Spirit, but then you just got the TA and the Undying whacking you from behind. It's really hard.
Ember would be ideal for sure. The support, if somehow the Skywrath Mage forgets he's a Skywrath Mage, he's like, I think I'm Underlord, and walks in. You're like, yes, perfect, well we can get him. But yeah, Ember is like sort of the fastest to kill person. And we say that he's got 42 armor. That's a lot of armor. Oh dear.
Hex on towards one. Force up back up to high ground. In your dream jumps to the back lines. Actually, the Undying taking a lot of damage. He's still tanking though, living for a pretty long time, buying time. But Palos has taken up both the supports there, Tomo. Jikroy eventually falls as well. Missing flail towards FBZ. And the fight over just as soon as it began. They at least do kill the Undying, but that's a very minor consolation prize considering they lose basically their entire team for it. And now it looks like we're going to see the first high ground as Palos takes down this tier 2. And the tier 3 will be in danger.
Surprising, because I thought that they would want to fight nearer to that cliff where they had vision earlier, but they didn't. Reconics, they instead fight close to the tower. Banner dropped, snakes are dropped, this tower, not long for this world. As Execration, they wait out. Reconics is like strong late early game, which wasn't even that strong this one. They just come back. Oh, I say come back, they just take control of the game.
Yeah.
Well, it gives us game 3.
It does. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely... It feels like... I imagine Reconics probably thought, oh yeah, we've won the draft, guys. This is a really solid spot, so... It's probably going to be some mental damage going into game number 3 for sure. Maybe trying to study where the mistakes were. I mean, you know, the game isn't over yet, technically. Base is still standing, but... Their win conditions are far and few between.
Palos, he's got the Aegis for about a minute and a half. Maybe Execration will say, all right, let's not like go up high ground just yet. If they do lose this game, Execration, they are out of this tournament. So they might want to be like, okay, let's make sure we only go up high ground. We have like, you know, that 100% chance of victory. In the meantime, Reconics smoke up again, thinking, let's see what we can find. If they can catch... Palos wouldn't be a bad one, actually. There is a tier 3 tower, but he TPs away and he's off. He's fine.
Yeah, just joins the rest of his team again. Not going to be falling there. And just kind of waste the time of Reconics. I mean, Tormentor is spawning in 10 seconds, Atomo. A free shard will be handy, but their base is about to be assaulted.
It will be for the... Oh, Varesh gets it. Okay, that's fine. As that's a shard, you know, well, that's a Tormentor kill in exchange for a set of barracks. Not super ideal as a trade.
No, not at all. I guess when you're in this sort of position, you're just down to desperation plays, and I guess that's all they could think of in that situation. But yeah, only one set now standing between them and Megas.
Jikro's got straight to Shiv, one of the best Shiv carriers in the game. You know, almost guaranteed to proc it once every second, which is very nice for it. I mean, we say that, but he's level 18 and Palos is 24, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's about to now online. Ooh.
How's your day going, Blue Skill? It's kind of early morning where you are, aren't you? Isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's now 8 AM. But I did wake up at 4 for the series. Then the first one was behind. But that's fine. It's a bit of a while.
Yeah, we should have started around 5 AM your time. But we're only game 2 as Jikroy. It's okay. Run,
the old barrier, hold him at bay, but it doesn't matter. They've got to wait past that one. Bob jumps in, jumps back out. No Aegis anything like that Execration. They don't care. They're not going to wait for the next Roche. Or maybe they are, as they do actually back out, seeing that Reconics defending en masse inside their base. So maybe that's all they could do. Maybe, Atomo, the plan is Dagons. Just Dagons. Sell your items, 5 Dagons, blast one person, and hope that that somehow works.
I think they're not... Okay, if they do that, you know, you get like a nice medal. You know, like best prediction in Dota 2. But no, that's not going to work out. Reconics, they need something a little bit more solid. Jikroy has a Reaver. I wonder what that Reaver is going to be giving him. Is it straight up satanic? Okay.
It looks like it, yeah. He's got the Morbid Mask and Claymore queued up. But... I don't know, he just kind of gets like stunned once and bursted, so I don't know if he's really going to have time to be able to heal.
He's got BKB. They have nothing on the enemy side to deal with that Pierce's BKB disables. He got the save from the Shadow Demon. Problem is, it's just Palos. If you can get Palos out of the way, I actually think that Reconyx can win these fights.
But he might have to sell an item before the next fight, because he's only 1,000 gold away from completing the Satanic, but it kind of looks like Execration are geared up to just keep him closed inside the base, maybe make a move soon. I mean, Roshan, maybe they wait for the next one, up in 45 seconds potentially.
You have the TA on Execration, so you'll know exactly how long it'll take. If it takes a long time, they might say, let's just go high ground. If we lose, we still have like a reset amount of time. If it's like in 20 seconds, you say, let's just get Roche. Why are we waiting? I like the discipline Execration's showing. Not the most exciting gameplay, but the most sound. I say that as they smoke, and you're like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Guys, come on. We could have 20 seconds for Roche. Come on. All right, they're smoking. They're smoking going different directions. They're like, we're not even sure about this smoke anymore.
I mean, I feel like they might be thinking about just going high ground with this smoke and maybe catching some people unawares. FBZ gets jumped by the Hex. Immediately, Pops goes to the backlines, holds back all the support, so FBC's savior eventually comes on out, but a buyback from Varish as Pops does so much damage there to everybody else, but FBC will still die. He's gone for a minute. Jikroy as well takes all the damage, he's forced to fall back. As Tino just putting his body in front of everybody else. Another Hex comes forward, Jikroy dies in 2 hits. He's dead for 70 seconds, and yeah, they just call GG. Just too much to deal with coming out here from Execration in this game number 2. And they do push it all the way down to a best of 1 basically to see who can make it to the grand final.
Man, that was an interesting move by Execration at the end. Because I look at the Roche timer, it was 23 seconds. But they're like, all right, let's smoke up. Let's see if we can catch someone. FBZ obliges, walks a little bit forward. Doesn't actually get killed thanks to the save from Delol, but they lose Varesh, buys back. And Jikroy, we talked about it. Most of the time as Huskar, you're walking around with like 40% health. And TA can jump in, 3-4 shot him. He didn't even get his BKB off in that last fight. And in general, I just feel like that matchup top should have gone 100% in favor of the Reconyx. They should have crushed it, or maybe it seems like they should have crushed it. Tino would have struggled. They would have snowballed. Very odd moves happening out from Jikroy in that one.
Yeah, I feel like he's probably kicking himself about that way he leveled up in the early game. Like, I don't know. It was certainly odds. Maybe Tino's like, for the first few levels, like, you know what? I've not been hit by a single burning spear. This is really weird. He's happy though. He just carries on farming, do what the hell he wanted. And yeah, that is kind of maybe not the entire reason about why that game ended up the way, but it certainly made it a lot easier for Execration, allowing Tino to be an actual hero earlier on, because we were expecting him to be severely delayed, not being able to actually achieve too much until he had like those 2 items online, but it happened so much sooner than I think even they were expecting, and ends up being an Execration victory.
And that brings down to like 1-1, and the winner of this goes to the grand finals, where they'll be going up against Team Nemesis for that chance at the Spotted Blast Slam. Loser goes home with nothing to show for it. So pretty high stress situation going into this last game.
Yeah, for sure. It's all down to a best of 1 to who can make it to the grand finals and try and compete for that one and only SEA spot to go forward to the Res Unchained tournament later on this year. So make sure you come back, guys. We could jump over to a short break and we shall see the conclusion of this series. We'll see you guys very soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Sorry.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Best of one is what we are left now between Reconics and Execration here for the Res Unchained SEA qualifier region. Only one team will be able to push themselves forward to the grand finals to compete for that single slot. It's a very tough game coming up for us right now. What are we expecting to see at Tomo? It's been so hard to predict. The first two games, we've had no idea.
It seems like the only thing that's been consistent in the first two games, well, actually two things. One is that we have a very passive early game, and then we are wrong on our predictions. That has been the only consistent, because game one we were like, man, we were glazing, I believe that's what the term is. Execration, we're like, we can see this 2-0 for Execration, easy favorites of the tournament, and then they lost to Reconics. And then in game two, Reconics has this amazing draft. You have Huskar versus Undying, Slardar versus Ember. You're like, all right, very good. And then Reconics just dies and loses everything. So
5 seconds remaining.
So the key is just go with the complete opposite of what we say. That is probably the safest bet that you can possibly make. So, yeah, we all learn something from these games, Atomo, and that is the key factor. We learn. But yeah, looking at this draft number 3, has anything really changed? Well, this time the Shadow Demon has actually been banned from Reconics, so slight little changeroo there. Apart from that, everything else more or less the same.
Those like, I played 2 games in a row. I'm sick of it. I don't want to play Shadow Demon anymore. I think that's fair. Shadow Demon's nice, but he's not really as fun as Disruptor, who can glimpse people. As Execration starts off with the Ember. That's how they start off game 2. Reconics, Disruptor opening, maybe not too bad if you want it.
Could definitely go down that route. I mean, we were kind of like the first pick. Ember Spirit last game was like, okay, Bob really wanted to play this hero. A little bit risky starting off with your mid laner though, but it still ended up pretty damn well. He was basically tied for most damage compared
Speaking
to
of
Palos, so
tied,
he was doing a lot of work.
Alright, there you go. Well done. Speaking of Tide, there's the Tide Hunter coming out. Did receive some minor nerfs in the B patch, but still very good with Anchor Smash, with the Kraken Swell, Ravage. I believe that Ivory picked him and beat Nemesis with that hero, so very strong overall.
Yeah.
Now,
it's infinite scaling damage protection, Atomo. Who doesn't like that?
yes, it can be broken. But they banned the Ursa because it's one of the few heroes that kind of doesn't mind that. It's like, oh, you live longer, I'll just get like 3 extra Fury swipes and you're dead. And nothing you can do about it here. I've seen Slark be picked against the Tide. I don't like that as a sort of answer, generally. I think the Tide kind of struggles. It's like he's like an annoying, little insect when the Slark jumps. He's like, just get away. You bug me, but you don't really hurt me. You're just annoying.
Kira, though, does also feel like a very strong hero. Can't go wrong with this guy as a 5. Brings a heck of a lot to the table.
Very good.
Like it.
Meanwhile, Execration, they take the Ember Spirit opening right now. Okay, that's going to be Palos' hero. Lots of cores being picked up. One nice thing about the Abaddon... Sorry, I said Ember Spirit, but I meant the Abaddon. One nice thing about the Abaddon going up against the Tide Hunter is that if you get hit by Ravage, let's say you and your friend get hit by Ravage, you can just use the ultimate on yourself, obviously, and shield your ally, and it's a good way of always mitigating almost half the impact of a Ravage, assuming it hits 5 people, that is.
Yeah, it's very true. It is a nice little extra bonus. Obviously, sometimes as a carry, you feel a little bit iffy about using your ulti for like that kind of thing, but depends how much of a team player you are. If you actually care about your teammates dying, maybe then you actually do that.
10
But I feel like most of the time,
seconds
like, nah, they can deal with themselves. Yeah.
Why should I shield you? You just dodge the Ravage. Like, what's the problem there, bro?
Just get good.
To be fair, Ember Spirit can dodge Ravage. If there's one sort of like hero that should be able to kind of dodge it, Ember would be one of them. As Reconics, Disruptor still in the pool. I don't think Jakiro is a bad 4 at all. I actually think that he's as viable a 4 as he is a 5. But, you know, so you can still take the Disruptor, who would work pretty well against the Abaddon, right? Borrowed time activates, you go away, cancel Shackle. We'll see if that's an option for them. But no, they go for the Lion.
Ooh. Do you know what? I'm already quite liking for Execration. And it's someone we don't see too often. All right?
Okay.
Or basically any time anymore. Like, they've disappeared. But Rubik. There's so many good spells to steal right now. Like, everything from Shakiro is nice. Most of the stuff from the Lion's nice. Ravage is really good. Like, there's a lot there.
It's for sure. No, it's like you mentioned, everything from Jakiro is nice. Everything, we always be like, oh, Ice Path. Oh, he got Ice Path. But like, Dual Breath is a good spell on Jakiro. Macropire is very on Rubik as well. Lion, if you can get any max spell that he gets from him, is pretty good. So I do like the Rubik pick. However, and I don't feel like Shanks is gonna go for it.
No, I honestly can't remember the last time I've actually cast a game with Rubik in. Like, he is just completely fallen off the face of the earth, which is kind of sad. Like, seeing someone who's really good with Rubik is always fun.
I just feel like now that we kind of we kind of moved on, he's gonna come up and you're gonna hit Rubik, the Unseen, and you're gonna go, oh, well,
That'd be good. That'd be fate.
Reconics, you know the mid lane matchup, so you could take something for In Your Dream if you wanted to.
Dire team pick.
There you go. You take the Invoker.
Mate, there's even more Rubik spells. Come on.
I like it.
Basically, anything that the Invoker has now you want to steal. This is, if there's ever a Rubik game.
This is it.
This is it.
It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. I'm looking at Shanks here. I'm like, okay, they go for Axe. We're flexing with the Rubik. Or we could move Abaddon to a support. That's also an option we could do late game.
Yeah. It kind of feels like Abba 5 at this point, and then, they're just leaving their carry as their last. But it is Reconics have the overall last pick.
10 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind Abaddon 5 in this one, just because you don't like being Abaddon against Invoker. You activate board time, he hits you with a Tornado, Ravage could come out after. Like, you can be controlled for a lot of your board time duration. For Reconics, though, they ban out the Disruptor. They're saying, nah, you guys are trying to trick us with this Abaddon support. We know it.
Yeah, literally everyone on Reconics has some form of disable, which is very difficult to deal with. But on the flip side, I suppose Execration have quite a lot as well. Seer and Chains.
5 seconds
Then you've got the Hex, the Shackles from Shadow Charm, Berserker's Calls. There is actually quite a lot of CC in this game already.
Yep.
I feel like Abba is literally the only hero that doesn't have anything.
Even then, a lot of Abaddon cores by like Orchid after a while. So, but it's not like a true sort of disable built into the hero the same way. Reconics, they need a carry, but I believe the first pick after this will be for Execration. Which sometimes when I say that name, I'm like, yes, it does sound close to, yes.
I know.
Anyway.
I know. You don't need to say it.
Thank you.
Save you on that one.
All right, will you bet out Rubik? Because if there is a Rubik game, this is a pretty good one. You get Axe. Imagine you have Earth Spike and Ice Path. That is like, what a dream that would be. You just lift up someone, Ice Path, Earth Spike, probably have Lift Again by that time or something. They get rid of the Witch Doctor. Okay, all right. Pogging that comes up. Boo.
You know what? I saw the green, and I was like, and then I saw his puck, and I was like, oh, okay. Snooze.
Nah, we didn't hear the sound. The sound he makes when he uses the ultimate. That's definitely not the sound he makes, by the way. But you know it.
I like the attempt. It was good.
All right, Draconics, Jacroy, what do you want? You can take Muerta if you want. You're up against Pugna. The Cripify becomes a non-factor. Morphling, I wouldn't kind of mind. Decent. Terrorblade would also be pretty damn solid up against the Abaddons. You can make very good illusions with Radiance. Feels like there's a lot of good options for Jikroy to go with here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sven.
You may
Sven.
now select your
Okay.
heroes.
More stuns, more disables. Reconics absolutely love it. Just so much control coming up for them in this game, so it's pretty mad. How do you feel like the carry Sven plays up against the Abba? Like he is a hero which doesn't mind going for a Silver Edge, so having that break instant stun against the Abba is pretty good.
No, I like the matchup for the Sven for sure. Sometimes you can go and people are like, oh well, you can hit him twice, he activates bird time, and then you tap him twice with your giant axe and kill him after the bird time's over. The supports melt to him. Sure, there's Decrepify and Foul Play, but Ember Spirits also won't be able to take him on. Tino could go Blade Mail, but we're seeing a lot of them move away from it. I'm gonna go with Reconics in Game 3. I just feel like the draft is much, much, much better.
I mean, I feel like for safety, I'm going to go
course.
Execration, just
Thank
so
you.
at least one of us is right, Otomo, because so far we've not had a good day. So I'm just going to save us there and give us some kind of positive prediction rate. So
There you go.
I'm doing it for you, buddy. I'm doing it for you.
But you believe in Reconics, right?
I will say nothing.
There you go.
No words shall be said on these matters.
I don't want to get in trouble, I don't want to get in trouble. I'll just be quiet.
But even still, yeah, it looks like it's going to be quite chaotic game. Like, there's team fights going to be mad. There's disables all over the place. Very sad about no Rubik, but such is the way that the draft ended up. But it definitely feels like two drafts that this game could go either way, which is what you want to see for a best of one. Like we're saying, this is down. You know, whoever takes this map will be able to push themselves forward to the grand finals. So it's extremely important. And maybe it's just going to come down to maybe which team makes the fewest mistakes, because
Prepare for battle.
you know, seems to be a lot
There's
of
been
mistakes
a-
happening.
I was gonna say as well. By the way, we can't be too greedy. Rubik, we already had the Hand of Midas Ogre Magi support, right? Like
Yeah.
getting a Rubik on top of that, it's a bit too much. Now, looking into the facets, nothing out of the ordinary. It is Agents of Galaron for the Invoker. I see either this or the Mind of Tornaris, I think. That's the other one, with the Wex build. But he is like, nope, I want more damage. With Titan, it makes sense. You get the big Ravage, Cataclysm, people die.
I mean, and again, you know, I've already said it a million times, but the sheer amount of disables that they have in both of their side lanes, it's easy Sunstrike setups.
True.
So, in your dream is just going to be able to get free kill after free kill. As long as if everybody is playing aggressively in their side lanes, which I am sure they will. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if we just see Delal leave FPZ at the top lane relatively early on and basically try bot, set up kill after kill after kill, give the free game to the Sven and see him run away with that.
What are you smoking, my friend? We haven't seen any aggression from these two teams for the entire series.
Because
And he's like, oh.
the draft speaketh this,
The draft. Okay.
maybe in a different
Well,
language, so, but I'm sure that's what it's saying.
Well, looks like Shanks could be in trouble here.
Yeah.
As he walks right.
Yeah.
There you go.
That was an unlucky direction to go, so this will be a free kill. You know, I did say try lane. Just started off early and I thought,
Oh. Jukra didn't even care too much about it. By the way, do you see the assist gold they get? That's 41 assist gold per player. It's been nerfed heavily, the early assist gold you get.
it's literally a creep. That's pretty mad. And then, like, the XP is probably about a creep as well. Not much at all.
Bob,
Okay.
next to the tower here. Okay.
Yeah, he's been very aggressive. But I mean, he plays with the HP of the creeps to the absolute limit to make sure he doesn't get hit by the tower, whilst also being in New Dream's face. So, man knew what he was doing.
That was very impressive. You know, I was out of roll queue, had to play mid today, and you're like very careful to walk into tower range. But Bob was like, I'm going in. I don't care. As top lane, what's good looking at here? We got FBZ Tide and the Lion.
Oh,
CML could be in trouble.
it could be that one little body block, I think, that came in from Palos there, slowed down FBZ, that probably just kept the Bugner alive.
Palos could
Definitely a
have...
scary amount of damage.
One nice thing about playing as Tide Hunter is you get Magic Stick, and while it's not as sort of good as against the Bristleback, it's one of like the top 3 offlaners to get Magic Stick against. You know, he's always going to be throwing Anchor Smash, occasional gushes, and you can just be like, all right, why would we buy any regen when we have Tide Hunter against us?
Yeah. And even the Lion paired up with it is the hero that spam spells quite a lot.
Fair.
So all that's up. Oh, Sunstrike, first one used in the side lane, does actually miss. CML will die anyway, despite the 0 connection there on that. Meanwhile, it looks like In Your Dream was looking top too much, and Bob was actually able to get a solo kill on him. Big kill to find. And then immediately bottom, Tino, extremely low, he's going to die as well. My god, kills everywhere somewhere. Maybe not even done yet, as they're trying to run down this +1. And eventually Shanks will not be able to get out of there. Another Sunstrike, once again not needed, but to be honest, Shanks killing the Jakiro it saved a little bit of grace.
True, but that means that there's no one in the lane for a few seconds, right? Can any XP or anything like that. So I think, you know, 0 for 1 or 1 for 2, you're still very happy for if you're on Reconics. As well, we're looking at in terms of last hits, Sven's got very little. Despite everything, Jikroy is only sitting at 5 CS in the first 3 minutes. So not a whole lot there. You're 6, so 2 CS a minute. Is that good, Blue Scale, or bad?
I mean, as a POTS 5 player, it's not bad. I'll take anything I can get.
You know, I like playing against Venomancer. You get those Plague Wards, you're like, look at me, I'm sitting at 12 CS. That's pretty good.
It's about 80 gold. You've probably taken like 20 tangos worth of damage in the time.
Hey, Plague Wards, the minimum is 10 gold per Plague Ward. So that's 120.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Big math.
Well, either way, so bottom lane, it's just the Jakiro factor. No one really... Most post 4s would struggle against this hero. It's just a little bit too strong. You can't walk up to him. If you're melee like the Axe, you also take a little bit of harass. It's just a tough time. It's been Jakiro like supremacy for, I don't know, a year now or something.
Yeah, it's just been kind of everywhere. And it looks like making a move down bottom. Stun on towards Shanks. Shadow Shaman probably going to be dying either way. Actually, he's able to get himself out of there. Jikroy, he's actually 20 movement speed slower. 6 seconds before the hammer comes off a cooldown. Sunstrike? I don't think he's even thinking about doing it, as FBZ actually dies at the top lane there. Oh my god, so much aggression. 8 kills already, just 4.5 minutes into this game.
The two teams have woken up and decided to pick violence at this point. But either way, it is 4 for 4. Execration slightly. And Gaben says 60% for execration.
He has said this every game, by the way. He's immediately started off with 60% execration, all 3 games. It's biased as hell.
Eventually he'll be right.
Eventually.
Maybe not this game, but another game.
Who knows?
Dire's top tower is under
Looks like In Your Dreams waiting for another Sunstrike setup. He has got the spell queued up. Going for it up top. Will connect. This time Palos. He will die. It's actually Delol who's now on a killing spree. I always love games like this as a support. Like, he's already got Tranquils.
Yep.
He's got 300 gold in his pocket. He has items also coming out on courier. Like, what a dream.
And Lion, they did buff him up pretty big in the previous patch with his cooldown level 1 reduced on his ultimate by 20 seconds. And I always thought it was way too long, 160. Then it went down to 140, now it's 120, which is like, alright, I still think we can go down to 100, but 120 is reasonable.
Can't have everything this time. Look at this. Immediately, Delol heads down towards the bot lane, sets up for another kill. Jikroy goes down. And I guess these, like, Sunstrikes, you know, it's like a creep that In Your Dream gets each time he does this with the assist gold.
Yeah. A creep or... I mean, if he gets the actual kill as well, it's helpful. If he gets the kill, he gets experience out of it, but so doesn't seem like he has so far.
Nah, just 2 assists to his name. It's time. There's still plenty of time. Meanwhile up top, FBZ. They need to get dove underneath his tier 1 tower here. No TPs of 8 coming in. Might just get ran down. Never blast spam, doing a lot of work, plus the blood grenades. He just dies. Palos takes him out of the game. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, as Delol was still lingering nearby, they set up for a kill on towards Shanks, taking him out of the game again.
That one point in Gush, if he had it in Kraken, might have saved him, but you know they got the kill on Delol earlier with it. So I know Delol on Palos. Either way, it's quite even. Looks like Execration going for a sneaky steal. And will Reconics let this happen? Looks like we're gonna have a brawl here.
Yeah, Varus is already in there. Trying to contest as best as he can. Bob also getting involved though. The Ember Spirit shows up and immediately you can see FBC's like, goddamn. Ember Spirit's here, we can't compete this one, boys. Just get out. Although, maybe Delol gotta be careful underneath the tower. Bob getting involved. Just gonna jump immediately on top of the Lion's face. He's super squishy. He will die. Eagle Dream is also here. He needs some spells though. Only has 1 point into Wex. So you like tornadoes, all that sort of stuff. Basically been no range. And yeah, he comes in, doesn't make any difference. That's just leave.
That's a huge win by Execration, getting both of those. Oh wait, hey, Jikroy. Dead.
You know, this is like the kind of non-stop action we wanted to see coming out from this series. 15 kills now, 7 minutes 40 in. It has just been brawl after brawl, and I'm loving it.
The thing is, Execration, like getting those double wisdom shrines is huge for them. They were kind of a little bit behind. You were seeing like Delol doing really well on this Lion, and now his finger is going to be delayed when it was going to be a super good timing. Like the support, dude, Varesh is level 3, but the Execration supports are 5 and 6. Those guys were, I mean, Shanks is 1 and 3, but he's still almost level 6 because of those double wisdom.
That's pretty grand. It's a huge difference. 60% is looking about right now.
They made the wisdom shrines harder to protect in this one. It's easier to steal when they moved it to the low ground, and I'm seeing more and more teams be very active and approaching it, which I like.
Yeah, it kind of makes like a weird little kill zone now that it's in the lower ground spot.
What is the icon on the lion finger? I can't. What is that? That's that cosmetic. It looks different. You see it?
His like arm becomes a cannon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, it's not really a hand anymore. It's literally just a gun barrel.
It was like, what kind of finger of death is that? It's like, I just shoot lasers now. Like, okay.
It's accurate.
Snakes are dropped. The Execration can play this game very fast with the snakes, with the Pugna, throwing out those nether blasts. Like towers can melt. Reconics does have good team fight early on to contest this if they choose to do so, though.
Yeah, but it seems like they choose not to. So they do let it fall. But I mean, all they have to do is wait another like 2 minutes. Snakes will be back up. Actually, only 80 seconds, and they just go for another push. That plus never blast spam. It's just so hard to defend against.
And your dream's got the hand of Midas, which means he's not going to be too active in this game. Or at least not too early on, right? If you're not going to go for the Vessel, you go for hand of Midas, then Vessel, it still delays you. By the way, the weighted dice that Jikroy picks up, there's one thing I like about weighted dice very much, which is when you like makes the difference, it tells you how much extra gold you get. That always feels very nice.
Where does it say that?
Sorry?
Where does it say?
Oh, you have to play the game. When you play the game, let's say you kill a creep, and it'll say like 37, then it says +2. The +2 is the difference of the weighted dice. Wait, okay, watch this. Okay, that one didn't.
Oh yeah, I saw the +1.
There you go.
There was a +1. I saw it.
So that you almost feel like you're alchemist farming extra gold. It's nice. There, you see +5. I saw +9. Wow, look at this. It's massive amounts of gold.
That's valid. But it's when you don't see the numbers, you feel really sad.
Yeah, if you don't see the numbers, you're like, oh, that's too bad. But to be fair, it's a bit of a placebo effect because mathematically you don't get that much gold, but it feels like a lot.
Yeah. Game lies to you. Even so, bottom of tier 1 tower goes down. A little bit of map gains there for the side of Execration.
Let's see. At the moment, it does seem like Reconics not too eager to sort of make anything happen, as Delol is farming the farming camps in the jungle. And yes, it is a cannon. It looks like a cannon if we look at Delol's. Now that it has light, that looks like a cannon to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a cannon. Cosmetics are good.
That's very good. The Hex as well has that cool frog look. As Excretion saying, let's just go for another tower if we want to. Oh!
Okay, zip out, he's fine. It feels like now, like, the aggression or willingness to at least go for, like, pickoffs on the side of Reconics has completely dropped off right now.
Yep.
We've not seen them attempt to go for, like, you know, stun sunstrokes or that for a long time now. Even though they're only 2k gold behind, it does just feel like Execration are just in their face.
And I still believe that they have the better team fights on Reconics, but we did talk about in your dream going for Hand of Midas. It does limit what you can do early on as Execration. You need to be a bit wary here. They're backing off, saying, all right, this seems like a little bit dicey. I say that as Bob could walk into a few of them. Delol ready with the Hex.
Wants to be Shanks.
Shanks. Yeah, well.
Okay, into Sunstrike, Ice Puff. Well, it didn't really do that much damage, that Sunstrike, to be honest. The Shanks, he's gonna live. And now Bob comes on through. Searing Chain's locked him in. But an altercation where a lot of spells get traded, not a single person dies. I don't know how that Sunstrike didn't do that much damage. That was really weird. Another 2-man shackles and just zips on out of there.
To be fair, it is. I mean, it is a level 5 exhort. It does 375 damage, which is a lot. But this is a Shadow Shaman with 1,000 health. Those double blood grenades add up as oh dear. Right.
Okay.
Yep, definitely oh dear.
What's
for who?
Okay, never mind. He's out of there. Instead, they get a shackle on towards the long line. Stays a little bit too long. Bob wanted to go for like another slight fist chains there on towards the Chikiro, but doesn't want to linger. So we'll just settle for the lion. They'll take it out. That was obviously Snake's used for that kill, so that does maybe delay a push on towards the tower, but even still, kill's a kill.
I think you're okay with that for your Execration. I mean, you always think maybe if I use my spell here, where will I get it again? But if you have a good opportunity, just drop the snakes. I think that's what separates a good Shadow Shaman player from another. Another thing is if you can get the second Wisdom Shrine. Jikroy, he doesn't want to go there by himself. 5 seconds for Wisdom. Resh, spots it out.
Jikroy's waiting.
Good Meteor.
So Shanks already going to secure it. Oh, good stun into the Macropyre as well. Connects on towards multiple heroes. Palos taking a lot of damage here from Jikroy. He's still just trying to run. Sunstrike, a little bit too early, not going to land, but good Ravage actually connects on towards multiple heroes. The finger as well puts Palos in the ground, and now Shanks will be caught out too. 3 kills for nothing. They do obviously still lose the Wisdom Shrine, but those 3 kills definitely pays up the difference in that one.
For sure. You're very happy with that. You can bring down Jikroy. It is Jikroy and 2 supports, but look at the experience. Very nicely done for them. Sorry, you got Palos. I said Palos.
Palos.
Looking for the pipe. Very good against the Abaddon, because a lot of your Abaddon's damage is the Radiance. You know, it speeds up your farm, but early game it's mostly that burn damage that helps. And pipe negates like, I think 8 seconds of burn damage from the Radiance. It's a big deal. It's mad, as some people would say, from a certain place in the world.
Bloody balmy, mate. That's what it is.
It's bonkers.
Bonkers.
Do you guys say bonkers a lot?
Not really. Yeah, I'd say it's bonkers it feels a lot more old-fashioned.
True. I was like, okay.
We got new words and slang coming out daily in this country.
And yet I still read books from 100 years ago where they say mad. And then I go to the UK, they say mad too. I'm like, can't be that you, the slang.
And then back in, like, you know, using books where the word awful is bad.
Bloody awful.
Bloody awful, mate. That's a damn shame.
Oh, Palos! That was his Radiance, I believe. It's going to be delayed for about a minute and a half. A little bit more than that, actually. And on the other side, Reconics, they're going straight up for... Oh, wait. Bob? Okay, Bob's your uncle.
Oh, nice. Earthspike actually misses, which just cost him his life there. We'll be able to burn him down. Fresh does drop. Spot with the solo, we'll take that one up
Dire's top
quite
tower
gladly.
is under attack.
Meanwhile, they do spot Tina here with this wards. Gonna make a play immediately onto him. Sunstrike will come out. Secures the kill in the Dream. Killing spree now on board for him. There's a bit of extra experience there for Jikroy, so we'll gladly pick that one up.
This is a bit of a dangerous game that Excretion's playing by not taking more buildings, I'd say. Oh, wait.
FBZ,
Tino.
mass TPs. They're really trying to bring this man down. He does have Ravage. He's a straight up TP him, and unfortunately that's going to work. Jump in from Shanks, FBZ. Just too many spells to lock him down. Maybe he could have like Ravaged to try and run away, but he's like, it's just not worth it. Doesn't want to risk wasting the ulti.
Doesn't use the Kraken shell either. He's like, I'll accept my fate, and I don't want to move too slow. Almost done with the Aghanim Scepter. I was going to say the Execution, it's a bit of a dangerous game to go up against an early Ravage Cataclysm, but they don't mind. They're like, that's okay with us.
Play it nice and chill. And
Oh.
speaking of, that Ags is now coming out.
Now here's a question: why does Bob's your uncle mean? You know, it's like and so on and so forth. Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt.
Really? Is that the actual thing?
That's like the full quote, yeah.
Ah.
I don't really know what it means. Yeah, he's been
Nice.
caught, stuck inside the shards. He's able to get himself out of there. In comes FBZ. They have this combo and they want to use it,
Whoa.
Atomo, but might not even need it as CML just dies from the backstab there of Jikroy. Sunstrike's not going to connect on towards Shanks either, but finally that Radiance is now online for Palos.
I wouldn't say that Jakiro is a good matchup for the Shadow Shaman, but you do like farming his snakes with a double attack. Feels very nice. He drops the snakes. You're like, okay, all right. I guess I'll farm it. I don't mind. And
I do
that's
quite
top-
like the introduction of
the double attack.
the double trouble. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a nice little touch. Makes sense. Jikroy though. Oh, Searing Chain's not gonna land.
No, it was definitely one of the, like it like I said, makes so much sense for the hero. You have an ice and fire projectile. The LOL.
Bob
Oh, okay.
does actually get hexed up, as obviously Shanks came in there for the save, kept his mid laner alive for sure. Everyone just backs off. Quite a few spells traded. Cataclysm used, Macropire used. So maybe a little bit of breathing room there for the side of Execration.
About a minute. You know, these are, you know, medium cooldown abilities. Not too high. It's not like Ravage was thrown out, but at the same time, Rakonix definitely do not want to fight without Cataclysm. They built their whole lineup around it. And this Execution saying, yeah, well, we want to fight. Now that's down.
I'm fine inside the triangle area. CMO in the front, obviously with the Decrepit fight, keeps himself going. Good tornado, cancel towards 2. EMP also stripping all the mana away there from Tino. Makes the Axe's life much more difficult. CMO eventually does fall. Shanks overstepping his bounds with a big old meatball dropped on his head. Burns to death. Now Bob jumping over towards the north side. FBZ with a TP.
Oh dear.
And it'll be cancels. It looks like Jikroy has found Tino. He's not really doing any damage though. So he has to be careful. And they're going to continue their chase over towards the Axe. The blink forwards there from Jikroy. They're trying to bring him down.
Tino's tanky.
Palos
Jesus.
is also here. Oh, Tornado does land on towards the two of them. Ice Path though, not going to connect from the low grab. Out comes the Ravage. It really gets cancelled out by Palos. But he's going to turn and kill Jikroy. Overextends. FBC still trying to take out the one. Meanwhile, down to the south side, you got the Invoker stuck with the shackles. Too much damage comes on through there from the Abba. And he just blinks straight after a +1. Varish though will be able to survive. A very messy fight there coming out from Rakonix. Overextended a little bit too far, and it cost them their pretty decent start to that fight.
I mean, FBZ was holding his Ravage for the entire time, kind of waiting for a good opportunity, and they go for Tino, as well as Palos. I guess his ultimate off, it just doesn't really do too much. Okay. Jikroy pays for no.
I was gonna say, it feels like the one issue when you have a combo like Ravage Cataclysm, it feels like you have to only do Ravage for a Cataclysm.
Yes.
And if you're ravaging just one person, it makes everything useless. So,
Dire are
in a way, it makes both spells better.
Radiant are
In the way,
scanning.
it limits what you can do with them as well. So it is like a catch-22.
It's kind of like when you have Soulbind and Doom, and you're like, I'll only do it when we get Soulbind on 2, and then Soulbind, and you get like a good target for a Doom, but it's one person. You're like, I don't want to waste it. But to be fair, better players like these guys will just be like, I'll just throw my spell. I'm not gonna wait. But it's always in the back of your mind. I could get better if I throw Ravage and Cataclysm together. As oh man, he's taking a whole cannon to the face.
Just gets punched straight into the ground.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's going to take control of the Radiant Triangle area. Strip away all the wards, cut the waves. Just continue to apply pressure. We might see a Roche attempt coming out from Execration. Snakes are back up for the Shadow Shaman. I wouldn't be too surprised if they go for it. Especially with Ravage on cooldown.
I was thinking, Axe's Culling Blade feels like one of the most painful abilities to be hit by, right? When it has like that big dunk sound. And then you look at other abilities like that, like a guy can summon a black hole, you're like, yeah, but it doesn't feel like it would hurt you that much. But the Culling Blade, woof.
Scary.
All comes down to one guy with a big axe.
In this case, just a big hand. It should just like fingers your head off.
It just slaps you down, right? Like with his both his, puts his arms together, you're like, holy shit. Well, it is Execration in the slightest of leads possible. Win percentage has been in their favor the entire game, but it's slowly going up for Reconics. We'll see what happens after this. Age is going to fall. It's going to go to who? It's going to go to Bob. Okay.
Okay. Bob wants to get in there. Can't blame the man. I mean, he has... You know, he's got a Spirit Vessel, he's got Kai, he has a BKB up in 400 gold as well. And he is definitely starting to get to the point of a hero that can just run into people's faces and start doing work. So the Aegis will help out a lot.
Oh,
FPC.
Okay.
And I'm going to poke and prod. It's a hard kill to get with just these two heroes here. So close to the base as well. Tornado EMP off the mark, so not going to get any connections there. And immediately Palos has turned around once those spells go. Resumes to poke him.
Oh, FBZ's going back for more. He's like, I haven't had enough. I don't hear no bells.
Well, Palos jumps into the back lines. Gets hit from a stun. Controlled up from a distance. Meanwhile, also they got the grab here on towards the Shadow Shaman. Use up the chicken form, and unfortunately the people chases after him. He still dies. Tino in a bit too far. Slow to a crawl. He's trying to run. Out comes the Ravage with the Cataclysm. Does connect on towards one. Tino's dead. Jigboy finished off CML. And now everybody else on the side of Execration just in full retreat. The Abba and the Ember Spirit. Nothing left they could do. So there you go. Reconics bouncing back.
Kind of Execration being a little bit bold with that move, you know, kind of not going for the tower, going instead for a Tide Hunter with tough pipe, you know, not an easy kill at all, but Execration getting a little too gung-ho in that one. It's a bit mad, ain't it?
Oh, it's pretty nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. There's just running at him. Palos, yeah, definitely feeling he was stronger than he actually was, I feel, and then yeah, kind of jebaited his team into a bit of an awkward spot, not gonna lie. But hey, he did just grab 3 bounties for them all, so what can they complain about?
I don't like this game if it goes too late for Execration. I don't think they scale as well as Reconics. Ember Spirit kind of, you know, he's always useful, but it feels less valuable later on. More of an annoyance with like the Aghanims and the Shiva's Guard. On the other side, Invoker gives a lot of control and damage. Tide Hunter a little bit easier to play around than the Axe, and definitely the Sven takes down the Abaddon in a 1v1.
Yeah, I feel like the Abba kind of gets to an awkward spot. But I don't know. I feel like the Ember Spirit's still pretty good later on in the game. Like, once your 6 slide, you're just endlessly jumping around with like the Refresher with an Ags, just endless fire remnants, and you do quite a lot of damage.
But you know how you can do more damage? You go Battle Fury Daedalus. Oh, that was like good old days.
That's a classic. I remember like when Ember Spirit like first came out and the meta was literally just multi by Battle Furies.
That as it should have been, right? You just walk around, a fist comes out 3, you get a triple kill, you're like, huh, I didn't even realize people were there. That's so nice.
Maximum AoE. It worked. Strange enough, it did work. But Delol,
it is working for it.
Caught, might just burn out. It does like actually a very aggressive jump in here from Jigcroy. Stun does get cancelled out there from the Ice Path. Pops out the God Strength with the BKB. You're trying to run after people right now, but he's getting juked left and right. Palos going into the back lines. trying to buy time for the rest of his team, just focusing after the Jakiro, who's not long for this world. The Berserker's call comes out from Tino, trapping in FBC, but this is, of course, a Radiant Macropire, so they have to be careful, Execration. And they do just back out. 2 kills, though, just the supports. But there's a bit of extra space. Maybe they can push some buildings with this one, but Ravage is still online.
When the fight started, they didn't have Ravage. It was roughly when after the Lion died that Ravage came on, and I was thinking, do I throw it? Do I not throw it? But they decide not to and hold on to it instead. Losing only your supports, wasting some Aegis time, it's not too bad for Iconics.
Oh, there's Cactus amused, but literally hit zero people, Tomo.
Oh.
Easy dodge.
Palos into the illusion top. They thought it was a real one. That's why they still, all cores from Iconics are there. They walk into Abba Illusion. They're like, oh, it's real. They're like, no, it's not. We just got it for nothing.
CML,
but that's real.
Though. That one definitely is. Glimmers up, trying to back out. Deals to the Neverward, but Execration, you can clearly see that it's keeping them at arm's length. Obviously, they are missing their Abba, who's off farming in the triangle. Looks like he completed his Manta not long ago, and now just wants to get his Orchid as fast as possible.
In your dream bomb lane, a little bit of a dicey situation surrounded by enemies, but it just takes a little bit of a long trip home. Expect safety. There you go. Aegis timer gone. Suddenly Bob a lot more vulnerable than he was a few minutes ago.
See if it changes how he's actually playing though. Or if he cares, who knows.
He's got BKB. That's a bit unusual to see on an Ember Spirit.
Look at where like Varish is farming right now on this Jakiro. It's just like he's got a high ground wall. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty safe here. Just gonna farm the Radiant Jungle on my own. Why not?
He's got greedy, and I don't mean the neutral item. He's got that. It's like, I want gold. As Jikroy has a BKB. If he gets caught, they follow the courier. They find him. Jikroy might. There you go. That's it.
Doesn't get the BKB off in time. Not what it matters with Tino nearby. You always have the Berserker's call to cancel any BKB TP attempts.
True, but you can BKB and run away, right? Like run towards your team, they run towards you. Maybe you meet near that dire tier 2, but not options. Oh, could they get something in return?
Cactus amused. There's Blast him down. Palos tried to come in there to help out his support, but got there a little bit too late. Just loses all of his mana for his efforts.
One of the nice things about the Cataclysm is that, similar to Zeus ulti, it does reveal where all the enemies are. So, you're able to be like, oh, okay, they're all nearby, or no, oh, they're far away, we can go for this kill. So I really like what In Your Dream did with that cat just now.
Yeah. Information is super important. Even though they did just know that they're up top because they've lost their carry, but even still,
there we go.
Continuing the aggression, they found this +1 on towards Bob. No Aegis, no hope. He does die. Execration bouncing back here. Or Reconics, sorry.
No, I was like...
Said too many names today already.
Yeah, I'm like, the icons are a bit different. It's not like I can be like, they look the same or anything like that. That's... no excuses there. Sorry, Blue Skill.
It's alright. I deserve it.
We expect you to get it right all the time.
All the time.
Every time.
Anybody got time for that?
Well, Invoker is going for a Hex. Feels like he has the time to get it. This is not a gung-ho, we're ending the game at any second right now. Both teams, again, being very careful. Your tournament live on the line. The next matchup against Team Nemesis, which should have started an hour ago, but we're fine with the schedule. We're all right with that. I'm glad that we're having 3-game series. It's much better than just stomp after stomp.
Yeah, we had too many 2-0s yesterday. Literally, it took all the way to the last one before he finally got a full 3 games. So it's refreshing. But I guess that makes sense as tournaments go on. You get better teams going up against better teams. So that's when things really start to balance out. Pretty much got smoke on smoke. Palos charged forwards. His shield actually explodes there, so they get the information of where they are. Just the route start off, and immediately they jump forwards, trying to get the stun towards Bob, but they managed to get the stun away. BKB's up and charges to the team. Obviously, the Cataclysm already going without the Ravage. So FBC holding onto that one for a little bit longer. This Delol does die in the background right now, focusing over towards Palos. But this is obviously the Abba. Not an easy kill to go for whatsoever. Macropie gets dropped. They're going to try and fight around this spot. Palos just jumps straight into it, not caring at all. Says, burn me, I'll do more damage. Only the Jakiro to go.
What's up,
As long as the
Ravage?
line did buy back. The FPC still holding on to it. He's waiting for the perfect time, but he might be waiting for his second life. So quick jump in. Tons of damage coming up from
There we
Palace,
go.
but still he lives. Ravage finally comes out. It's enough to finish off on towards the Shanks as well as CML. But Delol has to dive back on towards the line. It's a 2 versus 3 here,
Palos.
Atomo. In your dream with the beep, he's trying to run. They've got his number. Berserker's call there from Tino, denying any chance of retreat. And the only survivor is the Sven, and he's already farming the jungle. The efficiency of this man, he runs and farms at the same time.
I wonder if maybe FBZ held on to the Ravage for way too long. When they first jump and they catch Bob, remember he's like locked down, FBZ's near him, but he doesn't use the Ravage to sort of, get that more extra stun duration, extra damage on Bob. That would have killed him if he had thrown out. Maybe. Obviously, we'll have to, hindsight, but it seemed like there was an opportunity to bring down Bob, but FBZ hesitates with his Ravage a bit too much.
Yeah. It is always like that case when you've got a really big, important ultimate. You're kind of afraid to do a bad one, so maybe you hold it a little bit too long. But maybe it's maybe we can also say it's like black hole syndrome, Atomo. The threat of the Ravage is greater than the Ravage
please,
itself.
no. We've talked about this. We said don't say things like that.
But I know how much it means to you.
I just hate it. People are like, well, it's scarier to hold the black hole than to use it. I'm like, no, just use it. Get something out of it. Oh, but by holding it, you stop them from sticking together. Like, when are they ever sticking together? Come on.
You have much passion in the subject. I like it.
I do. The threat of the... I've been hearing this for over a decade now, of the threat of the black hole.
It's the excuse people tell themselves because they just kind of never use it. So it's like, oh, it's purpose, guys. It's all intentional, I promise. But we have a 5-on-5 smoke action once again. Let's see who finds who. Palos breaking the smoke there up against FBC. He's just charging forwards. Wants to be the bait for the rest of his squad. Meanwhile, Jigro, he actually gets rooted from down the low ground, so his blink gets cancelled. Just focused on towards Palos, though. All of his mana and HP is gone straight away. He's tornadoed up. He needs help with the rest of his team. He might die super quickly. He does land again. Lots of damage coming on through. They're trying to keep him alive there with the life train for CML. Not fast enough. Delol does get traded away, as well as Forest. Both supports gone. He's still on the back lines. Jigro is doing work. He's being held at bay here from Shanks. Turns into all of the chickens. Manages to actually get himself out of there. What a broken innate spell that is. There's a buyback as well from the Pugner, but the fight's over.
It has an Aghanim chart. 2-for-2 trade. And again, Rakonix pretty happy with that. You bring down Palos, you only lose your supports. Ravage went unused as well. FBZ gets it relatively in the middle of the fight, but this feels like it's not a good opportunity for him. And we're seeing it, right? Jigro can jump and shred anyone in 3 hits. You can't do the same thing with Palos. Abaddon's just not a big damage dealer the same way.
You can see that graph zipping and zopping all over, but for the second time this game, it is actually now a win probability into the favor of Rakonix.
Zipping and zopping. Is that what?
Zipping and zopping.
Okay.
Bipping and bopping. Dipping and
I
dropping.
know that one. Now you're just saying words.
I was, to be fair. But you never know. You never know if what we're saying is absolute gibberish or if it's a well-established term.
And Fanny's your aunt, basically.
Yeah, Fanny's your aunt.
I don't think that's real, by the way. I'm still...
What?
I'm unconvinced.
Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt? I promise you that is it. I promise you. I would not lie to you.
You would not lie to me. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. As Roshan is up, and Rakonix, they're going to go there. They're going to say, let's look at Roshan. Let's see what we can work with here. Gets the D-ward off as well. So Execration, they know they're in the area. And they should know that Roshan's fallen.
Yeah. They've smoked up. They're going over. Roshan down to half HP. Scan connects. Bob does get vision inside the pit. Jumps past it again. Just trying to confuse Jigro, sticking inside the pit, gets stunned up by Roche though, taking some time, and eventually it might just go down. They get chunked forward, and the Ravage comes out with the Cataclysm. FBZ will dive, and he trades away there with Tino, who does buy back. They do want to give away this fight. Roshan is still super low, but people clean up all the supports in the back lines. Jigroy, Palos are in the pit, but Palos, he snatches the Aegis from in front of Jigroy, immediately loses his life.
3 buybacks.
They will be coming back in mass buybacks being used here from Execration. They're dumping absolutely everything they can into this fight. Hex comes in on towards Jigroy. They're locked him down, and the Sven will die. Gone for 100 seconds, Atomo. No buyback available there. Now 2 versus 4. Let's see what kind of damage Execration can do in this time.
In your dreams, you gotta be able to find some way to delay these pushes. They do have a glyph available, but it doesn't refresh. You already took a tier 2 bottom. Huge buybacks coming out from Execration for this one. I think that Sven, if he had gone back a little bit earlier, might have been able to survive, but he was kind of committed to that fight at the end and didn't have the BKB. Overall, though, win condition for both sides. Reconics, Sven dead for a while. Execration, no buyback on, I think, 3 of their heroes. And pushing against Invoker, pretty difficult.
Yeah, you can just defend quite easily from afar. And it looks like they might just settle for the tier 2s from Execration. Maybe fearing a potential buyback from the Sven, so not willing to just go high ground. So I pay my respects there. I was thinking as well to like maybe stop the Sven from getting like kited out. I know people don't really like it anymore, but could an Ags potentially be an item to go for?
I was thinking about that as well. Does it still have the Dispel factor on it? Yes. The basic Dispel could be quite good when you're up against the Apugna, right? Removes the, what's it called, Decrepify. If you go against the Ember Spirit, removes the Flame Guard, removes the shield from... Like, there's value to the Acceptor for Sven. But not right now. You know, he still wants to finish his Swift Link. Maybe after.
Yeah. We'll see how quickly he's able to get that one. Still only a 2k gold advantage, 30 minutes in. Such a balanced game.
It is. As Varesh is also working towards his Acceptor on the Jakiro, one of the best Ag upgrades in the game. You know, it's bigger, it's thicker, it lasts longer, it's a pure upgrade.
For sure.
In Macro Fire.
Okay. So that criteria fits a few things, but that makes sense for that spell.
I was like, I had to clarify exactly what we're talking about here.
Yeah, Johnny Sins knows his stuff. But Shanks now completed a on disc, so he's hopefully able to avoid the onslaught of damage that does come out from the Sven for a little bit longer. Speaking of, takes down a tier 2 of their own. So Reconics are the ones who want to start getting aggressive. The gold are almost available, or even kill CML's Courier, which... Was that a complete item? Yeah, that was completely lotus, yeah.
Unfortunate for him. And I would say that Reconics, they don't have buybacks, but they might make Execration think they have buybacks by playing aggressive, right? It's like, we're going, they must have buybacks, and Execration's got none. 3 of them just used, and the CML's one was used a little bit before that as well, so it's only potentially Palos who could have it. Now there is one problem though, which is that Reconics tower pushers are the Sven, who's your kind of most important target, you don't want to really put him in front, and the Jakiro, who's not as important, but would risk his life by going forward. So it's not an easiest...
super squishy. He would die with ease.
It's not the easiest siege in the world.
I mean, maybe... I don't know. Does he have the Anchor Smash effects towers? Oh no, it's 25 talent.
No,
that's still miles away from that. I thought it was a 20 talent.
It was, but it was moved with the latest patch, I believe. By the way, I am surprised he took the 4 Gush armor rather than Blubber effect triggers Anchor Smash, but okay. That's different. Oh, and this Kraken Swell has been a big fail for FBZ this game. Only 8 armor. Sorry, 8 damage reduction. That's not good.
Yeah. A little bit pathetic.
Well, it's a bit sad. It's a bit sad. We say to the guy who's been to TI, right? FBZ. I think he's been to TI.
Yeah, pretty sure. Hey, you can't have a stonker of a game every time, Atomo. Sometimes a facet just flops. But what Execration are hoping is that this smoke play does not flop. Moving outside the base right now, they're on the hunt. See if they can find anybody. Delol. does kind of show himself. He hexes one of the illusions from the high ground. The rest of the team are going to wrap round. Oh, they might just run straight into him here. This Lion breaks some of the smokes, blinks backwards, but unfortunately that's exactly where Bob's Remnant was going anyway. He will die 70 seconds. Has a buyback, of course, though, and he kind of forces Execration to go in the wrong direction. So it's not the worst death in the world at all.
True, but it is 5 versus 4 if and they do get a D-ward off that area. And reminder, right now Execration is playing for buyback timers. So anything that delays the game is a good thing for them. The LoL dying just now is... I mean, dying in general is rarely a good thing. But there are times where it's even worse, and you're like, guys, we're hoping to go high ground, we're hoping to take advantage of their no buybacks, and the LoL kind of messes it up a little bit.
Yeah, still about 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and then all 3 of them will have their buybacks off of cooldown again. So yeah, Execration are quite happy with that. And then, to be honest, that 2 minutes, 20 might just be exactly when Roshan respawns as well, so it's a good reset.
Agreed. That's why I'm worried a little bit. It feels a little like Reconyx weren't able to get the maximum benefit of those 3 buybacks that happened in the Roche pit. Like, you think, okay, they got the Aegis, but they used 3 buybacks. Big opening for us. Didn't work out as they smoke up for Reconyx. Big moment for them. Looks like Tormentor is the call.
They want to contest it. Oh, Shanks gets extremely low, but Palos ends up getting the free shard.
Not bad. Your shields do 75 damage of what they receive. Pretty decent. 75%, sorry. Oh!
Not bad. Comes on out to scout the high ground. Good connection on towards Bob. He's able to get the beekeeper off in time either way. Ravage comes out though, connects on towards the other 2. Tino's dead before he can really react all too much. Bob surviving a sliver of HP. CML trying to heal him up, but he zips on out of there. Shank stuck in the low ground. He will die. CML going to try and juke himself around the trees. But Palos goes back in towards the sidelines. They're trying to finish off the Invoker, but they've lost Bob. Eventually they kill him, but it doesn't matter. They've lost 4 heroes. Buyback's obviously not off cooldown on top though. Ultra kill for Jikroy there. And it's a huge victory coming the way of Reconyx. We're good to see some high ground pushes. A buyback from the Pugna. Maybe it's a bluff for Tomo, trying to say everybody else has theirs off cooldown too. But still another 40 seconds away.
Yeah, and in the case of Tino, he doesn't have the money for it. It's only going to be Bob. I mean, Palos, if they can get a bounty ruin for it? Nah, this is probably... The death timers is going to be used all the way. Which means how much can they get for Reconyx? They don't have God Strength, which is nice. There is a glyph if they want to use it. There you go. Glyph comes out.
That'll be done. I mean, a creep wave coming in anyway, so it's not really going to slow this push down too much.
You take every second you can in this game, blue scale.
That's true. Delay, delay, delay. It's often the case with a lot of different games. The full set of barracks to top gone. Still 30 seconds before they are respawning. The buybacks are coming up. But again, they don't really want to have to use them. But they may be forced to, as Jikroy with the God Strength up. He's not slowing down the top. He's going straight for the last one.
There we go. A little bit more delay. Now you're looking at, you're thinking, all right, 10 seconds with an axe. Could get a call. Buyback comes out. Reconyx, perfect play in that situation. Really getting the most they can get out of it. 2 glyphs, 2 set barracks. And suddenly... And Roshan is up in about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Let's see if they actually linger nearby to scout it out there.
Reconyx has buybacks from all their heroes. You look at Gaben, 90% for Reconyx. I think that's very fair. As Lion, the LoL actually buys a BKB. Okay. Don't see that very often.
33-30 is the score. 18k gold lead going the way of Reconyx right now. Gaben, his win probability has skyrocketed into Reconyx's favor. 90% he's saying now.
Gaben's like, Execration, I give you a 1 in 10 shots of winning this one. And he's feeling generous. But there is buybacks on most of the cores on Execration. There could probably mount like, 2 fights. It's not gonna be like just 1 fight and that's it, the throne goes. It's like 1 fight, they have a buyback to try again. Roche is the play.
Yeah, it's going to be the very key point of this next team fight. Super important for both teams.
Any big items?
See who really
coming
gets
up?
the advantage.
No real big item I'm seeing for either side here. I mean, sorry, for Execration that could change things for them. But there's an axe finished on on Varesh. Sven has got a Lincoln Sphere, a Swift Blink. He's 6 slot on the Sven with 4,000 gold in the pocket.
There's a lot of spare dosh. Meanwhile, they see Bob's had to go back to the bot lane to defend the push against the tower. Like the Forge creeps and everything else was pushing into it. Actually, they might still lose the tier 3. But the rest of Execration, they couldn't come back to try and help deal with it. They have to stick around this Roche. It's too important to give up. Look at this. Okay, Jikroy's just in. Not using God Strength though, Tomo. He's playing this quite cautious. Okay, Roshan does his scream. Backs on now.
Invoker can get a refresh orb if he wants to, by the way, with a double Cataclysm, if he chooses to do so.
To be honest, I've not seen like a Ravage Cataclysm be super impactful just yet. Like, it feels like it's kind of been a side strat for the squad right now.
There's been like 1 or 2 times when he throws it and, you know, like it helps the Cataclysm land. But it's not the same thing as when you see like an RP and all the Cataclysms are like centered on 4 of them or something. That's when it does a lot of damage. Here it's just been like, it's alright. Not much of a combo if you ask me.
Nah.
Hey, it's fine.
Neither team wants to be the one to start this off. It's just it's too important. It's like a really scary spot. It's probably more important for Execration considering the position they are in right now. And obviously, like we said before, guys, this is obviously the best of 1 to keep themselves in the running tier to qualify for the main tournament.
And
so they cannot afford to make any mistakes.
I was going to say, Reconics also has the advantage of time, right? Top and mid naturally pushing in. Bottom lane, you can see that in your dream, teleports there, makes illusions, shoots them up, and oh, nice move by FBZ.
Oh, got the grab on towards Palos. Shackles from afar, there's going to be outcomes to the Cataclysm. Doesn't do too much damage. Shanks is used to the Aeon Disc, keeps himself going right there. Jumps up to the high ground right now. Chico is trying to finish him off. He was in the backwards. Ravage finally comes out. Palos completely separated from his Demon Tommy. He will die. Double buyback suspended. CML just able to get off the Decrepify to keep himself alive there. Trying to heal up off of Palos. Off of Jikroy. He's trying his best, but shackled up. Both the supports linking him down. And now they've got the grab on towards Bob. Hexed up, controlled, pulled left and right. Jikroy is actually getting low. He's trying to back out as God's Strength has run out of fuel. They're still pushing for Mortino, takes off one head. They're actually counter-attacking right now. They've managed to take out 2 of the big boys. Dead for 100 seconds apiece. FBC's tanky, but he's not that tanky when there's that many heroes after him. Bob's trying to finish off Arish. Looks like he will go down as they got the kill on towards the Tide as well. How is the Chikiro still alive? There we go. Finally does drop. 4 people dead. They do all have buybacks available though, Tomo, but even still, Roshan will be secured through Excretion.
I love what they're doing as well on Execration. They say, okay, we got a big fight, but we had to use 3 buybacks to do so. So let's get Roshan, let's get something out of this fight. And it's just the buyback is the advantage for them. Jalal also bought back. If you can kill him, you create a minor win condition of no lion. So that's something to work towards. But look at that, bottom lane pushing in. They have to go back and defend on Execration side.
Yeah. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see Bob get like bots or something like that. Just so we can always, you know, go back to base, de-push it, and then rejoin at a moment's notice.
They're pushing on Execration, trying to even up a little bit of this disadvantage. From 20,000 gold lead, once everyone's up, I think it will be down to like 8 or so with these buildings dropping.
Probably only time to go for 1 set though. Actually, they used the refresher shard, and then it's going to go for the double push.
This is the play.
They're trying their best. People are up in 10 seconds though. Clock is ticking, and the glyph wasting precious seconds. 2-3 gone. Melee barracks in the mid lane, taking a bit of time to die. Sven has respawned. Palos has to just back out now.
There you go.
Can the snakes finish off the melee barracks?
Looks
like they will, just barely. So to be honest, not a bad turn of events there for Execration. They got the Aegis into the hands of the Abba. They got down pretty much two full sets of barracks. But obviously, several buybacks on cooldown, which is the scary part.
I think I have the most difficult play-by-play to impress in Dota, because Execration was 20,000 gold behind. No, against a team with full buybacks, they go to the Roche pit. They get Aegis. They get to Severax, and Blue Sky's like, nah, it's not the worst set of events for Execration. I'm like, oh, okay.
Radiant
Not the
are
worst.
scanning.
Could always be better.
7 out of 10. It's passable. I'm like, okay.
It's possible. I mean, how much is their odds improved? Oh, it's gone from a 90% win probability for Reconics down to a 69%. So
Nice.
they've clawed back a couple of very precious percentage. Look at that! 2 Aeon discs bought out. One for the Tide, one for the Ember. Aeon discs apparently are super important in this game.
No one has Nullifier this game either, I think. I thought I heard the God String, but no, it is just the War Cry. Jikroy remains the person to keep your eye on this game, though. When this Sven jumps in, if there's no one, you have no protection against him, he'll just melt people now. He's about to hit level 30. He's gonna take the 50 God Strength talent. Then, surprisingly, he took the Stormhammer stun at 25 rather than the other one.
Oh yeah.
Unusual.
Yeah, quite interesting. Yeah. I mean, the damage, just like being able to burst Palos or something, is you'd feel be a little bit more important. Maybe it's a misclick, Atomo.
Sure, let's go with that. I mean, one second extra on Stormhammer is good. It's just you think like, wouldn't you want more damage? Either way,
I mean, how long does that does it make it? 3.6 seconds?
no, it goes to 2.6 for the Stormhammer.
Oh. Wait, it's only 1.6 max level normally?
Yeah, it's
trash.
not much.
Garbage skill.
I mean, it's an AoE stun on a fairly low cooldown, 12 seconds. It's pretty good. Do you miss supports event?
No. No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Clearly you do.
No, actually, no. I thought it was kind of all garbage. Melee hero in the lane with a stun. Then he throws Warcry for a little bit of that shield. And you're like, really? This is all you do? I'm like, yeah.
That's basically
Despite... What, can we look at only the buyback status, Mr. Observer? I feel like... Thank you so much. So, Reconic still has most of theirs. Execration does not. Execration has to be very careful. If I was Reconics, you might say, listen, guys, let's just go gung-ho bottom lane, Jikroy ultis, hit the building, go back if they glyph. They don't have buybacks. If we trade evenly in any way, or even slightly behind, we can still buy back and go for it. You have 9 lives on Reconics, 7 on Execration.
Well, I feel that they're just waiting for the Aegis to time out, right, which only has 35 seconds left. And then once that goes, you've then got about a 2-minute window where nobody has the buybacks on the side of Execration, just the Axe and Pugna both. This boy's like, oh my god, Jikroy, he just 2 shots Palos! Aegis gone just like that. He's going to need some help as soon as he spawns. Has to pop the ulti just to back on out. Meanwhile, Bob, he jumps in deep to try and help. Does complete up the Aeon disc. Backs out there, but the BKB also used. But obviously has Refresher. Oh my god, Jikroy just chases after him. Ravage gets the grab onto a super. Crepify's there, but unfortunately the finger of death from afar. Delol finishes him off. Bob down for 2 minutes here at Tomo. Jikroy
controlled,
shackled up, taking a bit of damage. Meanwhile, in the backlines, Palos is in deep here, trying to do some work, but Jikroy's just going to get back involved. Pulls him actually to the high ground. Pulls away. Tino makes some space there for his carry, but it's not enough. He's gone for 2 minutes as well. It's now a 3 versus 4 without their 2 main damage dealers. I don't know if they have what it takes to Execration to keep themselves in this game. It's looking extremely one-sided now for Reconics.
Unfortunate for Execration, but that was... Did you see that? He jumps in, the crit damage from the God Strength kills Palos as they're doing all they can here. They have still a minute left, a minute and 15 seconds for their cores on Execration to come back. That is not enough. They do not have enough manpower.
I love it, just like watching CML just walk forwards and start live draining Jikroy. Like, yeah, this will stop them. There's just nothing you can do. Oh, Tino. Okay, he takes out in your Jew with the backlines, but he just buys back at Tomo. He's like, I don't care. He's just going to use his bots, get back into this game. If somehow Tino is able to recover and keep them in this game, I'll be very surprised. They're running away. They're playing this very cautious. Okay, now they're back on in with the God Strength. Shanks should just die. Actually does fall down there. The battle cage, I
Okay.
think, actually finished him off there, which is quite
Yeah,
interesting. Another call. He will fall still. A valiant attempt there for Execration to keep themselves going in this game, but eventually persistence was key. And Reconics, they take the series down 2-1.
It was a brilliant move in the end, right? We're saying it like 20 seconds before the ages expire. They're saying, let's just go for it. Then, you jump in on Palos, Jukra kills him with thanks to their crit, and they just don't have the buybacks to Execration. I would feel like in that situation, you might want to smoke and try to have someone push out the lanes as much as you can, because when you're waiting high ground, you're giving the enemy the chance to sort of go in when they want, and you don't have buybacks. It was a very difficult situation for Execration to play in. So congratulations to Reconics making it to the finals. They're going to go up against Team Nemesis later on.
Yeah. There will obviously be a slightly larger break between games just to make sure Reconics have a little bit of time to rest, obviously after having a relatively long best of 3 just now. That was only 4 minutes away, no, 3 minutes basically. No, yeah, 4 minutes away from being an hour-long game. Very close. Almost had a 60-minute. Not quite there, though, not quite there. But yeah, that's the kind of game we wanted to see. It was much more back and forth. It really could have gone either way in several different opportunities throughout that entire match. So definitely exciting one to watch, and hopefully that's the kind of energy and gameplay that we do get in the grand finals.
I'm hoping so too. And, the other match for Nemesis won the same. Game 1, 71 minutes. Game 2, an hour. Last game was 37 minutes. But we are definitely going into sort of like the best of the region, and the matches are shaping up to be the best of the tournament as well.
Yeah, for sure. So that series, guys, yeah, there will be a slightly longer break. Obviously, it was meant to start like half hour ago, wherever it was, but we've got to give time for Reconics to rest. They can't just go straight into the next series when it's quite an important one. Obviously, that is the decider series to see who gets to make it through to the main tournament. So make sure you guys stick around. We'll be back when we do, and we shall continue for the Res Unchained SEA Region Madness. We'll see you guys soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
bottom tower is under attack.
new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on into the stream. The last series is here for the Res Unchained SEA qualifiers. We are now down to just 2 teams, and obviously only one of them can make it through to the main tournament. Is it going to be Team Nemesis? Is it going to be Reconics? We just don't know. What's your ideas, Atomo? What do you think we could be seeing here?
I think I entered this one favoring Team Nemesis a little bit more. You know, they've looked a little bit more impressive in this tournament. They both of these teams are invited. I gotta mention that. But Reconics just beat Execration, who's kind of our favorites going into this one. So it's tough, but I'm gonna go with Nemesis just barely. You know, if we look at some of the names, though, they have all the heavier hitters. Let's just go with that. I also like how we abbreviate their name to NMSS. I think that's very cool. Nemesis.
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 Yeah, you can just read it like that. I think it works quite well. And obviously this is the lineup for these guys: 23 Savage, Mac, Raven, Jochum, as well as Januel. Pretty good squad. Obviously 23 Savage. I feel like that's the name. Basically, anybody who knows anything about Dota 2, you're gonna have heard of 23 Savage. He's been around for quite a while, and he's a very strong player.
Yep, and you have Jochum and Jean-Well, who's John. I think he's been around the block quite a while here as a position 5 support. Certainly with that mullet, and you know Raven. I remember when this guy was when he was a carry player, and then transitioned into the off lane. I miss watching him in the carry role, but it's fine. It's fine. Off lane's good too. But that is going to be the Nemesis squad. Formidable lineup. Let's look at their opponents here on Reconics, who we've been watching for quite a while today, as it is going to be Jikroy, In Your Dream, FBZ, Delol, and Varesh. So some of the things that have been standing out has been Varesh's Disruptor, has been very impactful in all the games they've had. Jikroy has gone for very heavy farm carries and looked pretty good with them. And there's been a lot of duo combination between In Your Dream and FBZ that's worked out pretty solidly for them as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like these guys, they've had quite a slug as well to actually get to this position. Like Team Nemesis, they've had a 2-0, they've had 2-1. That's fine. Even like the Execration before in the previous series, their first one was a 2-0. But Reconics, so far, every single one of their series has been a 2-1 fashion, and quite a slug of a 2-1 as well. Like they've been proper through the trenches to get to this point. And once again, we're kind of favouring the other team once more. So every single time we kind of, are leaning away from Reconics, but they prove us wrong again and again. They continue to be strong, and the question is, can they be strong right now against Team Nemesis? It's not going to be easy.
Oh, trust me, Reconics are hoping that we could bet against them again. You know what I mean? They're like, please back the other team. It's worked out so well for us. We'd love it if you keep doing it. We'll look at the draft, but yeah, on paper, I would be like, I think Nemesis would come out ahead. But we shall see. It is going to be an all-Indonesian team versus the mixed team coming out from Team Nemesis. And we'll see if that's... we say like as if that's going to make any difference, right? It's like, doesn't matter. The players have been there for months together. They can communicate at this point.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious on how they can do it. Unless, of course, like the only way they communicate is if they all learn like sign language and they're all just like lanning, and you got to like turn around. Be like, yes, tango. Yeah, thanks, buddy. That could be interesting. It'd probably be terrible.
Or when you had Kuroki going like this to the guy. And he's telling him, build this. And he's like, what is this? What is this? And then later on, he's like, it's Sanj and Yasha. You're like,
okay.
That's the one.
And before, they just have five meteor hammers on the team. And he's like, God damn it, guys. This is why we talk. But even still, the game is at last underway. Once again, Kez opening ban. We're just not going to see him at all. He's just gone.
Another Wind Ranger. I think that we saw Reconics do a pretty good job with Wind Ranger yesterday. Today it was bind against them in every single game, along with the Kez. Nemesis losing their access to the Coddle. Did they play? We haven't seen a single game of Nemesis. Yeah, they haven't played the Coddle this turn. No, wait. First game of day one. That's the only call game they had.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Just the one.
Just one.
5 seconds
Nothing wrong
Just
with that. Just one. As Coddle also gets banned with his best friend Clinks. I'm pretty sure these guys have zero relation to each other. But Clinks, Reconics yesterday, I think they struggled against
10 seconds
Clinks.
remaining.
And then they're like, all right, we just think this hero's too strong. Seems very meta. Way too much damage.
5 seconds
He gets
remaining.
removed. I like that Clinks is back in the meta because we were seeing too many carries that were also very durable. And Clinks is just damage, but he's you can kill him. And I like that. I like that
10
direction
seconds
for
remaining.
the game.
Yeah. And it's very much like classic Clinks as well. You know, they've kind of like reset a lot of his stuff back to how it used to be a few years ago. So, yeah, it feels much more familiar, at least for me. But, yeah, it is refreshing to see him come back on him.
I love that every year and a half we get some sort of rework of Clinks, and we're all just like, which version of Clinks do you like? I'm like, I like version 7. You know, that 8 and 9 were crap, but 10 is good again. You're like, that's how it
You
works.
probably like, I prefer 2019 Clinks, but specifically how he was in August. Just too many changes, man. Honestly, way too many. But here we go. To start off, Jakiro will be the opening pick here from Team Nemesis. There's not much we can really say about this guy. He's picked all the time. He's super strong. You can't go wrong.
10 seconds.
Every time I see Clinks, I'm sorry to go on, but I look at his skills. I'm like, which one's changed? Oh, is Tar Bomb still there? What is Tar Bomb, in fact? So it just keeps changing here and there. But
Yeah.
all right, Nemesis, when we're done with the Clink smashing, Jakiro starts out. If we're going to talk about a hero who has been exactly the same in 20 years of Dota, it is Jakiro. The only thing that's changed on this hero is that he had Liquid Fire. It became 2 skills, Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost. That's the only change in 20 years that this hero's got.
Yeah,
Not bad.
pretty much.
That's
Like,
pretty good.
if it ain't broke, why fix it, Atomo? He's perfectly fine. He's not overpowered. He's not underpowered.
seconds remaining.
He's probably one of the few
Powered.
heroes in the entire game which is actually balanced. And Icefrog should just leave it like that. And so he has. He's quite a smart man after all.
Yeah, he's like, this guy is perfect, and we all like, thank you. On the other side, Timbersaw comes up. One of the heroes that I feel could do well against Jakiro, because the double attack does make you fill up on reactive armor very quick. Each attack does do less damage than standard, so you take like this minimal damage attack and you fill up on reactive armor, and that's one of the reasons why I think Timbersaw does fairly well against the hero.
Remaining.
But then on the flip side of that, you just have the overwhelming amount of magic damage
5
that
seconds
Jakiro
remaining.
can pump out, which Timbersaw doesn't enjoy.
Radiant team.
So it swings and roundabouts, as they say.
I don't know. I think Timbersaw is tanky enough. As meanwhile, Reconics going for presumably the second core in their draft with the gyrocopter. I'm inclined to believe this is a core because gyro support, you were all about the homing missile, and you're already up against the Jakiro, who, as we mentioned, the double attack is really good at removing
10
objectives
seconds
like
remaining.
Shadow Shaman wards, Tombstone, and of course homing missile.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
We'll see if that is going to be the route that go down. Looking for Nemesis's second and third. Nemesis. I don't know. I never know how you're meant to say it. Nemesi. Let's say that. Yeah. What are we going to potentially see coming out from these guys? Like you're saying, they've played the Keeper Light twice so far this qualifiers. They've won every game of it, and maybe they could just snap that down. Don't see anything wrong with it.
They could take a Morphling, but I'd rather they wait a little bit. Morphling versus Gyro is a really good matchup for the Morphling. You can transform, but you want to wait. There's no supports picked from Reconic, so if you take Morphling now, you're very open to the AA. But if you take it in the next phase, because you have 2 picks, they pick 2, then you have the last pick in this phase, you can protect the Morphling then. Now, I don't think it's going to be snatched up, but we'll see what 23 Savage wants to do. I think we're paused. I think there's a pause.
Oh, yeah,
I
the
think
time's
there,
all good.
yeah. Yep.
Oh, right.
Okay. All right. Raven has this because I was looking at the timer. I'm like, 2 minutes and 2 seconds has not moved, and we are definitely paused.
Extra strategy time, you know? The rest of the
That's
team is still looking at the
true.
picks like, yes, this. Or this is when like he rejoins and then all of a sudden their reserve time just goes down to 0. They were like, it was actually going, you just couldn't see.
That would be unfair, right? Like there should be. I'm glad you can pause during the draft, even though it does slow things down. But generally, he does say he's like drafter DC. How about they should just talk it? They're like, we ban this, you do that. We see what works.
That would be interesting. Get out a bit of a classic pen and paper, eh? And just like, write it all down. That could work.
I know what they're doing. They're giving chat a chance to like build the draft. They're like, you guys see the bans in front of you. You see the first opening picks. What's Nemesis gonna do? And people who predict it right, they will get a shout out on stream. What more do you want? That sounds pretty good, right?
Wow.
We're on pause.
That's very generous of you, Tomo. Very generous.
Okay.
But yeah, he is back, and the game does now resume. You know, one thing I will say, or want to point out, is Team Nemesis, they've actually played a carry Spectre so far this one, and I believe they're the only team that's done it so far, at least in this region, which is quite refreshing to see. And when they did, it was on their opening series against Veroja, and they won in 18 minutes. That's a bit crazy.
Veroja. That's a nice word. And that's the same game that they picked the Coddle in as well. Ember Spirit's up. It's not early or anything. I mean, okay, this is fairly early in the draft, but we'll see if Reconics wants to punish this or not. Didn't they pick a Slardar? Yes, they did pick a Slardar versus Ember in game 2 against Execration. As Skywrath Mage comes out. I don't think the magic damage of Jakiro threatens Timbersaw, but the magic damage of the Skywrath Mage definitely annoys him.
Yeah, that 100% makes sense. But especially when you combine both of them later on, it's going to be a bit of a pest for him. So I imagine if this is indeed going to be an off-lane Timbersaw, Pipe is going to be quite an important item this game. Already, all three of these heroes are quite heavy in the magic damage department. So wouldn't be surprised to see that. Unless, of course, they want to move this Timber mid against Ember, which, to be fair, it's not even a bad matchup. Like, the Timbersaw can still do quite well there.
For sure. The Skywrath Mage also hints that Nemesis might want to take an axe after. So their last pick this phase could be the axe or the Morphling if they feel like they want the Morphling. Meanwhile, Reconics, the Muerta.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen this Muerta before for them. Yes, game 1 and 2 against Trailer Park Boys, it was picked. I believe both times as a support. So they are quite big fans of this hero.
Yeah. Feels like one of the few heroes now which can still flex between carry or support. Like it does have that kind of shift around. So I like it. I was when it first came out, I remember spamming the hell out of this hero as POS 4. It was just 3 wins because she was absolutely busted, but a little bit more balanced nowadays.
I love heroes like Morta. I think I like it. You can have the double shot. The Dance of the Dead is good. You're all these, but then you dead shot and you miss, and you send the guy flying to his own base, and you're like, no, that's not what I meant, and you just feel like it's too annoying. It's like I'm not gonna master this in time.
That's the life of skill shot abilities, though, isn't it? Sometimes it just whiffs. But oh well, you got to try. If you don't try, you can't succeed.
I love Clockwork, but the moment he could start kicking his cogs, you're like, oh shit! You have to get the angle properly. The guy dodges a little bit. It's like it's not worth it. It's not worth the effort anymore.
Just never play Clockwork again. Okay, Disruptor picked up. So if this is indeed going to be support Muerta, Disruptor's there. Does guarantee lock in the Gyrocopter as the carry, and Timbersaw either off or mid. So Reconics do have some flex there, and with the overall last pick of the draft, they can put whichever one they want in whichever position to really get the best spot. Meanwhile, Team Nemesis, what are they thinking of grabbing right now for their 4? Or for their 3?
Again, I just feel like Axe or Morphling could be really good. They go for the TA. That's going to be their carry pick. Solid. No ambiguity here. Sometimes the TA, you're like, could it be mid? But in general, she's been transitioned to a carry overall, and there's an Ember Spirit. I would be shocked now if the axe makes
10
it through
seconds
for
remaining.
Nemesis.
Yeah, it should definitely get banned.
5
How would you
seconds
feel
remaining.
about we don't see it too often, but what about a Legion Commander?
Legion for Nemesis.
Yeah.
It's not too bad because of the combo with the Skywrath Mage, but I don't know what else it gives you.
Radiant team ban.
It's all right. You can kind of duel anyone except the Timbersaw, and you're going to be generally happy. I don't mind. I do believe Legion Commander did receive some changes this patch. Not sure how much of them are positive.
Oh, okay.
Well, gonna have to go check the change log. I'm like, Legion Commander's change, and you're like, well, what good or bad? I'm like, I don't know.
Should
Change.
Who plays this hero anymore?
There you go. Changes. Let's see. Oh yeah, she got nerfed by a lot. I remember now.
Oh.
The duel from Spoil of War used to give people half duration press the attack. Now it's quarter duration, which is really bad. So that facet became a lot worse.
Oh, okay. Is that the only one? Is that the only nerf?
No, the other one's the shield one, but it's kind of seen as a bit weaker than the other one.
10
Remember
seconds
when you could get 2,000 shield from one press the attack? That was very good.
It's pretty
5
good.
seconds
No,
That's pretty nice.
Not press the attack. It's the overwhelming odds.
Overwhelming odds,
Yep.
Team
Yeah,
we know.
Nemesis.
Pick.
Need an offlaner.
Radiant team pick.
Just pick straight up bristleback. Not too worried about it. I wanted to say something like maybe a Tide Hunter or an Underlord, but they just go for the bristle. Reconyx, your turn. Probably a mid against the Ember.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have the off-lane Timbersaw, it's not too bad against Jakiro TA.
5
Sure.
You can have a fine time, so maybe you can get a one there. I mean, how does like a Monkey King play up against later on a TA?
I like the Monkey King. I was thinking of Huskar,
Yeah.
but then we've seen that like TA shreds Huskar most of the time. But you also do have the chance to get the Acceptor to taunt Bristle back. So you're good against Bristle and Ember, but you're not good against TA. So Huskar is still kind of viable-ish. Monkey King feels a little bit better. High armor in general. Big AoE, which is like good for zoning out the Sky and the Jakiro. Apart from the Skywrath Mage, the lockdown from Nemesis is a joke. So Puck and Quap could work. But they go for... Okay, alright, that's also a good one. That's a very good one.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure we did see a Viper Ember Spirit. Was that this morning or was that yesterday?
Yes. No, that was this morning. That
It was this And the Ember Spirit nearly won.
I like how he's like, was it today? Yesterday? It's all blurring into one. No, I like the matchup. Overall, the draft from Reconyx is pretty good. But I like the draft from Nemesis quite a bit as well. And I don't think the catch of the disruptor is enough for the Ember Spirit. I'm gonna go with Nemesis on this one, just because I can't switch to Reconyx. I've been fanboying every team that goes against them.
So what, now you have to just like dig in your heels no matter what. Even if the draft looks overwhelmingly bad for the other team, you still gotta go against Reconyx.
It's not overwhelmingly bad though. It feels quite even. Even you have Jakiro and TA versus the Timbersaw. I still think Timbersaw is going to struggle, and Delul is going to do nothing in that lane. It's very difficult for the Muerta. Bottom lane is going to be Gyro and Disruptor against Bristleback. It's a lot of damage over time. Bristleback loves it. Again, nah. Nemesis has way better lanes for sure. Except mid.
Yeah, mid should be the one that goes in the favor of In Your Dreams, as long as we don't have a repeat of the last Ember Viper where the Ember still did okay. And to be honest, I feel like that kind of was upset by the rotations from the supports. Like, it made a huge difference. So as long as if on the side of Nemesis they're going to come on in and really back up their Ember, might have an alright time as well. But yeah, I feel like I'm going to go for Team Nemesis as well, mainly on the back of 23 Savage's TA. Like, this guy has played the hero so many times throughout the history of this game, and he's absolutely fantastic on it.
All right. Let's see if do we have any interesting facets to look at. Twisted Chakram. Timbersaw has one of the few heroes where it's like either one's good. You can pick whichever one for your fast, and both of them are viable options. But he's going for Twisted Chakram, bigger power spike later, slightly weaker laning phase as Jikroy saying pose for battle, which is going to be what Delol versus Jocab. Smoke breaks. Jikroy.
Ooh, he
Goes
breaks in
south.
just the right spot that he's able to get through those trees and get out of that. Could be an awkward spot to be stuck in.
Man, that line by the gyrocopter, I'm getting too old for this horse shit. He says it with such like he's really sick of it, you know?
Yeah.
30
And sometimes
seconds
we
to
get
battle.
told off for swearing, but it's built into the game, Atomo.
Right?
Where's the justice in this? Where is the double standards? Terrible.
Say these are rules for you, Mr. Broadcaster, but not rules for the guys who make the games. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's fair. They are more important than us, I suppose.
But you know,
might get a
more-
little fight
but-
for this bounty rune in the river. Still with the smoke on here for
The battle
Reconyx.
begins.
They
They
see if
see him.
anybody bats out. Okay, Jikroy, rather than trying to bait out a potential kill, he just wanted to guarantee the bounty. Fair enough.
I think that's a smart move for sure. Nemesis, they also were looking at it like, yeah, I don't want to go up against Disruptor, Slow, Afterburner, as well as Viper on top. No. Now, will In Your Dream crush Mac in the mid lane? This, on paper, he should, but we've seen some big surprises so far. Okay, Mac's taking some
I mean,
damage.
Yeah, he definitely should win. He 100% should win. But I don't know. We've seen some weird curses throughout our 2 days of casting, so wouldn't be surprised if it continues this already. Mac is getting in his face. Look at that. Easy.
I was like, I ain't scared of you. Goes for that point in Flame Guard as well early on with the Searing Chain, so he can get a little bit of that damage mitigation. Takes it. Oh, look at that. Just the Viper eating a few more hits.
Yeah, very aggressive on Mac. I like it. Sometimes the best way to counter an overwhelming attack is just to attack yourself.
Oh, I see. That's the fight fire with fire approach that you're so fond of.
It was. Yeah, that's how my brother used to teach me how to play RTS games. Like, he would do early attacks, I would just build defense, and I would always lose. And he's like, just try attacking me whilst I attack you. And then it worked. So sometimes offense really is the best defense at all.
What RTS games did you guys used to play?
Command and Conquer, stuff like that.
Oh. Which one,
StarCraft.
Generals?
Generals and Red Alert 2.
Ah, okay, cool.
Good games, good games.
I liked StarCraft. StarCraft 1 was pretty fun, you know? Good
Yeah, I
game,
only got
good
in
game.
there in the second one. Too
Oh,
old for the first. Sorry, bro. Sorry.
I was like, oh man, you missed out on the classic. Hey, they remade it. There's a StarCraft 1 with all the like updated graphics, so you get the good story of the game, but without the clunkiness of the actual old game.
I like Clunk. Clunk makes games real.
Guess
Even
what?
still.
Still
Yeah.
there if you want it.
Yeah, so looking at CS, 12 and 3 for Mac against the 7 and 1 in your dream. Oh, down bottom! First blood is found. Raven goes down. Jikroy picks that one up, and unfortunately, no retaliation kill comes on in there for Jokum. Doing some good damage though on towards Jikroy.
Whoa!
Concussive shot and right click. He was not expecting that to come on out. Ends up being a free kill there towards the Sky Rifle. Gladly picked that one up.
Yeah, Jocam is very happy with that. As Jikroy definitely feels like he bit off a little bit more than he can chew. As mid lane, Mac is beating In Your Dream. This
Yeah.
is Oh wow, top lane.
Delol goes down. Maybe he can get a trade on towards 23 Savage.
Fraction.
He's going to try his best. Fraction charges there, yeah. That's going to put a stop to that one. So another pickup. Just on 2 for 1. And yeah, maybe this is just the new standard thing now. This is 2 times in a row we've seen an Ember Spirit basically beat a Viper mid. It's weird, but DOTA2 evolves.
There's one person we haven't asked his opinion. Observer, what do you think? Is this expected that the Ember beats the Viper, or is this unusual? Observer is like 12k MMR. He'll know the answer to this one.
Structures are fortified.
He chooses to ignore you. Very wise.
That is the
Wish I
right
could.
answer. That's how you know he's 12k MMR. He's like, they don't pay me enough for this.
So far, Jikroy having a pretty decent time in the bottom despite that death. 26-0 on his CS up against the 18-3 of FPZ. Sorry, 21-3 of Raven. Wrong hero. So he's had a decent spot. Not really feeling the pain just yet.
I don't think either team has big damage issues later on, right? Like Reconyx, you got Timbersaw who does a bajillion damage. It's always kind of crazy going, you're like, oh, I have 1,000 damage, and just melt in half a second against Timbersaw. Viper's pretty decent. Gyrocopter is alright. Not as good as a TA, single target, but still decent damage. And Nemesis, of course, they've got... Oh.
In your dream, in danger. Joku comes in for the rotation. Lets Mac get the kill. So this lane gets even better for the Ember Spirits. They are sitting very happy right now. He even gets a D-ward while he's here, just for a bit of bonus.
Disaster in the mid lane. Ember Spirit not getting the kill, getting 9 denies, more CS than in your dream. No, this is not how it should have gone for Reconyx. In Nemesis, a big victory in the mid lane, and doing well in the other lanes as well.
Yeah, I'd say.
Well, except, I mean, Jikroy is crushing bottom by a fair amount.
Gotta have one lane that goes well, you know? Gotta keep it balanced.
It's not like Raven's doing badly, by the way. Raven's third highest in CS. It's just Jikroy is massively, like, ahead. Well, it's surprising there.
Oh, Mac, might need to be careful.
Alright.
Hey, in your dream. Gonna go for the dive, gets the dot damage.
Should be enough.
Just barely enough. There you go. Does manage to bring him down. So at last, the Viper's able to do what the Viper should have been able to do a long time ago. Shuts down Mac. Push him out of that. Obviously, we'll be coming back soon with full HP, full mana. So in your dream, we'll have to be careful because he's very low on resources himself. Might just be susceptible to getting solo killed.
Jokam getting another stack off for the team. I believe he did manage to get off in time. So that's a nice bit of recovery there for Bristleback or TA. Varesh, Glimpse is fine.
And your dream was expecting Jokum to carry on chasing there. Could have got a free kill, but Skywrath ain't that silly. He does back out.
I don't think I like that Skywrath mage hat. As,
it looks weird. It looks very weird.
Yeah, mid lane.
In your dream, in danger. Delol comes in trying to help out. Not going to make much of a difference though. The Ghosties though still being annoying. Lots of connections, but it will just be double kill there going the way of Mac. This Ember Spirit sitting pretty happy now. Second in terms of net worth, just barely behind Jikroy, who, like we were saying, has basic free farm this game.
500 gold ahead of the Viper as well. And meanwhile, is Nemesis going to consider making any moves towards the shrines? I mean, they are, but they might have just been a little bit too slow to get there in time.
Yeah. Yeah, their advance gets cut off as well by the Disruptor. But they do spot a triple stack in the Ancients. Mac and Januel are going to try and farm this up.
Interesting move by Januel. I've seen a lot of people go for 2 points in dual breath. They put a point in Ice Path like, you know, it's level 6 instead of the ultimate. But he's going 1, 1, and 3. That's fine. You gotta get yourself an early disable. A good way to cancel some TPs.
Can't tell the amount of times I've been flamed for going like 2-0-3 or something like that. Where's the value point in Ice Path?
That was before it was. It's like that's fine, you know. When a pro does it, that's when it becomes good. Until a pro does it, it's bad.
Yeah, I was theory crafting.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Were you sober?
Maybe? I don't know. Can't remember. Probably not.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's like when I'm theory crafting the Triad Protector off lane, right? It's like,
yeah. I mean, to be fair though, we still yet to see anybody try it, so we don't know if that's true. Whereas we've seen the Jakiro work. You see? Fact. So you're right until proven wrong, mate.
I'm really not sure that's how it works, but I appreciate that sort of like window. You're like, yeah, we'll give him this more. So far, Nemesis slightly ahead in terms of net worth, very slightly. 56% according to Gavin to win this one, but they make a smoke. They want to go top. Who would they go for? Delol, not the juiciest target, but look at that FBZ.
Shows himself. Going immediately on top of him. Still no Mystic Flare. good amount of damage there, but he's pretty tanky. Reinforcements come in, Varish as well as Jikroy both get involved. They see the tasty chicken stuck in the net, and he will go down. Mac is still trying to finish off FBC though. Quick jump in, quick jump out. The dot damage is not going to be enough. He actually gets glimpsed back into danger, but another jump away. Man was just flying all over the place like a damn ping pong ball. But he does get alive. So actually after all of that, the only person that drops is the Skywrath Mage.
Without Mystic Flare, it's so hard to bring him down. Resh gets a nice D-ward off on the Observer as well. And meanwhile, Mac seems like he's trying to make space around the map. Feeling like maybe he doesn't want to go mid right now, giving his supports a chance to hit level 6. As Jean-Weld gets Macropyre at 6. So the 1-1-3-1 build. I've heard about this one from some drunk British people. They say it's pretty good.
Yeah, most of those people haven't even heard of DOTA2, so I wouldn't really rely on them. But Macropyre drop, Ice Path control, lots of damage. It's a dead snake. FPZ does TP in trying to help out, but way too late. Obviously his mid laner still dies. Even the supports all rock up to the area, but yeah, doesn't really change any kind of outcome, just waste their own time. Mac maybe can pressure this mid tier 1 off of this, we'll have to wait and see.
This is all free farm for Jikroy though, all this space. Raven is thinking of Blade Mail first on Bristleback. I honestly wouldn't mind Blade Mail on the Emperor as well in this game. You are up against a lot of like AoE damage coming out from the Gyrocopter. A couple of Blade Mails goes a long way towards mitigating that.
Yeah, it's like when we saw the Blade Mail on the Tide Hunter yesterday. We questioned it, but it actually did a lot of work. Meanwhile, my god, Mac just TP's in down to the bot lane, straight into a Static Storm. Takes a heck of a lot of damage. Maybe I have to try and run away. Just get the Searing Chains up right now. The Bristleback! Raven will survive with a sliver of HP. Now Varish is trying to run. Mac has run off towards the side. Got another Searing Chains in just a second. Plus a Slight Fist. That will be enough damage to get the job done. So 2 die eventually, but my lord, did they make them work for it.
Reconyx, they've got to get FBZ involved in these fights. He's kind of their most reliable frontline damage dealer as well. And you gotta give Jikroy some time to farm. Jikroy loses his life, a bit unfortunate. Nemesis shouldn't be able to deal with the Timber Saw too well. But Reconyx haven't really focused their aggression on any one core just yet.
Yeah, definitely spreading it all around. But 3-8 on the scoreline, just ever so slightly favouring Nemesis. And teetering to about a 1k gold advantage. And you can see on the chart there, just a very slight favouring towards a Nemesis this game. Slim margin.
He's going for Lotus Orb first on the Timber Saw. Decent against the Searing Chains, against the Silence coming out. It's okay, but I would have preferred... I think we mentioned it, like an early pipe wouldn't have been so bad for the Timber Saw.
Yeah, we did say that in the draft, because all we saw was Jakiro, Skywrath, and Ember. We're like, well, this is already a lot of magic damage. Sure enough, the Bristleback and TA bring 0 magical damage to the table, but it still works.
TA traps is magic, right? There you go. Some magic damage.
What was it, like 100?
No, it actually goes up to 400.
Oh my god, that actually does a lot more than I thought.
I'm actually surprised as well, because I feel like I barely noticed the damage most of the time.
Yeah.
Deals bonus damage. Oh, but only deals bonus damage when fully charged, no wonder. Okay.
Okay.
Does
That
it
makes
deal
sense.
any damage? Oh, by the way, you know what it says? It says... Oh, yeah, well, we'll talk about that later.
Jikroy goes down, there's a big kill to 5. Mass rotations come around, they want to try and punish on towards Railroad now. But with the Blade Mail, he's returning quite a lot of this damage, but still he will fall. Just too many dots coming his way, but with that help, they are able to bring down In Your Dream, and now FBZ is stuck in the trees against 4 heroes. Lots of magic being thrown on top of it, but he's able to get a Timber Chain away, but not far enough. As he will go down, Januel with a double kill. 3 for 1 is the exchange. And obviously the big one being the 2, actually all 3 of them of course. Never mind, good lord, that's a huge win.
And we might be seeing 23 Savage now overtake Jikroy in terms of net worth because of that. And Raven walks in with that Blade Mail, does a lot of work with it. Wouldn't mind seeing another one, but for Mac, he's thinking, let me get Yule Scepter just so I can get rid of some of these annoying pesky silences if I get glimpsed back or things like that.
I mean, considering how all he basically did that entire fight was take damage and sit inside an ultimate, he did 1200 damage. So pretty much that was just Blade Mail doing its job, so yeah, already the item's paying itself off quite well.
And lots of today has been a very stack heavy day. And most of the games we're seeing supports like, all right, I'm not sure what to do. I'm just going to go stack. I'm just going to buy Hand of Midas on my Ogre Magi. And it's been working out very well sometimes.
Sometimes. Works out for everyone, Midas on Ogre. But always remember the rule. If you use your Midas first and you don't get a multicast, just sell it. It's a curse.
It's a bad Midas, for sure.
Yeah, it's a bad Midas. Just sell it, buy a new one. Honestly, you'll thank me.
Well, Reconyx, they're trying to take this tower, but Nemesis says, nah, no thanks. We're just gonna protect it for now. I want to go back to this. I don't like... I mean, I said it before, but I'm not sure how much this Lotus Orb is gonna do for FBZ. In your dream, working towards the Ag Scepter. Is the RGB lights on the Viper, is that a bug? Or is that how it's supposed to be?
RGB lights on the
If you look at the head, okay, we need him to travel south to be a bit easier, but you can see a little bit, right, when his head pops over the name. It's like very colorful. There you go.
Oh yeah, I think that's just part of the design.
Really? Look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
Yeah, it's like chromatic
funky.
or whatever the hell it's called.
Ah,
or maybe that is a little bit. That seems to be flashing more than normal. Yeah, you might be right. That could be a bug. That seems over the top.
It's definitely. If you look at it in the preview, it doesn't look like it does change color, but it's not like that. That is way more.
It's only when he moves as well. This game's got so many weird bugs. Love it. Do you know what I miss? Bald CM.
Oh, I miss middle-aged Monkey King. He's also funny bald as a stare at the sides. And he's completely bald at the top, and you're like, oh, poor guy.
Love it.
Bald
this game
CM
makes
is
so
good.
many memes.
Bald Lina was another one.
Yeah.
Oh, I was recently playing a game. The Dragon Knight got bugged, and he was like in that no armor form, which was also very fun.
Oh yeah. I like the one where people get stuck in like when they're stunned or whatever, so they're just running around the map flailing their arms around and stuff.
Snapfire, the cookie jump. She looks like she's jumping the whole time. That sounds good.
God, this game's so good. It's like it's owned by Bethesda or something.
Honestly, it's a bit of charm, all these bugs.
Yeah, I'd say. We love it. We absolutely love it. But it seems to be like a little bit of a calm settled over this game. Nobody's really making any moves, just still setting on towards this lead. So I say that, and immediately the move is made. And they're going on towards Raven again with the Blade Mail. He's returning a lot of this damage. Off towards the side, Joachim is trying to help out, returning damage over towards the Gyrocopter, which does get him killed, but obviously they've already lost 2. So the numbers are there in the favor of Radiant side, but it's costly losing their carry for this one. Reconyx, that's the one. Rain went numb. Januel just sort of sat in a 1v2 situation. He's trying to juke this out. He actually does manage to full FBC the direction he's going, but he's still getting ran out. Another ice path to slow him down. He's wasting time, and he does actually keep himself alive. Instead, they change their focus over towards Mac, who should be able to get himself out alive. And Joachim, a much-deserved tip towards Januel. That was some very nice footwork.
And mind you, he also was there because he took the tower by himself, which is one of the nicest things about Jakiro. Super strong landing phase, able to scale pretty well with the Ag Scepter, has that good disable, but being able to just go in and take towers by yourself always feels fantastic. And Januel gets them the mid tower.
And
23 Savage is ahead of Jikroy. This is a very scary thing for Reconyx. Carry to carry matchup. The Mistress of Secrets is much better than the old guy.
For sure.
I'm pretty sure that's not her title.
It fits.
Oh, okay.
It's close, I'm sure. It's close. But Ag's now completed for In Your Dream along with his bots. And it looks like that's the queue for the side of Reconyx to go for a smoke plate. Going to bring Jikroy in to get involved, who himself has an Ags plus a Chrysalis. And what is FPZ leading the charge with here? Just with a Lotus.
That Lotus Orb. The This guy's going to be 4-staff for Varesh, feeling like... I've seen this before from him. If he can't get the Blink Dagger quick, he's going to go for the 4-staff. They do see Mac. Could throw a Static Storm on him. Has to be a little bit quick on the fingers here, but it can be done. It's all on you, Varesh. Varesh! Oh, that's...
And make a jump. Want to go with the backlines instead, focusing over towards the Skywrath Mage. You should tick out towards all these dots. Ember Spirit zip toss towards the side. They will glimpse him back, but good sleight of fist dodge there to avoid getting misplaced. FPZ though getting poked and prodded from 23, just chasing after him casually. Another grab there from Mac, but Timbersaur is tanky enough to shrug it off. So after all of that, lots of spells exchanged, but once again, just the Skywrath Mage to die.
I wonder how worth it that was. They kind of had vision of the Ember Spirit as he walked in there. I thought they might go for him. Varesh, you know, he was able to get a Static Storm up, but he throws out the Skywrath Mage. Not the biggest kill they could have gotten. It is nice breathing room for Iconics for sure, but could have gone for potentially a much bigger target.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, 20-minute torment is up, and it's down. Oh, or is it? Okay, yeah, okay, eventually it does go down. Jokum ends up getting the free shards. So that's the upgraded bolts.
3 bolts, you know, one. Pretty good. It helps him farm a lot. I feel like that's usually the best value of it. It is pretty good in fights, but oftentimes teams are a little bit more split up. So you don't get that 3 bolts. You might get like an extra one, but getting 3 is generally just for helps you farm the most.
Yeah, I'd say I feel like it's probably one of the shards which has the most impact for supports. Like, it's a real feel-good shard to get.
Yes, I think so too. Like when you get it, you're able to farm faster, push out lanes faster, and you definitely do get more damage out in team fights. It's just not every arcane bolt is going to hit 3 people, basically.
Yeah.
The other really good feel-good shot is Jakiro, because later on you have to think, do I want to take Liquid Frost to slow people and deal more damage, or do I want to take Liquid Fire to reduce their attack speed, especially with the level 10 talent? But you get the shot, you just hit both, and it feels great. But it's very rarely worth buying is the only problem with it.
Yeah. But hey, if it's free, you can't complain.
If it's free, it's great. In the meantime, we have a little chance here to look at some of the items we're working with. TA going for the Daedalus, has Deso, Blink, and Dragonlance, so no sort of problem for 23 Savage to get his damage out. Jokam has finished his Mithril Hammer, has Greedy, very nice. Always love seeing that.
Pushy, you're a greedy man. That's why.
What's wrong with wanting stuff? You know, people are like, oh, this person wants money so much. I'm like, why is that a bad thing? What told me?
Capitalism. But yeah, as it stands, 6k gold leads. Yeah, like it feels like both teams have slowed down. We do get skirmishes here and there. But, I mean, which team kind of benefits from how this game's currently sitting right now?
Oh, 100% Nemesis. Like, again, I just feel like they're scaling so much better. But he ain't scaling for a while.
Yeah, Genoa walks straight into it, drops down all of his abilities right now. Good connection. Stackstorm does hold back the TA, but it doesn't matter. They just walk straight through it. They found 2. Can he at least kill the TA before he dies with the involvement FBZ? 23 Savage does go down. Currently a 3-for-2 exchange. And actually, FBZ feeling confident to carry on, going for more. Trying to take down Mac. Jacroy getting involved with the cooldown. Just trying to make some space and allowing FPZ to disengage. So 3-for-2. It is carrying support down for just mid and 2 supports. So the numbers are there, but they lose their high priority hero. I feel like Reconics are kind of happy with this exchange.
I think I don't know if I'd say happy, but it feels very even. If you look at the fight recap, equal in gold, equal in terms of EXP. Most of the damage done by Januel because they fought in that very awkward place where he has the macro pyre in sort of the tree, like in both the bridges, which is very good for him. Tanks quite a bit for his team as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That's another positive for Jakiro, quite durable.
I suppose, like 1500 HP, and all he has is the wand giving him 3 extra strength. Oh, and a fluffy hat.
And Glimmer Cape, Essence Ring, those add up as well. Like quite a bit of extra durability from those.
For sure.
Someone in chat was talking about the Mirana bug. I'm like, what? Which one's that? Was there a Mirana bug?
There's too many for me to keep track of.
I'll tell you one of the bugs that I really did not like in Dota 2, and that was the invisible Mystic Flare bug. Remember? Especially when we cast the game.
Yeah.
That sucked. And someone would die, and you'd be like, wait, what happened to him? And you look back and like, oh, it's 1,000 damage from Mystic Flare. Okay, I see it. That makes sense. It looked like he was just melting from something random. That was not fun.
Yeah, like your HP bar would just basically vanish, and you're like, what? What the hell just happened to me?
Who did that?
Quite bizarre.
The LOL working toward as a 4-staff, working towards an ATOS, maybe a Gleipnir after that. Wonder if we'll see the Aghanim Scepter. That big, thick dead shot is. It's fun to watch at the very least.
Yeah. I mean, go the ATOS first. We'll see how much of a priority it is actually going to be, but maybe one day as a luck rare I might see it come about. 23 Savage, he did have a Daedalus queued up and he nearly had the money to just buy it, but I think after that last engagement where he got stuck in the trees, he's decided to just abandon item and go for a BKB instead, as 5-man smoke coming their way. Oh, they got a quick grab on towards Jokum, or not.
Oh, should
try
be
and
fine.
grab him. They're just going to dive into the tower. They really are committing for this one right now. Mac is here, Janu as well, trying to hold back FBZ. He will just zip on out of there. Now the retaliation attack comes on in from Nemesis. Focused on towards Varesh. He drops really quickly out. Jikroy's actually the one stuck in the back. They do not want to allow their Shakira to get
There's a
caught.
BKB.
Well, their gyro comes already. BKBs. 9-second one use here to run away, but Mac not done yet. Can't deny the TP away there. Instead, they will see the poor old Moeta. Dalal pops the ulti, but unfortunately, it's not going to make any difference here and keep him alive.
Just burning him with the flame guard sticking next to him. By the way, that's kind of the difference between the supports right now on the two teams. They are so much more farmed on Nemesis than Reconics. Look at that. 8,000 net worth on the Skywrath Mage, 6.2 on the Jakiro. Dilo's doing okay, but Varesh is hella poor. Gets jumped on, dies twice from 2 hits on 23 Savage. And Jokum kind of baits them in. You can't do that if you're not having a very good game on this Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, it's quite punishing. And what's even more punishing is they lose their 2 supports and immediately they get an Aegis now into the hand of 23 Savage on top of everything else. So it feels extra durable. And actually the funny thing is, as soon as after that fight, 23 Savage went, nah, I don't care about BKB, and then rebought his Daedalus. It was like, I will actually get more damage now, don't worry guys. I guess for the Aegis it makes more sense.
And plus, if he can jump in and kill like the disruptor, I don't think he's worried about everyone else's control mostly. As long as you're out of the kinetic field static storm combo, you're pretty all right. As it just teleports out of there, saying, "Oh, there you go, Varesh. 1."
Yeah, full start down on low ground. But again, he's just completely surrounded by people. He traps himself in his own net, and he's like, "Oh, well, I am dead." Poor boy.
This kinetic field is to keep you out, not to keep you in. As look at the colors on this Viper, dude. The RGB is insane.
Spent good money for that computer case. Getting the value out of it.
Nowadays, you can choose to buy a computer. You don't have to buy a computer. You can just buy the RAM. That's like the same price as a computer, isn't it?
What, RAM?
Yeah, RAM's like shot up. I think like.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like 600 quid for, I don't know, 64 GB or something like that. It's insane.
Good lord.
Yeah.
First we had the crazy GPU prices, now we have the crazy RAM prices. What is this? Soon you'll be telling me motherboards cost more than 100.
I hate to tell you this, but the really good ones, yes, they do.
Yeah. Who needs an all singing, all dancing motherboard? Come on.
But yeah, you can find some. I mean, DDR5 RAM is very expensive, but you can definitely afford it if you qualify for the last slam. Which Nemesis at least looking to set to take game 1 here as they go bottom, take the tier 2, and in a very commanding spot this game. Only to be fair with you, Jikroy stands between them.
Yeah, I mean, well, the farm of Raven and Mac is pretty similar to FBZ, and then In Your Dreams only like 1,000 gold behind them. I feel like the other 4 cores are on a very similar basis, just small margins. I feel like a majority of this network advantage is just the supports. Like that's where the real difference maker is.
Yep, it says it's very nice when you play. Oh dear, the lol. It's gonna be fine. One of the another point in Jakiro's favor, because we haven't mentioned enough, is you can just walk to any camp, dual breath, liquid fire, walk away, and just farms itself.
Yeah. Easy life. The 28-minute rune set. Good. Hey, toss the starting goals into the silence. Mac not really way out of this one. He's trying to run left and right. Yule Scepter to finally dodge some of the damage as reinforcements do arrive. He's able to swipe with a slight, jumps up towards the high ground, but they lose the first life of the TA. But another route chases after Mac, and he goes down.
Oh dear.
Worth a lot of money. Second life comes on through, but Jikroid pops the BKB. He's just running down the TA. 23 Savage is not fast enough. He goes invis. Obviously, he's stuck here. Does manage to get the blink away, as they had no AoE damage for him. And now Januo has to be careful. FBZ is going to turn around, charge straight after his face. Dead in a second. Very successful fight comes out there from Reconyx. Also, they do lose their Viper, but killing the Ember Spirit is huge. Like, he was worth a ton of dosh.
They almost got the TA as well. They had a bit of detection in that area. But I think Reconyx, very happy with that. I did like something that Mac did in that fight, by the way, is that he held on to the Yule Scepter in the beginning of the static field kinetic combo, because the damage of that static field is very low when you start off. It ramps up significantly, and you want to use it, if you have use, you want to use it in the last like couple of seconds when the field is down as well. So nice move there by Mac.
Yeah. I think like he got caught from the first ATOS, but at the same time, Dalal and FBC both bought one, so as soon as he gets away from the first, the second one just grabs him and brings him low. But I'm sure he'll probably be prepared for it for the next time. He already has a BKB queued.
Varesh's net worth is now half of what the other supports have. They have greedy? Is that why? No one's got greedy. He's just a very poor guy. You know, this disruptor.
Sad life.
I feel bad for him. You know, walking around with a force staff. TA so much as looks at you, you're dead. He's like, he wants to get a ghost scepter, but.
I feel like only other support players will sympathize. Everybody else will be like, nah, it's your job.
He's doing what he should do, you know?
Yeah. Back in my day when wards cost money, you were never supposed to have money. you were permanently poor.
Alliance won TI3 just because their supports could afford like 4 staff. They're like, wow, these guys got 4 staff, alright!
What a luxury.
We had like one guy with Meg, the other guy with 4 staff, and then they'd be like, alright, the death falls here. You're like, really? With just these? Like, yeah, that's all we need.
Minute 40 as well.
Hey, no, it wasn't minute 40. To be fair, it was like minute 20. 5.
Dire's middle tower
That's not good.
fallen.
It was good enough to
How
win
the
a
game
TI.
has changed. Yeah. TIs were different back then, I'm not gonna lie.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, in the meantime, they are just going to be pushing Reconyx. 11k behind. They're just like, let's just take some buildings. We can do it.
Top tower is
Nemesis.
I mean, they showed in that last fight they can do the damage, so why the hell not?
And Nemesis, not sure they're going to go high ground just yet, so it's up to them to respond to Reconyx aggression. Are you going to defend?
Dire's
Or are you
top
not? But
tower has fallen.
tower's gone. That is 2 towers Reconyx just takes. And they're saying, how about we go high ground at an 11,000 gold deficit? Sure, let's do that.
Is under attack.
We have Satanic BKB on Gyro. Glyph is forced out.
Radiant's
Pretty
middle
great
tower is under
map movement
attack.
from Reconyx just now.
Am I just like really oblivious, or is this ad so Gyrocopter's side gunner actually has a little floating gun? Is that new, or has that always
Yes.
been there and I've just been oblivious?
No, that's a cosmetic or something. It's definitely new.
It's so nice. I like it.
Dire's top
It is
tower
a cosmetic, by the way. If you press I, it is called the Buster of the Crimson Witness. And Buster
Yeah, but
is
then
like...
if you don't have a cosmetic in there, do you get any? Is there anything floating?
No, it says a missile compartment. It's like special.
Oh. Funky.
Wait, is
Very
that
funky.
is that his missile? Or is that his side gun? Right, I don't want to make sure. I don't want to be wrong. Because he definitely gets it. Oh, well, he's got... Apparently his side gunner is just empty. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think that's just the default skin then.
But you definitely
Very
only
cool.
get it when you get the Axe Scepter. Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not-
yeah.
Yeah,
100%,
okay.
but yeah, I've just never noticed it before. Funky. I've literally just been following it around now for a minute, like, yeah, it's so cool.
It's like you have a little
Nerd.
friend. You know?
Roshan number 2 is back up right now. Both teams probably aware of this. I'm going to start seeing hunt around the map. Obviously, Reconix already in the vicinity of it. Meanwhile, everyone, Team Nemesis, a little bit more spread around, but this is probably going to be the next key point of contention from both of these squads. Don't want to end up giving away another free Aegis.
The
Banner as
LoL
well.
is about 1,400 gold away from his Axe Scepter. He's got Greedy, the only support who has it on this Muerta. About 40 minutes, Ags could be... I mean, I'd say even before that, maybe 38-minute Ags for Muerta could come out. Pretty big deal if he can get it.
I say, well, though,
As-
Tomo, we've got Thompson in the game. Jick Roy has just bought Diffusal Blade because he's up against the Bristle. Look at this.
He's like, I've seen it work before, boys. I've seen it work.
It's confirmed. It does its thing, right? Okay. Nemesis though invading into the jungle. Delol has been caught trying to TP out. Not going to work. Yules holds him at bay. In comes Jick Roy trying to help out. They are keeping Delol alive for quite a while. Raven's charging forward. Eventually, he does still go down. Even just the splash damage to get to the Varish as well. But eventually, the Bristleback cannot survive. He will fall. Does the team re-engage? There is actually a gem on the floor, but just the Disruptor's Courier is going to come and grab it. So it's a 2-for-1. Supports for an offlaner. It doesn't look like Team Nemesis are going to force Roche off of this.
That was one of the weirdest kinetic fields I've ever seen. It was just like around... Did you see that? It was way off the other two enemies. Where she's like, I'm going to throw it here. And, Jick Roy!
Right. Okay,
BKB
forced out the
satanic.
BKB. Diffusal Blade slow though. Made it very awkward for 23 Savage to actually run away. Thinking about poking back on in. In your dream though, trying to make space. Poking upon themselves, but 4-star will try and get him out of
live
danger.
here.
The follow-up damage is too much. He's standing his ground right now with the damage block, but eventually he does still fall. He does take In Your Dreams to the grave with him. But he was still losing your carry just for that. It's not worth it. Both the other two supports will TP out. But every core dead there from Nemesis. Reconix sitting in a very good spot.
Roshan's up as well, but I don't know if they've spotted out. They don't have the TA third eye for it. And you look at FBZ gets a brilliant Gleipnir on 3, throws the Chalk and throws the Twisted right after, and it just shreds through them. 2,000 damage right there and there. And they spot out. They see Roshan moving with the Santa hat. Always one of my favorite things about the Christmas season in Dota. You see the Santa hat, Roshan. You're like, oh yeah, it's Christmas.
It's Christmas. That's the sign.
Do you remember when you used to be, if you pick up the Aegis, you get the Christmas hat on yourself?
I do not remember that, no.
You get the Santa hat on you if you pick up the Aegis. That was super fun.
Just a little reminder to everybody else in the game that you have it there. I suppose.
Like,
Look out, guys.
like,
He's got the Santa hat.
kick me, kick me.
Yeah. Lead only down to 6,000 gold now. Definitely cut a fair chunk. Amplified damage also picked up here for Jick Roy with the freshly gained Aegis as well. Definitely start to see Reconix making some pressure of themselves once again.
Dire's middle tower.
He's got the Disperser finished up, and Jick Roy taking this tier 2, no problem. Has half the duration of the amplified damage if he wants to go high ground, but decides maybe not just the second. Ag was finished on Delol, by the way. We mentioned at about 38-minute Ags with that greedy, he gets it in 36.5.
Dire's
What a
middle
gamer.
tower is under attack.
So, every second counts, and he got 90 of them faster
Yeah.
than we thought.
Dire's
Oh.
bottom tower is
Look,
under
must be
attack.
careful.
Dire's
Well, he does
bottom
meet your
tower
hammer from the trees, but he doesn't actually get found in time. Yeah, finally he does try and scatter out, but he's already long gone.
I've always been impressed with Varesh's Disruptor, but of all the games I've seen, this has definitely been his roughest. 0, 6, and 9, 6,000 gold. The deficit between him and other supports is bigger than his net worth.
My lord. Yeah.
He's like, I'm so
Dire's
poor.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, like he's nearly being tripled up by Joker Malone. Oof.
And what do you do if you're a cog? Do you say, do we give him farm? Why does he farm? He's a disruptor. So you're like, all right, it's your fault. You didn't get greedy. You know, you're gonna have to be poor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 2, and the final tier 2 hit for the side of Team Nemesis has now been stripped away. Nice usage of the fire ribbon there to actually kill that one and only creep. That was a very nice little touch there to stop the backdoor protection from going down. That was nice.
And I don't think there's another. And look at that. Look at the other side. Raven's been cutting as well, so they have no creeps. They're gonna have to go mid if they want to push. Nemesis, brilliant job of stalling this game out.
Yeah, certainly trying their best to. As 23 Savage, I think he has. I'm assuming that's a completed. It's either Swift Blink or a Butterfly. I don't know which one he's got. What's coming around the courier? Oh, it is a Swift Blink. That's a nice bonus.
Okay. He's also level 25, so he has that +4 refraction charges. Any other big talent choices? Skyrath Mage is going to go for that global, I think. He's actually... Dude, Jokam is very farmed. I know he said this, but he's got 4,200 once they get the Hex for his team. Aghanim Scepter, finished on Jean-Well.
Are scanning.
Supports! There's what we call thick, I believe.
Oh, greedy. Very, very greedy. You know, one thing I will say, that I feel like there's more sentry wards out on the map for the Radiant side, which explains why poor old Disruptor has no money. He's buying all the sentry wards. No one else cares.
Alright. He's doing that.
Pop forwards. Get rid of the Roshan banner. Gotta be careful though. Mac actually does get caught here from the disruption. Dual Scepter will delay this. Obviously, if he was at least one of the other supports that had his Ags, that would have been quite nice, but sadly, he is double his net worth away from having an Ags.
It'll come eventually. But I want to go, John picked an interesting talent at level 20. 20 macro power damage over the Ice Path stun. It's kind of weird, because the macro power damage is like, yeah, it's, you know, you go from 200 to 220, which is like 10%. But Ice Path, you have a extra nearly half second of stun and duration, feels usually a lot more impactful.
Man's all about the damage. He's got this. He's got his Ags. You know, he wants it to be even flashier.
It will do more damage. Dire gets a Tormentor, 4,500 gold for the whole team. Sorry, for 455, which translates to
2.5.
2,000. Yeah.
Unless you want to get really specific at all, though.
I was gonna be like, it's slightly more than 2.5, I think.
That's
it's like 2.25.
Less than 2.5. Yeah.
Less than 2.5. But more than 2.
More than 2. More than 2. You are right.
Someone in chat was
That's
like,
not
does
legal.
Disruptor have his Aghanim Scepter? I'm like, yeah, he's working towards it.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think he's given up. Oh no, he has queued it back up again.
He's going for it,
right,
yeah.
okay.
Not,
Alright,
not too far. 1,700 gold away. He's got the Idol of Skriok, which is, I guess... Oh, the evasion. Yeah, the evasion's really good against the TA.
Yeah,
So-
that's pretty good.
If 23 Savage jumps on Varesh has to do two things. One, he has to remember that he has that ability and use it. And then two, he has to pray. So is Jukroy, actually. He has to pray too.
He's under attack. Taking a lot of damage here. Push back here from 23 Savage. They've got the room as well. On towards Jokum. He dies super quick, but the TA just straight up TPs out of there. But 4 versus 5 here. And it looks like Reconic setting up to try and push the high ground. They have a creep wave nearby. And there is no glyph either to slow down this push. So the buildings will be in danger. Can Nemesis hold in this situation?
Good use of the slight searing chains. Just sort of getting those stacks off on the quill spray. Not committed here on either side. We'll see if Reconic really wants to go in or not. Seems wow.
Doing
That
good
busy
job.
lost a lot of health.
I like what 23 Savage was doing. He was placing his traps down in front of the tower, hitting them, so he'd get the side blade hits on towards FBZ to keep him back even more. and then he would just Hurricane, get more hits, and that just basically derailed the entire bush. FBZ, I'm not walking high ground against that. No way.
Mac should be fine. Or is he? He's got Ags. There's no way.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
He's gone.
You know
Still
what?
only a 60 gold advantage.
You know what chat calls that thing you just talked about, where you put the traps and use it to no risk remove creeps? But like that's a basic move. Chat can do that easily. Eyes closed, in fact.
Oh yeah. Eyes closed.
Ah.
I would just
We have-
click on the map and then run towards the enemy. But, you know, that's me.
I still forget half the neutral items I have. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pick this one, use it to counter this, and I never do that. As like
great.
yeah, that kind of wasn't even do anything. BKB's used.
He's fine. I think very close to a nullifier actually for a 23 Savage. He can actually buy it now, but he won't have enough for buyback, which I'm guessing is what he's saving his money for.
Wonder what the nullifier will be really good for, actually.
Oh,
Huh. Because there's no Ghost Scepters. There's like 4 staff on the supports, which is annoying. But yeah, it's odd game for a nullifier for 23 Savage. Obviously, he knows best. This guy is incredible. But it doesn't stand out immediately what the benefit of this item is.
yeah.
Dire's bottom tower
I mean, I guess it stops people putting Lotus Orb on someone. That's about it. Oh,
Suppose.
making a problem on towards Raven. Trying to hold him back right now. Mystic Flare gets dropped. Just forcing FBC to disengage. There we go. Pretty good lineup of holding the high ground right now. Every single time they step up here on the side of Reconics, they just get battered back again and again. It's very difficult for them to actually take down any buildings. They might just have to wait for the next Roshan, which is up in 30 seconds, so not too far away at all.
Dire's
You say it's difficult for them to take down buildings, but Jikoi did take down a tier 3 tower. Like that
True.
will like so even though they get battered away, they still do some damage. Once you start working on those range racks, there's no healing. But the goal definitely for Reconics is going to be that Roshan, as the Nemesis lead has shrunk from 10,000 to nothing. It is actually 62% for the Radiant squad to win this one.
Oh wow. Who cares about gold?
I do.
Of course you do. Greedy man.
Price of gold is increasing, buddy.
is that like a real world investment you're recommending? buy gold, everyone. Buy gold.
And it's shot up in the last few years, you know.
It's a safe
like
investment,
it-
I'm sure.
I'm sure gold generally trends well. You know, it's
Yeah.
not a bad investment there. So is this Aghanim Scepter that Varesh is investing into. 600 gold away from it. Okay.
He's getting there. He is just spending this time farming. So he's doing as best he possibly can. Roshan is obviously up. It has been scouted out from the Dire side as they have a side trap in the pit. So they know. Actually, no, sorry, it doesn't even give vision anymore. But I'm pretty sure somebody's checked it.
It doesn't matter. 23 Savage is TA. You have the third eye. It tells you exactly when Rosh is up. Yeah.
Always forget about that. Every time.
When you play against TA, you usually forget. When you play with TA and she pings it out, you're like, oh yeah, this is awesome. It's perfect timing.
What a life.
I admire how Varesh at one point was like, I don't care anymore. I'm just jungling. Look at where he is on the map, by the way, miles away from anyone else. He's like, I am just farming. Mud golems, I don't care. I'll farm them too. No. One of these guys also magic immune. Shit, that's bad.
There we go, Centaurs.
Okay,
Kill him! Faster! Acorns, they're good too.
they're not. They're actually like magic resistant.
Oh my god, why are all the creeps magic resistant? Oh, look at
there
this.
you go, big
Filled
limit.
them in.
Beautiful.
Max Valley.
This is how the real supports farm.
Oh my
Slowly.
God. It's absolutely depressing to watch. This is so sad. There we go, he's still 50 gold up. Sell the dust. Sell the dust.
See what he's been reduced to? Like literally scraping the bottom of the barrel with all his mana.
Well, he's got to sell something. Oh. Or is he just going to AFK wait for it to spawn? He is, he's just having to AFK wait for the money to tick.
He can't even pick up the gym because he's like, I'm full of slots. All right, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. There we go.
Woo!
Aha! The jab! The jab!
Oh, he's left the gem. He
That's
doesn't want
good.
it. He doesn't care. Visions for scrubs. But now we have probably one of the biggest upgrades out of all of them that we could have seen. And let's see if
Okay.
they are able to use it to gain an actual advantage. This game is basically balanced out in terms of levels, in terms of gold. Both teams still just AFK around the Roche pit for the last like 2-3 minutes now.
One of two things is going to happen. Varesh is going to be the first person to die in the next fight with no Static Storm, or he's going to throw out like the most godly Static Storm in the world. Which one do you think?
I think he's gonna die before he gets to cast it.
No?
Oh, well, Roche has begun. Already down to half HP right now. 23 Savage got bored away and just blinked straight in there. Does have to force Staff out though. But nerves are still here on the side of Reconyx. They do not just run straight into the pit. Waiting as long as they can. These dead shots are fantastic at scouting this out.
Yep, it's a ton of. It's just a great way of making them move around the map. As here we go,
Jikroy.
Jikroy!
Jumps
Looks
in, very
in.
scary. Caught by the Hex. There's the Nullifier. Stops any
Godly.
sort of 4-star out. He's trying to do some damage there with the Satanics. Healing up as best he possibly can. Raven is taking a lot as FBC dives in deep as well as In Your Dream. Time to do with the camp, but 23 Savage is the first casualty here. He does have a buyback. He may just be forced to use it, Atomo, otherwise the Aegis could just be given away. Well, actually saying that, pretty much everyone from Reconyx has bailed out the area too.
They're just going. Oh no, they're still around, throwing out those dead shots. But you gotta move quick if you're Reconyx.
Here's the thing, as soon as one of these guys buy back, the other one will. They're not going to bother, they've got the Aegis into the hands of the Bristleback and they're trying to do what they can. FBZ was getting low, no one would find the kill. Jikroy though, just blinks straight in. My lord, the damage he does just tears apart Jokum. And now Raven trying to do what he's best to survive. Needs to get his back turned to the gyrocopter, but he's probably going to drop either way. First life is gone, and his teammates know his second life means absolutely nothing. He's dead. So they will just leave him. Oh, Refresher Shard used. Okay, man's getting aggressive right now. He's like, team, hello. And he's going to try now run. Glimpse back. Stuck in rings. Rings upon rings. Push back from another 10 shot. BKB TP. And that's the end. My god.
Well, in the end, I think you're fairly happy if you're Reconyx. You know, you killed 23 Savage. Jikroy was alive. You take the Aegis out of their hands. Sure, they get it, but you still like they don't get a benefit out of it. They instantly use it. Were buybacks used in that fight? No, I don't think anyone used buybacks. But
No.
yeah, Reconyx walks away fairly content with how that fight went.
Yeah, very messy. Very confusing. But yeah, even the Refresher Shards was also used just so he could refresh his BKB and TP out. So literally nothing out of that Roche fight has survived. Maybe a banner actually. Does anyone have a random banner on him?
I'm sure someone has a banner, right? Like, you know, I think who's got it? Who's got it?
I didn't see it. No one has a banner.
I don't see it. I don't see a banner either.
What the hell?
Then you find out on some sort of like courier or something.
Oh, it's in the Dire base. It's on the floor. Okay. They don't care about banner. They're not interested. It's too late for that. 50 minutes in.
I'm wondering if the Timber Saw needs to consider either an Ags or a Eternal Shroud or a Pipe. Because he's taking a ton of magic damage in these fights. It's quite wild.
Yeah, it does do a lot of work. For 23 Savage money to Satanic or something as well. He needs some extra form of sustain. But so far, like they've nearly managed to kill Jikroy like quite a few times now, but he just pops Satanic and all of a sudden he's back up to full HP. So hard to actually completely shut him down. And speaking of, I think about poking onto him. Fantastic dead shot though. Connects on towards 4 people. Just stops any sort of charge and resets them entirely.
By the way, 23/7 is actually 7 slotted. He's got a Hurricane Pike in his backpack. He's not quite sure which item he needs. He's like, they're both. I think after he BKBs, he's going to swap it with the Hurricane Pike so he gets mobility.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or after he uses the Nullifier, like one of these 2 items is used, then he swaps out for the Hurricane Pike for the extra mobility. Not sure. That's too much micro play for me, but he can definitely do it.
Yeah, he's actually decided to go for a Moon Shard as his next item. And then I'm guessing it'd have to be the Agnim's Blessing. Literally the only items that don't make up any space.
You know what's gonna be fun is when like I was thinking about this was me and I had the Hurricane Pike and the BKB. What I'll probably do is I'll swap the Hurricane Pike before I press the BKB. Then I'll be like, oh shit, I'll try to swap the Hurricane Pike back with the BKB and I'll be dead by then. I'm like, yeah, should have done that.
Yeah, 3 seconds is a long old time.
Isn't it? I believe it's like 6 to swap an item, so it's a lot.
Oh yeah, it is 6.
It's 6.
Damn, that's a long time. Imagine one day they'll release a patch or something where, I don't know, there's a neutral item where you can use it and it'll swap an item in your inventory with another item for 0-second cooldown.
Honestly, pretty clever. That's a pretty good idea. No, I like it. I like it a lot. Probably it has to be like a tier 4 or something. Nothing.
Yeah.
It allows you to like once a minute when you swap an item, it has no cooldown, but then the neutral item itself goes on cooldown. It's like it's a nice passive ability. That's pretty good, Blue Scale.
The amount of times I've come up with good ideas over the years, but no one listens. Rip me.
This is certainly the first one I've heard. So.
Hey, there's been plenty, I'm sure. None that I remember, but I'm sure there's been some.
Well, Reconyx, we're going quite the distance to this one. This is only game 1, ladies and gentlemen, as Refresher Orb is actually bought on Raven. Gives him that sort of double Lincoln's, double BKB. Not really much value for your other spells, like Hairballs,
Yeah, double
Warpath,
hairball.
or double Hairball.
It's something. I don't know. I mean, could you have gone for like an AC? No one has that aura on his team yet.
AC, or I think it's fine, but they're all 6 slotted, right? Like all the heroes are getting pretty full. I'm lucky for the supports, by the way. They have Whisper Dread on the dire side. Like Macropyre does 255 pure damage a second. Not bad. On the other side, Varesh is getting close to his Blink Dagger. He's just farming. I told you he's gonna go for these Mud Golems. Magic resistance be damned.
Get the work done either way. Do a disconnect here from Mac. If it doesn't last too long. What about actually if Raven? I think Abyssal Blade actually would be really good. Like, have some way of stunning Jikroy through his BKB to stop him from just satanic healing every single fight, because that's happened just way too many times. Having that ability to just lock him down for like, was it 2 seconds, however long? It could just be what they need.
That wouldn't be right at all. As the odds are favoring Reconyx quite a bit. I wouldn't think that Reconyx had that high of odds, right? Like 5.12 for Nemesis seems... There's no belief there. As Max saying, go! What do you have on Ember Spirit? It's just Refresher, Shiva, Ags, BKB, Yules, working towards the Wind Waker. Wind Waker will be very nice, especially now that we have the Static Storm on the Disruptor. It's one of the few ways they can help your allies inside it. As he just continues to farm on Varesh. I love it. He sees those giant croakers, he says, I don't care, I'm just going to farm them.
Farm's farm. If no one else is here to take it, you may as well. I mean, what's he even go for? Just a blink? It'll certainly help him get those sort of like ulti grabs. God, it's just so painful watching him farm there.
Oh, I know a way that they can stop the gyrocopter from TPing out with BKB. Alright, you wanna know it?
Go on then.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah,
hear anything?
go on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I said
level...
yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe it might have been a mic thing or my...
Oh.
But TA is about... When she hits 30, she doesn't get that meld bash. That could be one way to work around it.
That's true. Only 0.8 seconds there.
Well, it stops the TP, doesn't it?
Well, I'll say it's not for stopping TPs, it's for stopping Satanic. That was the idea that I'm thinking.
I mean, Abyssal Blade is like slightly longer. We're gonna pretend that's good enough.
Yeah?
Okay.
Of course. Hang on. What is the actual full stun time for Abyssal?
It's like,
It's like 1.5 to 2?
it's 1.6.
1.6. See, that's
Okay.
double the length of your mighty bash.
Okay,
Sideblade
okay.
bash.
What if you meld, they walk into you, hit, you meld again, hit again. 1.6.
Right, so you have to do all that for what you could do for just a click of one button.
And
Cool story, bro.
5,000 gold.
Hey, we're nearly an hour into the game, alright? 5,000 gold is nothing.
Observer.
The bristleback has 6,000 just sat in his pocket.
I was gonna say, show us the current gold of all the players, because I think some of them are at like 10,000. That's not where. What's the current gold? Doesn't matter.
Diving into the base.
that's
Actually got a
good.
good grab on towards 3 people, locked them all down. The damage is there. They managed to get the grab on towards the TA. Will buy back straight away. And already that's a good victory there for Reconics. They can get out of here. It looks like Raven does not allow that. He uses his refresher. Charging forwards with the second BKB. He's taking a lot of damage to this one. He has to be careful. He needs some support. 23 Savage will be able to finish off the lob. Chikroy standing his ground. Oh my god, the damage on towards this TA again. Ice Path is there with the Magnifier. It's locking them all in down. Januel comes in with the save. They still do lose the TA. There's a dieback from him. Extremely costly. They just go for the aggressive buybacks coming out right now from the side of the Radiant. They just want to end this game, Atomo. Do they also buy back on the Viper? They've already committed for the Gyro one.
I mean, I don't think you can go in 3 versus 3 like this. Nemesis will buy back on Januel, throws out Macropire. But alright, they're all in. Reconics are all in, and Nemesis has to be all in as well. But there's 50 seconds.
Yeah,
sorry, 50 seconds where you have Disruptor.
It's big.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Disruptor doesn't mean as much compared to the TA. It's basically the main source of their damage. And let's see if Mac and Raven can make enough of a front line here to hold them back. But look at the lines they've drawn on the map. They've actually just given up there for Reconic. They're just going to leave. Yeah, they're going for the Roshan instead. So that's a bit of fresh air there for the side of Nemesis.
I agree. I'm a little surprised they don't put more pressure on it, but perhaps they think they can get Roshan down quick enough and still continue to push. That is wishful thinking, though.
I mean, you can see they're moving out on the map. They want to try and contest Roche, but they do have creeps inside their base. Yeah, the Ember Spirit will TP back to deal with it. Those
Raven
completing.
He's like, I can carry this, guys. I used to be a carry. I don't know.
Right.
It's a rough one.
Jump over the high ground there. FBC just buying time. They drop the back, they drop everything. The pure damage is insane. It's doing a lot of work on towards FBC, but he gets off the reactive armor, so he's extremely tanky. Roshan will probably be falling momentarily. Actually, he has pulled outside of the pit. He wants to help out the rest of the team here. Jikroy charging onto him. The Skuraf Mage is poking a prod on FBC from afar. He gets super low on towards the timber. He still doesn't end up falling down. Instead, he's changed his focus over towards Jokum. The Skuraf Mage does go. Raven is here. In jumps Mac. Good stunts on towards Jikroy. He pops the BKB. Now he's going to chase after Raven. Bristleback, tanky boy though. Able to stand his ground. Siren Chains gets purged away. And 23 Savage finally has respawned. He's on his way here. FBZ's back in the base though, healing up. Gyrocopter might need to do the same. He has no mana. So there is a window where they can take Roche, as it's already been kindly wounded.
But he's gonna be moving 15 seconds. That's more than enough time for Nemesis. They have Raven, only the person with buyback. So 23 Savage is a good way for him to get the Aegis.
Charging
in your dream.
You want to try and test this? BKB. Aegis on the second dream. He manages to snatch it away. The huge prize has been stolen, and now 23 Savage is going to get out there. He's taking a lot of damage. FBC fires him, and he's dead again, Atomo. Down for 100 seconds. Raven as well on death's door. He's trying his absolute best to survive as long as he can, but it's not going to be able to do too much. Good Macropire plays for now. It's going to do some damage, but unfortunately, everybody else is dead. It's a 1 versus 5 to hold the base. Raven, you mentioned he used to be a carry, but my lord, this is a heavy weight to carry indeed. Can he do it? I don't think so.
In your dream snatches the Aegis right in front of them, and we're seeing like 23 Savage trying to, like, he not arrives late, but he was dead for this whole time, and they were able to get the Roshan despite that. The Nemesis. All right, Raven, show us what you can do. He's dead.
Oh, nothing. Okay, that was anticlimactic. Well, there we go. Game number 1. Just about 61 minutes into the game does go the way of Reconics. These guys have been defying the odds all damn tournament, man. They have just been proving why they are here.
Looking really damn good for them in that game. And It was crazy because you look at the graphs, it was favoring Nemesis for a while. We were talking about Varesh's net worth being very low. But when they got his Ag Scepter, first time was in the Roche Pit. They won that fight. Second time, he put it in that near the tier 3 of the Dire, and they TP'd in. Yeah. And 23 Savage dies, and Mac loses almost all his health. The third time was in the Roche Pit again. So Varesh takes a while, but once he gets that Ag Scepter, works out well for the team and wins them the game.
Yeah. I mean, it was very wise just to say, all right, go jungle, take half hour to farm 1,000 gold, because sadly that's what it was like. But eventually, like you're saying, once he got that axe, it did make all the difference. And then we just kind of saw 23 Savage. Sure, he could do the damage, but he was just squishy. Like, as soon as people actually got on top of him and just decided to kill him, there's nothing he could do to survive. Like, he had his BKB, but it wasn't doing too much. Maybe he needed Satanic or something like that to make up the difference there, but either way, he just could not deal with the amount of damage that a Jikroy was pumping out. At 63,000 damage at the end of the game, by the way, from Jikroy. Second place was 43,000 from Raven. Like, just absolutely mad about DPS.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. 23 Savage was actually not doing a whole lot of damage late game at all. Like, 35, he was 7th highest damage, beaten by his own Skywrath Mage and all the other cores. So it wasn't 23 Savage's show, so to speak. And if you look at it, the last 10 minutes, he basically hit no one. So a little bit unfortunate that the TA fell off so hard.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it. He was just focused every single time, and that's the kind of thing. The Raven was too tanky for everyone to focus. They ignored him. The Ember Spirit was too elusive, so they ignored him. So it's like, all that's left is 23 Savage. Let's just jump on his face. He just died every time. He's like, God damn, where's my team? But yeah, that is just the way game number 1 turned out. We will be jumping to a break, guys, and we shall return for the second one. And we're going to find out if it's going to be a 2-0 or if we'll be seeing a third game. To be honest, I'm expecting a third game. Reconics, they've had 2-1. They've had 2-1. I'm expecting their last series will also be a 2-1. I feel like that's just the way the fates have aligned. So we will find out, guys, once we return after a short break. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Alrighty guys, we are back. Game number 2, at least the draft shall be starting momentarily. And then we're going to find out if Team Nemesis can try and thwart Reconyx. Because apparently Reconyx, they've been the underdogs kind of every single time, but they just keep on fighting back again and again and again. So, can we at last see a team we think is going to win actually win, Atomo?
Hey, we got 1 out of our 4 predictions right today, right? That's not bad. That's not bad. 25%. But yeah, and you look at the previous game, it was kind of weird that Team Nemesis gave so much time for Varesh to come back, because we were talking about how slow his Aghanim Scepter farming was. You had like 12,000 gold lead at the Nemesis at one point, but just taking too long to close it out. But we'll see. You know, we'll see how it's going to go in this game as we start off with the bans. Nemesis, they're saying they get rid of the Jakiro. I believe that's because they don't have first pick, and that's true. Jakiro just way too good this match.
Yeah. Just get rid of that. Even though technically it did lose last game, but it even still did a heck of a lot of damage. Like, he was only a couple of thousand gold, like you're saying, behind his carry, like, which is pretty nuts, even for an hour-long game. So, not going to see that one. Oh, do you know what I haven't seen yet? Banned, Atomo?
Kez.
Kez. Come on. Give me the pigeon boy. I want to see him.
I mean, he gets banned against Recon. Oh no, there he is. Do you want the bird boy or not? As we're seeing here, Reconyx thinking about it, like, is this a
I'm not gonna lie. I'll full disclosure for everyone. It would be my first time casting in, and I've barely seen him in games. So I'll rely on you to guide me the way through it there, Atomo.
It's fine. Just remember, when you see an ability, just say bird name plus some sort of attack. You know, be like eagle swap, and you're like, yeah, he's doing it. You know.
Hey, that's bird version of swashbuckle.
There you go. Echo Slash, by the way, it's called. You know,
okay. Well, sure. But he gets ignored in the opening pick, so does he get banned in the second ones? If not, I'm pretty damn sure he will be getting picked up. But Gyrocopter was the opening pick from Reconyx, so just going to chuck that back on Jikroy 2 times in a row. Why the hell not? Did a fantastic job in the last game. Nemesis, though, taking a slightly different route. This is the first time, at least today, we are seeing a first pick Tusk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've seen Tusk before, but okay, solid save. I like that they're putting Jikroy on the Gyrocopter again, because in the previous game, one thing I noticed is, as the game went very late, the Templar Assassin had trouble actually getting her hits out, whereas Gyrocopter, you flak anyone within range, you just hit that person, you just hit everyone else, which is very nice for, like, makes it very easy to play the Gyrocopter. You don't damage one person as much as a TA, but you're hitting everyone very easily all the time.
No, it's definitely true. You just find the closest person to you, really, and just right-click them. I mean, sometimes, even if it's just a creep or whatever, just right-click that, 'cause you'll still hit everybody. So
doesn't matter.
Yeah, makes it an easy old life. So they did ban the Viper from Reconyx, and looking for their second ban here.
Team Nemesis
Maybe they're
Still
thinking
no Kez.
about. I was going to say, maybe they're thinking about taking the Ember themselves, who has been. I don't know if he's won a whole lot of games today, but he's certainly very, very popular, and he generally looks like he's doing a lot of work, right? You're seeing all these remnants and he's cutting creeps, and you're like, oh man, this guy is super good. And then he loses. As Nemesis taking the Slardar right now.
Okay. Yeah, ban out the Watermelon, take him.
This is a lot of physical damage from the Nemesis side, right? With the attack team, the Corrosive Haze. It even turns the Walrus Punch into a pretty devastating attack when you have the Corrosive Haze on someone.
Yes, true. Yeah, later on it has a lot of impacts. Even just the laning phase, it's super strong. Like Snowball, yourself and the Slard are in. You get the initial stun, then you get the Crush, then you get the Bash. They're trapped inside the shards. They're getting tag teamed. It's nasty. It's absolutely nasty. But Barish will be running his Disruptor back. Let's have fingers crossed that the poor boy has a little bit of time farming this game.
This is his 4th time out of the 5 games he's played today where he gets Disruptor. The one time he didn't was banned against him, you know, so it's like he would have gotten it if he could have. As Tiny comes out from Reconyx, not bad. Decent armor on this hero, good burst, but I don't feel like he's the best hero against the Slardar and Tusk.
Yeah.
No.
I guess just throw him away. I mean, maybe that's the kind of thing when you go for like the initiation.
5 seconds remaining.
And when you go for the initiation, you can always just throw somebody back into your own line. So maybe the idea is that the Tusk is going to be too far away to go for a snowball save or something like that. That could be the general idea. Phoenix picked up though. Obviously, Tiny and Disruptor, terrible egg hitters, but Gyrocopter himself is fine for the same reasons we were saying earlier. Like, you can flat cannon whilst hitting the egg, and you're still hitting everyone, so I don't think they mind too much that, Reconyx.
The only problem though is that if you hit someone else, you don't hit the egg. I don't think it bounces like that.
Yeah.
You have to hit the egg itself, and you aren't like super high range of the main attack. And that was my wife saying goodbye, so... Anyway, but now they have the Monkey King picked up, which is very flexible and a good amount of physical damage. And stop laughing, as what will Reconyx be taking right now? touchy.
Yeah, so Monkey King, short grabbed, so offlaner, mids. Obviously, it does seem like the Tiny's going to be at the mid for Reconyx, unless it's... I think we did see a pos 4 Tiny yesterday, or were they all mids?
We only saw mid Tinies yesterday.
It was only mids.
And
okay.
I imagine Reconyx will take up off lane to keep flexing the Tiny, because something for FBZ wouldn't be so bad. I wouldn't mind the Lycan again. I think that would be okay. Or... I want to say Night Stalker, but Night Stalker into Phoenix doesn't feel so good.
Yeah, the daytime does screw you over. Unless, of course, you're able to get on top of him with your silence before he can pop his ult, in which case it's a very good counter. But if you fail to do that, you are countered yourself. So it's, you know, it's a bit of give, bit of take in that matchup. But we'll see what they are thinking of.
Taking a bit of time. Yeah, taking a bit of time on this one. I mean, Primal Beast not super good against the Phoenix, but good against everyone else. Mars is... I wouldn't mind the Mars for one of the reasons being that you can just, you know, destroy all the trees when you throw out the arena. That's very nice. So Mars would be good. I kind of like the Lycan. Abaddon. No, they vote for Quap. So that's it. It's going to be Tiny 4, or at least not Tiny mid, revealing the Quap. Quap, good against the Phoenix, because you can just blink in and start hitting the egg very easily. And you have decent attack speed as well.
Yeah, it's good against the Phoenix. It's pretty good against the Monkey King in lane. If the Slardar does get on top of you, like the Tusk coming in, you will get punished because you're relatively squishy early on. So you might get punished by that. But it feels like all the good parts can easily outweigh that one. Hey, are there some worlds where you can play Tiny 3? It sounds absolutely crazy to me, so I'm sure it's just going to be a 4 Tiny.
I feel like that. I'm generally feeling that as well. Or maybe Tiny carry, gyro support. I think Reconyx will ban the Puck and the Faceless Void here. I want to say that, but Puck gets removed. They're kind of worried that wherever the Monkey King doesn't go, there's a very strong combo with the Phoenix. One of them is the Puck mid or the Faceless Void carry. So those would be the 2 biggest worries if I was Reconyx. Because this egg is already problematic. You only really have the Quap. Tiny's garbage, Disruptor's garbage, Gyro's okay, but that's only if he gets near the egg, which isn't always guaranteed.
Could this, for the side of Team Nemesis, be a good time to bring out the classic carry mag?
I wouldn't mind the carry Magnus. I think that's fine as well. Difficult a bit to blink though. What with the static storm, with the Quap damage, with the flag cannon. I like it, but I feel like his catch is meh. I'd rather be playing the Faceless Void if I'm picking a carry.
I feel like if you're going for the carry route, you can just go for like the Harpoon, and then the Slardar can just be the one to worry about getting the main initiation, and then maybe rely on the Harpoon.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really seeing why that would be better than a Faceless Void, who has a longer chrono, which locks them down. Yeah, it's just better if you go Faceless Void.
10 seconds.
Says the fool before Magnus gets picked up, and you hear, "Behold the horde of Magnus!" in a cash.
I like how you've probably been haunted by that sound so many times. You got it completely memorized. But Reconics looking for their last pick. Only 15-second reserve time. Let's see what their offlaner is going to be. Has
Mars,
to be someone. Yeah.
I still like the Mars quite a bit, but they go for Darkseer. Okay. Good to move the gyro to get in position to hit the egg or to hit the egg yourself, but not very high attack speed hero. Does build great guard, the great aura items, and Huskar is the last pick. Is it gonna be the mid or the carry? It's gonna be the mid Huskar. Okay, all right.
Mid Huskar up against Queen of Pain.
Cauterize, easy. Extra heal, very nice.
Just avoid that. I mean, a vast majority of their damage is magical as well. Like, support Tiny's basically all magical, Queen of Pain's all magical, Darkseer's all magical, Jicroy early on is pretty much all magical, same as Disruptor, so if it seems to fit in pretty well there, it's going to be a while before the standard right clicks from Jicroy is actually going to scare him. I quite like the draft of Nemesis in this game number 2.
I'm glad you said that, so I can pick the other team, because I was like, this can really go either way. I like the Nemesis group for sure. Decent stuns, decent saves, big team fights with the Wukong and the Sun. It's really good. On the other side, feels a bit more odd pieces coming together. But Reconics has surprised us multiple times today, and I'm tired of doubting them. I'm going to pick them so we can see a Game 3 coming out today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just it. Every single series so far, Reconics, it's been a 2-1. Like, they always go to full free, so I feel like no matter what draft I've just seen, I'm going to go with Nemesis. They'll win this one. We'll go to a third game, and we could just see Reconics then taking down the whole entire qualifiers just by, the 2-1 curse. It seems to be their thing, so, yeah. But no, despite that, I do actually feel like I like the draft here of Team Nemesis in this game. It looks well-rounded, got strong team fight, good damage, good sustain.
No, but I mean, on the other side, you have pretty decent stuff, right? Like Vacuum to Static Storm to Avalanche into the Gyrocopter to Sonic Wave. Like, if FBZ gets good vacuums, the team fight from Reconics is amazing. If he doesn't, it's still pretty good, but the Vacuum is excellent stuff.
Excellent stuff. No, we'll see if we'll see if the vacuums get the chef kiss later on. Can't prematurely do that. It's still raw at the moment, Atomo. Let it cook. Let it cook.
I like it. Let's see any interesting facets. Heart of Battle for the Darkseer. Okay, and it's of course going to be Cauterize as we expected for the Huskar. It is Hotspot for the Phoenix. I'm seeing this coming out more and more, which is that you have a stronger Sun Ray. It's interesting. Oh, by the way, I know Joe Cam. I know the first 2 words he's saying. I don't know what the rest of it. He says win, lose, something, bang.
Bang.
Yeah. Win, lose, something. And then he says don't something king. I think galak means laugh or make fun. Where's Joe Cam from? Because that's not Malay, but it's close to it. It is Indonesian. Yeah, it's very close to it. The 2 languages are quite similar.
I'm glad that you can translate for me. I'm so bad with other languages. I'm a classic Brit in that regard.
That's fine. I've been here for a while. Like Joe Cam saying something. He said high tension, I think, or very tense, something like that.
Okay.
But again, they're different languages, but the DNA is very similar between Indonesian and Malay. And I'm not even saying my Malay is perfect, but it's alright.
It's alright. Far better than the most other people, Thomas. So take that in stride, my friend. As bounties once again 2 for 2. Don't think we've seen a single bounty advantage today at all. It's been even every single time.
Do you know any other language besides English?
Nope.
Oh. And I'm sitting here trying to translate my 3rd language, and he's like, "Yeah, it's not bad." And this guy, half the time, we're like,
in school we had the choice between either German or French, which we got to choose, and I did not want to learn either. I do not care about the German or the French language, so I wasn't very enthused. Like I had to do French, and I've basically forgotten everything because I was like, ugh, why am I learning this?
Okay, give me a sentence in French. Give me something. Cast a little bit in French. Tell me what's happening.
Je m'appelle Blue Scale.
That's my name is Blue Scale. Okay. Even I do that.
J'ai une cast Atomo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There you go.
Don't hurt
That's the
yourself.
extent.
You know?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, dude, look what you put me through, man. Good lord.
The guy's his face is red. The poor fella is like really straining.
Oh, I've probably offended some people out there. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
You didn't talk French. It was like pushed out of you. You know, like straining hard. Goes up.
It's like getting mugged in an alleyway, but instead of like talk French. What? Talk French now.
¿Cómo estás?
That's definitely not French.
Right.
Oh,
Back
God.
to the
Right.
game.
Yeah, okay,
No
do
one's
it too.
died. Yeah, nothing's happened. Let's see, bottom lane, what's happening here? As it's going to be Slardar and the Tusk going up against the Gyro and the Disruptor. Meh. I think everyone's gonna be alright. I mean, you could jump on the Disruptor and kill him with these two, but you take a bit of harass. Feels like so far Jukroy is having a decent time against Raven, though.
Yeah, I feel like Jikroy's kind of had a good lane every single game so far today. Like, I don't think we've seen him actually struggle. Yesterday he definitely did. He had some early issues, but yeah, today it's not been a problem whatsoever for him. He's having a very good time.
Meanwhile, top lane, it's Tiny as well as Darkseer against Monkey King and Phoenix. Feels like it's also going to be mostly no one's really going to die here. As I'm looking at the Phoenix skin, I don't think I've seen that one before. He looks a bit like an owl, actually.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Phoenix skin.
No. The Phoenix skin, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is a now. Yeah.
Mid lane, Mac is so far the big. I mean, well, not the big, but the lane that where you're like seeing sort of big difference coming in. And Mac is having a really good time because the offlaners are somewhat struggling both sides, but mid is where they're getting a big, nice lead here for Nemesis. As we mentioned,
for Mac, does he bother leveling
no.
in a fire this lane? Yeah, he literally just spams everything into 2 and 3, right? Oh, the lol.
and in your dream also. Oh.
We got a backstab coming in here from the tiny mids. Avalanche to set things up. Quick jump on top of him. Toss. Too many creeps in the way. They actually body block him up and out to low. He felt commit. He had to dive. The creeps actually cost him that kill. They were just getting in his way. That is so unfortunate there for the poor old Tiny. But Mac, bit of serendipity, and ends up netting a bit of money for himself.
The big problem was that In Your Dream cannot take his Shadow Strike, so he can't really harass Mac because he's got Cauterize. You throw Shadow Strike, you actually heal more, thanks to the way the debuffing works. As the ult goes in, okay, gonna
Let's
toss
try it again. He doesn't care. Oh, or does he? Take a
No,
lot of
he
damage.
cares.
He does. Those right clicks, actually. Yeah, surprising amount of damage. So Delol, sure he dies the first time, but he redeems himself with the second attempt. Do manage to bring down the Huskar.
Much needed, honestly. If he's gonna trade First Blood and gets a kill then and gives his Queen of Pain some time to farm, that's worth it. Because Mac was destroying In Your Dream in the lane. Alright. I want to mention a sort of observation I've had. I think Raven, in his heart, will always be a little bit of a carry player. Because I don't see him play aura heroes like Darkseer and Underlord. He's always going to play like Legion, Slardar, Bristleback, where it's like, if they fail, I'll still carry the team, you know?
Yeah. I mean, maybe... I feel like that could be like a nice bonus for the team. Like, if your carry has a really bad game, then you do have that person that can become the pseudo carry, but at the same time, more often than not, you just need those aura supports. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, how long ago was it he swapped?
Can't really remember. I mean, he was a carry when I started casting, which was like, I don't know, 7 years ago. He was a carry for a while after that. But it's definitely been like maybe a couple of years he's been offlane at least. Chat will tell us. There's always one guy who knows all the lore about every player. You're like, thanks, that's the guy we need.
Probably knows his name of his pets and everything.
I think at one point, Raven and 23 Savage were competing for the same girl in the tournament, and whoever won the tournament, she's like, I'll date whoever wins. And I think 23 Savage won. I might be very wrong with this story. Now they're teammates, so...
That's a love story right there, you know? Forget about the notebook. Tell me that.
Win Dota game, get girl, basically. Yeah. Assuming I've got my facts right, it's not another player, but I know it was Raven and someone.
Yeah. Well, you know, must have been some very exciting internet cafes.
Come on, bro, let me win. I like her more than you. No.
Just running up, unplugging each other's computers. Screw you. That could definitely work.
Well, odds so far favoring Nemesis here, as Jikroy as well as 23 Savage having a good time. Meanwhile, the offlaners looks like Raven.
He's
There
down.
you go. Shot in the back. No girlfriend for you today, buddy.
Not at all. Put in the ground straight away. But this mid continuing to be a MAC domination. 35 and 20 against the 19 and 8. Just absolute decimation in this mid. MAC halfway to his level 7. In Your Dream halfway to his level 6. So a full one between the two of them. Wukong's command dropped. Secures the Wisdom Shrine steal. And with the use of that Wukong, they're able to back out. Show him. Oh, nice snowball up towards the high ground. It does reveal, obviously, that they have a ward here, but if he survives, it should be worth it. Oh, the neutrals even slowed down Varish so he can get the TP. No! Glimpse just in time. He will get caught and he will die, and obviously he does lose the Observer ward because of that as well. But it was a cute attempt. It was very close.
In the end, they still got the Shrine of Wisdom though for Nemesis. So despite all of that, like, you know, losing the Tusk, it's not a big deal. You got the big objective. You force a lot of rotations. The Tusk dying is like, and now small losses. What? Look at that Monkey King face. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's like from the new pack, isn't it? It's absolutely terrifying.
Can we? Oh yeah, I'm glad we have it. Observer, can you do that thing where you zoom into his face? You know, that is pretty. Yeah, I want to see what that face. What we're looking at. Oh, can we go in camera mode or whatever it is? Observer's like, what's the button for this one? I maybe. He presses I already. That's the buyback set. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Don't break the game.
You used to be at that button like under the portrait, but it's gone for some reason. You only have the magnifying glass. I don't know why they got rid of it. Really weird.
Imagine you're a father, and you know you're going in, baby's born, they give that to you. What's your first thought?
Bin.
We're chucking that one away.
Yeah. Reset.
You look at your wife and like, I think this is your family G. This ain't from me.
You know, sometimes if you've got bad genes, you've got bad genes. What can you do?
I swear, I've never seen a more terrifying Dota 2 face than that.
I don't know. I've seen some players' portraits. Oh! Shots fired! Shots fired!
Well.
You don't even know who I'm talking about.
I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. I wasn't even thinking of anyone in specific.
It's like, wait, were you hoping I'd be like, yeah, that guy's really ugly?
Yeah.
No.
You called yourself out. Jikroy, though, found inside the Radiant jungle. The power of Mac at this stage of the game, too much for the poor old Gyro to deal with, and he does go down. And looks like Mac's just going to use his power spike to just take down the tower. Why the hell not?
They really have to find some sort of solution to this Huskar. One solution could be Varesh. If you throw a Static Storm, you can't really armor toggle. As long as you have some damage, that's pretty good. But in terms of like Vessel, no one has it. In terms of heal reduction, nobody can really get anything like that. Mac is in an extremely dominating position right now.
Mass TP's coming in though. They want to try and shut him down. Manages to get the armlet toggle. Don't think he's going to be able to juke his way out. This one on the snowball save! It avoids majority of the damage, although they're all clumped up. They're going to try and disengage. Mac will still die. Egg get dropped off to the side. In comes the Wukong's command. They got the egg as well. Well, it's not doing too much. Do they have the egg? No, I just saw it. Completely disregard. But 3 people dead. And unfortunately, the Monkey King just has to run away. A very messy fight. And a very good rotation, to be honest, coming on out to shut them down.
I mean, yeah, sure, you lose the tower, but that tower, if it's gonna fall, it gets you 3 kills. One of them on Mac. It's a very nice move for them. As Jikroy continues to be the most farmed carry. He has had an immaculate day on this gyrocopter. If we go to game 3, just ban it at this point. It's causing too much.
It's worth that for sure.
It is.
It's a shame as well, because that snowball was fantastic from Jokum to avoid all the scream damage, keep them all alive, but there was just more AoE available for Reconic. So as soon as they came out, they just got smashed down again.
Busy? Oh, lucky.
Yeah.
Honestly, those shards feel like 50-50 sometimes if you're in them or you're out of them when it's just on the edge. As it looks like Vacuum misses. 23 Savage has revealed the team's plan. They want to play fast. Diffusal Blade on Monkey King, not a farm tool. It's not Battle Fury, it's not Maelstrom. Usually means I'm going around the map trying to make space. Very risky. If Nemesis doesn't get a big lead in the next 10 minutes, they're going to be in a tough spot. Oh,
yeah, they're going to try their best to... oh dear. I've just recovered from my illness. There's been a lot going around, so... I've finally given to you over the computer. Computer virus. What a
so much
zinger
talking,
that was.
that's all.
Yeah, we do talk a lot. But
it's as good as your French.
Sanj.
Dire's top tower is
No
under
need to do
attack.
that. That was painful. hit me deep. But yeah, Sanj from back up in about 500 gold. And then we might see him make another move, perhaps finally take down the mid tower. But he just needs to carry on using his body whilst it is strong. I mean, sure he did just die in that last engagement, but all space the entire team versus just the 2 of them. Oh, juking left and right. Wukong's plus Boundless does land. Disruption though dropped to make space for his offlaner to disengage. They do keep him alive.
That Stag Storm did a lot of damage, didn't it?
Yeah.
That was a very painful Stag Storm going on here. Mac, ever since that death, has been sort of AFK farming, being like, okay, I want to get one more item. It's going to be the Sanj before I engage again. And the thing about the Huskars, if you walk around with low health, you're pretty, burstable against the Tiny and the Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's the kind of crux of the hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Blade Mail in your dream. I love this. Go in, tell the Huskar, hey, you want to hit me? Let's go. I have bondage, I lifesteal, I'm fine with this. I really like that choice coming out from the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, almost. Still 650 gold away from the recipe. It's quite an expensive recipe, really.
Radiant
Yeah, but she's got weighted dice. Remember, you get that +1
yeah.
gold. Oh, Joker.
Suffered then. Yeah, glimpse back, snowball. Unfortunately, okay, he gets outside the radius, but he will still die. Kind of snowballing back to where he was being pulled either way, but tried to dodge. It was a cute attempt. He was still free kill going the way of In Your Dream with this amplified damage, poking on towards the tower as well. And yeah, Mac now has that Sanj online, so let's see what he does with it.
Win percentage for the first time in the game in favor of Reconics, as again Nemesis, they are saying, hey, we are playing fast with this. Oh, well.
Max just walked into the Roche pit underneath an observer ward, so they know this is going on. He is probably not long for this world. Oh, Raven, he will spell the observer wards. So him doing that saves back. Oh,
big
Max
Stack
walks straight into the Stack Storm, traps himself. Avalanche toss combo. He's actually able to get out of the side though. He does not die. It's just Raven's fall so far. Mac jumps in. He needs to be careful. He's not that tanky.
They have a glimpse.
Super cautious. Another glimpse back. Armlet toggling once again. Egg plus Wukong's command. They drop the huge circles to make space there for their mid. And they will be forced to disengage, but obviously with those big ticket ultimates gone, they can't just go for Roche now.
It's certainly very risky. I love that from Varesh. Just throws out the glimpse onto Mac, and then the rest of them is like, it's too risky for us to let him, just be in that situation, throws the Wukong, throw the egg, and now all of your big ultimates on Nemesis are down. But can Reconyx do anything? Roshan's gonna move in 30 seconds. Seems unlikely that Nemesis will get him in that time.
Yeah. Maybe Max is going to default to farming one more item now, which is the BKB next, but for a Huskar to farm that using just creeps is going to take quite a lot of time. And in that time, plenty of opportunities for Reconyx to recover or maybe make some plays of their own.
Well, no, we've talked about the farming speed, but 23 Savage and Mac are second and third in net worth. So it's not like they're really suffering that much at the moment.
Yeah.
Dire's
do what they can.
FBZ, what's he working? FBZ's got the Ash Legion Shield, the best tier 1 neutral item in the game by far, and working towards the Crimson.
How long till it's nerfed? Next patch?
I feel like it'll be, if it gets... Alright, we need a big tournament. We need to see teams pick 3 of them. And then people will be like, oh yeah, it's very good. And it'll get nerfed to like 100 or something. And then it'll be balanced if it's 100.
Does it not have the same thing as like Crimson, where once you use it, nobody else can use one on you? Like you don't get the effect for a certain duration of time?
If I use it and someone else uses it, it refills. You know, like let's say I use it, I take a bit of damage, someone else uses it, refills. If I use it, it breaks, and someone else uses it, I just get a new one. Mid lane?
Okay. Wukong's dropped, good control, In Your Dream does go down, grab as well on towards Varish, so that's a +1, and look at that, beeline straight towards the Roche pit. There is obviously an observer ward right outside, does get dealt with quite quickly, but Nemesis do not care. They're just going to commit for this one, and there's not really anything that Reconyx can do. Delol is lingering nearby, but can't exactly try and steal this one. Just sending in the illusions.
It's not that fast at the moment. Like, you are going to have everyone else on Reconyx up. They even feel they're like, okay, guys, this is going to take too long. They'll all be up. Let's try to get another pick off as Delol. And FBZ could be the victims here. They spot out Raven, though. Smoke breaks on top of Vision.
Yeah, they all kind of like, they did a smoke, and then they all split in different directions anyway. So they weren't quite on the same page about what move they wanted to make. Raven just getting poked from afar.
Sometimes you gotta confuse your enemies with moves that make no sense. Like let's smoke and delta split. You're like, huh, interesting. FBZ, another smoke breaks. They see exactly where these people are. They're like, Nemesis is in this area, and I'll see if they want to fight for it.
Phoenix, toss back, dive. Not really going too far. Let's go straight in towards the kinetic field. So now maybe this is Reconyx time to just go for the Roche. What about 3/4 HP?
Oh.
Pause from Januel. Disconnect from Raven. Hopefully this doesn't last too long.
Also disconnects. Mac about 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. Oh, sorry, BKB, not Aghanim Scepter. Really needs it. Meanwhile, Wukong 10 seconds away. Lots of disconnects. Everyone's... Maybe they are in the same cyber cafe. Alright?
The same girls just walked in. They're all having to like quickly hide under the table. Can't see
alright. Who would you date? Would you date me if I went to Blast Slam? She's like, let me think about it. Who's your competition?
Don't know. She'd probably just go Blast Slam. You say? Okay, take me there.
Well, Jikroy, he looks like he might be getting in a good spot to go there with the rest of his team. As Reconyx 60% chance to win, very high. Januel has to make a big decision. Is he willing to buy back to show up to this Roche pit, or are they gonna say we're taking 4 versus 5, or are they just not gonna fight and give it away?
I think it's worth the buyback. If his ulti was on cooldown, there'd be absolutely no point. But with that and Wukong's command, which surely is coming up in 11 seconds for Wukong's. So by the time 23 Savage TP's mid and then walks there, that'll be off cooldown as well.
Yep.
I think he should buy back and contest this one. It is quite important. Like if you can get that into the hands of your Huskar, it just really sets up like the next 10 minutes for your team.
Chat, what do you guys feel? Do you agree with Mr. Bluescale's assessment that this is worth a Phoenix buyback to contest Roche? I mean, it's the first Roche of the game, so I think it's not the biggest deal. We'll see what General is going to do. Holding on to it for now. Looks like they might think, okay, maybe we can just delay it by some spells, but I don't think that's happening. This Rosh is falling.
Well, it might have taken too long now. Like, the Monkey King has TP'd in. He is here, but
Oh,
no
it's gonna
Monkey
be close. It's super. Oh, it's not close enough.
Yeah, too late. Aegis picked up. They're still going to go for the engagement, though. They want to try and get rid of this Aegis as best they can, but they ran
Storm's
straight
good.
into a trap. The disruption. They toss him into another +1. And Nemesis. An absolute failure of initiation. Mac tries to TP away, but that's just not going to work at all. He might be able to get rid of the Aegis, and he does. He mentioned the Jigward, and actually with the Sunray heal, Mac, he can't die right now. He's standing his ground. He does manage to get an extra kill, but finally the egg gets dropped, but it's just going to get scrambled straight away. Very messy fight and a huge victory coming out there from ResCircuit. They lose 2 technically there because of the Aegis, but they take down 5.
Varesh, again, has had amazing stack storms. In this one, it's much easier because whenever Tusk snowballs in or anything like that, you're like, I have a general idea of where you're going to go. Slardar, Monkey King also jump into the Roche Pit. Very tight quarters, beautiful static storm. Varesh gets them all like locked down. And then they just throw in all their spells, and that's all you need to do.
That's it. I feel like the toss into the disruption was fantastic as well from Delol. It was like, hey, you got a 2-man ulti? Here, make it a 3-man. Just throws one in. Just, yeah, fantastic stuff. Just an absolute shutdown. I mean, even after like how that was executed, I don't think the buyback on the Phoenix would have made any difference there. I feel like that probably would have gone the exact same way.
My thoughts about it is that he bought back, you could have given them vision in the Roche Pit so they would know how to avoid it. You know what I mean? Maybe like you ulti outside, then be like, oh, within 2-3 seconds they have to leave. Forces them to leave the area. However, Nemesis's item build, which we talked about earlier, is getting punished. That Diffusal Blade, no farm on the Monkey King. He's now 5th in net worth.
Jesus, yeah. Really set him back. It's just like Jikroy once again on his gyrocopter leading the charge right now. 12,500 gold. Just an absolute monster, yeah. Massively outpacing 23 Savage.
Oh, Varesh, okay.
Gonna get the lockdown on towards him. He's fine. Delol jumps
Nice
in. Nice
stun.
2-man avalanche. Throws the Monkey King out of position. That 4k gold advantage continues to go. Getting close to 5,000 gold now between these 2 carries. It's an absolute horrible position to be in, Nemesis.
That very odd move as well by 23 Savage to sort of go for that kill on Varesh. He, by the time the Wukong was out, Varesh was barely on the edge of it, even with the stun, and was just standing next to an ally. Raven working over to BKB. It's gonna be triple BKB timing. That is Nemesis's next opportunity, and potentially their last as well.
Yeah, I mean, they can't have many more fights go this way. I mean, this is kind of nature of having a Huskar mid. It's a hero which wins the lane, which he definitely did, and he makes space, which he definitely did, but all it takes is to die a couple of times in a row, and it really does feel like your progress gets completely hindered. At least now he does have a BKB, so maybe that's going to be enough to, upset this hemorrhage that they're going through right now, but yeah, the next fight is going to be very important. Delol does get a free shard as well, but support Tiny with this shard is pointless, really.
It really needs to be changed to something that's useful for both. I don't care what it is. Maybe like, I don't know, quarter-second extra stun. At least something. So when you get it, you don't like cry as a support Tiny. Because you get it and you think, well, now I just give more gold when I die and my buyback. Oh!
Oh. Okay.
Is
They managed to get the snowball. Oh, they think it goes to a hero. He's juked him.
Kablink!
Run, little rabbit. He
There
blinks
you
up
go.
towards the little sides. Juke him. They're desperately trying to get him. Delol does not want to let him escape with this one. Surging forwards. The toss! Nearly gets him. Finally there, the avalanche will be enough to grab. Oh my god, mass tips. They really want that man dead.
Well, it was a good move for him to get the blink out, but not enough as Nemesis continues to be in a very tough spot.
Oh, I've got an idea how to make the shard useful.
Okay.
You swap the shards effect with the level 20 talent of toss requires no target.
Yeah, that's pretty good, honestly.
I
Why
feel
the hell
that's
not?
fine.
If you, yeah.
Oh, meanwhile,
And then
no, speaking of avalanche toss into the static storm. Out goes the sonic wave. Raven takes enough damage. Back goes still wants to engage. Woof, takes a lot of damage to that.
what the?
But does heal back up with the use of the armlet. Now they're going to try and take a fight into this bottlenecked area. Still no Wugo's command pops eventually win. I'll drop it back. HP's getting very low. He can't arm and talk about that one. Januel still died. Now it's 23 Savage. It's stuck between everybody. And this is just looking like an absolute beatdown of a game number 2 here.
I mean, despite Nemesis having this really good team fight lineup, I think we've only seen literally one egg this whole game. Then we saw one combination between the egg and the Wukong that they just walked out of. No, we've seen 2 eggs, sorry, total. One of them they destroyed, the other one was used with the Wukong's command. Overall, Nemesis in an incredibly bad spot. But they still have Wombo Combo. They just kind of need to use it.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
It's
has
just... I mean, that's the kind of thing. When you have like a Wombo combo, it's executing it, which sometimes is the issue. It's like earlier on when we saw the Tidehunter Invoker, you know? It's...
Yep.
Trying to pull that off is a lot harder than you think. You know, you see clips of it online, people pulling it off. Like you get a rampage, sorry, with a single use of a Cataclysm, but very rarely does that ever actually happen in real play.
And to be fair, that is also a better combo if you ask me. Because when you throw Wukong and you throw the egg, you just walk away if you're the enemy. You're like, I don't like this. I'm gonna walk out of here. I got some monkeys, it's hot. Nah, I don't want none of that.
Yeah, maybe either that, you know, carry Faceless Void or Mag that we were talking about might have been the choice. Oh well.
Dire's bottom tower is
Power
under
plant
Varesh knows where Jokan is. And Jokan's just gonna lose his life. Does finish the shard. Okay, he thinks the shard is actually worth buying on the Tusk. Don't see that very often.
No, you don't. Oh, 23 Savage. She's going to try and go for a solo kill on towards Varish. It's not an easy target to get whatsoever. Fields. In comes FBZ as well. Vacuum's not going to land. So I guess just buying time there. But Wukong command now on cooldown for a minute.
Second time he tries to do this on Varesh. First time he actually lost his life. Second time, at least he mixed out. But again, this Disruptor is not as easy to kill as the previous game. You know, he's got the Solar Crest on him. I believe he's got the Greedy Searing Signet, which is at least an extra bit of gold. He's got the same, literally the same amount of health as the Monkey King. 1 health difference between the 2 of them.
Well, yeah. Yeah. That's
And also,
not a good spot.
man, that Monkey King face is still... I hope our observer never clicks on Monkey King again.
Yeah, he will, just for you. Beam up. Oh, Raven has been caught. Okay, trying to run, but he knows he's dead. I like as well, before he even dies, the LoL just starts TPing away basically right next to him. Like, yeah,
There
you're
you
gone.
go.
We're after the more important kill, 23 Savage. Looks like he attempted to go for Varish again, but just sets up for DeLol to come on in and finish him off. Like, this is just Nemesis feeling in complete disarray here, Atomo.
Hard to imagine. I mean, this was not the ending I expected for Reconyx to come in and smash Nemesis. Like, game 1, you know, hour-long game, they win. You're like, all right, that's pretty good. You know, we had a fantastic series. But then this game 2, Nemesis making a lot of bold decisions. Farming on the... Sorry, fighting with the Monkey King, but losing. That Roche fight didn't go so well for them. They're waiting for triple BKB now, which, you know, it's kind of happening.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get there, though, isn't it? It's just such a dicey spot to be in. And with a draft which is really supposed to excel earlier on and try and build momentum, trying to come from behind 16,000 gold at just 26 minutes into the game, it feels almost insurmountable. And Gaben is saying as well, it's a 92% win probability in the favor of Reconyx.
Nemesis is just playing for the triple BKB timing. The thing is, it's 2,000 gold away for 23 Savage. Some people in chat are like, he's not really good at fast tempo games, and I know about that, but he's certainly struggling with this one. 0, 4, and 2. It's been just an amazing bit of work coming out from the Radiant side. Like Varesh getting that Stag Storm in the Roche pit, followed by, like you mentioned, the DeLol toss. The way they actually, you know, got in this area, made sure that Nemesis doesn't get it. The first time bomb lane when they spotted out, they've been playing really well against the Roche pit, and that's where Nemesis has faltered.
Well, going for a smoke play, as they did see 23 Savage farming up at the top. He's got to try and get himself out of there. The Hunt Pack is on his way. Oh, he goes to farm up the Ancient Creeps. He's debated himself here. DOTA2 to start it off. Toss up, lock him in place. It's just a freebie. It's just nothing he can do. It's literally free food.
I like how Varesh walks in, throws a Static Storm, just walks out. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll just throw it for you. Why would it die? It's not that long cooldown. Aegis on Jacroy now. They do okay. Oh, not even this.
He tried. At least he escapes with his life, but in your dream, his spidey senses were tingling. He's like, you know, it feels like if there's ever a way for them to get back, it's trying to steal XP. Just denies it.
Check out the net worth between the two carries. Jacroy 2.1, 1.2 on 23 Savage. Where are we on the BKBs? Raven has his, Mac has his, but 23 Savage a whole Mithril Hammer away from it.
Yeah. I mean, sell Diffusal Blade? I don't know.
Oh.
Until the fight's coming their way. Jacroy, 4 staffs out of danger. Already though with the Roshan's banner on the high ground right now, this push. It's not going to be easy to hold back. Throwing back the Fire Spirits, but unfortunately does absolutely nothing. Although DOTA2 jumps forwards, toss back. Mac completely out of position, pops out the BKB, Wukong's smart, plus the Egg to the back line. It's a pretty good setup, but even still, the Huskar has died. Egg explodes, but nobody's taking damage. This Wukong's command is tickling them, Atomo. There's literally 0 damage. Raven just dies as well. Will be a buyback here from the Slardar to try and help out. But it took all of those ultimates and absolutely everything just to kill a support Tiny. They couldn't even get rid of the first life of Jicroy. Jump in. Stag Storm just debated out Raven. Good snowball though to buy him some space, but unfortunately he has to go in deeper. The first life of Jicroy is done. The Sunray doing some serious work. Farish just charging away. Look how speedy this little boy is on his dinosaur vacuum. Even buying him some space. The glimpse away keeps him alive. You just can't kill this Disruptor. Another buyback used. They're desperate. I think 23 Savage just wants to kill the Disruptor. He's trying to hunt him. And he can't find him, Tomo.
Oh. He throws a Battle Strike versus like right out of range as that's Raven dieback. Jean-Well has bought back, but without the egg, what's he really gonna do? Nemesis. A rough situation for them as Reconics already saying, which hotel are we staying when we travel, boys? We're going Malta? Sounds good.
Yeah. First class. Why not?
Don't mind?
Yeah, I'll take it. But yeah, just the hopes and dreams right now for Nemesis to try and even compete to go to the tournament is slim. Somehow they would have to pull this one back and then take another game afterwards. It's just looking so hard, like Reconics. They're just on the ball today. And this is the last ditch effort. 23 Savage set up for a Wukong. Boundless Strike, lots of damage. Focus on Tempest. The burst heal comes through though. Not really there, but eventually he does go down. Sonic Wave connects on towards multiple heroes. Only took them to die so far. We'll buy back immediately. Jocko though just charging into the base. The Glimpse pulling Mac all the way back. He will fall. Yeah, will be forced to use it unless they're just giving up in this game. 23 Savage looking like he's, I don't know, trying to cut waves, but that's not going to do anything at all. Nice blink backwards there from the Tusk, not to overextend. But even still, the buildings are slowly falling here at Tomo, and this will be Megas.
Oh.
Jump in. Initial stun in from Mac as well, but DOTA2 jumps in with the 2-man stun as well, control him up. Mac's getting super low, he cannot toggle his way through it. Jicroy, he's just not taking any damage. That is it. GG is called, and it is a 2-0 finish.
Congratulations for Reconics coming in, beating quite the biggest names, right? One after the other. Going Execration, like Execration, good team, hard to beat, favorites of the tournament. Reconics takes 3 games, but they do it. They're like, Nemesis, 23 Savage, Raven. We got Jean-Well on there. Then they come in game 1, bit dicey, but game 2 very convincing. And they book their tickets to Blast Slam in Malta. Congratulations, much deserved for the way they played this series.
Yeah, for sure. Like, just phenomenal series from them and a hard-fought tournament. Like we were saying, their other 2 series to get here were all 2-1s. They went through the real trenches and long games, but eventually they break the 2-1 curse and they do just 2-0 down Team Nemesis. Like, fantastic turn of events. I think they're going to be happy with themselves for sure. How much can we put it on the back of Varish's Disruptor? You know, like you're saying, it's basically the only hero he's played today.
I mean, 4 out of 5 games that he played it, they won 3 of the 75% win rate. It's insane. And you can see how much they hated him in this game. 23 Savage 2 times Wukong's just for Varesh. And both times doesn't get it. We see him get a Stag Storm on 3. The way they contested Roche. Now, like, Reconics was on another level. And they just deserved it. Jikroy also, we kind of give a lot of credit to Varesh's Disruptor. But Jikroy played Gyrocopter how many times today? 3, I want to say, at least.
At least.
At least, as he played it twice today. All right, only twice.
What?
Okay.
Twice? That's a lie. The stats are lying to you, Tom. I don't believe him. It's been a minimum of 3 games. I'm sure it has.
No, there was it was picked by Execration in game 1, and then
okay.
so Jikroy picked Abaddon, Huskar, Sven, and then he picked it twice in this one. So I also thought he played it 3 times. But kudos to Jikroy.
Yeah, but kudos to the whole team. Like, fantastic performance. What a way to end the whole entire qualifiers as well. Just absolutely smashed down one of the other favourites to win the whole tournament. And yeah, Reconics just showcasing what kind of power they have, and hopefully they take that kind of momentum and skill into the actual tournament itself, where they were competing up even against harder teams, obviously from all different regions as well. So that is going to be an exciting one to watch, and we'll see just how far they can get.
Yeah, but that is going to be quite some time from now. In the meantime, if you guys are looking for more Dota 2 action, there is the Blast Qualifier for Europe on our other channel, so you can go check it out. And if you're waiting for the main tournament, I believe that begins in the start of February. But for me and you, Blue Scale, we are done. We want to thank everyone for tuning in, and of course, thank production for making this happen, don't we?
Yeah. Thank you everyone for obviously getting involved in our production to help enable us to actually cast the game and allowing everybody at home to watch the game they love, that is Dota 2. And we've had some turbulent games, we've had some confusing games, we've had some just downright like, what the hell was that games? But those are why we love Dota 2 for sure. It's always a mesh of different sort of vibes that we do get. So once again, thank you everyone for watching. Hopefully you have enjoyed this stream and all the games that we've been able to bring for you today. And hopefully we will see you all in the Res Unchained main tournament next month. We'll see you later, guys. Thanks for watching.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.